In a cramped, low-rent room, the man stared at the gray stone golem he had just summoned. It staggered, its body swayed, and the lime on its surface kept falling off, making it look as if it would fall apart at any moment. Looking at the pitiful stats on his career panel, he couldn't help but sigh, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Due to an accident, he was transported to a different world where everyone was awakened. This was a world where games and reality were intertwined, and where global data was integrated. Upon graduating from high school, each person can randomly awaken a special profession, and then gain experience and various materials by killing monsters and conquering dungeons. If one can awaken a powerful combat class, they will have the opportunity to change their destiny, rise rapidly, master extraordinary power, and enjoy supreme privileges. Those who awaken to low combat power professions, or life-oriented or support professions, often end up living at the bottom of society for their entire lives, with little chance of turning their lives around. But fate did not seem to favor Lee. Upon graduating from high school, he awakened a profession that was universally considered the worst, a D-rank summoner. This profession not only has low initial attributes, but also very limited growth potential. A-rank professions, and even rarer ones, gain at least 40 attribute points for each level up. Some top-tier professions can even gain over 70 attribute points, while summoners only gain 10 attribute points per level, ranking lowest among all professions. Even more fatal is that although summoners have the ability to summon extraordinary creatures, what they summon are all dull-witted, extremely weak, and trashy monsters. Just like the stone guards that Lee just summoned, which consumed a full tenth of his mana, they couldn't even defeat a slightly ferocious wild dog. There are even quite a few support classes that can easily defeat summoners with just a few filler attack skills. Despite being classified as a damage-dealing class, their actual combat strength is inferior to many support classes. Their only apparent way out seems to be working in a factory tightening screws or carrying bricks on a construction site. Just as Lee was falling into despair and his emotions were at their lowest point, the career panel in front of him suddenly began to vibrate violently. With a buzzing sound, a dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire dimly lit rental room. "What's going on?" Lee looked up in surprise. Below his profession panel, a large expanse of golden text suddenly appeared. "You have awakened, Destiny Affix, Summon Saint. 1. Skills are instant casts with no cooldown. 2. Summoned creatures and contracted minions will never betray you and are immune to detection, control, and stealing. 3rd, obtain a summoning tome. You can obtain an additional tome for every 20 levels you gain. You can contract with non-human creatures whose level does not exceed your own. 4th, obtain an evolution stone. You can obtain an additional stone for every 5 levels you gain, which can enable your contracted creature to evolve." Upon seeing these words, Li Yi's despair was instantly replaced by boundless joy, and he trembled with excitement. "Is this my cheat system awakening?" He immediately sensed the professional spatial storage to confirm, and sure enough, there was a golden contract and a multicolored bead lying quietly inside. Li Yi examined the affix effect again carefully. Instant skill cast, no cooldown. As long as he had enough mana, he could unleash skills continuously, transforming into a never-ending magical turret. This ability was simply insane. The second effect is equally powerful. Summoned creatures will never betray you and are immune to control and theft, meaning that any methods used against the summoner will be unable to affect their contracted creatures. The summoner's own skills are very weak, and almost all of their combat power comes from their summoned beasts. What they fear most is that their summoned beasts will be restricted. With these two effects, Li Yi no longer needed to worry about his summoned creatures being countered. As for the third and fourth effects, contract with non-human creatures of the same level, Li Yi murmured to himself. In that instant, a daring thought flashed through his mind. Does that mean we can even contract with dungeon bosses? The main reason summoners are considered a bottom-tier class is because their summoned creatures are too weak. However, if they can form contracts with bosses, especially bosses in raid dungeons, then the significance is completely different. After all, no matter how strong an individual is, it's difficult to surpass a boss of the same level. Even S-rank professions, or even rarer professions, often only get beaten up in front of a boss. If you can turn the boss into your own summoned creature, and combine it with other affix effects, wouldn't he be invincible? The next second, a complete plan quickly took shape in Li Yi's mind. He needed to select a suitable instance as soon as possible and form a contract with his first instance boss. Then quickly grind monsters to level up, obtain more summoning contracts, and go on to contract more powerful female alien dungeon bosses. Then, using the evolution stones, they can all be evolved to the highest level, creating an invincible goddess boss summoning army. He will become the strongest in this other world step by step, and completely rewrite his destiny. After finalizing his plan, Li decided to participate in the extraordinary trial. The extraordinary trial is equivalent to the college entrance examination in this world, and it lasts for 60 days. The trial involves challenging dungeons. The various prestigious universities will determine admission based on the applicant's dungeon performance. Once professionals enter the extraordinary university, they can directly learn systematic skill sets for the initial and intermediate stages. Compared to manually entering dungeons to collect skill books, this method is not only more convenient but also saves a significant amount of money. Of course, Li signed up for the extraordinary trial not to get into university. He mainly wanted to take advantage of the opportunity for new professional to use the teleportation array 3 times for free during the trial. As long as Li successfully contracts with the raid boss, he can easily solo the dungeon given the boss's terrifying combat power. Furthermore, if there are fewer than 3 players in a dungeon, you will receive an additional 50% experience points. If he challenged the dungeon alone, he could enjoy the experience bonus and all the dungeon rewards all to himself. With that in mind, Li immediately boarded the bus to the trial registration area. Along the way, he took out his phone to check relevant information about various instances and look for suitable contract targets. A level 1 summoner's combat power is not much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and they may even face life-threatening danger when facing ordinary monsters. Therefore, he had to find a dungeon that allowed him to directly access the boss battle area. The monsters in each tier of the dungeon will have their level and stats dynamically adjusted within the corresponding tier based on the class level of the player entering the dungeon. Therefore, when Li entered the dungeon as a level 1 professional, the monsters inside were also adjusted to level 1. The second boss of the Wailing Cave, Lux the Venomous Spider, has a decent skill set, but unfortunately, he has to pass through 2 poisonous gas areas along the way, and the antidote is too expensive for him to afford. The number 1 boss of Howling Wind Ridge, the captain of the Dark Raven Guard, has some rather cool armor. You can reach him directly via a small path, but there is a small chance that he will be spotted by patrolling ravens in the air along the way. After reviewing the information for a long time, Li couldn't find a suitable target. His mood gradually sank. Did he have a cheat-like ability but no opportunity to use it? Just then, a news article nearby caught Li Yi's attention. It reported that security surveyors were in the Dark Forest raid instance, specifically the Collapsed Jungle. The unique hidden boss, Blazing Moon Kalogas, has been discovered. The safety officer advises test takers to avoid the rocky pool area where Blazing Moon Kalogas is located when challenging this dungeon. Li casually looked up some information about Liwa Kalogas. Good heavens! This orc female warrior possesses the title, Howling Moon Swordswoman. She is not only an extremely rare title boss in low-level dungeons, but also a unique hidden boss. Title: a unique title for a boss, representing a special quality, and it mostly appears only on high-ranking bosses. Hidden: a boss that only appears with a low probability of spawning or under specific conditions. Uniqueness: it will not spawn repeatedly and will disappear permanently once it is defeated. A boss possessing all 3 of these affixes not only has a highly unpredictable combat mechanic but is also incredibly powerful. In short, such a boss is extremely difficult to defeat. Defeating them will increase your dungeon rating, but it won't count towards your dungeon completion progress. Unless there's a specific need, few dungeon teams are willing to actively provoke them. Of course, the rewards dropped after defeating this kind of boss are extremely generous, with a high probability of obtaining rare items. Liwa Kalogas has been in the Sunken Forest for 15 years, and no team has been able to kill her yet. To survive for a full 15 years is truly impressive. Wait. Li Yi's gaze suddenly fell on the route map leading to the chaotic rock pool in the data. His eyes widened abruptly. The starting point of this route is right at the entrance to the Sunken Jungle instance, and it leads directly to the rocky pool, with no monsters or traps along the way. Li Yi's breathing quickened, and his blood surged. Liwekalogas possess 3 powerful attributes simultaneously: title, uniqueness, and hidden. She's absolutely the most powerful boss in the level 1 dungeon. She's practically the perfect contract target. Lee felt a surge of excitement. She's the one. He then searched for images of Liwekalogas. Most of the photos that came up were very blurry. One of the clearer images shows Liwekalogas sharpening her sword beside a rocky pool. She is depicted as a tall, strong, muscular, short-haired white orc. An hour later, the bus stopped at the professionals' management office. Lee got off and headed straight for the trial registration area. As he reached the door, a 5-person team had just finished registering and was walking out, chatting and laughing. Lee? Hearing someone call his name, Lee looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was his classmate Zhao Gang. If Lee remembered correctly, Zhao Gang's awakened class should be the Shield Warrior, from the Warrior class system. This class isn't particularly strong offensively, but its defense is outstanding, making it a frontline class in dungeon teams. Upon seeing Lee, Zhao Gang immediately revealed a gloating expression. Hey, isn't this our school heartthrob? Why aren't you at the factory tightening screws? What are you doing here? As he spoke, Zhao Gang deliberately feigned an extremely shocked expression. Could it be, you also want to sign up for the trial? No way. Lee frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have provoked Zhao Gang much before. If there was any conflict between them, it was probably just because Zhao Gang was jealous that Lee was more handsome than him. Oh right. Lee suddenly remembered. The girl Zhao Gang had a crush on seemed to have written him a love letter. She was pretty and from the next class, but Lee had forgotten her name. Zhou Shui, come quickly and see your ex-boyfriend. Zhao Gang shouted loudly to a tall, sweet-looking girl in a short skirt behind him. Zhou Shui was instantly speechless, wishing she could tear Zhao Gang's mouth apart. What nonsense are you spouting? How did he become my ex-boyfriend? I have absolutely nothing to do with him. Lee initially didn't intend to pay any attention to Zhao Gang, assuming it was just a few barks from a stray dog on the roadside. However, since Zhao Gang mentioned Zhou Shui, Lee decided to explain. I'm not her ex-boyfriend, there's nothing between us. Zhou Shui had pursued Lee for half a year. Although she was the school beauty, with an outstanding figure and appearance. However, she wasn't Lee's type, so he never accepted her advances. Before her awakening, Zhou Shui would send Lee hundreds of messages every day. But after awakening, she seemed to have vanished into thin air, probably even deleting Lee's contact information. After explaining, Lee prepared to continue walking towards the registration area. Suddenly his vision blurred. A figure blocked his way. It was none other than Zhou Shui's current boyfriend, Wang Tianming. Wang Tianming's face was grim, his eyes filled with hostility, and his tone carried a clear threat. Shui is my girlfriend now. If you know what's good for you, stay away from her. Lee found it somewhat amusing. So the simp had finally gotten his wish. I'm here to register for the extraordinary trial. It has nothing to do with her. The words had barely left his mouth when the 5 people in front of him froze. Had they heard correctly? Lee was actually going to sign up for the extraordinary trial? The 5 exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. A summoner who can't even beat level 1 monsters in the wild dares to sign up for the dungeon trial? Who gave you the courage? I'm dying of laughter. Are you tired of living? Are you in such a hurry to run into the dungeon and become a snack for the monsters? Zhao Gang suppressed his laughter and walked up to pat Li on the shoulder. He put on a serious expression. Li, for the sake of our classmates, I advise you to just go back to work in a factory tightening screws. If that doesn't work, find a rich woman to support you. With your looks, it shouldn't be too difficult. The group burst into laughter again. Despite their mockery, Li remained calm. He wasn't about to lose his temper over the words of a few kids. He simply treated them like a few dogs barking indiscriminately. Li stepped towards the registration area, but was stopped again by Wang Tianming. Do you know the basic admission requirements for Extraordinary University this year? Wang Tianming spoke dismissively, pointing to a poster on the wall of the registration area. Li looked up in the direction he was pointing. The poster listed 3 admission requirements. 1. Level 10 or higher. 2nd, complete 5 different multiplayer dungeons, with a total of no less than 20 completions, and 5 of those completions must be rated no lower than Silver 2-star. 3. Complete 2 different team dungeons, with a total of no less than 5 completions, and 3 of those completions must be rated no lower than Silver 1-star. After laughing, Zhao Gang shook his head and clicked his tongue. Give up. Summoners are too weak in combat. No dungeon team will want you. Without teammates, how will you gain experience? Professionals are generally weaker in the early stages of their careers. Even powerful S-rank professionals must team up with others to improve efficiency and ensure safety. Summoners can't even join a dungeon team, let alone reach level 10. They'd be considered quite capable if they could even reach level 2. Li Yi's expression remained unchanged, his tone still calm. No need for you to trouble yourselves, please step aside. Wang Tianming scoffed, then stepped aside to make way. Good words are useless against the damned devil. Chapter 3 Entering the Dungeon, Encountering Blazing Moon Kalogas. Li walked straight into the registration area without looking to the side. Everyone around him was dumbfounded. No one had expected that he would actually dare to register for the extraordinary trial. In their eyes, summoners are the least popular class. Even if a team is short of players, they would rather find a support player than a summoner. Forget it, everyone has their own fate, let's not worry about it. Wang Tianming said this, but he was secretly pleased. At this moment, someone mentioned that the legendary Howling Moon Swordsman had reappeared in the collapsed jungle. Zhou Shui immediately perked up and excitedly said that once they reached level 2, they would form a group to go and see the unique boss. She checked the provincial time trial and rating rankings. The fastest time in the sunken jungle was 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds. The highest rating was Silver 6 star. Both records were achieved by teams led by 2 A-level professionals. Both she and Wang Tianming are A-level professionals. If they could find another A-level professional, the 3 of them working together might be able to break the record. Zhao Gang and the others' eyes turned red when they heard. Break the record. If they could really secure first place in the province, their chances of getting into a good university would greatly increase. With an A-level professional leading the team, this was an opportunity they certainly couldn't miss. Wang Tianming waved his hand and shouted with great enthusiasm. Let's go, to the dark forest! On the other side, after registering, Li received his own teleportation token. This thing is the key to the teleportation array between cities and regions. Normally, it costs an absurdly high price for a single use, and interprovincial teleportation starts at 100,000. Fortunately, during the extraordinary trial, everyone can use it 3 times for free, but after each use, they must wait 20 days to recharge. Li walked into the teleportation array, selected his destination, the Dark Forest Instance Group. 10 seconds later, the dizziness finally subsided, and he heard a cacophony of voices around him. He opened his eyes and found himself in a small town surrounded by an endless dense forest. The sky was dim, and the streets were lined with houses and shops. People of all kinds of professions moved back and forth, and the shouts of their groups were deafening, making it a very lively place. Upon arriving at the dungeon location, Li wasn't in a hurry to enter the dungeon. Instead, he decided to familiarize himself with the camp first. Deck in the trapped jungle, looking to form a group. We need 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 healers. The team's average level is 2. The Dark River Canyon is a 5-player dungeon. We need 1 healer, and supports are welcome to join. The team's average level is 3, so the healer can finish off more enemies and gain more experience. Just as professions are divided into tiers every 10 levels, dungeons are similarly tiered. Furthermore, the strength of monsters within the dungeon is dynamically adjusted based on the average level of the entrance. Li looked in the direction of the voice and saw a knight of similar age speaking to him, who had a thick scripture hanging from his waist. Among the knight class, only the A-rank support class, the Blessed Knight, uses scriptures as a medium for casting spells. Li wasn't surprised by the profession level, but rather that the other person had already reached level 3. The extraordinary trial had only been going on for a few days, and someone had already reached level 3. This leveling speed was truly astonishing. Just then, someone patted Li Yi on the shoulder. He turned around and saw a handsome young man of similar age. My name is Yifeiyu, an assassin, and I'm about to start a 5-player dungeon called Evil Bone Camp. Yifeiyu said he already had 2 people, the other being a ranger, all of whom were level 1 trial participants who had just arrived at the camp. He wanted to ask Li Yi if he was interested in forming a fixed team with them. Li looked at him and casually asked, Are there opportunities for summoners to join a team? Yifeiyu was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. Bro, are you kidding me? Summoners are all out in factories tightening screws, how could they possibly sign up for the trial? Even if they did come, who in their right mind would team up with summoners? The Evil Bone Camp was a relatively simple tier 1 dungeon. Basically, Any 5 classes could clear it. Yet, even in such a dungeon, the other side refused to accept summoners. Only then did Li Yi truly realize just how low the status of summoners was within the professional player community. He didn't argue, only saying that he already had a team, then bid farewell to Yi Feiyu and continued to familiarize himself with the environment at the camp. He hadn't gone far when he heard someone recruiting members on the street. Thunderbolt Warband is recruiting! The Warband is led by an S-rank Thunder Swordsman, with friendly and supportive members and plenty of benefits. We are also buying blue and green quality equipment at high prices. A thought struck Li Yi. Perhaps he could sell any equipment he didn't need to these warbands in the future. He approached the slightly chubby girl in charge of promotions and inquired about the equipment's purchase price. The girl explained with a smile that the Thunderstorm Legion had just been established, and was currently running an event where any equipment below level 10 would be offered at a price 10% higher than the market price. She then pointed to the software download image behind her, and told Li Yi that he could download the Dui app. He could find the corresponding market price simply by entering the equipment name and panel attributes. Li Yi downloaded it immediately, and found it indeed convenient. After exploring the entire camp, he bought 2 days' worth of food and water, then arrived at the entrance to the sunken jungle instance, and stepped into the portal. 2 seconds later, everything went black before Li Yi's eyes, and his figure vanished from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the sunken jungle instance. The sky was still dark, the air was damp, and there was a strange stench mixed in, somewhat like the smell of rotting cockscomb flowers. The dungeon entrance was a massive high platform. Li Yi looked into the distance, and saw dense forests layered upon each other, their dark leaves intertwined, with flickering firelight visible through the gaps. The entire jungle exuded an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Li Yi tensed up, took out his phone, opened the pre-downloaded instance map, and carefully checked the route to the chaotic stone pool. This wasn't a game, it was a real, supernatural space. Once you died in the instance, you were truly dead, there was no second chance. Therefore, every step had to be taken with utmost caution. After repeatedly checking the map, Li Yi finally determined the route. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the overgrown path. As he went deeper, the surrounding trees became denser, the light became dimmer, and the temperature gradually dropped. Li Yi held his breath, his muscles tensed, and he moved forward slowly on tiptoe, afraid of making the slightest sound. After walking like this for nearly an hour, he finally heard the faint sound of flowing water. Soon after, a pool of water appeared at the foot of a cliff. The water above formed a small waterfall, cascading down into the deep pool. Beside the pool, a tall, muscular female orc was practicing with a longsword. A notification suddenly popped up on his job panel. Howling Moon Swordsman, Laiwa Kalogas has been discovered. Li Yi's heart raced instantly, and his clenched fists trembled slightly with tension. If the contract failed, he would truly be finished. Li Yi took a deep breath, forcibly calming himself, and continued to cautiously approach. But the instant he entered within 30 meters of Blazing Moon Kalogas, his class panel suddenly issued an alarm. Warning! You have been detected by Blazing Moon Kalogas. You have entered combat. Chapter 4 successfully contracted with Blazing Moon Kalogas. Abnormal panel stats. The orc female warrior in the distance roared, grabbed her great sword, and charged towards Li Yi. Li Yi's heart tightened, and he immediately took out the golden holy tome, activating the contract without hesitation. The holy book instantly shone with golden light, transforming into a rainbow that shot towards Blazing Moon Kalogas in the blink of an eye, piercing her brow. The running orc warrior slowly came to a stop, her eyes unfocused, her entire body frozen in place. Li Yi's heart was in his throat. He could only pray silently that he would succeed. The next second, the job panel finally displayed a notification. You have successfully formed a contract with Blazing Moon Kalogas. Nice! Li Yi jumped up excitedly, pumping his fist and shouting. He knew very well that from the moment the contract was successful, his fate had been completely rewritten. Below the pet section, the portrait of Laiwa Kalogas slowly appeared, along with his detailed attributes. Name, Laiwa Kalogas. Race, Orc. Age 30, Rank, Lower Lord. Level 1, 99%, Strength, 150, Agility, 100, Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100, Ability Power, 100, Skills, Berserker Sword Technique, Gale Step, Intimidating Roar, Magic Shield, all maxed. Passives, Physical Fortitude, Magic Resistance, Rapid Recovery, Last Stand, all maxed. Hobbies, Cultivation, Combat, Hunting, Fine Wine, Loyalty, Respected, Skill Points 0. After looking at the panel, Lee couldn't help but gasp. As expected of the only hidden boss in the team dungeon, its stats were absolutely insane. Both were level 1, but his pitiful initial stats were only 5 points, while Lai Yu had 100 points in all 4 stats, with a staggering 150 points in strength. They were simply not on the same level. The dungeon dynamically adjusts monster stats based on the player's level, so Lai Wei is currently at the same level as Li. However, while her level has been reduced to 1, her skill levels remain unaffected, all at max level. Li dared not even contemplate the terrifying power of max-level skills. His heart was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Then, he noticed the most crucial item, Lord level. What? It's a Lord level boss. Dungeon difficulty is divided into normal, adventure, heroic, epic, legendary, and hell. Boss ranks are divided into normal, elite, boss, general, commander, lord, king, and emperor. Players of levels 1 to 10 enter Tier 1 dungeons, which typically only have normal and adventure difficulties. Under normal circumstances, the highest ranking boss in a Tier 1 dungeon is no more than elite. The fact that a Lord-level boss like Lai Wei appeared in a beginner-level raid like the Earthquake Jungle is an absolute game-changer for low-level players. No wonder she's been able to survive in the dungeon for 15 years. Even rare classes might not be able to defeat her, let alone ordinary players. Li swallowed hard, his head spinning. He had actually managed to form a contract with a Lord-level boss. At this moment, the confusion in Lai Yu's eyes gradually faded, and her gaze returned to clarity. What's wrong with me? She uttered a string of obscure and unfamiliar words, but thanks to the contract, Li could accurately understand her meaning. For the past few decades, Lai Yu had been like a soulless puppet. She had no thoughts, no self, and no emotions. She only knew how to sharpen her sword, cultivate, and fight human adventurers who entered the dungeon. She constantly defeated challengers, only to be met with new ones, in an endless cycle. She never even considered why she fought adventurers, or why they always wanted to kill her. It was as if her sole purpose in existence was to fight, and ultimately, one day, be killed by human adventurers. But after the contract was formed, everything changed. Lai Wei was no longer a puppet controlled by the dungeon rules. She regained her sense of self, learned to think, and experienced genuine emotions. She is Lai Wei Kalogas, the Howling Moon Swordswoman, and an orc warrior. The human before her was no longer an enemy. He was her master, the one who brought her new life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lai Yu strode steadily toward Li. Li watched the 2-meter-tall Lord Boss approach, wielding a giant sword, and felt a little nervous, but he forced himself to remain calm and spoke. "Hello?" Lai Wei walked up to him, knelt on one knee, and pounded her right fist 3 times on her chest. "I, Lai Wei Kalogas, am willing to become the sword in my master's hand and fight for him." Her gaze grew increasingly fervent, as if she had finally found her true meaning of existence. Li quickly stepped forward to help her up, saying, "No need for formalities." When his hand touched Lai Yu's arm, he could clearly feel the explosive power contained within her muscles. After Lai Yu stood up, her height of 1.9 meters made her half a head taller than Li. Li then took a good look at her appearance. A leather bodice and shorts covered her vital parts. Her bronze skin was rugged and healthy. Her features were well defined, and her wine-red pupils were sharp. 2 sharp fangs extended from the corners of her mouth. Although her appearance was distinctly Orcish, according to Li Yi's aesthetic standards, she wasn't ugly. His muscles were just too exaggerated. His whole body was covered in solid muscle knots, like a powerhouse who specialized in strength training. However, Li quickly remembered something more important, the evolution stone. He immediately took out the stone and said to Lai Yu, "This stone can help you evolve, don't resist." Lai Yu was slightly taken aback. In the understanding of the beastmen, evolution meant an elevation of life level and represented greater power. However, only the strongest beastmen, through long and arduous training, could obtain the opportunity for evolution. Now, her master said that she could evolve with just a small stone. Although Lai Yu had some doubts, she didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly. "Okay." After receiving the response, Li placed the evolution stone between her eyebrows. The next moment, the stone emitted a pure white light and slowly entered Lai Yu's forehead. Immediately afterwards, a light shone from beneath Lai Yu's skin, growing stronger and stronger until it finally pierced through her body, enveloping her entirely and forming a huge, slowly rotating cocoon of light. A notification popped up on the job panel. "Lai Yu Kalogas is evolving." Li immediately felt excited. The stats of this Lord-level boss were already ridiculously strong. What would it become after evolving? Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, the cocoon of light finally stopped spinning. Laiwa Kalogas has successfully evolved. The moment the notification appeared, several fine cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon and quickly spread outwards. With a soft sound, one of the cracks suddenly burst open. In the dazzling light, two long, slender legs with smooth, delicate lines emerged from the crack. Li Yi's eyes widened instantly, and he subconsciously swallowed. The legs were beautiful. Most importantly, all those exaggerated muscle bulges were gone. Then, two slender, rounded fingers reached out, grabbed the edge of the callus, and ripped it open with a swift motion. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted. Li instinctively closed his eyes, only opening them again as the light gradually faded. Where the cocoon of light had been, now stood a stunningly beautiful woman over 2 meters tall with short, neat white hair. Li Yi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Damn, you really understand me! Chapter 5, The Evolved Laiwa, a 2.2 meter tall orc sister. The evolved Laiwa Kalogas has a high nose, large eyes, and her fangs have disappeared. Her red lips are delicate and full, and her features are bright and striking. Her short, thick, and fluffy white hair exudes an exotic charm. Her scarlet pupils carried a hint of bewitching allure, paired with a cold and arrogant expression, making her resemble a female general who had conquered battlefields. Her muscles were no longer as exaggerated as before, but instead possessed the uniquely feminine curves of a woman, a swan neck, a butterfly back, a wasp waist, long legs, and a clearly defined six-pack. Most incredibly, her height, originally 1.9 meters, had skyrocketed to 2.2 meters. Li looked up at her and felt a considerable sense of pressure. Laiyu herself was also observing the changes, her eyes filled with shock. She had actually advanced. Laiyu clenched her fists, carefully sensing the power within her body. Although her bulky muscles had disappeared, her strength hadn't diminished. In fact, she had gained new abilities after growing taller. However, her chest was now much more cumbersome than before, making her strapless top and shorts feel tight and uncomfortable. But ever since she stepped out of the cocoon of light, Li Yi's gaze had never left her. Laiyu, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. She didn't care about her appearance. As long as her master liked her, that was enough. A good 10 seconds later, Li finally came to his senses, coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment, and then checked Laiyu's current data panel. Laiyu, Kaloga's race, Orc rank, King, class, Sword Saint, level 1, experience, 99%. Strength, 100, agility, 150, constitution, 100, spirit, 100, magic power, 100. Her original Berserker sword technique, Gale Step, Fearless Roar, and Sword Aura Protection were all maxed out. Her passive skills, Sword Intent Body Refinement, Rapid Recovery, Magic Resistance, and Last Stand, were also all maxed out. More importantly, she gained 3 additional talents: Sword Saint's Way, Sword Intent Perception, and Light Sword Mastery. Sword Saint's Way increases damage, Light Sword Mastery increases armor penetration and attack speed, and Sword Intent Perception allows her to sense her surroundings and improve her evasion ability. Li stared at the panel, his mind reeling. Laiyu's rank had actually advanced directly to the Monarch level. Wait, the class is Sword Saint? Li remembered that Sword Saint was a hidden class within the swordsman category, with only one awakened being appearing globally on average every 10 years. This class possesses formidable combat power, enough to crush the vast majority of other classes. Each appearance of such a class triggers fierce competition among major organizations, causing a global sensation. And this boss, Laiwa, not only possesses monarch-level attributes, but is also a sword saint. This is simply outrageously powerful. Her overall attributes remain unchanged, only their weights have been adjusted. Originally, Laiwa leaned towards a strength-based build, but now she's transitioned to a high-agility swordsman path. Especially her 3 new talents, which currently offer significant bonuses even at level 1, clearly have extremely high potential for future growth. In addition, Laiyu's loyalty to Li has reached the highest level. Admiration. And a new favorability system has appeared on the panel, currently showing as Close. Seeing this, Li couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. With such a stunningly beautiful, powerful, and exotically alluring contracted servant standing before him, it would be hard for any normal man not to have thoughts. He couldn't help but glance at Laiyu a few more times. The evolved Laiyu, in both appearance and figure, looked like a character straight out of a comic book. The only problem was that she was just too tall. Li was 1.8 meters tall, and next to Liu, who was 2.2 meters tall, he was a full 40 centimeters shorter. Those long legs were probably 1.3 meters long, and when they stood together, he looked like a primary school student. Li quickly interrupted his random thoughts and decided to clear the dungeon first, level up, and collect materials and equipment to sell for money. Once he had enough money, he was determined to get Liu a set of tight-fitting combat gear. Liu picked up the great sword and began to practice, familiarizing herself with her evolved body. Li took out his phone to check the dungeon route for the Sunken Jungle. The Sunken Jungle was a small 15-player raid dungeon with 4 bosses. The first boss, Bloodthirsty Butcher Trigger, is not far from the Rocky Pool, about half an hour's journey. However, going directly there from the Rocky Pool is not part of the standard strategy. The number and distribution of monsters along the way are unknown, significantly increasing the risk. Even with Liu's protection, Li could still be in danger when facing a large number of ranged monsters. After a moment's thought, he decided to return to the dungeon entrance and proceed according to the guide. But just as he made the decision, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wasn't there a local standing right next to him? Who knew the dungeon's routes and monster distribution better than Liu? Sure enough, Liu knew the trapped jungle like the back of her hand. In her mature, magnetic voice after her evolution, she told Li all the information she knew. This even included a hidden boss that had never been discovered before. The corrupted priest UPU? Li immediately searched the dungeon information, but there was absolutely no record of this boss. Had no one triggered it yet? Did that mean he had a chance to get the world first kill of this hidden boss? Li Yi's eyes lit up instantly. The first kill not only grants extra experience, but also significantly increases the dungeon rating. More importantly, the hidden boss's strategy guide is extremely valuable and can be sold for money. I've got it! However, Li quickly calmed down. After all, the battle hadn't even started yet. He replanned his route based on the information provided by Liu. The normal route to the first boss only required killing 5 waves of monsters, 4 to 5 per wave. But going directly from the chaotic rock pool involved 13 waves of monsters, with only 3 waves that could be avoided. Li hardened his heart. Rather than cautiously taking a detour, he might as well kill them all. Anyway, killing monsters would give him experience, which would be a good way to level up quickly. After deciding on the route, he led Liu toward the first wave of monsters. 10 minutes later, the two hid behind a tree trunk and looked toward 3 dilapidated wooden houses 20 meters away. In the open space in front of the wooden house, 5 gnolls were cooking food around an iron pot. They didn't know what was in the pot, but the aroma wafting out was surprisingly delicious. Li, smelling the food, felt a pang of hunger. Let's begin! Liu nodded, drew her greatsword, and charged forward. Her legs moved like shadows, her figure swift and agile, covering 20 meters in the blink of an eye. The gnolls had barely noticed the intruders and cried out in alarm when Liu had already charged into the horde. Like a tiger among sheep, she swept her great sword across the battlefield, her blade flashing and falling. In just 2 breaths, all 5 gnolls were beheaded, without even a chance to retaliate. So fierce? Li knew that Liu was strong, but he didn't expect these monsters to die so easily. The 5 level 1 gnolls gave him a total of 75 experience points, including a 50% experience bonus from soloing. Leveling up from level 1 to level 10 requires a fixed 2,000 experience points per level. Li Yi's experience progress immediately reached 3.75%. He then looked at the 99% experience bar on Liu's panel and poured 20 experience points into it. Liu. Carlogas has leveled up to level 2. Chapter 6. Sword Saint's sister carries us across the land. Monsters slice like vegetables. I became stronger? Liu stood there, bewildered. Her strength had increased without warning. She instinctively looked at Li, wondering if it was her master's doing again. Li smiled and told her not to worry. It was indeed him who made her stronger, and this kind of thing would happen often in the future, so she would get used to it. Liu was completely shocked. In her understanding, strength could only be gained through hard work and constant battles. But her master could directly enhance her power. This method was simply unbelievable. Fortunately, she had already undergone 1 evolution and quickly accepted reality. Liu's affection for you +10, current affection level, close. Li immediately checked Liu's attributes: Strength 125, Agility 230, Constitution 125, Spirit 110, and Magic Power 110. Upon seeing this, he was stunned again. Liu had only leveled up once, yet her attributes had increased by a staggering 150 points, a full 15 times that of a summoner. Li took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. But thinking about it from another angle, he was a class that relied on summoned beasts for combat. Lai Yu was his contracted servant. The stronger Lai Yu was, the stronger he was. With this in mind, Li instantly felt happy again. Although he felt like he was being carried by the Sword Saint sister, and was living off her, this meal was just too delicious. As for the 4 skill points he had just acquired, Li didn't make a decision on his own, but instead decided to listen to Lai Yu's opinion. Hearing that even skills could be upgraded, Lai Yu showed a surprised expression again. She hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "Let's put all the points into sword intent perception." Li was a little puzzled and asked her why she wanted to put all the points into that skill. Lai Yu met his gaze and said firmly, "That way, I can better protect my master." She knew very well that although Li possessed many miraculous abilities, his physical body was truly weak. As a contracted servant, protecting her master's safety was her most important duty. Li was immediately deeply moved. Who wouldn't like such a strong and reliable Sword Saint sister? As Lai Wei requested, he invested all 4 skill points into Sword Intent Perception. Sword Intent Perception, Level 5. Perceive the surrounding environment with Sword Intent, Dodge plus 15%. Lai Wei felt the skill upgrade, her surprise barely concealed. Even after experiencing evolution and upgrades, she still found her master's ability too miraculous. Li simply smiled and told her to get used to it gradually. Lai Yu's favorability towards you plus 10, current favorability, close. Li found that his favorability towards Lai Yu had actually increased again, and he realized that it seemed much easier to raise Lai Yu's favorability than he had imagined. After allocating his experience points, he had Lai Wei lead the way to the next wave of monsters. Over the next hour, under Liu Yue's overwhelming power, the remaining 12 waves of monsters were completely cleared. A total of 54 monsters, giving Li 810 experience points. A normal 15-person team would need at least 3 hours to deal with so many monsters, but Li, with Lai Yu carrying him, only took an hour including travel time. The only regret was that despite killing so many monsters, no valuable items dropped. Gnolls are such poor creatures that they're practically crafting materials for necromancers. But Li had absolutely no interest in them and didn't even want to look at them, lest he feel disgusted again. After eating some dry rations and resting, the two arrived at the location of the first boss, Bloodthirsty Butcher Trigger, the jungle's slaughterhouse. Li immediately perked up. Bosses always drop items, and he only hoped to get a few valuable pieces of equipment this time. Trigger the Bloodthirsty Butcher was a fat gnoll, standing 1.8 meters tall, a head taller than the average gnoll. He stood in the center of the slaughterhouse, wielding a machete, beating a bison into a carcass. Trigger's mechanics aren't complicated, but there are 2 things to note. First, every time its magic shield decreases by 20%, it will throw out a butcher's hook, randomly hooking a target and forcibly pulling them in front of it. Normally, a team would either have a shield warrior or guardian knight tank the damage, or have a shadow walker take the hook and then use shadow step to dodge subsequent attacks. The safest method is for the necromancer to summon undead creatures to act as punching bags. Mechanically speaking, summoners' summons are also susceptible to being hooked, and can be resummoned after dying. The problem is that ordinary summons are too weak and can easily be pierced through by the meat hook. But Li was completely unfazed because his summoning skills had no cooldown. He immediately depleted his mana and summoned 10 stone golem guards, who stood neatly in front of him. No matter how fierce Trevor's meat hook was, it couldn't possibly pierce through 10 stone golems in one go. The second danger is that before Trevor dies, he will randomly target a specific enemy and enter a state of aggro pursuit. For an average team, this is the most dangerous phase of the entire boss fight. But Li wasn't worried at all, because Lai Wei wouldn't give Trevor the chance to encounter him. "Make your move!" Having received the signal, Lai Wei swiftly drew her great sword, took long strides, and charged straight towards the center of the slaughterhouse. Suiga spotted the enemy, grinning maliciously as he lunged at Lai Wei, uttering angry jackal-like words. Without a word, Lai Wei brought her great sword down with a whistling sound, striking Trigger squarely in the chest. The terrifying force sent the obese gnoll flying, smashing through the meat-chopping block, sending planks and bits of flesh flying everywhere. A red aura then appeared around Trigger's body, signifying that its protective magic shield had been depleted and it had officially entered its berserk, desperate phase. Both bosses and elite monsters can use magic to create shields, and normal dungeon teams often need to attack continuously for a long time to break them. With a single sword strike, Lai Wei shattered Suiga's magic shield. This was the strength of a sword saint. Li Yi was inwardly amazed. Sega got up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, and pulled an iron hook from his back, hurling it fiercely at Li Yi. The iron hook came hurtling through the air, but Li Yi was already lying prone behind the stone guards. With several loud thuds, the meat hook pierced through 3 stone guards in succession, finally hooking the 4th and dragging it violently in front of Chuige. Chuige swung his axe and brought it down hard, shattering the stone guard into pieces on the spot. Low-level elemental creatures lack intelligence, so Li didn't care if they died. At the same time, Lai Yu had already flashed to Trigger's side. The great sword swung again, blood spurting everywhere. Trigger's head flew into the air. Chapter 7 Upgrade. The final boss drops blue gear. You killed Bloodthirsty Butcher Traig, gaining 225 experience points. Beside Traig's corpse, 2 green orbs of light floated in midair. I got a loot! Li was overjoyed. He had just gotten up from the ground when he rushed to the corpse and grabbed one of the orbs of light. The light faded, and a pair of jet-black leather gloves landed in his hands. Butcher's Goblin Leather Gloves, quality, green, agility +2, constitution +1, equipment effect, attack speed +5%. Li Yi's smile froze instantly. Goblin skin? He immediately recalled the image of the Knoll's cauldron, and his stomach churned. These gloves were clearly made of goblin skin. If he hadn't seen that cauldron, he might have been able to wear them, but now he only felt disgusted. With a dark expression, he stuffed the gloves into his storage backpack, intending to sell them after completing the dungeon. Anyway, with Lai Wei sweeping away monsters ahead, he wouldn't lack those extra stats. The second green light appeared in Li Yi's hand, and he felt a sudden weight as a 30-centimeter-long dagger materialized. Butcher's Carpenter's Knife, offhand dagger, quality, green, agility +5, equipment effect, penetration +3%. This one's finally usable. While agility isn't a summoner's core attribute, it does improve dodging, movement speed, and reaction time. Lai Wei is responsible for killing enemies, while Li Yi's most important task is to protect himself. He might throw a few energy projectiles when he's in a good mood. Constitution is important, of course, but even with high constitution in the early game, you're still vulnerable to skills, so it's better to focus on agility first. As for magic power, with Blazing Moon, there's no rush right now. Li Yi equipped the meat-slicing knife and chose to hide its appearance. This way, he could benefit from the attributes without affecting his movement. Soloing is so much fun! It's a small 15-man raid where each boss only drops 2 pieces of equipment, for a total of 8. While others might struggle to get even 1 piece, he gets to enjoy all the loot. Let's continue! There were only 7 waves of mobs left on the way to the second boss. Li Yi and Lai Yu cleared them in half an hour, gaining another 480 experience points. The second boss, Gnoll Hunter Katas, was a one-eyed gnoll, smaller than Trigger, and with much simpler mechanics. The only problem was that it had 2 hyena pets that would randomly target someone and use the Bloody Pursuit skill for 30 seconds, posing a significant threat to Li Yi. However, Li Yi's solution was straightforward. He had Lai Yu kill the 2 hyenas first. Without the pets, Katas became a sitting duck and was quickly dealt with. It dropped 2 green items, a spear used by the ranger class, and a necklace. Fat collar, quality, green, constitution +3, equipment effect, attack speed +5%. Li Yu was utterly speechless. A dog collar could be used as equipment? This thing could only be sold for money. There were no regular monsters between bosses 2 and 3, but the area was riddled with man-eating plant traps. Li Yi followed the strategy guide and passed through unscathed. The third boss, the Pale Demon Tree, was a towering, 3-zhang-tall white bark tree, and it was the final boss before the final boss, making it extremely difficult. But since it couldn't move, it was actually the easiest for Li Yi to deal with. Lai Yu jumped over and killed it with 2 sword strikes. It dropped a green-grade magic staff and 10 magic bark pieces. White Demon Tree Branch, staff, quality, green, ability power +6, equipment effect, casting speed +3%. Li Yi's skills are instant and have no cooldown, so casting speed is meaningless to him. However, ability power can increase the power of Energy Bullet, so he'll equip the staff first. Magic bark is a common material for crafting equipment, but since there's no internet inside the dungeon, the price can only be checked after leaving. After defeating the Rotten Training Dungeon, Li Yi's experience points finally reached the maximum, successfully leveling up to level 2. Name, Li Yi, occupation, summoner, level, 2, 1%, Strength, 5, Agility, 5 plus 5, Constitution, 5, Spirit, 5, Magic Power, 14, Active Skills, Energy Star Bullet, Level 1, Summon Stone Golem Guards, Level 1. Passive Skill, The Charioteer's Inspiration, Level 1, Attribute Points, 10, Skill Points, 1. As expected, only 10 points. After witnessing Lai Yu's outrageous attributes, Li couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he looked at his own panel. He allocated all 10 attribute points to agility, and then put his skill points into Energy Bullet. This skill can be upgraded, and the subsequent, Energy Blast, is quite powerful and will be an important source of damage for the summoner. There's no need to upgrade the Stone Guardian anymore. With Lai Yu already there, investing more skill points would be a waste. After his agility reached 20 points, Li clearly felt much lighter, and the coordination of his limbs improved significantly. Next up is the final boss of the Sunken Jungle, the Drilling Demon Worm, Mokas. Mokas's mechanics are extremely complex, with the most dangerous phase being when its protective magic shield breaks and it enters the drilling phase. It will travel at high speed underground, locking onto enemies through vibrations, and then using its sharp mandibles to pierce them from below. Master, don't worry. Even after it burrows underground, my sword intent perception will be able to lock onto its location, preventing it from harming you. Lai Yu's expression was serious, and the Yi's eyes immediately lit up. It could even sense burrowing underground? Its sword intent perception was that strong? Since Lai Yu could thwart its sneak attack, there was nothing to worry about. Charge! 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 An hour later, the two arrived at Mokas's location. Beneath the towering tree, a 3-meter-long black beetle was gnawing at the roots. Lai Yu drew its great sword and charged forward first. The difference in level and rank between the two was too great. Even though Mokas was a tailed king, its protective magic shield only blocked one sword strike. Hiss hiss hiss! The shield shattered. Mokas let out a shrill cry, spread its elytra and retreated rapidly before burrowing into the ground. The next moment, the sand and soil on the entire field churned like boiling water, making it impossible to determine its location. Lai Yu's eyes sharpened, and she first activated Intimidating Roar to interfere with Mokas's perception of the ground. Then, she used Scale Step and burst forward. Under the sword's perception, Mokas's location was nowhere to be hidden. Lai Yu rushed to the corner of the arena, and her great sword slammed into the soil. Swoosh! A muffled scream came from the ground, and the churning sand instantly subsided. You have defeated the burrowing insect Mokas, gaining 300 experience points. You have successfully completed the Team Dungeon's Sunken Jungle. Progress is 100% complete. After the notification sounded, 2 blue orbs emerged from the ground and hovered in midair. Blue gear dropped? Li Yu was both surprised and delighted. Chapter 8 Legendary Great Sword. First kill of Hidden Boss. Blue equipment is rare before level 10, and most new players are lucky to have even a few pieces of green equipment. Li Yu reached out and grabbed the ball of light, pulling out a shiny black shield measuring 70 centimeters long and 40 centimeters wide. Mokas's back shell, shield quality, blue, shield defense, 200 constitution plus 10, equipment effect, attack deflection plus 2%, magic resistance plus 10%. Good stuff. Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately equipped the shield. Shield defense is a unique attribute of the shield, which is continuously consumed when blocking attacks. Once it is depleted, the shield will be damaged, and its defensive effect will decrease. With 200 points of shield defense, this shield is definitely considered top tier before level 10. More importantly, it only weighs about 10 pounds, making it much lighter than a metal shield, and its area is large enough to block most ranged attacks. With the shield in hand, Li instantly felt incredibly safe. His second piece of equipment was a long sword, dark red throughout, seemingly forged from bone, yet possessing the cold, hard texture of metal. Mokas's mouthpiece, sword quality, blue, agility plus 8, strength plus 3, equipment effect, armor penetration plus 5%, attack speed plus 10%. Just as Li picked up the sword, he noticed Lai Yu staring at it intently, her gaze almost fixed on it. You want it? Lai Yu asked somewhat shyly. I'm not comfortable using a heavy sword. This light long sword suits me better. Here, take it. Li casually tossed the sword to her. Thank you, master! Lai Yu caught the long sword with delight, wielding it with dazzling speed, leaving after images in her wake. She clearly loved it. Lai Yu's affection for you plus 20, current affection level, close. Li stroked his chin. A blue sword had actually increased his favorability by 20 points, double what it had been before. It seemed that giving the right equipment was more effective than simply grinding monsters. So, do you still have your great sword? Lai Yu sheathed the new sword and handed over the old one. I don't need it anymore. I'll give it to the master to deal with. Li had just caught the sword hilt when his arms suddenly sank downwards, almost falling over from the weight. So heavy, at least 30 pounds. His eyes widened instantly when he saw the attributes. Heavy blade, greatsword, quality, legendary, gold, strength plus 50. Class requirements: warrior, knight, equipment effects, armor penetration plus 15%, magic penetration plus 15%, attacks deal 10% shock damage, class exclusive, condensate battle spirit, attribute condensation, strength attribute increased by 300% for 10 seconds, 1 hour cooldown, level requirement, 1. A golden legendary item? It's unheard of for a legendary item to drop before level 10. It might even be the only golden item currently available before level 10. If it were sold to those scions of powerful families who wanted to make a name for themselves in the extraordinary trials, the price would definitely be high. But since it's the only piece of equipment, it would be a waste to sell it directly. Li quickly came up with an idea. During the trial period, he could temporarily rent it out, and the premium would be astonishing. After making money, he could buy Lai Yu an even better light sword. Before evolving, Laiwa was a strength-based warrior, but now she's become an agility-based swordsman. While the heavy edge can still be used to slay monsters, it's incompatible with her class, so its attributes and skills don't work. Plus, it's more than 5 times heavier than a blue-grade light sword, so it doesn't benefit from light sword mastery bonuses. No wonder Laiwa feels awkward to use. Li sheathed his heavy weapon and gave up on pursuing Moka's corpse. The creature's carapace could be used to make armor and was worth some money, but the body was buried underground, and digging it out would be too much trouble. Moreover, a hidden boss awaits him in the sunken jungle. According to Laiwa, the hidden boss is named the corrupted priest Upu, a goblin priest who submits to an evil god. There used to be a small goblin tribe here, and Upu was once its chieftain. In his old age, fearing death, he was bewitched by an evil god and sacrificed a large number of his tribe members, including his own descendants, in order to prolong his life. As a result, the evil god did extend its lifespan, but it also completely fooled it. Up lost its mind and became a mad monster. To activate it, you must find 5 sacrificial arrays in the jungle and then perform a sacrifice using the corpse of a small monster. After sensing the power of the sacrifice, Up will head to the center of the jungle, which is the original site of the tribe. Lai Yu led Li to search for the magic arrays one by one, clearing out monsters along the way, and gaining a total of 825 experience points. Li Yi's experience progress also increased to level 2, 87.25%. The last magic circle was located at the goblin tribe ruins. Laiwa threw the Null's corpse into the center of the circle, then put the magic stone back in its place. The next second, the circle glowed with an eerie, dark purple light. In the distance, birds suddenly took flight from the jungle, clearly in the direction where Up was hiding. About a minute later, an elderly goblin with disheveled hair, holding a staff, and only 1.3 meters tall appeared at the edge of the ruins. Who activated the magic circle? Upu's eyes glowed green as he frantically searched his surroundings. Li had already taken cover with his shield and moved to a distance, leaving only Lai Yu standing beside the magic circle. Soon, Up discovered Laiwa and flew into a rage. Beastman, how dare you sacrifice my people to the evil god? I will kill you to avenge them. Li shook his head. This guy was indeed completely insane. Even though it had personally sacrificed its people, it dared not face the truth and instead shifted the blame onto others. The battle began immediately. Up waved his staff, summoning 5 goblin zombies. My people, fight for me! The 5 zombies pounced on Laiwa at the same time. Laiwa drew his newly acquired longsword, unleashing a burst of sword energy, and in the blink of an eye, he severed their heads. But she didn't pursue him. Instead, she stood still and waited for Up to make another move. This was a strategy that Li Yi and Lai Yu had discussed beforehand, not to rush to kill him, but to test out all of Up's mechanics, skills, and timing. Li Yi recorded the entire process on his phone to study the strategy later. Once the boss mechanics are understood, formulating tactics and team configurations becomes much easier. As for the recording, Li Yi will not release it publicly, and the strategy guide will certainly not include the video, otherwise Lai Yu's existence will be exposed. 15 minutes later, all of UPU's mechanics and skills were finally figured out. At Li Yi's command, Lai Yu sprang into action, her long sword slashing through the air and decapitating UPU. You have killed corrupted priest, UPU, gaining 450 experience points. First kill reward, 450 experience points. With double experience points credited, Li instantly leveled up to level 3, reaching 32.25% experience progress. He put away his phone and walked to UPU's corpse, where 2 orbs of light, one blue and one purple, floated silently. Li was excited. The rewards for the first kill of the hidden boss were indeed generous, even dropping purple equipment. He only hoped that the equipment that dropped this time would be usable. Li first grabbed the blue orb, and as soon as he held it, his expression became somewhat strange. This feel, something's off. Chapter 9, Exiting the Dungeon, a World Record. The light faded, and Li found a skull in his hand, startling him so much he almost threw it away instinctively. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a blue-quality necklace called Beloved Wife, granting 15 points of spell power and 5% casting speed. My beloved wife? UPU's face immediately flashed into Li Yi's mind. Could it be that guy turned his wife into equipment? Hanging his wife around his neck, that's too creepy. Li quickly stuffed the skull necklace into his inventory, cursing inwardly that he would never come to this dungeon again. Lai Yu saw his reaction clearly, a slight smile playing on her lips, seemingly finding her master's frightened expression amusing. Lai Yu's favorability towards you +10, current favorability level, close. Li scratched his head. The increased favorability finally offered some compensation for the shadow in his heart. Then, he grasped the last purple orb of light, and a wooden staff topped with a magic crystal fell into his palm. Chieftain's Legacy, Epic Staff. Spell power +20, Spirit +8, Constitution +5. The staff comes with 8% casting speed, 6% magic penetration, and 6% cooldown reduction, and also grants an extra skill point to shadow-type classes. These attributes would be considered top-tier by most, but Li was somewhat disappointed. Magic penetration and cooldown reduction are indeed valuable, but he currently lacks shadow-based skills, so his skill points are temporarily unusable, and the equipment's effects are unlikely to reach their full potential. However, it is still an epic item, so he'll replace the branch of the white demon tree with the staff. Something is better than nothing. Looking at the time, Li realized he had been in the dungeon for over 6 hours. Dungeon completion scores were calculated based on the time it took to leave the dungeon. He collected his loot and headed towards the exit with Lai Yu. Meanwhile, inside the dark forest camp, Wang Tianming was leading a team of 15, gathering at the entrance to the sunken jungle. I announce that if the Tianxia battle group breaks the provincial record, each member will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. These words drew the attention of all the nearby professionals. A single dungeon run rewards 10,000, which is more than 2 months' salary for many people. The team members immediately became excited and declared, "Don't worry, young Master Wang, we have 3 A-level professionals. The provincial record is definitely a piece of cake." Provincial record? What's that? We even have a chance to be in the top 5 nationwide. Outside the sunken jungle, all the other teams preparing to enter the instance were stunned. Most ordinary professionals grouped together at C rank, and having a few B rank members was considered good. The Tianxia battle group had actually managed to assemble 3 A-rank professionals, a truly luxurious lineup. Seeing her boyfriend's fighting spirit, Zhou Shui added to the challenge. If we make it into the top 5 nationwide, I'll give everyone an extra 10,000 yuan. Whoever performs well will even get my best friend's contact information. The boys in the team instantly became envious. Zhou Shui herself came from a prominent family and was exceptionally beautiful, so her best friend was naturally no less impressive. Driven by the double incentive of huge sums of money and beautiful women, everyone was yelling and eager to rush into the dungeon and wreak havoc. Seeing the atmosphere had reached its peak, Wang Tianming waved his hand and shouted, "Into the dungeon!" Zhou Shui arranged for the entire process to be recorded and quickly uploaded online. The video title was eye-catching, Extraordinary Trial. 3 A-level professionals joined forces to challenge the sinkhole jungle, vowing to break the national record. The Extraordinary Trials was already extremely popular, and the video garnered a large number of views as soon as it was released. The combination of an A-level profession, high looks, and the identity of a socialite from a wealthy family easily helped Zhou Shui's account surpass 100,000 followers, while Wang Tianming also gained 20,000 followers. Upon learning of this, The Zhou and Wang families secretly used their connections to hire online influencers to continuously hype the event, causing the Tianxue battle team's popularity to soar. Netizens also began predicting the results. The current time record for Jiahai province is 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds, set by 2 A-level professional players leading a team. With 3 A-level players now teaming up, along with a strong team composition, many believe that the Tianxue team can at least crack the top 10 nationwide. Others think that the combination of 3 A-level professionals is not just a simple addition, it offers immense tactical flexibility, and could very well break into the 7-hour 5-minute range, securing a place in the top 5 nationwide. Some even mention that Zhou Shui is an ice mage, extremely strong in crowd control and monster clearing, and her speed of advancement would far exceed that of ordinary teams, making a top 3 finish nationwide not impossible. While netizens debated the timeline, their predictions for the rating were remarkably consistent, with most believing it would fall between Silver 5-star and Silver 7-star. After all, unless there's a huge difference in completion time, the dungeon rating won't fluctuate too much. Seeing that the hype had already started, the Dongqing City media belatedly realized what was happening and hurriedly sent reporters to the dungeon exit, preparing to be the first to interview the Tianxue battle team after they emerged. On the other side, the dizziness from the teleportation gradually subsided, and Li opened his eyes to find himself back in the familiar camp town. Liu was too conspicuous, so he temporarily stored her in his summoning space before walking out of the portal alone. As soon as I stepped out of the dungeon exit, a series of notifications popped up on my class panel. Survival of the Sunken Jungle Normal Dungeon, completed in 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds. Currently ranked number 1 in the world. Gained the gold title, Null's Slayer. Movement speed plus 5%, damage to Nulls plus 10%. Immediately after, another message popped up, collapsed in the Sunken Jungle Normal Dungeon Challenge, overall rating, gold 5 stars, current world ranking, first. Obtained gold badge, challenge master tier 1. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and magic power plus 5 each, critical hit chance plus 1%. Li was stunned. The world's number 1? This dungeon didn't seem as difficult as he'd imagined. Then, the panel asked if he wanted to reveal his clan's information. Revealing only the clan's name and region was allowed. Personal information was not permitted. Li didn't think much of it, and chose to make it public. However, when creating his battle group, he originally planned to name it Guardian of the Best Blazing Moon, but quickly realized something was wrong. The Summon Holy Lord affix effect allowed him to contract a boss every 20 levels. He might not only contract with Blazing Moon, the only female boss, in the future. With that in mind, Li decisively changed his name to Protect the Best Alien Girl. The battle group was successfully created, and the original number 1 on the leaderboard slipped down, with Li's record directly taking the top spot. He had barely left the dungeon entrance when the media from Dongqing City arrived. Several reporters, accompanied by photographers, walked up to the leaderboard, intending to take pictures to generate buzz, but they were all stunned the moment they saw its contents. In both the limited time and rating rankings, whether provincial, national, or world, the number 1 spot has been completely overtaken. Moreover, both new records come from the same battle group. The world record shows, battle group name, Guardians of the Best Alien Girls, country, Yan Kingdom, limited time record, 6 hours 40 minutes 37 seconds, rating, gold 5 stars. Below the national record, the region was clearly marked, Dongqing City, Jiahai Province. Dongqing City? The reporters were utterly shocked, rubbing their eyes and turning bright red after confirming it again. Our city produced the world's number 1? Coming to their senses, all the reporters immediately became excited. Number 1 in the world. This was a major news story that could go viral. They contacted headquarters instantly, eager to be the first to publish this story. Chapter 10: A sensation across the internet. Editor-in-Chief Zhang, big news, breaking news! The editor-in-chief of Dongqing Daily News had just finished dinner and was leisurely playing with his antique collection when he suddenly received a call from his subordinate. The person on the other end of the line was very agitated and could barely speak, which greatly displeased the editor. Xiao Su, how many times have I told you, media professionals need to be calm and composed in the face of events to report objectively and truthfully. Don't let personal emotions affect your work. But before he could finish speaking, the other end shouted. The Sinking Jungle Challenge, 6 hours, 40 minutes and 37 seconds, a 5-star gold rating, and the world's number 1 on both leaderboards. Editor-in-Chief Zhang jumped up, almost dropping the antique he was holding, his voice trembling. "What did you say?" Having worked in the media for many years, he instantly grasped the key point, his heart pounding wildly. "Is it a Yen country person? Dongqing City! They're from Dongqing City!" Editor-in-Chief Zhang felt his blood rush to his head, and he swore excitedly, his usual composure completely gone. "Send me the ranking photos immediately. I'll write the report myself." Meanwhile, several official media outlets in Dongqing City began vying for the first release, but the fastest to appear were the newcomers undergoing trials in the sunken jungle. As soon as the rankings changed, someone took photos and videos and posted them online, expecting to be met with shock and likes, but instead, they were met with ridicule. "Number 1 in the world? Why don't you just Photoshop yourself to be number 1 in the universe? To be number 1 on both leaderboards, you at least need a hidden profession, a rare profession, or an S rank. There are only so many high-ranking newcomers nationwide this year, and Dongqing City doesn't have any. 6 hours and 40 minutes, leading the former world number 1 by 22 minutes? And the rating is still 5 gold stars? The data is ridiculously fake." The poster was so angry that he went on a crazy online battle with the trolls in the comments section, but was besieged and forced to retreat. Then a new comment suddenly appeared. "What the blogger said is true, and it has been reported by official media." The comment also included links to Dongqing Daily News and Dongqing Daily. Netizens clicked on the link with skepticism, only to find that the videos, pictures, and ranking data released by the official media were exactly the same as the original post. At that moment, the entire internet exploded. "It's actually true! A 20-year world record has been broken by a newcomer from Yen? A 22-minute lead? Is this even a human achievement? Protecting the best alien girl? Where did this battle group come from? I've never heard of it before." The news quickly went viral, with countless people speculating about the origin of the Alien Girl battle group. Official media outlets in Zhahai province and at the national level quickly followed up, and after confirming the information, immediately began widespread reporting. Because of the extraordinary competition between nations, the real difference isn't necessarily between high-ranking professionals. High-ranking professionals, regardless of location, receive top-tier resources for development, and their professional characteristics are developed to the maximum extent. Conversely, lower-tier professionals are often more decisive in determining the overall outcome. Yen Kingdom has always valued the development of lower-tier professionals, so during the annual extraordinary trials, the official media focuses on the performance of newcomers. Moreover, Yen Kingdom hasn't broken a world record in either high or low-tier dungeons for over a decade. All 4 entrances to the Dark Forest dungeon complex are located within Yen Kingdom, yet the world records for all 4 dungeons are held by foreigners. The Collapsed Jungle dungeon, in particular, had been dominated by foreigners for a full 20 years. Now, Li has not only broken the record but also climbed to the top with a 22-minute lead, achieving a terrifying 5-star rating. This was more than just breaking a record, it was upholding national honor. With official support, the Alien Girl battle group became an overnight sensation, even attracting coverage from mainstream international media. Top universities across the country were quickly alerted, searching for members of the battle group, especially the mysterious leader, through various channels. The top universities naturally dared not underestimate this team. While class rank determines starting point and minimum performance, true combat strength depends on skill mastery, combat awareness, tactical system, equipment combination, talent specialization, and trump cards. As long as it's not a universally acknowledged bottom-tier class like Summoner, top-tier powerhouses can emerge even from lower-ranked classes. The Sunken Jungle Challenge is quite difficult, and to achieve such results demonstrates the astonishing strength of the Alien Girl battle group's composition and tactics. Such talent should not be missed. Li, the one who orchestrated the incident, was completely unaware of the commotion. He was currently using his worn-out phone to check equipment prices in the camp town. To one, green gear wasn't valuable. Most newcomers participating in the trial, unless they were extremely poor, would wear a set of green gear into the dungeon. Therefore, the equipment Li possessed wasn't particularly valuable. Even with the Thunderclap battle group buying the 6 pieces at a 10% premium, they only fetched 7,700 yuan. Upon receiving the money, Li couldn't help but marvel at how profitable the extraordinary profession truly was. In this world, combat power and wealth were almost directly linked, a major reason why summoners were looked down upon. He then checked the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by UPU, as well as the great sword, Heavy Edge from Laiwe, and found that none of them had any bids. Li then realized that Laiwe was a unique hidden boss, and the items she dropped were naturally unique equipment as well. UPU was a first kill, and his equipment also had no trade records. He arrived at the Thunderstorm Legion's base with his equipment. It was nearly 10 p.m., and Xiaolan, the slightly chubby girl in charge of purchasing, was almost dozing off. "Hello, are you still buying equipment now?" Xiaolan immediately put on her professional smile. "Yes, you can put your equipment on the scanner, and the system will display a price." Li asked again. "I have one blue item and one purple item, but I can't find their prices on the app. How can I get an estimate?" "Purple item?" Xiaolan was taken aback. The fact that purple items could be obtained before level 10 was beyond her comprehension, but she quickly calmed down. "You can just call me Xiaolan. I can assess the blue item, but I need to notify the vice leader about the purple item." Li nodded and placed the blue quality item, "Beloved Wife," on the scanner. The scanner showed no price, indicating it was also a brand new piece of equipment. Xiaolan picked up the skull to check its attributes, her expression remaining calm. 15 points of spell power, 5% casting speed, not bad. We're willing to buy it for 1,000 yuan. Okay. Li had no objections. While the necklace's stats weren't bad, weapons benefited from passive bonuses like weapon mastery, making them generally much more expensive than accessories. As for the purple gear, Xiaolan had already informed the vice captain, asking Li to wait. While waiting, Li took the opportunity to inquire about the Thunderclap battle group from Xiaolan. Xiaolan didn't hold back, telling him everything she could. The Thunderclap battle group was founded by Shen Nanqing, a third-generation direct descendant of the Shen family of the Hengrong Group in Chang'an Province. Hengrong Group spans multiple industries including pharmaceuticals, equipment manufacturing, machinery, and advanced materials, ranking 49th among the top 100 enterprises in China. Shen Nanqing's father is a renowned S-level professional in the country. However, Shen Nanqing himself has only awakened a low-level professional rank, merely a B-level, weapon warrior. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Weapon warrior? Chapter 11 An Unexpected Price. The Thunder Hunter's Recruitment. This profession, while not high-ranking, is quite unique, belonging to the warrior class. The level 1 awakening passive skill, Weapon Master, allows weapon warriors to gain additional attribute bonuses from their specialized weapons. The higher the weapon's grade, the stronger the bonus. It's said that before level 20, they can obtain purple weapons, and their combat power can even surpass A-rank professions. It was rated B because its weapon specialization was too diverse, making it difficult to find truly suitable equipment. This isn't a problem unique to weapon-based combat. All classes have random initial skills. Li Yi's skills are Energy Star Bullet and Summon Stone Guardian, while other summoners might awaken Impact Missile and Flame Guardian. Li asked, "What weapon does Commander Shen specialize in?" Xiaolan replied, "The commander specializes in swords and axes." Li Yi's eyes lit up. What a coincidence! As a direct descendant of a top-tier wealthy family, Shen Nanqing could easily have entered university through family recommendation, yet he chose to participate in the extraordinary trials and personally manage his battle group. Either he was being ostracized by his family, or he was out gaining experience. Either way, he desperately needed to achieve results. Therefore, Shen Nanqing would definitely be willing to pay a high price for the equipment he urgently needed, especially rare legendary equipment. Even the title of First Kill of the Hidden Boss in the Sunken Jungle might fetch a good price. As Li was making his calculations, a luxury car stopped in front of the store, and a young woman walked quickly towards it. Her name was Lin Mani, the vice leader of the Thunder Hunter group. She had delicate features, long flowing hair, a tall figure, and a very capable demeanor. "Hello, I am Lin Mani. Are you selling purple-grade equipment?" Li nodded. "My name is Li, and I am selling the equipment." Lin Mani asked him to put the equipment in the trade window so she could easily view its specific attributes. Li then switched his class panel to trade mode and put the Chief's Legacy item there. Equipment of purple quality, or higher, must be traded through the trade window by default. Lin Mani carefully read the attributes and slowly read. Epic quality, 20 spell power, 8 spirit, 5 constitution, 8% casting speed, 6% magic penetration, 6% cooldown reduction, and 1 spellcaster skill point. She acknowledged the staff's attributes, but also noticed a problem. The base attributes are a bit low. The dungeon you're matched with shouldn't be higher than level 3, right? Li didn't hide anything. That's right. The stats of equipment dropped in dungeons depend on the player's level when entering the dungeon. Li entered the Sunken Jungle at level 1, so the applicable level of the equipment naturally wouldn't exceed level 3. Lin Mani said. Purple gear below level 10 is extremely rare. If it drops from a dungeon of level 5 or higher, the price will be very high. But this one is too low level. I can only offer 50,000 at most. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Low-level purple gear could actually sell for 50,000? He immediately agreed. Okay, let's trade. The trade record on the class panel will be left for easy after-sales service and rights protection. However, the purple gear trade will take a full 3 minutes, during which both parties can cancel at any time. While waiting, Lin Mani observed Li Yi discreetly. His accent sounded like someone from Jiahai province, and after Li Yi topped both the world rankings in the Sunken Jungle, almost all the A-level and some B-level newcomers from Dongqing City who participated in the trial were identified. However, Li Yi was not on the list. But that's precisely why someone who can obtain purple gear on the second day of the trial seems even more mysterious. Purple gear only drops in dungeons of sufficient difficulty, and obtaining it requires matching strength. This isn't something that can be achieved simply through luck. Perhaps the equipment isn't Li Yi's own, but the battle group behind him capable of obtaining purple gear is definitely not simple. 3 minutes later, the transaction was completed. Lin Mani transferred 50,000 coins swiftly, then suddenly asked, Mr. Li, are you familiar with the battle group Protect the Best Alien Girl? Li was taken aback. Wasn't this the battle group he had casually created? Why are you asking this? Seeing that he didn't deny it directly, Lin Mani was delighted and immediately mentioned the sensation caused by the world's first record of the Sinkhole Jungle. Li was a bit stunned after hearing this. A mere Tier 1 dungeon record had actually been reported by national media? He checked his phone and saw that the top trending topic was, My country's new professional player breaks world records on both leaderboards in the Sunken Jungle. The fifth trending topic was about the news that members of the Alien Girls War Band had a professional rank of no more than A. The seventh trending topic was even more outrageous. Tianming University was willing to open a special recruitment channel for members of this war band. Li put away his phone, his expression strange. In his past life, he was just an ordinary bachelor who liked to hide under the covers, scrolling through videos and chuckling to himself. He never imagined that in this life, he would actually be trending on national social media. It felt truly bizarre. After quickly weighing his options, he finally said, I am a member of the Alien Girls War Band. Now that he's famous, he can certainly use that title. Besides, everyone outside thought the Alien Girl was part of a large-scale battle group. No one would have guessed that the entire group actually consisted of only Li Yi. Even more unbelievable is that the world record for the Sunken Jungle was achieved solo by him, a D-rank summoner. Lin Mani thought to herself. As expected, someone who can get purple gear in the early stages of the trial couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. She immediately extended a formal invitation. Mr. Li, I sincerely invite your guild to join Thunderous Fury. As long as you're willing to join, everyone will receive $1 million monthly salary until level 40. Our guild leader, Shen Nanxing, is the third-generation direct descendant of the Shen family of Hengrong Group. Li Yi's pupils contracted. A newbie below level 10 offering $1 million monthly salary was truly astonishing. However, he quickly composed himself and shook his head, saying, I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm sorry, our battle group doesn't value money. This was, of course, a deliberate statement. It wasn't that he disliked money, but rather that he was the only one in the battle group, and agreeing to join would immediately expose his true colors. The news of a D-rank summoner soloing a 15-man raid was too shocking. The tallest tree catches the most wind, and trouble is bound to follow. He had to keep the outside world believing that the Alien Girl was a mysterious multiplayer raid group. The energy fluctuations near the dungeon were enormous, and without surveillance, as long as Li Yi didn't invite others to join, no one could determine the exact number of people in the raid group. Although Lin Mani was disappointed, she didn't press the matter. But Li suddenly changed the subject. Although we can't join Quan Lei, we can cooperate. I happen to have 2 good items on hand. I wonder if Commander Shen would be interested? Lin Mani subconsciously asked. What good items? Li smiled slightly. Could I speak with your commander personally? Lin Mani immediately agreed. I will contact the leader right away and arrange for you to meet him. Someone who can casually produce purple-grade equipment must have something extraordinary in mind, and is indeed qualified to have Shen Nanxing personally intervene. Meanwhile, in the hotel's presidential suite, Shen Nanxing stared at his phone with a grim expression. Just moments ago, the only S-rank class member in the guild, the Thunder Swordsman, had left. The reason was straightforward. The Thunder Hunter Guild's performance was too poor, and the other side's words were laced with sarcasm, implying that Shen Nanxing's class rank was too low and dragging the entire guild down. Shen Nanqing's face was grim. The offer he had made was already incredibly generous, a 10 million annual salary before level 40, and a guaranteed 50 million annual salary after level 40. Even the name of the battle group was chosen based on the other party's class characteristics. Yet, despite all his efforts to win them over, the slightest dissatisfaction was enough for them to turn around and leave. Shen Nanqing hadn't created the battle group as a hobby. He genuinely wanted to achieve something. This is a critical period for development, and the lack of an S-rank profession is having a huge impact on the battle group. If only I had awakened an A-rank profession, things wouldn't be this awkward. He sighed helplessly, and was about to put down his phone to compose himself when his private account suddenly buzzed. The message was from Lin Mani. Lin Mani was his aunt. Although she was only a C-rank support character, her personal abilities were extremely outstanding. He had begged and pleaded with her for a long time before finally getting her to help. Shen Nanqing opened the message, and the next second his eyes widened, and he abruptly stood up. Chapter 12: A Sky-High Price. Our commander agrees to meet. Shall we go now, or talk tomorrow? If your group wants to rest, I can arrange accommodation. Li waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself, they will take care of it themselves. Take me there now. Lin Mani nodded, and before leaving she said to Xiaolan, Good performance, your bonus will be doubled this month. Xiaolan beamed. Thank you, Vice Commander. She looked gratefully at Li Yi, knowing that the bonus was entirely thanks to him. 10 minutes later, Li Yi and Lin Mani arrived at a luxury hotel on the edge of the camp town and entered the presidential suite. This place was not only the camp of the Dark Forest, but also a transit point for several high-level dungeons. Many mid to high-level professionals would rest here, so the facilities were naturally extremely complete. Shen Nanqing greeted him with a smile. Brother Li has brought glory to the country, ranking first in both lists in the world. I admire you, Li said politely, then got straight to the point. Young Master Shen, I'm here to discuss business. There's no need for recruitment talk. If the transaction goes well, there will naturally be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Shen Nanqing's expression stiffened, and he could only nod regretfully. Since Brother Li says so, I won't insist. Li looked at him and asked, I heard that Brother Shen is a weapon warrior specializing in swords and axes? Shen Nanqing sighed. My father is an S-rank professional, but unfortunately I only awakened a B-rank profession. Children of high-ranking professionals are more likely to awaken high-ranking professions, and wealthy families will also invest resources to train and condition their bodies before awakening. For a top-tier noble family like Shen Nanqing to only awaken a B-level profession is indeed a surprise. Shen Nanqing tentatively asked, Brother Li, what exactly are the two good things you mentioned? Li glanced at Lin Mani and the waiter at the door. Shen Nanqing immediately waved the waiter away, saying that Lin Mani was his aunt and could fully represent the thunderous battle group. Li picked up his teacup and said casually, I have a legendary great sword that would be perfect for Brother Shen's profession. I wonder if you'd be interested? Upon hearing this, Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani's expressions changed simultaneously. A legendary weapon? Dungeons below level 10 have a maximum difficulty of only adventure level, while legendary equipment comes from at least epic level dungeons. In other words, no matter what your performance is in dungeons below level 10, you're unlikely to get legendary equipment under normal circumstances. Shen Nanqing's gaze darkened slightly. Brother Li, are you joking? Li didn't explain, but directly opened the trade window and put Heavy Edge up there. Whether it's true or not, see for yourself. The two approached with some skepticism, but upon seeing the complete attributes, they both gasped in astonishment. It was truly a legendary quality great sword, and a top-tier legendary item at that. The sword's attributes were sufficient for use up to Tier 2. Especially the accompanying skill, with its 300% attribute bonus, even with the effect diminishing after Tier 2, it was still terrifying. Shen Nanqing's eyes changed completely. This sword was practically tailor-made for him. The passive ability of a weapon warrior naturally increases with the weapon's grade. With Heavy Edge, his combat power as a B-rank professional was comparable to an S-rank professional. Combined with weapon skills, his burst damage might even surpass that of an ordinary S-rank professional, perfectly compensating for the Thunderstorm Legion's current lack of an S-rank professional. He was currently using nothing more than a blue-grade heavy sword. Shen Nanqing immediately decided. I'll buy it. Brother Li, name your price. He was prepared to spend a fortune, but Li shook his head. The sword isn't for sale, but I can rent it to you during the trial. The price will be based on market value. Brother Shen should have some professionals with him. Shen Nanqing pondered for a moment, then resolutely said, 5 million, I'll rent it! Legendary equipment usually only drops with a low probability in dungeons above level 30. Heavy Edge is likely the only legendary equipment below level 10 at present, so it's understandable that Li Yi is unwilling to sell it. Li Yi's heart pounded, but he remained calm on the surface. Okay. Seeing that he agreed, Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani both breathed a sigh of relief. Their willingness to offer such an exorbitant price was also partly motivated by a desire to win Li Yi over. The fact that he could obtain legendary and purple equipment within the first 10 levels indicated that the strength behind the alien girl warband was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Shen Nanqing acted swiftly, drafting the lease agreement on the spot. After signing and affixing his fingerprint, Li Yi transferred the heavy-edged sword. Less than 5 minutes later, the bank transfer notification arrived. Looking at the number in the text message, Li Yi was somewhat dazed. In the blink of an eye, he had become a millionaire. Shen Nanqing couldn't wait to equip the heavy-edged sword, his face immediately beaming with joy. Clearly, the enhancement this sword brought far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Lin Mani asked, Mr. Li, you said you have 2 good things. What is the other one? Li replied calmly. I have a complete guide to defeating the hidden boss in the sunken jungle. Brother Shen, would you be willing to take it? The two were stunned on the spot. The level 1 dungeon had long been explored by countless professionals. The locations of monsters, bosses, and materials were almost all recorded in the guides. How could there be a hidden boss that had not yet been discovered? Shen Nanqing immediately asked. The hidden boss in the sunken jungle? Li nodded. That's right, and the first kill title can be yours. The two suddenly realized. No wonder, Alien Girl could achieve an absurd 5-star rating. It turns out there's an extra bonus for killing the hidden boss. Shen Nanqing's eyes gleamed. If the first kill video were released under the name of the Thunderclap Battle Group, the battle group's reputation would skyrocket. I'll buy it, he said without hesitation. Li said, this strategy guide is free. Let me go to the Thunderclap Battle Group's warehouse and pick out a set of equipment. How about that? No problem, pick whatever you like. Shen Nanqing agreed very readily. After the deal was struck, Li added the two of them on the phone, sent them photos of the hidden boss battlefield, and explained in detail the mechanics, skills, combat flow, and countermeasures of the corrupted priest UPU. Lin Mani listened with increasing astonishment as she took notes. This guide is incredibly detailed, with the boss skill timeline accurate to the second, the battlefield map marked with coordinates, and even specific data supporting the team's positioning. Since players can no longer enter lower-level dungeons after advancing to a higher rank, most online guides are simply summaries of experience gained from actual gameplay. In those strategy videos, professional players are often brutally defeated by bosses. Viewers can only learn about the terrain, mechanics, and skills. The real tactics still rely on the commander to devise them on the spot. This is precisely why the dungeon commander holds such a high position in the raid. But if only Li Yi's work can be called a strategy guide, then all other strategy guides in the world should be deleted. Lin Mani's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, Mr. Li, regarding this hidden boss strategy guide, could you grant us a small request? Li asked. What request? We don't want the first kill title, we just hope that when we release strategy videos in the future, you can indicate that this strategy guide came from your guild. Is that alright? Chapter 13 Down the Suit. Greatly enhanced strength. Li raised an eyebrow slightly, immediately understanding Lin Mani's meaning. The buzz surrounding his breaking the world record in the sunken jungle was still growing, and if he were to release a hidden boss strategy now, leveraging the name of the Alien Girl Battle Group, it would undoubtedly attract a massive amount of traffic. Lin Mani said frankly, if your team hadn't broken the world record, this first kill would have been extremely valuable to us. But now that your team has set a precedent, if we were to get the first kill again, it might backfire. Li understood. The real core of the hype wasn't the world record, but the suddenly emerging Alien Girl Battle Group. If the Thunderclap Legion were to publicly reveal the first kill of the corrupted priest UPU, everyone would know that this was related to Alien Girl. Considering Shen Nanqing's wealthy background, it would be easy for others to guess that Thunderclap bought the first kill. Once labeled as opportunistic and fraudulent, the future development of the Thunderclap Legion would inevitably be affected, and even the Alien Girl Legion would be implicated. Although Li created this battle group casually and didn't care much about outside opinions, since he could avoid trouble, there was no need to attract controversy unnecessarily. Lin Mani continued, but for your group, this matter has no negative impact. On the contrary, it can maintain its popularity. Shen Nanqing's eyes lit up, secretly admiring his aunt's thoughtful consideration. This way, they could maximize the buzz and also boost the reputation of the Thunderclap battle group. He immediately made a solemn promise. Brotherly, if your group agrees, Thunderclap will owe you a great favor. In the future, whenever needed, we will do our utmost to provide assistance. Li carefully weighed the options. Agreeing to this would mean forming a slight bond with Quang Lei, but Quang Lei would also share some of his attention. He wasn't interested in managing the battle group for the time being, but who knew what would happen in the future? Now Alien Girl could accumulate fame and traffic without showing herself, so this deal wasn't a bad one. Moreover, Shen Nanqing is a stable resource source. At least we won't have to worry about buying and selling equipment and materials in the future. Li nodded and said, That's fine. But don't reveal any information related to the war band without our permission. If you do that, we might be able to continue cooperating in the future. Shen Nanqing was overjoyed. Don't worry, from now on, your group's intelligence will be top secret for Quang Lei, and not a single word will be leaked. After the matter was settled, Li, led by Lin Mani, went to the Quang Lei battle group's warehouse to select equipment. As expected of a top-tier family, the warehouse was already piled with hundreds of blue-grade equipment, and nearly 1,000 green-grade equipment in less than 2 days since the extraordinary trial began. Li skipped all magic power equipment, and focused solely on agility and defense attributes. Seeing this, Lin Mani asked, Mr. Li, do you need agility-based equipment? That's right. Li nodded. Lin Mani smiled. We happen to have a full agility set. Would you like to take a look, Mr. Li? Li's eyes lit up. A complete set not only had stronger attributes but also additional effects. However, it was difficult to collect and extremely expensive. Since Lin Mani brought it up herself, she was clearly willing to do him a favor. Li naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. All right, let me see it. Soon, someone brought over a set of lightweight leather armor, consisting of 6 pieces, shoulder pads, a jacket, trousers, boots, gloves, and a mask. This set of equipment is called Jungle Seeker, a blue quality set that increases agility by 30 points on its base stats alone. The set bonus is even more comprehensive, a 20% increase in movement speed, a 10% increase in physical resistance, an additional 2 skill points, 10% dodge, 5% armor penetration, 5% magic penetration, and improved stealth in the jungle. It also comes with class bonuses for monks and rangers. Monks' Vajra fist damage is increased, while rangers' pets, arrow range, and rate of fire are also enhanced. Li didn't hesitate. Great bonuses, I'll take this set. Although the set doesn't have summoner bonuses, class bonuses weren't his priority anyway. Speed, dodge, and physical resistance were the survival attributes he desperately needed. Li equipped the set, and a set of camouflage-style lightweight leather armor immediately appeared on his body. It fit him quite well and looked good, so he didn't bother to conceal it. Next, he took a blue-quality necklace, a belt, a cloak, and 2 rings. Since his main hand was already a shield, he chose a dagger for his offhand. All of these items provided agility bonuses, increasing his agility by a total of 32 points and his constitution by 5 points. Name, Li class, Summoner level, 3, 32.25% strength, 10 agility, 92 constitution, 15 spirit, 10 ability power, 13 critical strike chance, 1% movement speed, 138.5% active skills, energy starball, level 5, summon stone guards, level 1, passive skill, guardian's inspiration, level 1. A mere 92 points in agility is an absurdly high number. Li Yi's reaction speed and movement speed instantly received a significant boost. Coupled with the shield of Moka's shell, he was practically armed to the teeth. With the sword Saint Sister Liu by his side, Li Yi's primary concern was survival, making constitution and agility the most suitable attributes for him. Even if you max out your constitution in the early game, you can still die instantly from a skill hit. It's better to increase agility, improve speed and reaction time, and buy Liwa time to come to your rescue. Lin Mani stood to the side, full of questions. She was wearing an agility-based set, but her main hand was holding a shield, and her offhand was a dagger. They called him a shield warrior or a guardian knight, but those 2 classes are clearly supposed to follow a strength-based path, and they can't possibly use a dagger as a secondary weapon. Lin Mani guessed for a long time but still couldn't figure out Li Yi's class. She really wanted to ask, but ultimately held back. Thanks, I look forward to working with you again. Li Yi was in a great mood. With his current level of equipment, he was definitely top tier among players of the same level worldwide. If his agility were converted into magic power, with such high attributes, even though summoners were considered a bottom-tier class, he could still deal considerable damage. Even without spell power, his instant cast, cooldown-free ability, and the base damage of his level 5 Energy Star Bullet made him no weaker than other classes of the same level, and perhaps even stronger. At that moment, Lee suddenly understood the joy of paying players. After selecting his equipment, he declined the accommodations arranged by Lin Mani and went to the town alone. Having finished getting his own equipment, it was time to get a set for Liyue. He couldn't let her always wear a tube top and shorts. While Lee did like the look, it offered no protection whatsoever. The dungeon was fraught with danger, and anything could happen at any moment. He'd be heartbroken if his sword saint's sister got injured. Lee quickly arrived at a crafting workshop and pushed open the door. Chapter 14, Making a Uniform for the Sword Saint's Sister. Welcome, sir. Are you here to have equipment crafted? The receptionist at the workshop greeted him warmly. Lee asked directly, Can you make women's suits? Of course, please choose a style and tell us your specific needs. The receptionist handed him a catalog, which contained everything from heavy armor, plate armor, and chain mail to leather armor, battle suits, and robes. These weren't actual equipment sets, just uniform in appearance. Li Yi's gaze lingered on the made outfits for a moment before finally looking away, choosing a black, tight-fitting combat suit from the regular selection. This suit included goggles, a scarf, a top, a belt, pants, boots, and wrist guards, 7 pieces in total. Li Yi's eyes lit up immediately. This is the one! Li Yu's devilish figure, paired with the tight-fitting battle suit and long boots, would definitely suit her perfectly. The receptionist reminded him. The strength bonus and physical defense of the battle suit will be relatively low. Is that acceptable? No problem. Choose agility for all main attributes, and stack dodge as much as possible for defense. Liyue already possesses the active defensive skill Sword Chi Protection, along with maxed out sword intent body refinement, rapid recovery, and magic resistance. Further strengthening these aspects wouldn't yield significant benefits. In comparison, percentage-based dodge is currently the most cost-effective and highest-performing attribute. The young lady nodded, saying, Agility and dodge can be reliably achieved, while other attributes are random. Should the equipment requirements restrict level or attributes? Li was taken aback, not understanding. The young lady patiently explained that level restriction meant you could only wear the equipment once you reached a certain level, while attribute restriction meant you could only equip it once your character's stats reached a certain value. Li immediately understood. Attribute restriction. Although Liyue was only level 2, she possessed the stats of a king-rank boss. Choosing attribute restriction would allow her to use higher-level equipment earlier. Since the main attribute is agility, the only limiting condition can be agility as well. Please provide a range with a difference of no more than 20. Li glanced at the Liyue panel. Between 158 and 178. The receptionist was stunned on the spot, and hesitated. You are a participant in this year's trial, right? Isn't this value too high? Should we adjust it? Agility 158. Even top-tier agility classes need to reach around level 10 to achieve that. But the extraordinary trial has only been going on for less than 2 days. How could a normal trial participant possibly reach level 10? Not to mention the price of this equipment, it's definitely not something an ordinary newbie can afford. Li, however, remained calm. Just do it according to this value. Helpless, the young woman could only continue asking for body measurements. Please provide the lady's height, bust, waist, hips, leg length, shoulder width, and arm length. The more detailed the data, the better, Li said. Height is 2.2 meters. The young woman was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Excuse me, what did you just say? 2.2 meters. She subconsciously looked up at the roof, trying to imagine what it would be like to have a 2.2 meter tall girl standing in front of her, then swallowed hard. What about the other data? Li read from the panel. Shoulder width 48, bust 115, waist 70, hip 120, leg length 118, arm length 106, thigh circumference 65, calf circumference 38, shoe size 45. After hearing this, the receptionist was completely dumbfounded. At 2.2 meters tall, with a waist of only 70 centimeters and a leg length of 118 centimeters, such exaggerated proportions were something even supermodels struggled to achieve. She herself was 170 centimeters tall and had a waist of almost 70 centimeters. This person was half a meter taller, yet had a similar waist and ridiculously long legs. These were physiques straight out of an anime/manga. She couldn't help but wonder if the boy in front of her had bought some oversized toy and was so obsessed with it that he mistook it for a real person. But her professional ethics made her suppress these strange thoughts and confirm again. Are you sure you want to make it according to these data? Lee nodded. Yes. The young woman secretly scoffed, but maintained her smile on the surface. We can produce 3 qualities: purple, blue, and green. Will we provide the materials, or will you provide them yourself? If you provide the materials, how much will the purple quality cost? After calculating, the young woman said, Based on the size you provided, the material consumption far exceeds that of ordinary equipment, so the price is 2.2 million. She had initially thought the price would be enough to deter Lee. After all, customized equipment allowed for specific core attributes and consumed a lot of materials, making it far more expensive than dungeon equipment, basically exclusive to the wealthy. However, Lee had already checked the market price on the way and knew that this quote wasn't outrageous. Purple quality, please. It's for the Sword Saint sister, so of course it has to be the best. Lee tried to bargain, and finally settled on 2.15 million. Watching his bank account balance dwindle, he couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, he had worked hard for decades and had never even seen so much money. Now, he'd spend over 2 million without even blinking. The feeling of having money was indeed wonderful. The receptionist's expression was complicated. She never expected that this young man, who didn't look like he came from a wealthy family, would actually spend 2 million to make clothes for that toy. Come pick it up at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Lee, unaware that he had been misunderstood, bought a mobile phone and SIM card after leaving the workshop, and then checked into a high-end hotel. He had specially booked the largest room, with a bed 3 meters long and wide, enough for Liu to rest comfortably. After entering, Lee released Liu from the summoning space. Liu gently inhaled the incense in the room, looking around like a curious child. Master, is this your home? It's so magnificent! The room was clean and bright, and the furniture and bedding were made of high-end materials. Compared to her past days living in caves in the sinkhole jungle, it was a world of difference. She was even hesitant to walk around, afraid of dirtying the floor. Lee smiled and shook his head. It's just a hotel. Then, he led Liu into the bathroom and taught her how to use the light switch and various toiletries. Liu was very clever. She learned almost instantly, though the surprise on her face never faded. After washing up, Lee picked up the hotel menu and ordered a bunch of dishes he never dared to eat before. After the hard-fought dungeon run, he deserved to treat himself. Of course, Liu's favorite drinks were included. He ordered a bottle each of beer, red wine, and baijiu, intending to see which she preferred. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Through the hazy, blurred glass, Lee could see a tall and alluring figure. His heart began to race. Chapter 15. The Sword Saint sister is drunk. Lee is a normal man. It's inevitable that he would have all sorts of wild thoughts when he's in the same room with a stunningly beautiful woman from another ethnic group, and they might even sleep in the same bed. However, the affinity system is there, and as long as you steadily improve it, building a closer relationship is only a matter of time, so there's no need to rush it. After figuring things out, Li Yi's gaze became much more open, and his mindset gradually calmed down. At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and a few minutes later, Liwa came out wearing a bathrobe. Having just taken a hot shower, her wheat-colored skin glowed with a faint rosy blush, and she seemed to have been rejuvenated. In the wilderness, let alone hot showers, there are often no cooked meals available. This enjoyment she is experiencing now is pure bliss for her. Liu's affection for you +10. Current affection level, close. Li Yi's suppressed desires were stirred up again, mainly because the bathrobe was too small, barely covering his vital parts. Liu noticed his gaze and turned to look at him. Li quickly changed the subject. Are you hungry? I bought some food and your favorite wine. Liu's eyes lit up. How did Master know I like to drink? Li laughed and said, Don't orcs all like fine wine? Come and have a taste. Liu sat down at the table, and Li opened the wine bottle. The rich aroma of the wine instantly spread, and Liu's eyes lit up with an astonishing brightness. She tasted the beer first, and her eyes widened upon tasting it. The flavor was rich, refreshing, and sweet, prompting her to take another sip. Liu's affection for you +10. Current affection level, close. Next was the red wine, which was fruity and flavorful, but slightly acidic, and not quite to her liking. Finally, Li handed over the liquor. Liu took only one sip, and her eyes immediately lit up. The spicy and scorching taste, yet also sweet and mellow, clearly hit her sweet spot. Lai Yu's affection for you +10. Current affection level, close. Li understood. Lai Yu's favorite beverage was distilled spirits, followed by fermented beverages like beer, and she had only a moderate interest in red wine. He immediately filled Lai Yu's glass with wine and said generously, "Drink as much as you want, it's all you can eat." Afterwards, the hotel staff brought over a case of beer and 5 bottles of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and the table was covered with snacks, including braised pork hock, braised beef, grilled fish, and lamb leg. Lai Yu couldn't stop eating after taking a bite. Before meeting Li Yi, she mostly ate raw meat and drank blood in the wild. Occasionally, they would light a fire to roast their prey, but without salt or spices, they had never tasted such a delicacy. With fine wine and delicious food, Lai Wei ate to her heart's content, her face beaming with satisfaction. Lai Yu's favorability towards you +20. Current affection level, close. Seeing her favorability rating steadily increase, Li was in a great mood and kept serving her food and refilling her wine. After drinking 5 bottles of baijiu and more than half a case of beer, even though Lai Yue was an orc with a much higher alcohol tolerance and physique than ordinary people, he was quite drunk. Her pretty face flushed red, and she lay down on the bed without any regard for her image, quickly falling asleep and emitting soft breaths. Li Yi himself had also drunk quite a bit, and his head was spinning. After feeling sleepy, he fell into a deep sleep next to Lai Yu. Late at night, Lai Yue suddenly opened her eyes. She got up to go to the bathroom, then gently lay back down next to Li Yi. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing quietly at Li Yi's sleeping face. Her eyes first showed curiosity, then slowly filled with gratitude, and finally turned into a shy blush. In the past, she was just a mindless, living corpse in the sinkhole jungle. It was Li Yi who made a contract with her, bringing her to life, helping her evolve, and increasing her strength. Before battles, he would patiently explain the enemy's information. Every time he went into battle, he would patiently remind her to be careful, just like a family member. The word family is both familiar and unfamiliar to Lai Yue, yet it is something she longs for immensely. Moreover, her master remembered that she liked fine wine and prepared delicacies she had never tasted before for her. The affection in Lai Yu's eyes grew stronger. In her eyes, Li was the best master in the world. Lai Yu's favorability towards you +50. Current favorability rating, like. Lai Yu bit her lip lightly, a bold idea suddenly popping into her mind. She slowly moved closer to Li Yi and gently kissed him on the cheek. Ah! As soon as she finished kissing him, she recoiled as if startled, her heart pounding, and her wheat-colored cheeks flushed red. But Li Yi remained fast asleep, completely unaware. Lai Yu took a few deep breaths, finally calming herself down, and leaned closer again. This time she was even bolder. Looking at Li Yi's handsome face, she couldn't help but think, "Master is so cute. I really want to cuddle with him." She moved to Li Yi's side and carefully pulled him into her arms. Lai Yu recalled the events in the sunken jungle, how Li Yi always liked to follow behind her and secretly look at her body, thinking he had concealed it very well. But her sword-intent perception had already seen through those little movements clearly. Lai Yue didn't dislike it, on the contrary, she felt both happy and shy. She murmured softly, "Master always secretly watches me, does he like me?" After saying that, she pressed her face against Li Yi's forehead, a satisfied smile on her face, and fell asleep again while holding him. At the same time, at the exit of the sunken jungle, Wang Tianming, Zhou Shui, and others walked out of the teleportation portal one after another. The team member in charge of timing looked at the result, his face flushed with excitement. 7 hours, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. We've broken the national record. Tianxue Battle Team, #1 in the nation. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. Being #1 in the country not only represented honor but also earned a title reward, which was equivalent to getting an extra piece of equipment out of thin air. More importantly, such outstanding results are enough to guarantee them admission to a prestigious provincial university, and if they can maintain this level, they may even have the opportunity to compete for admission to the top universities in the country. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui were breathing heavily, as if they could already see themselves trending on social media, giving interviews, and rising to fame. But when everyone looked at the announcement on the career panel, the cheers at the scene came to an abrupt halt. The Sinking Jungle Normal Dungeon Challenge is complete, taking 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds. Currently ranked 2nd in the province, 2nd in the country, and 19th in the world. The Sinking Jungle Normal Dungeon Challenge is complete. Overall rating, Silver 7 stars. Currently ranked 2nd in the province, 2nd in the country, and 22nd in the world. Everyone stared at the notice in disbelief, with Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui looking completely dazed. Second place nationwide is understandable, given that there might be stronger teams. But they clearly broke the record, so why did they only rank 2nd in the entire province? Chapter 16 says I'm a cult? Wang Tianming's eyes were red, and only 2 words remained on his lips. Impossible! This year, Dongqing City has nearly 30,000 new professionals, but there are only 13 A-level awakeners. He even created a group and added all 13 of them. The progress of the dungeon in the group is public and transparent. In this Sinking Jungle dungeon, it is clear that only his team is challenging it. Without an S-class professional team leader, how could anyone be faster than them? But ironically, this impossible thing happened. He assembled 3 strong A-level professions and led the team to break through the level with all their might, but they actually lost to a team composed of weak B-level, or even C-level professions. Wang Tianming felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped repeatedly. Zhou Shui's face was equally grim. Before publishing her book, she had fantasized about the results, the congratulations from relatives and friends, the surge in her fan base, and her instant fame. But now, all the limelight has been stolen. Seeing that the two looked unwell, the team members quickly comforted them. The first place winner was probably just lucky and happened to have figured out a new strategy. Perhaps they found a faster route. We're already 2nd in the country this time. We're sure to take back first place in the next dungeon. After the initial shock, the team members were quite satisfied, as their 2nd place finish nationwide had far exceeded their expectations. But Wang Tianming was clearly unwilling to give up, gritting his teeth and saying, I want to see which team is so powerful. When everyone arrived at the leaderboard, they looked up and Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui froze on the spot. The top-ranked time is a staggering 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds, number 1 in the world. Am I seeing things? This data is outrageous. The leaderboard is broken? What kind of warband is Alien Girl? The team members were all stunned, especially Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui, whose minds went completely blank. After entering the sinkhole jungle, they fought almost non-stop, with their eating, resting, and even going to the toilet squeezed to the limit. There were no mistakes in positioning, dodging, and attacking. Every step was strictly executed according to the fastest strategy. Even so, they only managed a time of 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds, just 1 second faster than the previous national leader. At this level, improving even by a second is as difficult as climbing to the sky. But the alien women's battle group was actually a full 24 minutes faster than them. What's even more terrifying is the rating, a golden 5-star rating. Experts have clearly stated that only a team of multiple S-level professionals has a chance of achieving a gold rating. So where exactly do those gleaming 5-star ratings on the leaderboard come from? Everyone felt a tightness in their chest, and the same thought popped into their minds. Is such a huge difference really just due to improved tactics and strategies? Could it be that the difference in strength is the only factor at play? The Alien Girl battle group is full of A-rank and below professions, yet they can achieve such incredible results. Just how strong are the individual abilities of each of their members? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui's faces were gloomy, and the joy they felt when they first left the dungeon had vanished. They can imagine how much buzz this world record will generate online. Once their 2nd place ranking nationwide is announced, they will likely only become a foil, further highlighting the strength of the Alien Girl battle group. Zhou Shui asked in a low voice, Tianming, could it just be a coincidence? Wang Tianming took a deep breath, remained silent for a moment, and then said coldly, It can only be a coincidence. Although I don't know how they achieved this result, there's definitely something wrong with the data. As long as we maintain our performance, we will eventually reclaim the glory that belongs to us. They only made a name for themselves in the sunken jungle. Once they switch to another instance, their true skill level will be exposed. The higher they climb now, the harder they'll fall later. After hearing this, Zhou Shui's expression finally softened a bit. Before long, Wang Tianming was scrolling through his phone, his gaze growing colder and colder. They were getting too much attention, so the family had to intervene. Zhou Shui's eyes were cold and piercing as she nodded and said, Okay. Both sides are from Dongqing City, but the other side has a lower professional rank than them, yet their performance is better. How can they save face? The popularity of alien girls must be brought down. The following morning, 3 A-level professionals from the Tianxue battle group were interviewed by Dongqing Broadcasting Station. Wang Tianming and his 2 teammates openly revealed their team's professional lineup, tactical strategies, and many details of the battle in front of the camera. Wang Tianming said humbly, "Compared to the achievements of the Alien Girls War Band, we are still far behind. In the future, we will continue to make up for our shortcomings, show the style that a 3A-level war band should have, and strive to achieve better results in other dungeons." Netizens were very convinced after seeing it. The fact that they were willing to publicly share their tactics shows the magnanimity of these wealthy young men. No wonder they were able to break the national record. Although it's only a second faster, it's still a real improvement. Unfortunately, they ran into the alien female warriors. It was simply a matter of timing and fate. However, shortly after the interview was released, a large number of voices questioning the performance of the alien girls suddenly appeared online. The more netizens looked at it, the more they felt something was wrong. The interview with Tianxue battle team, while seemingly humble, somehow sounded like it was implying that the alien girls' performance was problematic. The onlookers became excited and began to study the lineup and tactics of the Tianxue battle group, trying to figure out how the alien girl managed to clear the level. Even the Tianxue battle group, which boasts 3A rank professionals, could only improve the record by 1 second. How can the alien girl, who doesn't have a high-ranking profession, lead the world's #1 team for more than 20 minutes? What tactics did they use, and who was in command? Netizens repeatedly analyzed the scenarios and found that no matter how they matched classes or optimized the route, without a team with high-level classes, it would be difficult to even complete the game stably, let alone finish it in 8 hours. Why was the alien girl battle group able to hold out for 6 hours? No one could understand it. Just then, the former world #1 on the limited time charts spoke out publicly in foreign media. He first questioned whether the alien girl had used an evil item that could greatly increase her strength, and then made no attempt to conceal his intentions, implying that a certain newcomer battle group belonged to a cult and had performed a forbidden dark ritual. The video was quickly uploaded back to China, and netizens were immediately outraged. This world contains 4 supernatural phenomena: dungeons, abysses, ghost realms, and ghostly ruins. The latter 3 are formed by dungeon catastrophes. Each catastrophe engulfs a large area of the present world, bringing immense disaster and posing a major threat to humanity. The prevailing view is that if the energy of the copy exceeds the limit that the law can bear, a catastrophe will occur. Professionals can consume energy to reduce the probability of catastrophe when clearing dungeons, but there is one exception. That is, powerful extraordinary professionals who use special means to disrupt the laws of the instance. For example, bizarre props created by cults, or evil rituals performed. If the rules become disordered, the probability of a catastrophe will increase significantly, and the process of a catastrophe will be accelerated. Such behavior is called a violation. Most countries, including Yen, consider illegal activities to be crimes. Yen Kingdom also has a dedicated security agency to monitor its internal copies, and will immediately launch an investigation if any abnormal reactions occur. However, those who violated the ban in history were all high-level professionals. Because only those who are strong enough can truly influence the rules of the instance. There have never been any violators below level 30. Over time, it has become a consensus that it is impossible for anyone below level 30 to violate the rules. Therefore, when the world record for the alien girl battle group was set, no one initially thought it was illegal. Chapter 17: Buying Equipment. A cult? Really? That could land you in jail. TSK, they've embarrassed themselves even internationally. Aren't all Chinese people like this? What wouldn't they do for vanity? A wave of sarcasm and ridicule quickly emerged online, with some even demanding that the alien girl battle group come out and explain. However, the official media has remained silent, and those who support the opposing side have become the majority. A foreigner got angry and humiliated after losing the world #1 ranking? Does anyone actually believe that? Even if a professional below level 30 wanted to use illegal methods, would they have the ability? The argument between the two sides grew increasingly heated, with the skeptics even declaring that since the alien girl truly possessed strength, she should continue to challenge other dungeon records. They would only believe that the war band had not violated any rules if the next dungeon raid could break into the top 10 nationwide. Supporters were equally blunt, arguing that the group had no need to prove themselves to the haters. Some even made a pledge: if the group is proven to have violated regulations, they will live-stream themselves running naked. Public opinion quickly escalated, and the Dongqing City Extraordinary Trial Safety Committee could only issue a statement saying that it would join forces with the supervisory department to form an investigation team to thoroughly investigate the matter. Meanwhile, Li felt a stuffy heat in his sleep, making it difficult to even breathe. His body was as if it were tightly coiled by a giant python, and he couldn't move at all. Li suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, before realizing that Lai Yu was holding him tightly in her arms like a plush toy. Li Yi's heart raced as he realized that Lai Yu's ill-fitting bathrobe had disappeared, and he could only forcefully suppress his agitation. "Lai Wei, wake up quickly!" Lai Wei slept soundly, as if she had never had such a comfortable sleep before. She smacked her lips in a daze, but instead tightened her arms around him, pressing Li Yi's head into her embrace. Lai Yu's power was already astonishing, and Li Yi couldn't break free at all, only able to resist with great difficulty. Finally, he reached out and pinched Li Yu's waist hard. Lai Yu winced in pain and finally opened her eyes, loosening her grip slightly. Li Yi quickly got away, took a deep breath, and tried his best to appear calm. "Master, you're awake?" Lai Wei blinked her bright eyes, her tone full of affection. Li asked her why she was hugging him while sleeping, but Lai Yu tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Can I hug you?" Li was speechless for a moment, and could only say that it was not impossible, but it was just a little inappropriate. Before he could finish speaking, Lai Wei laughed and called out, "Master," again, hugging him once more and rubbing her face against his hair to ruffle it. Li quickly stopped him. He was only 18 years old, a time when he was full of vigor and vitality. Having just woken up and being held like this by Lai Wei, it was really hard for him to remain calm. Although Lai Wei was somewhat reluctant, she obediently let go of him. Li pulled the blanket over her, and said that she didn't need to wear her old clothes anymore, as he had already made her new clothes and would go get them now. Upon hearing that her master had specially made clothes for her, Lai Wei immediately nodded happily. After washing up and getting dressed, Li left the hotel and headed towards the workshop. On the way, Lin Mani suddenly sent a message. Li opened his social media app and discovered that he and the alien girl battle group were trending again. Con McCarthy, the former world #1 on the limited time leaderboard, has publicly questioned whether members of his team have ties to a cult. Renowned dungeon analyst Lai Dewang also analyzed the authenticity of the battle group's performance from multiple perspectives. Even the vice president of the Jiahai Province Extraordinary Battle Group Association stated that the academic community has not yet reached a conclusion on whether professionals below level 30 can violate the ban. Li frowned as he watched, feeling that these people were making a scene that would never end. He has no interest in online fame, and is too lazy to defend himself. Instead of wasting time, you should go into more dungeons to grind experience and level up. Lai Wei is essentially his contracted summon beast, belonging to the summoner class system, and is not a prohibited method at all. Looking at Lin Mani's message, her words revealed worry, and she clearly doubted the source of his achievements. Li, however, did not take the matter to heart. The officials aren't just for show, they'll naturally investigate whether there's anything unusual about the instance. So he only replied with one sentence. "Don't worry, our team's results are fine." Inside the Thunder Hunter's base, Shen Nanqing's expression grew even more solemn after reading the reply. Obtaining purple equipment before level 10 is rare, but not impossible. But the legendary great sword in his hand was truly beyond common sense. According to the data, that was the first legendary level equipment to appear below level 10 in history. If Li is indeed a violator, then everything seems to make sense. While the Cataclysm instance is extremely dangerous, it may increase the quality of equipment drops, and legendary equipment may even appear. However, if prohibited equipment is used, even if Shen Nanqing comes from the Shen family, he will inevitably be severely punished. Lin Mani reminded him in a deep voice that if the rumors were true, the corrupted priest Upu might not be a hidden boss, but rather a product of the dungeon Cataclysm. Any danger could appear in the cataclysmic dungeon. Should Shen Nanqing still go in? Shen Nanqing remained silent for a long time, pacing back and forth in the room. Finally, he raised his head and uttered a single word with a firm gaze. "Go!" On the other side, when Li arrived at the workshop, the receptionist immediately greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Li, your suit is ready." She pulled a large bag from behind the counter, and Li unzipped it to check the attributes of each item. The goggles, top, and other equipment are all of purple quality, providing a large amount of agility, strength, constitution, and spirit. The entire set of 7 pieces of equipment together increased agility by 526 points, strength by 140 points, constitution by 115 points, and spirit by 125 points. In addition, there are attributes such as magic resistance, physical resistance, dodge, accuracy, and attack deflection. Li was very satisfied after reviewing it. The effect of this set of equipment completely met his expectations. After leaving the workshop, he did not go straight back to the hotel, but went to a women's lingerie store first. He told the shop assistant about Liu Yue's body measurements, and asked her to choose 4 sets of sports bras suitable for wearing during battle. Liu Yue's physique is strong enough, but it will eventually be affected during battle, and the problems that need to be solved still need to be solved. The shop assistant exclaimed enviously, saying that his girlfriend had a really good figure. Li gave a few vague replies, took the things, and left. On his way back to the hotel, he passed a weapons shop and suddenly stopped. With a new outfit for Liu Yue, it's only natural that she should get a more suitable weapon. Li walked into the store and asked directly, "Do you have any light swords that require agility to wear? Agility 736 or less." With the addition of the new set bonus to Liu Yue's base stats, her total agility is exactly 736 points. The shop assistant was somewhat surprised. How can a new player in the trial afford a light sword that requires 736 points of agility to equip? Even agile professionals typically need to be at least level 20 to achieve this attribute. But Li Yi's requirements were extremely clear, indicating that he was a customer with genuine needs. The shop assistant immediately nodded and went to the storeroom to fetch the sword for him. A few minutes later, 5 light swords were placed in front of Li. They are all about 1.2 meters long, and the blades are slightly wider than the Moka's mouth that Liu Yue is currently using. Li examined the attributes of each sword and finally chose the light sword that was entirely fiery red. Chapter 18 Improvement. Affection level, like. Wildfire longsword, light sword. Quality purple. Agility plus 185, constitution plus 45, strength plus 50. The equipment comes with armor penetration, accuracy, attack speed boost, and 10% fire damage. The equipment requires an agility of 300 points. After reading the attributes, Li Yi's breathing became rapid. This sword has a total attribute of 280 points. Combined with Liu Yue's original attributes and equipment, her agility will jump directly to 921 points. It's unbelievable that a level 2 summoner's summoned creature can have such stats on its stat sheet. Li Yi was filled with envy. Liu Yu's talent was high enough to allow her to wear equipment far exceeding her level ahead of time. He himself couldn't do that, so he could only honestly equip himself according to his level. Fortunately, the stronger Liu Yue was, the stronger he was too. "How much is this sword?" Li Yi asked the shop assistant. As the name suggests, this is a piece of manufacturing equipment. Crafted equipment usually doesn't have the same random attributes as equipment dropped from dungeons, but it's a stable source and can have its attributes customized to suit different classes. As long as you have the blueprints, materials, and a craftsman of a sufficient level, you can craft it, which is why its price is much higher than that of dungeon equipment of the same quality. The shop assistant smiled and said, "This sword has 4 equipment effects and costs 800,000. Li Yi tried to bargain, but the shop assistant wouldn't budge, and in the end he could only buy it at the original price. He took the long sword, expecting it to be heavy, but it was surprisingly light in his hand. Such a long sword, yet its weight is almost the same as Moka's mouthparts. I wonder what material it's made of. Liu Yu should like it." Li Yi sheathed his long sword and returned to the hotel. As soon as he stepped into the room, he was pulled into a warm and soft embrace. "Master, you're back." Liu Yu hugged Li Yi and happily ruffled his hair. She was already familiar with her master's footsteps. She could sense them even before he reached the door. Li Yi's body stiffened slightly, and his heart beat a few beats faster. If she was clinging to him in his sleep, he could say it was unconscious, but now Liu Yu was actually hugging him on her own initiative. Could it be that his affection for her has increased again? He immediately checked Liu Yue's panel. Affection level, like. Li Yi's eyes widened. The favorability rating had actually gone from close to like. When was it promoted? He looked up and met Lai Yu's gaze. When he woke up today, he felt that Lai Yu was different from before. Now, Lai Yu has lost some of her aloofness and gained more enthusiasm, and her eyes and brows exude a bright and charming aura. Li looked at that stunningly beautiful face with its exotic charm, and his throat went dry. However, he couldn't be sure for the time being whether this liking was romantic or not. Li suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, and decided to let nature take its course. He then took out a sports bra and new equipment from his spatial bag. These are clothes I bought for you. Wear them from now on. Although Li was a novice in both his lives, the structure of a sports bra was not complicated. He taught her once, and Lai Yu learned it immediately. The next moment, Lai Yu tore off her bathrobe and changed her clothes in front of Li, not caring at all that he saw her. Li was immediately startled and tried to stop him, but it was too late. A hint of shyness, and a touch of cunning, flashed in Lai Yu's eyes. She was clearly doing it on purpose. Her master clearly enjoyed looking at her, yet she pretended not to care. That's not very straightforward. After changing into her combat uniform and equipment, Lai Yu spun around in place, and Li Yi's eyes immediately lit up. The workshop's craftsmanship is indeed excellent. The combat suit fits the body perfectly, outlining Li Yu's curves just right. When she put on the goggles, her demeanor changed drastically. She became domineering, aloof, and sharp, completely different from before. How do you feel about the clothes? Li asked. Lai Wei touched her clothes and pants and said in surprise, They're so comfortable. This is the first time I've ever worn such comfortable clothes. I'm still getting used to the shoes, but I'll get used to them soon. The fabric of the clothes was delicate, elastic, and resilient, while the part that touched the skin was soft and breathable, which made Lai Wei very curious about how such clothes were made. The master is indeed very capable. Lai Yu's affection for you +10. Current favorability rating, like. Looking at the prompt, Li saw that, sure enough, the favorability rating could continue to increase. Knowing that Lai Wei had always been barefoot, he smiled and said, You'll get used to it. There are many dangerous places on the ground in the dungeon, so foot protection is very important. Toxins, high temperatures, or freezing temperatures, any of these environmental factors can make barefoot activities costly. Then, Li took out the flaming long sword he had just bought and handed it to Lai Yu. Try the sword. Liu Yue's gaze fell on the sword and she couldn't look away. Master, is this for me? She accepted the long sword with a look of surprise and delight, while Li simply smiled and nodded. Lai Yu gripped the sword hilt and immediately exclaimed, What a fine sword! In terms of feel, appearance, material, and power, this wildfire longsword completely surpasses Moka's mouth. Thank you, Master! Lai Wei was as happy as if she had received the most precious gift. Li then looked at her panel again. Strength, 295. Agility, 921. Constitution, 265. Spirit, 215. Legal strength, 90. Sword Saint's Way Level 1, damage plus 5%. Light Sword Mastery Level 1, armor penetration plus 5%, attack speed plus 10%. Sword Intent Perception Level 5, perceive the surrounding environment with sword intent, dodge plus 15%. Looking at these explosive figures, Li was filled with excitement. Lai Wei is only level 2, but with the attributes provided by the equipment, the total value has already reached 1786 points. Many professions may not be able to reach this level even at level 20 or above. As Liyue's level continues to increase, her stats will only become more terrifying. Upgrade! Upgrade! Liyu was in high spirits. After having a good meal with Lai Yu at the hotel, he immediately set off for the second instance of the Dark Forest instance group. Dark Poison Mine Area. This is a small 5-player instance. Chapter 19, carried by the Sword Saint Sister. The world time record for the Dark Poison Mine is 5 hours, 58 minutes and 45 seconds, set by a gal from Europe, and has stood for 25 years. The rating record is 9 stars, created by a beautiful American from Northern California, and held for 28 years. Liu was somewhat surprised. The record of a 5-player dungeon was actually older than that of a raid dungeon like Collapsed Jungle. 5 hours and 58 minutes? How can a 5-player dungeon take almost 6 hours to clear? Normally, A 5-player dungeon can be completed in about 4 hours, but the dark poison mine was clearly abnormal, so he immediately started looking up a strategy guide. However, there is very little information available about this instance. There is only one complete guide, which was written by the Gallic people who were ranked number 1 on the limited time leaderboard 25 years ago. After reading it, Lee finally understood the problem. The underground mines of the dark poison mine are intricate and complex, with no fixed starting point for teleportation. The dim lighting inside makes it easy to get lost. What's more troublesome is that the mine is filled with a foul stench, the environment is terrible, and snakes, rats, insects and ants scurry around everywhere. These things aren't exactly small monsters. They're weak and you don't get any experience from killing them, but if there are too many of them, they'll constantly disrupt the team. Ignoring it would cause trouble, while dealing with it would be a waste of time, which is why it has become the least challenged dungeon in the Dark Forest dungeon group. Lee put on the Jungle Seeker suit and mask and left the hotel with Liu. Since Liwa didn't like staying in the summoning space, Lee had her stay by his side. With the second affix of summoning the Holy Lord, she is immune to detection, control, and theft. Even if she appears in reality, no one can see through her true identity. Lee walked in front, while Liu, wearing goggles, holding a long sword, followed behind with her excessively long legs. When I went to the front desk to extend my stay, the 2 receptionists stared at me intently, their eyes filled with barely concealed envy and admiration. "Swordwoman's sister, could I have your contact information?" One of them took out his phone and mustered up the courage to ask Liwa a question. Lee raised an eyebrow and reached out to embrace Liu's supple waist. "Sorry, my girlfriend doesn't use a cell phone." Liu had no idea what girlfriend and cell phone meant, but since her owner had put his arm around her, she leaned closer to Li to make it easier for him to hold her. She realized that her master was rejecting the human woman in front of her, and after thinking for a moment, she seemed to understand something. Is the owner asserting ownership of her? So Liwa raised her hand and wrapped it around Li's neck, pressing herself closer to him to show that she belonged to her master. The 2 receptionists were stunned. They then realized that Li was not the female swordsman's attendant, but actually her boyfriend. Faced with such a blunt rejection, the receptionist could only awkwardly take back her phone. At 3 p.m., the camp town was at its busiest. The moment Liwa appeared, she instantly attracted countless eyes on the street. Her rare height of 2.2 meters, coupled with her near-perfect proportions, makes her just as striking as a Valkyrie from mythology. It wasn't until the 2 had walked far away that the passers-by slowly came to their senses. A short, chubby boy was about to take a sneaky picture, but cautiously took out his insight scroll first to check the level of the blazing moon. Profession? Grade? His expression changed immediately. Only when the target is more than 30 levels higher than the user will the scroll be completely undetectable. Stop right there! That female swordsman is at least level 50. Don't take pictures like that, are you out of your mind? The other people who were about to take photos shuddered and quickly put their phones away. High-level professionals, especially women, hate being secretly photographed the most. There are established rules among professionals that consent must be obtained in person before taking photos, and the state imposes extremely severe penalties on those who secretly photograph high-level professionals. Everyone knew the rules, but Liu's proportions were just too exaggerated, like someone who had stepped out of a comic book, making people want to take a picture of her. Realizing they had almost angered a high-level professional, the group felt a wave of fear and looked gratefully at the short, chubby boy who had warned them. At this moment, inside the equipment workshop, the young lady who had previously served Liu was still complaining to her colleagues. "You have no idea how outrageous the dimensions he quoted were. He actually spent 2.15 million on custom-made equipment. With this money you could chase after any girl, why waste it on a 2-dimensional character?" Suddenly, his colleague looked out of the workshop and froze. "Ollie, I think you might have misunderstood her." The young woman looked in the direction she was pointing and her eyes widened in surprise. He. She stammered for a long time before finally exclaiming in surprise, "What, it's true!" The entire set of equipment Liwa was wearing was clearly the one made in their workshop. The young woman grabbed her colleague's arm, extremely excited, but then a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect I really misunderstood him. Such a tall female professional must not be an unknown person. I can't believe I've never seen her videos before." My colleague rolled his eyes. "Not every high-ranking professional spends their days watching dramas and short videos. They're focused on improving their skills. The young lady secretly rejoiced. Thankfully her service attitude was fine when she served Li. Li had anticipated the reactions of the passers-by. A height of 2.2 meters is extremely rare even among men, let alone a female swordsman like Lai Wei, who would become the center of attention wherever she goes. Soon, the two left the camp town and arrived at the entrance to the dark poison mine instance. Unlike the bustling area outside the sinking jungle, this place was deserted. Clearly, no one wanted to come to such a smelly and difficult place. Li Yi and Lai Yu stepped into the teleportation portal, and 2 seconds later, everything went black. When the light returned, the two were standing in a dimly lit tunnel. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and Li Yi could only see about 10 meters ahead. The rock face was covered with vines and unknown fungi, and countless insects of various sizes were wriggling and crawling on it. The ground was covered in black silt, filled with the remains of snakes, rats, and insects, and even the skeletons of large creatures. Li Yi immediately regretted choosing this place. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, which blocked out some of the stench, otherwise he probably would have been overwhelmed by the smell in just a few seconds. Let's go. As soon as he took a step, the mud beneath his feet made a strange, gurgling sound that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Li felt a lightness in his body, followed by a warm and soft embrace. It turned out that Lai Yu bent down and picked him up by the waist. Chapter 20 Investigation Results Announced. Master, let me hold you! Lai Yu's eyes were gentle as she lightly rubbed her cheek against Li Yi's forehead. Li wanted to refuse, thinking that he was a grown man and shouldn't be so delicate. But faced with Lai Yu's warm embrace, he quickly lost his confidence and could only cough twice to appear calm. All right then. With a smile on her lips, Lai Yu hugged Li Yi tightly and looked up ahead, her level 5, sword intent perception, rapidly spreading outwards. Within a radius of nearly 30 meters, even the slightest movement could not escape her perception. Lai Yu carried Li Yi deeper into the mine. They had only taken a few steps when chaos erupted around them. The mine shaft was like a calm lake surface that had been smashed with stones, startling a large number of snakes, rats and insects, which scattered and fled in rustling sounds. After Lai Yu walked more than 30 meters, a dense swarm of rats and insects gradually gathered behind her. Several mosquitoes buzzed in, heading straight for Li Yu's neck, but just as they were about to touch her, they were struck by the sword she protection. The sharp sword energy erupted instantly, and the mosquitoes were shredded into dust without even leaving a trace. The rats on the ground tentatively pounced on the heel of Li Yu's shoes, trying to take a bite. Lai Yu's eyes turned cold, and she turned around abruptly, letting out an angry shout at the monster horde behind her. The fearless roar transformed into a surging sonic wave, echoing wildly through the narrow mine shaft. The next second, a series of explosions rang out, and a large number of snakes, rats and insects were blown apart on the spot, creating an extremely exaggerated scene. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This skill was so cool. It was practically a god-tier skill for grinding monsters in the mine. Once the indiscriminate area of effect attack is activated, the narrow space of the mine means that monsters don't even have a chance to dodge. Furthermore, the echoes within the cave amplify the power of the sound waves, making the intimidating roar even more terrifying in its destructive effect. Of course, the downside is also obvious. The sound will travel extremely far, easily attracting all the surrounding monsters. Sure enough, not long after, Li heard strange, incoherent cries coming from afar. About 10 seconds later, 5 dog-headed miners, each holding a candle and only about 1 meter tall, appeared in their field of vision. Lai Yu put Li down, drew her long sword and rushed over, the dazzling sword light flashing several times in the dim mine. The 5 kobolds didn't even have time to scream before they all collapsed to the ground. You have killed a level 3 kobold miner, and gained 9 experience points. You have killed a level 3 kobold candle burner, and gained 9 experience points. Li Yi and Lai Yu continued to quickly grind monsters in the dark poison mine, while on the other side, the turmoil in Dongqing City finally received an official response. The Extraordinary Trials Safety Committee and the Extraordinary Inspection Bureau jointly held a press conference to officially announce the investigation results of the collapsed jungle instance. The investigation shows that the sinkhole jungle is currently operating stably and in normal condition, with no signs of any illegal activities found. The spokesperson for the Supervisory Bureau also called on netizens to engage in rational discussion, emphasizing that the internet is not a lawless zone and that rumors should not be fabricated arbitrarily to gain attention. The announcement immediately brought a sense of pride and relief to the people of Dongjing City. Since there are no issues with prohibited content in the dungeon, it means that the Alien Girl Battle Group's achievement of a gold 5-star rating is a genuine and hard-earned result. Supporters immediately flooded the comment sections of those who questioned the video and began to fight back. Speak up, haters! The official statement has been released. How can you still be so stubborn? You believe everything foreigners say? Can't you do your own research? Instead of criticizing others, you should improve yourself. Don't get anxious just because someone else breaks a record. However, the official announcement did not silence the skeptics. Instead, they changed their tune and continued their sarcastic remarks. Some say that Dongjing City acts as both a contestant and a judge, saying both the good and the bad. Some people also claim that Dongjing City has finally created a world first, and will definitely do everything in its power to protect it. Others insist on believing only the data and demand that the official calculation basis for the gold 5-star rating be disclosed, as well as all the tactical details of the Alien Girl Battle Group. Some even demanded that the strategy be made public, claiming that only by making it clear to everyone could it be proven that Li Yi and his group had no problems. These remarks amused and angered many rational netizens, and the two sides quickly resumed their online exchanges. Why should we show you the tactics that others have worked so hard to develop for free? You don't trust the official sources, but instead believe those foreign skeptics. Who is really in the wrong? Even if we put the complete data in front of you, how much of it would you be able to understand? If you don't have the ability to break records, you come here to smear others. Slander will not make you stronger. The internet was abuzz with arguments. While inside the sunken jungle instance, Shin Nanqing had already led the Thunderstorm Legion to the center of the Goblin Tribe ruins. Standing in the center of the ruins, Shin Nanqing carefully explained the tactics 3 more times, repeatedly confirming all the precautions. Are you ready? The members of the Thunderstorm Squad, their expressions solemn, answered in unison. Ready! Shin Nanqing nodded in satisfaction, his hand gently stroking the hilt of the heavy-edged sword, his heart filled with emotion. When they first entered the instance, the team members all thought he was just a rich kid who was just there for fun. Especially after the S-rank class, Thunder Swordsman, left the group, many people had a lot of complaints about Shin Nanqing. They were polite to him on the surface, but only because they were wary of his status. They didn't truly acknowledge his abilities. After defeating 4 bosses in a row, everyone was completely impressed by the terrifying combat power displayed by Shin Nanqing. Only then did everyone realize that Shin Nanqing's indifference to the departure of the Lightning Swordsman was not due to self-abandonment. It's not because he himself possesses combat power comparable to that of an S-class professional. Before entering the instance, no one believed that there was a hidden boss in the sunken jungle. But after walking this far, they had come to believe most of it, especially Shin Nanqing's judgment, which had been almost flawless. The Alien Girl Battle Group should not have used any prohibited methods. Shin Nanqing silently recited in his mind that after observing along the way, he had made a preliminary judgment. Since the monsters in the dungeon were not unusual, Li Yi's record was likely achieved through sheer skill. At this moment, a team member reported, "Commander, the camera is ready!" Shin Nanqing took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice, "Activate the hidden boss!" 2 members lifted the Null's corpse, threw it into the sacrificial circle, and then put the scattered magic stones back in their places. The next moment, the magic circle suddenly lit up with a dark purple, eerie light, and a chilling aura quickly enveloped the entire ruins. About a minute later, a disheveled figure slowly walked from the edge of the ruins. That was the hidden boss, the corrupted priest UPU. The members of the Thunderstorm Battle Group were shocked. Shin Nanqing had not lied to them after all. There really was a hidden boss here. Attention everyone! Prepare for battle! Take your positions immediately! Shin Nanqing drew his great sword and quickly directed his troops to their battle positions. Up brandished his staff, roaring angrily in Goblin, and summoned 5 goblin zombies that charged towards the group. Shin Nanqing took the lead and went forward, and the other team members immediately dispersed according to the tactics and took their designated positions. The battle has officially begun. 20 minutes later, UPU, covered in wounds, let out a frustrated roar. "You wretched humans, I will curse you forever!" As soon as he finished speaking, the corrupted priest collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. Shin Nanqing plunged the giant's sword into the ground and gasped for breath. Besides exhaustion, his eyes also held an undisguised shock. They actually managed to defeat the hidden boss in just one try, following the strategy provided by Li. How did Li and his team manage to calculate the boss mechanics, skill sequence, and phase timeline with perfect accuracy? The other members were equally shaken. Even after the battle ended, they still felt a chill run down their spines. This hidden boss is way too overpowered. Why is it in a Tier 1 dungeon? We're having such a hard time even with the strategy guide. I can't even imagine how the alien girl, Warband, managed to kill it back then. Having personally experienced this battle, everyone in the Thunderstorm Legion was completely impressed by the strength of the Alien Girl Legion. Because they finally truly realized just how terrifying the power of the corrupted priest UPU really was. Chapter 21 Gold 1 Star. Second in the world. You have defeated the corrupted priest UPU and gained 300 experience points. The moment the notification popped up, everyone saw the message on the job panel. Immediately afterwards, all 5 members leveled up at the same time, causing an uproar in the team. What? 300 experience points! This hidden boss is worth 30 regular monsters! Shinnanshin finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he was 100% certain that the alien girl had not used any prohibited methods. It's crucial to establish a good relationship with this team as early as possible. Shinnanshin clearly understands how important the strategy for winning over the alien girl is to the future development of the Thunderstorm battle group. The team members surrounded him and cheered excitedly, praising his command ability as far surpassing that of professional commanders from well-known battle groups. In their view, while strategies are important, the successful defeat of the hidden boss still relies on the guild leader's perfect coordination. In a battle group, the members' professions and configurations determine the lower limit, but what truly determines the upper limit is always the commander. Despite the intense gazes of the crowd, Shinnanshin could only manage a bitter smile. He knew that he would probably have to rely on Li Yi's strategies from now on. The team members thought his reminders and instructions were all based on on-the-spot judgment, but what was truly impressive was his meticulous and frighteningly detailed strategy. Li didn't just list the boss's mechanics and skills, he drew the battle arena as a precise coordinate map. Everyone is clearly told where to go, when to take cover, and how to use their skills. Even the boss's skill timeline is accurate to the second. All Shinnanshin had to do was remind his teammates according to the strategy, ensuring everyone was in the correct position to complete their task. However, the team members have come to regard these very reminders as top-notch command skills. This guide alone demonstrates just how terrifying the individual abilities and execution capabilities of the Alien Girl members are. Not to mention the battle group commander, whose cognition, analysis, decision-making, and planning were simply phenomenal. Shinnanshin felt both admiration and deep regret. He couldn't bring such a strong team under his command. At this moment, the team member in charge of logistics suddenly shouted, "Commander! We've spent 6 hours and 43 minutes so far. If we finish quickly, we could very well take first place in Xiamen province, or even second place nationwide." Everyone was instantly overjoyed. Shinnanshin's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone, get out of the instance immediately and run for your lives." Before he could finish speaking, everyone had already rushed towards the dungeon exit. The opportunity to break the record is right in front of us. Who needs to urge us on? 20 minutes later, as the last member of the Thunderstorm Legion stepped out of the portal, a notification popped up on everyone's screen at the same time. The Sinking Jungle Normal Dungeon Challenge is complete, taking 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 10 seconds. Currently ranked 1st in the province, 2nd in the nation, and 17th in the world. Overall rating, Gold 1 star. Currently ranked 1st in the province, 2nd in the country, and 2nd in the world. You have earned the Challenge Master Tier 1 Gold Badge. The Golden Badge increases each of the 5 basic attributes by 5 and adds 1% to the critical hit chance. It ranked 1st in the province, and 2nd in the country within a limited time. Its rating is 2nd in the world. Shinnanshin could no longer contain his emotions and burst into laughter. This achievement was something even the Thunderstorm Legion, which previously possessed Thunder Swordsmen, couldn't have imagined. Now, he personally led the team, and with the help of legendary weapons and the strategy of conquering the Alien Girl, he really succeeded. That 5 million was well spent. The Alien Girl battle group is indeed ridiculously strong. Since awakening his B-rank profession, he has endured too much disdain and neglect from his family these past 2 days. Now, he can finally hold his head high. The team members were equally excited, dancing and gesturing wildly. First in the province, second in the world. We got the title. The commander is awesome. Long live the commander. Shen Nanqing immediately told his aunt, Lin Mani, the news. After offering her brief congratulations, Lin Mani immediately began operations. The power of a top-tier wealthy family quickly became apparent. A dozen minutes later, numerous media outlets in Chang'an province, including state media, released news announcements. Many celebrities and online influencers also posted congratulatory messages. Netizens in Chang'an province were completely in an uproar. Jianhai province has been dominating the trending topics for the past 2 days, but now it's finally Chang'an province's turn to make an appearance. Countless netizens spontaneously liked, saved, and shared the post. Chang'an province's all B-level professional battle team, Thunder Fury, achieves a gold 1-star rating in the Sunken Jungle, securing second place in the world. The news quickly rose to the top of the trending list. Those who were just questioning the performance of Alien Girl were all stunned when they saw the news. A B-rank profession, and they actually got second place in the world? And it's a gold 1-star rating? They checked the news repeatedly and found it to be true. Just a moment ago, they were absolutely certain that without an S-rank professional leading the team, it would be impossible for a low-rank professional to reach the gold rating. The next second, the Thunderstorm squad delivered a resounding slap to their faces. They don't even have A-level professions, but with a bunch of B-level professions, they managed to break into second place in the world. Many B-level and A-level professionals immediately fell into self-doubt. Am I really just too bad at the game? Those who supported the Alien Girl were finally vindicated and began a fierce counterattack. Isn't it said that only S-rank professions can get a gold rating? Didn't they say that Alien Girl's grades were fake? So what exactly is the rating for the Sinkhole Jungle, which is currently ranked second in the world? Does the Thunderstorm Legion have S-rank classes? Or A-rank classes? Answer me. Even so, there are still some people who are stubborn. Just because Kwang Lei got a gold rating doesn't prove that Alien Girl is without problems. A 5-star gold rank and a 1-star gold rank are not even in the same league. Shen Nanqing is the 3rd-generation direct descendant of the Hengrongshun family. His father is a 6th-tier S-level expert. Can you treat his battle group as an ordinary team? But soon, the supporters directly provided a live stream link. In the live broadcast room, Shen Nanqing was being interviewed by the national program, Extraordinary Frontline. The host asked, "Is your team, which is taking on the Sinkhole Jungle Challenge, really composed entirely of B-level professionals?" Shen Nanqing laughed and said, "Actually, that's not entirely true. There's also a C-rank professional, Agile Thief, in the team. He's fast and mainly responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance." The host continued, "You achieved a gold 1-star rating, ranking second in both the national and global rankings. Can you reveal the secret to your gold rating?" Shen Nanqing humbly said, "There's no secret. We basically used the normal methods. The main reason we got this score is because we handled the hidden boss quite successfully." The host was stunned when he heard this. Hidden boss? The live stream chat was instantly filled with question marks. Chapter 22. Is this boss even a human being able to defeat? Dude, you're already second on the national limited time leaderboard and 17th on the world leaderboard, and now you're telling everyone that you also casually killed a hidden boss? Wouldn't all 16 battle groups at the top of the list, including the Alien Girl, become a joke? The host quickly regained his composure and pressed Shen Nanqing for an answer. The Thunderstorm team's time of 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 10 seconds was achieved after discovering and defeating the hidden boss? Shen Nanqing nodded. That's right. The host then asked if the method for discovering the hidden boss could be revealed. Shen Nanqing gave an even more surprising answer. We didn't discover the hidden boss ourselves. The Alien Girl warband provided the strategy. We were able to defeat it successfully by referring to their strategy. These words were like a bomb thrown into the live stream, and the chat instantly erupted. Since the strategy guide came from Alien Girl, it means they also defeated the hidden boss. And they cleared the game with the hidden boss in just 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds? What kind of monsters are in this suddenly appearing battle group? The host's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked about the relationship between Shen Nanqing and the Alien Girl. hoping to extract more information. Shin Nanqing stated that there was an agreement between the two parties not to disclose the members' information. However, he solemnly guaranteed that the alien girl's strength absolutely deserved her achievements, and that she would bring more surprises in the future. The initial scattered doubts were immediately drowned out by a deluge of comments. After all, if Kwang Lei could get a gold 1-star rating just by following the guide, the alien girl who wrote the guide must be even stronger. Then, Shin Nanqing dropped another bombshell. He had recorded the entire battle against the hidden boss and would later post it to the official account of the Thunderstorm Battle Group. Countless new professionals and curious netizens immediately flocked to pay attention. Kwang Lei's original 1,000 or so fans skyrocketed at a rate of thousands per second, until it finally stopped after surpassing 2 million. At 8 p.m. sharp, the strategy video was released, and everyone clicked on it immediately. The video begins by explaining how to activate the hidden boss, the Fallen Priest UPU. Only then did everyone realize that those inconspicuous patterns in the dungeon were actually sacrificial arrays. What's even more outrageous is that some of the arrays were hidden in caves, while others were sunk at the bottom of rivers, and they had to be activated in a fixed order. With the 5th magic circle fixed, the first 4 have a staggering 24 possible combinations. Netizens were utterly bewildered. How on earth was this discovered? Some people couldn't help but wonder if the time it took to complete the game, Alien Girl, also included the time spent finding the magic circle and figuring out the correct order. This opening paragraph alone silenced all the stubborn people. Without the guide for the Alien Girl, this hidden boss would probably never have been discovered. The video then begins to explain UP's combat mechanics. In the first phase, UPU flew at high speed with a protective magic shield, continuously casting the area of effect skill, Energy Death Ray, on the targets he hated. Every 20 seconds, it will also summon 5 goblin zombies. The zombies must be killed within 10 seconds, otherwise their corpses will explode, leaving a trail of black corpse fumes on the ground. If a professional encounters corpse energy even once, their skin will ulcerate, and their entire body will become paralyzed, essentially rendering them unable to fight. What's more troublesome is that for every 10% of his shield UP loses, he summons an additional large zombie. The large zombie devours the smaller zombies, increasing its size and damage by 10% for each one it consumes. After swallowing 5, it transforms into a stitched-together monster, randomly targeting one person and chasing them for 30 seconds. Without tank protection or a long-duration speed boost, the targeted person is almost certain to die. Moreover, if the big zombie can't eat the little zombies and isn't killed, it will also self-destruct on the spot, causing the entire group to either die or be severely injured. The most disgusting thing is that neither large nor small zombies can be passed through by UPU's energy ray. Otherwise, they will go berserk, with their movement speed and attack power greatly increased. Netizens were already sweating bullets upon seeing this. The first phase of a hidden boss was harder than all 4 regular bosses in the sunken jungle combined. In the second phase, UP's shield shattered, and he flew directly into the sky, summoning 8 goblin ghosts scattered throughout the arena. The ghosts will slowly move towards the center of the arena while simultaneously spraying energy projectiles in all directions. They will gradually become transparent when attacked until they dissipate. However, the death interval between the 8 ghosts cannot exceed 5 seconds, otherwise, they will all be resurrected and their status will be fully restored. If the ghosts reach the center, they will explode en masse, damaging everyone and inflicting a curse that reduces attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 10%. After exploding, they will return to their original position and respawn. Meanwhile, UP wasn't idle either, continuously releasing energy death rays and evil bone binding in the air. Skeleton hands would randomly emerge from the ground and grab the professional's feet. Once someone is controlled and then hit by an energy blast, they will almost certainly die on the spot. Upon seeing this, netizens turn pale. Is this really the kind of monster you'd expect to find in a Tier 1 dungeon? With only a few initial skills before level 10, who can withstand this kind of chain reaction? The third stage is even more desperate. UP will sacrifice his body to the evil god, continuously summoning the evil god's tentacles from underground for a full 2 minutes. He himself will enter a state of invulnerability, and the only thing the team can do is to survive. After seeing the mechanics, everyone felt their legs go weak. This wasn't a challenge, it was a death sentence. But then, the Thunderstorm Battle Group's combat video recordings began. Under Shin Nanqing's command, the team members moved in an orderly manner, precisely attacking during the gaps in the enemy's movements. Netizens quickly discovered that Shinnansing's control over the timing of the skills was almost perfect, as if he could predict UPU's every move in advance. Although all members of the Thunder Fury team are B-rank professions, their class composition is well balanced and their execution is extremely high. They focus fire, switch targets, and clear out zombies with almost no unnecessary movement. The 8 ghosts in the second phase were even more terrifying for everyone. Instead of killing them immediately, Thunder divided the ghosts' movement path into segments, dealing fixed damage to each segment, and then harvested them all at once when they were all close to the center. This strategy is extremely dangerous. If there is even the slightest error, all 8 ghosts will explode at the same time, and the entire group will be instantly vaporized. But at the crucial moment, Thunder made a mistake, failing to kill the 2 ghosts in time. The viewers in front of the screen were on the edge of their seats. Fortunately, Shinnansing reacted extremely quickly and made timely adjustments, narrowly defeating 2 ghosts in an instant, thus saving the entire group. In the third phase, countless evil god tentacles covered the area. Shinnansing instructed everyone to stand in a concentrated position and clear a safe area 3 seconds before the tentacles attacked. The tentacles slammed down wildly, sending dirt and rocks flying and creating deep craters. Yet the Thunderclap Legion remained standing unscathed in that small clearing. The open space wouldn't last long, new tentacles would soon emerge. Shinnansing kept repeating this rhythm, clearing the area 3 seconds in advance, and leading the team to move among the tentacles. They endured the entire 2 minutes without sustaining any injuries. Everyone was stunned. This phase, which looked like just dodging skills, actually required the commander to have precise timing, and each damage-dealing class had to identify the target within 2 seconds. If the attack is too slow, the tentacles will slam down. If it's too early, new tentacles will sprout prematurely, completely disrupting the attack rhythm. After the video ended, the live stream room remained silent for a long time. After simulating the scenario in their minds, everyone was disheartened to find that if it were their own team, they probably wouldn't even be able to survive the first phase. The Thunderstorm squad was entirely composed of B-rank members, yet they managed to narrowly defeat up thanks to their excellent teamwork and Shinnansing's terrifying command. So, how strong should the Alien Girl battle group be, as the Thunder Plus version? Chapter 23 Public Opinion Backlash. Where's Heisey? Didn't you say only S-rank professions could get a gold rating? Why isn't he saying anything now? Shinnansing led an entire team of B-rank professionals, yet still managed to achieve a gold rating using the Alien Girl battle group's strategy. Is there any need to question her strength? The strategies and tactics have all been made public. You guys were the loudest complainers before, now do you dare to go and get a gold rating yourselves? Still bringing up their privileged background? Isn't that AAA level professional team in Dongqing City from a privileged family? They only managed to get silver 7 stars. They killed fewer hidden bosses, but cleared the game 9 seconds slower. Doesn't everyone know who's not strong enough? With the release of the strategy video, the overwhelming doubts instantly turned into boomerangs, slamming back at those who were stirring up trouble. Those who supported the Alien Girl battle group were finally able to vent their anger and flooded the comments section with sarcastic remarks, showing no mercy whatsoever. The blogger who posted 7 videos accusing the group of using illegal methods has quietly deleted all the videos and is almost out of luck with his account. The questioners were both angry and frustrated, but Shinnansing's strategies and achievements were right there in front of them, leaving them with no reason to refute him. Some people simply pretended to be dead, but the platform only pushed out mocking videos, and comments and private messages flooded in like a tidal wave, making it impossible to escape. Many people could only run back to the chat group to complain. Damn it, I'm being chased and cursed in the comments section, and the worst part is I can't even talk back. My account with over 5,000 followers was just starting to take off, but because I posted a video questioning it, I've already lost over 2,000 followers, and the account is completely ruined. Some people calmed down and said, in the end, it's because the Alien Girl battle group is really strong. Just finding the hidden boss is something other battle groups can't do. After that statement, the group chat gradually fell silent. Suddenly, someone asked, who started this whole thing in the first place? After racking their brains for a while, everyone remembered that the video seemed to have been posted by an official account of a certain battle group in Jiahai province, and someone immediately went to check the records. But when they found the account, they discovered that the video had already been deleted and the account had been cancelled, clearly indicating that the account had been deleted and the person had run away. Everyone then realized that they had been used as pawns from beginning to end, fighting for the real mastermind. Then, more and more clues were unearthed. Several small media outlets in Dongqing City published articles, and a vice president of the Jiahai Provincial Battle Group Association also hinted at the possibility of illegal activities in an interview. There's also the dungeon analyst, Lai De Wang, who has over 6 million followers, and he even makes videos analyzing what illegal methods the alien girl warband might have used. Netizens grew increasingly furious as they dug deeper, shocked by the sheer number of people involved in stirring up trouble. Soon, the comment sections of media outlets, bloggers, and related accounts were flooded with criticism. The one who was criticized the most was Lai De Wang, who had the most followers. As soon as he saw the tide turning against him, he immediately went live to apologize. "Family members, this is a misunderstanding. I was just doing a normal analysis as requested by the client. I thought the other party wanted to educate people about the dangers of illegal activities and teach them how to identify illegal items and abide by the law, so I accepted the collaboration. As for who the client is, I can only reveal that it is a local force in Dongqing City." In his final moments, he admitted that he shouldn't have used the alien girl battle group as an example in order to gain attention, that he had deleted the video, and bowed deeply in front of the camera. Lai De Wang adopted a very humble attitude, which calmed down many netizens. Some fans even sent him gifts, telling him to be more careful in choosing partners in the future. However, his mention of local forces in Dongqing City gave netizens a new direction. They continued their investigation and quickly identified Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui as the suspects. Who else could it be but those two scoundrels? They desperately tried to boost their accounts before entering the dungeon, hoping to improve their character's performance, only to be crushed by the alien girl battle group. Of course they're not happy about it. Wang Tianming acted so humble during the interview, all smiles on the surface, but secretly he probably wished something bad would happen to the alien girl battle group. The anger quickly spread to Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui's personal accounts. The comment section was full of sarcastic remarks telling Wang Tianming to recognize the gap between them. Others with all B-rank professions can reach gold 1 star, and they're even faster than you in time trials. Instead of learning from their experience, you resort to underhanded tactics? Your professional rank is 1 level higher than Shen Nanxing's, but your character and conduct are far inferior. Shen's Hingrong Group is among the top 50 in the country, while your Wang family's case is full of tax evasion and other penalties. Wang Tianming was furious and frantically blocked accounts, but there were just too many people coming to insult him, so he eventually had to close the comment section. The situation was even worse for Zhou Shui. Following her identity, netizens dug up old stories about her father, Zhou Changkong, from many years ago. In the comment section, someone questioned why Zhou Changkong and Li Ting, who were sworn brothers, had their child sent to an orphanage after Li Ting and his wife died in battle. When Li grew up relying on school poverty subsidies and odd jobs, Zhou Changkong not only did not help him, but even smeared Li Ting in front of outsiders. Zhou Shui stared at the comments, her face growing increasingly grim. Her fingers gripped her phone so tightly they turned white. She had never imagined things would develop this way. Li Ting is Li Yi's father. She understands Zhou Changkong's personality. She might not publicly smear him, but it's very likely that she's genuinely trying to distance herself from the Li family to avoid suspicion and trouble. Even more frightening, netizens also dug up old photos and rumors of Zhou Changkong being taken away by the Security Bureau for 3 days for investigation when he was young. Why was Zhou Changkong investigated after Li Ting and his wife died in battle? Could their deaths be related to Zhou Changkong? Some people have also dug up a post from a forum 10 years ago, claiming that it contained a lot of dirt on Zhou Changkong. The post may be deleted at any time, and screenshots have already been circulating everywhere. In the Zhou family of Dongqing City, Zhou Changkong's face darkened as he watched the spreading public opinion. He immediately gave instructions to the steward. "Go and bring that kid from the Li family here. We need to film a clarification video." The butler reported in a low voice that he had sent someone to Li Yi's residence, but no one was there and the phone number was disconnected. Zhou Changkong frowned and said in a deep voice, "Xia Xue should have other ways to contact him. Let her go and find him." Soon, Zhou Shui received a call from butler Lu. After hearing her father's orders, her face turned extremely grim. She actually went to find Li Yi. That fool who recklessly signed up for the extraordinary trial probably already died in some dungeon. But this matter concerned Zhou Changkong's reputation, and also the entire Zhou family. Zhou Shui and her family shared both prosperity and ruin, so she gritted her teeth and agreed in the end. Chapter 24 is a sensation. Max level rating, King of Adventure. Inside the dark poison mine, Li picked up a piece of green equipment dropped by the final boss and casually tossed it into his inventory. This thing can probably sell for a few hundred yuan. It's not much, but every little bit helps. It's enough to buy a few cases of beer for the Sword Saint. I still lack experience. Li pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied. Even with the extra 50% experience bonus for solo play, the entire dark poison mine only gave him a 30% experience gain. After all, this is just a 5-player dungeon, and the experience gain is incomparable to that of a raid dungeon. However, the dungeon is small in scale and low in difficulty, so it can be cleared much faster. Go out. Lai Yu nodded, then swept Li Yi up in her arms, activated her Gale Step, and sped toward the dungeon exit. Originally, Li wanted to control the completion time to avoid the data becoming too outrageous. The smell in the dark poison mine was so bad, it was even worse than a dry toilet, and he didn't want to stay there for even a second longer. Therefore, after defeating the final boss, he did not linger at all and immediately chose to leave the dungeon. On the way back, Lai Wei, relying on her sword and perception, had already figured out how to identify the correct path. Soon, the two arrived at the dungeon exit. As Lai Yu put Li Yi down and the two passed through the portal, a series of notifications popped up on Li Yi's interface. Dark Poison Mine Normal Dungeon Challenge completed. Time taken, 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. Currently ranked number 1 in the world. Achieve the gold title for Mining Adventurers, a limited time ranking reward. Mining Adventurer, Gold Quality, increases movement speed by 5% and vision by 20%. Immediately afterwards, another notification popped up. Dark Poison Mine Normal Dungeon Challenge completed, overall rating, Gold 9 stars, currently ranked number 1 in the world. Obtained Adventure King Tier 1 badge, a reward for achieving the highest rating. Li stared at the name, slightly taken aback. The King of Adventure? This was the first time he had ever heard of such a badge. He immediately went online to search, but the results showed nothing. In other words, he is likely the first professional to obtain the Adventure King badge with a perfect score. The attributes of the Adventure King badge are even more outrageous. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and spell power all increase by 10, movement speed is increased by an additional 15%, and critical strike chance is increased by 2%. Furthermore, once inside the instance, it's easier to gain favor with friendly units. The attributes are good, and the 15% movement speed is especially useful. Without hesitation, Li replaced the original Challenge Master badge with the Adventure King badge. After equipping the new badge, his agility reached 97, and his movement speed was as high as 148.5%. Li immediately burst out laughing. If I run now, I'd probably be faster than a rogue with a speed boost. At his current speed, very few monsters in the Tier 1 dungeon can catch up with him. Even if he is targeted by a speed-type monster, he will have enough time to escape and hold out until Lai Wei makes a move. In high spirits, Li waved his hand. Let's go back to the hotel and have a drink. After saying that, he happily left the mining area with Lai Wei. Meanwhile, in front of the leaderboard in the Dark Poison Mine, 5 passing professionals froze in place. They stared wide-eyed at the data on the leaderboard. World records show that the battle group's name is Guardians of the Best Alien Girls, and its country is Yen. The record is 2 hours, 45 minutes and 28 seconds. Rating, Gold 9 stars. The region recorded nationwide is Dongqing City, Jiahai Province. 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds? Golden 9 stars? The 5 people couldn't believe their eyes. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly and looked again, but the data remained unchanged. It truly is a golden 9-star design. How exactly did they do that? The group of people all gasped in surprise. After the initial shock, they immediately took a picture of the ranking list and posted it on social media. The Best Alien Girl battle group already has its own popularity. Shortly after the message was sent out, the number of clicks began to skyrocket. What? 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds? That's more than 3 hours faster than the previous world record. Are they flying fighter jets in a dungeon? 9 golden stars? The legendary max level rating? Blogger, tell me this is photoshopped. Another alien girl warband? What kind of monsters are these people? I'm in the dark forest, I'll go verify it right away. A few minutes later, the comment section was flooded with people asking questions. Are they back? Is it true or not? 2 minutes later, the person who posted the message finally replied. Go to my homepage to see my latest videos. Immediately, eager netizens flooded the homepage. In the video, a tall boy stands below the leaderboard and waves at the camera. The leaderboard behind him was clearly visible, with no obscuring of the records and ratings. This is not a photoshopped image. At this moment, the comments section completely exploded. Awesome! Invincible! Unbelievable! Countless netizens have gone almost crazy. Throughout Yen Kingdom, countless professionals cried out in disbelief upon seeing the news. When the reporter from Dongqing City received the notification from the informant, he thought the informant had given the wrong data. Even after confirming repeatedly, the other party still insisted that the dark poison mine had been given a perfect 9-star rating. When the reporter arrived at the leaderboard and saw the numbers with his own eyes, he was instantly filled with excitement, and his eyes turned red. This is not just the highest score in the country. It is the highest record for a copy rating in the history of the world. Even if it's just a Tier 1 5-player dungeon, it's still impressive enough. Because this is a truly historic achievement. Major official media outlets also received the news one after another, but none of them dared to believe it immediately. The fact that they led the world's #1 team for 22 minutes after the collapse of the jungle was already astonishing. This time, the dark poison mine was actually more than 3 hours ahead. If it weren't for the fact that firearms couldn't be brought into the dungeon, they would have even suspected that the best guarding alien girl might have dropped a nuclear bomb inside. The official media can accept that this team broke records again, and that they achieved outstanding results. The record in the dark poison mine area can no longer be described as exaggerated. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. The media outlets can only cautiously await the verification results from the oversight authorities. Soon, the inspector's inspection notice arrived. The copy is working perfectly. No violations were found. The records are true and valid. The state media operators instantly became excited and immediately released the press releases they had prepared long ago. The entire internet is in an uproar. China Media Group, news channel. The host was originally connecting with a reporter to report on a localized war in the Mayan continent. Suddenly, her expression hardened slightly as she received instructions to interrupt the broadcast with an urgent news report. Although it was rare for a news broadcast to interrupt her work, she remained calm and quickly regained her composure. Hello everyone, we have an urgent news briefing. The extraordinary battle team from Dongqing City, Jianhai Province, my country, guarded the best alien girl and broke the world record for the dark poison mine in terms of time limit with a completion time of 2 hours, 45 minutes and 28 seconds. With a gold 9-star maximum rating, it set a new record for the highest dungeon rating in the world. Congratulations on protecting the best alien girl. Most of those who watch the news on TV are older people. Upon hearing this news, many people's first reaction was to doubt that they had misheard. In a detached villa, an elderly man looked desolate and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, I'm getting old. My eyesight used to be bad, and now my hearing isn't doing well either. Chapter 25 Taito University. Grandpa, what's wrong? Did someone make you angry? The granddaughter came out of the room and seeing that her grandfather looked unwell, quickly asked him with concern. Meng, have you finished your homework? The old man's gloomy expression vanished instantly, replaced by a gentle smile. No one made Grandpa angry. Grandpa just misheard the news. The little granddaughter tilted her head and asked curiously, Did you hear the wrong news? The old man chuckled and said that the news reported that the country had produced an extraordinary genius, but he had hearing problems and misheard the data. Meng looked at the TV, her face full of doubt. Completion time 2 hours and 45 minutes, gold 9-star rating. Is this what makes someone a genius? The old man's smile froze instantly. He had intended to teach his granddaughter not to lie, but then he realized that the data she had given was exactly the same as the one in the news earlier. He immediately became excited. Good boy, quickly tell Grandpa, how long does it take to complete the game? 2 hours and 45 minutes. What about the rating? Golden 9 stars. After confirming he hadn't misheard, the old man threw his head back and laughed heartily. Even the national official media had broadcast it, so the achievement must be absolutely true. To have witnessed such a young genius in his later years, he felt he had no regrets in his remaining years. Just then, the door opened, and the old man's son, Lu Zhanling, returned. Seeing his father so happy, he casually asked why. The old man's smile faded, and he said in a deep voice, "Of course I'm happy that the country has produced a peerless genius." Lu Zhanling immediately thought of the Alien Girl battle group, which had recently been making waves in the extraordinary trials. Lu Yuanlong's eyes gleamed as he urged, "It's them. Quickly send the school's admissions office to the dark forest. Such geniuses must be admitted to Imperial University." Lu Zhanling, however, calmly replied while holding his water glass, "The admissions office is indeed interested in them, but it's still a bit of a stretch to get into Imperial University with just a copy of their grades." Lu Yuanlong's face instantly darkened, and he angrily said, "How can you be a dean?" Lu Zhanling quickly explained that the extraordinary professional training system is now complete, and the professional rank determines the upper limit of growth. Although the Alien Girl battle group has achieved remarkable results, most of its members are low-rank professions. The Imperial University has limited places, and recruiting one low-rank member may mean missing out on a high-rank genius. Of course, they need to continue to observe. Lu Yuanlong's chest heaved with anger. If it were 30 years ago, he would have given this son a good beating long ago. During the extraordinary trials, you, as the dean of the law department at Imperial University, are less informed than this retired old man. If I were the university president, I would definitely dismiss you." Lu Zhanling was stunned. Could it be that the Alien Girl battle group had achieved new results? He had been busy with social engagements tonight, and hadn't paid any attention to outside news. Lu Yuanlong coldly tossed the remote control over. "Rewind 5 minutes!" Lu Zhanling did as instructed and soon saw the news broadcast by the official media. With his status and experience, he should have been used to big scenes, but at this moment he was still frozen in place, his heart churning with turmoil. It's extremely rare for a state media program to interrupt with the news report. He would never have believed it if it weren't for an official announcement. Completed the game in 2 hours and 45 minutes, achieving a perfect 9-star gold rating. Is this incredible achievement truly possible without using any illegal methods? Lu Yuanlong asked with a sneer. Now, do they have the qualifications? Lu Zhanling immediately understood why his father was angry. Lu Yuanlong had spent most of his life as a mentor at the Imperial University, making the discovery and cultivation of talent his lifelong belief. Now that he had seen a promising talent like the Alien Girl battle group, he naturally regarded it as a treasure. Lu Zhanling had no choice but to say, "I will immediately notify the admissions office and contact the Alien Girl battle group." To everyone's surprise, Lu Yuanlong became even angrier, slamming his hand on the tea table. "What's the point of contacting them? Have the school issue a public notice for special admissions, offering all the preferential treatment, and recruiting them as top-tier geniuses." Lu Zhanling frowned, feeling that his father was making a mountain out of a molehill. Imperial Capital University was the most prestigious university in the country, and once they expressed their intention to recruit, would the university refuse? Besides, not all members of the battle group were necessarily outstanding. They couldn't possibly recruit all the low-ranking newcomers. Lu Yuanlong scolded him with exasperation. "You've been in a high position for too long and have become arrogant. Geniuses are all proud. If the school doesn't give them enough respect, why should they choose Imperial University?" He pointed out with even greater sorrow that the era of Imperial University's dominance is long gone. In recent years, the university has increasingly resembled the private domain of a wealthy and powerful family, with everyone relying on their status as the top national university to act arrogantly and disregard everything else. If this continues, it will inevitably decline sooner or later. Lu Zhanling didn't want to argue, and while he verbally agreed to handle it, he didn't really believe it. In his view, the Imperial University of Beijing has produced countless top professionals, and sending someone to communicate with them was already a great honor. Openly recruiting them through a special program would be like competing with ordinary provincial universities for students, lowering their own status. No matter how amazing the trial results are, they only attract attention. Truly top geniuses and high-ranking professionals never bother to show their faces like actors. Therefore, he always felt that the Alien Girl warband was nothing more than a publicity stunt. The official promotion had its own ulterior motives and did not mean that this warband was really that important. The inherent nature of low-tier professions cannot be changed. When they reach level 10 and attempt the second tier abyss challenge, their significant numerical disadvantages will expose all their flaws, rendering even the most brilliant tactics and teamwork futile. Meanwhile, Li and Lai Yu had already returned to the hotel. "I'm finally back!" Li removed his mask and took a deep breath. The dark poison mine was no place for a human to stay. From now on, he'd have to check the environment first when choosing a dungeon. Although Lai Yu could easily clear speedruns, the dungeon environment was too awful for him to handle. After turning on his phone, Li saw congratulatory messages from Shen Nanqing and Lin Money. He replied to each one with thanks, and then casually checked the trending topics. History made. The first person in history to achieve a perfect rating has been born. Completely shattering doubts. Where exactly are the limits of the Alien Girls warband? Li casually scrolled through a few videos, and almost the entire internet was discussing the max level rating. The National Supervisory Agency also issued a statement confirming that the Dark Poison Mine's results were clean and genuine, and that no illegal methods were used. This level of popularity is ridiculous. Li clicked his tongue in amazement. Luckily, the battle group didn't have an official account, otherwise his private messages would probably have been flooded with messages by now. But just as he thought of sending a private message, he discovered that someone had indeed sent him a message. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be Zhou Shui. Chapter 26. Can I sleep cuddling with my owner? As soon as Li opened the message, he saw a series of messages from Zhou Shui, first asking where he was and then saying she wanted to invite him to dinner. Seeing that he hadn't replied for a long time, Zhou Shui's tone quickly became impatient. She even asked him if he was dead and said that her father had asked him to go to the Zhou family to film a clarification video. The Zhou family was willing to give Li $1 million reward if he showed up, and even threatened him that they would get really angry if he didn't reply. Li frowned, surprised that Zhou Shui hadn't deleted her account yet. He didn't have many friends at school to begin with, and most of his friends in group chats were just symbolic invitations from classmates. After reading these messages, Li sneered. Would he really be short of 1 million from the Zhou family now? He immediately deleted all his contacts except Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani, and then left all group chats. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui was complaining to her best friend about her recent experiences when she suddenly received a screenshot from Wang Tianming. The screenshot showed that Li had just left the group chat. Zhou Shui was overjoyed and immediately checked the chat history. But after waiting for a long time, Li still didn't reply to her. Zhou Shui was stunned. A guy who went to the factory to tighten screws had awakened a trashy profession and couldn't even be interested in $1 million. A few more minutes passed, and still nothing happened. She finally couldn't help but curse. You worthless loser, you awakened a trash class and you're still pretending. She edited the message again, questioning Li about why he wasn't replying. After clicking send, the system popped up a notification. You and the other person are not friends. Please add them as friends first. Zhou Shui's face instantly turned ashen. Not only did Li not reply to her, he actually deleted her. What gives him the right to do this, a mere D-rank summoner? In order to eliminate the negative public opinion surrounding her father, Zhou Changkong, Zhou Shui had no choice but to suppress her anger and try to add him back as a friend. However, the search results showed that the account did not exist, and the system prompted her to confirm whether the input was correct. Zhou Shui was completely dumbfounded. Li had even deleted his account. At this moment, she finally panicked a little. Li clearly didn't care about the Zhou family's conditions, nor did he care about her attitude. Could it be that he completely severed ties with the Zhou family because of those rumors circulating online? Zhou Shui quickly informed the housekeeper of the situation. The housekeeper frowned and immediately ordered people to guard Li Yi's residence around the clock. As soon as Li showed up, he took the person directly to the Zhou residence. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Li and Lai Yu were enjoying their drinks. He didn't limit Li Yu's alcohol intake. After all, it had been proven yesterday that Lai Yu was very quiet when drunk and would just sleep obediently. Otherwise, given her physique and strength, if she were to get drunk and act out, she could easily injure Li Yi with a single blow. After drinking her fill, Lai Yu swayed and collapsed onto the bed, soon emitting even breathing sounds. Li Yi stood by the bed, looking at Lai Yu's face flushed from the alcohol, her healthy wheat-colored skin, and her powerful figure, and his heart began to race. In the dungeon, she is a sword saint who sweeps away enemies, like an invincible female war goddess. But now, lying quietly in bed, she exudes a unique charm completely different from that of human women, Li took a deep breath, shook his head to clear his mind, and then lay down next to Liu. The next second, Liu suddenly opened her eyes, looked at him with a drunken expression, and her voice became soft. "Master, can I sleep while holding you?" As she spoke, she moved closer to Li, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes full of anticipation. Li's heart pounded, but he immediately recalled the experience of almost suffocating from her last time, and he was still a little scared. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "It's possible, but—" Before he could finish speaking, Liu happily rushed over and hugged Li tightly. Li quickly struggled. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet." Liu rubbed her face against his head and said with a smile, "Master, please speak." Li quickly reminded him, "Holding me is fine, but you can't smother me while I sleep, it's too dangerous." Liu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. She shifted her tall frame down slightly, wrapped her arms around Li's waist, buried her head in his chest, and looked up to ask, "How about this?" Feeling the warmth in his arms, Li trembled slightly. The powerful and fierce swordswoman in the dungeon is now leaning on me like a clingy kitten. This stark contrast made his heart beat faster and faster. Li unconsciously placed his hand on Liu's smooth shoulder, forcing himself to remain calm as he said, this way, it's no problem." Liu immediately became happy and kept rubbing her head against Li's chin. Before long, the effects of the alcohol returned, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. Liu slept comfortably, but Li suffered. Her body temperature was much higher than that of an average person, and holding him was like holding a furnace. Yet she held him so tightly that Li couldn't break free at all. Adding to the discomfort, the scent of Liu's shower gel filled his nostrils, making Li feel unbearably hot and causing him to feel increasingly agitated. "Once the favorability rating increases by 1 level, I will." He mumbled something, then drowsiness quickly overcame him, and he gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, after waking up, Li and Liu finished breakfast and prepared to head to the third dungeon in the Dark Forest dungeon group, Dark River Canyon. Like the Dark River Canyon and the Dark Poison Mine, Dark River Canyon is a small dungeon for 5 players. Li had checked the information beforehand and found that the main combat area of the dungeon was concentrated on both sides of the river, and there were many murlocs along the way in addition to gnolls. The overall difficulty is not high. Among the several dungeons, it is only slightly more difficult than the simplest one, Evil Bone Camp. Before setting off, Li took a special shower. He had been held by Liu all night, and was covered in sweat. He couldn't help but wonder if he should get some ice-attribute equipment to wear in the future, so that he wouldn't be unable to sleep because of the scorching moonlight. Just as he was about to leave the hotel after everything was ready, Shenanxing sent him a message asking if he would like to participate in a talk show. Li refused without hesitation. He didn't like being in the public eye, mainly because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. But then I thought, I will definitely break more records in the future and achieve results that many people cannot reach. He may not like to be in the limelight, but he can't deliberately slow down his dungeon clearing efficiency just to keep a low profile. He was never one to hesitate or look back, otherwise he wouldn't have risked his life to form a contract with Liu. Now that the alien girl has made a name for herself, let's go all out and do it. Thinking of this, Li felt a little excited and then replied to Shenanxing with a message. I have a collaboration opportunity. Chapter 27 Cooperation. Inside the Thunderstorm Battle Group base, Shenanxing and Lin Mani took the initiative to greet them, their respect undisguised. Brother Li, your record yesterday is unprecedented and will definitely be recorded in history. The Alien Girl Battle Group achieved the first ever maximum rating in human history, a feat that has shocked the entire internet. Soon, their gazes fell on Liu, who was standing next to Li. She was a female swordsman who was over 2 meters tall. Her black battle suit accentuated her cold and sharp temperament. She had an exquisite face and a near-perfect figure. Shenanxing stared in disbelief, while Lin Mani was completely lost in thought. She knew all too well how difficult it was for a woman to maintain a curvaceous figure once she exceeded 1.85 meters in height. Liu is not only incredibly tall, but she also looks like she stepped right out of a manga illustration, giving people a strong visual impact. Li calmly introduced her. Her name is Liu, and she is my girlfriend. Shenanxing and Lin Mani both widened their eyes at the same time. The two were 40 centimeters apart in height, and Liu looked to be nearly 30 years old, much older than Li. After regaining her senses, Shen Nanqing secretly gave him a thumbs up. Most men like petite and delicate girls, but Li Yi's taste was unique. Lin Mani couldn't help but speculate that Li probably possessed strengths that ordinary people couldn't match. She quickly gathered her thoughts and asked seriously, "What exactly is the cooperation that Mr. Li mentioned?" Li got straight to the point. "I'll provide the dungeon guides, and you'll be responsible for recording the gameplay, post-production, and publishing. We'll make dungeon tutorial videos together." Their eyes lit up instantly. Shen Nanqing, in particular, became breathless. "Brother Li, is this really true?" Li nodded with a smile. They had witnessed firsthand the value of the Alien Girl Battle Group's strategy guide. Shen Nanqing even used that guide to personally defeat the hidden boss, the corrupted priest. Compared to the walkthroughs for Alien Girl, most of the so-called walkthroughs online are at best just dungeon introductions. In fact, the Thunderstorm Battle Group is worried about the future operation of its official account. The video of the fallen priest's kill has garnered over 100 million views, and the account has gained over 5 million followers, which has also raised viewers' expectations to an extremely high level. If the subsequent content is of poor quality, it will not only result in losing followers and being criticized, but may even attract a large number of haters, affecting the team's real-world development. However, with the strategy guide for the Alien Girl Battle Group, the situation is completely different. They consistently deliver outstanding performances, consistently produce high-quality videos, and simultaneously enhance internal cohesion and external popularity. After the initial excitement, Lin Mani quickly calmed down. Cooperation must be mutually beneficial. The Alien Girl had brought so many benefits to Quan Lei, so what could Quan Lei possibly give back? Li Yi saw through her thoughts and stated his conditions. First, the video must credit the source of the guide. Secondly, we only endorse the video. Quan Lei's own business activities cannot use the name of Alien Girl. Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani exchanged a glance and immediately understood that the Alien Girl was building up her reputation. For Quan Lei, this is also a good thing. The higher the reputation of the Alien Girl, the greater the benefits they can gain by using the strategy. Shen Nanqing simply said, "All the revenue from the platform's broadcasts will go to Brother Li." Li nodded in satisfaction, and the cooperation was officially agreed upon. He then sent the walkthrough for the 5-player dungeon, Dark Poison Mine, to Shen Nanqing. The most difficult part of this dungeon isn't the monsters, but the route. The starting point for each entry is randomized, the mining area is dimly lit, and the route markers are hard to read, so there's never been a complete route map online. However, Lai Wei possessed sword intent perception, coupled with her innate keen combat intuition, and managed to find the right path. This complete guide was created after repeated verification and elimination of incorrect routes. Li Yi estimated that this would save Shen Nanqing at least an hour of travel time, and with the addition of tactical optimization, the completion time could be reduced to at least 4 hours. With the time shortened, the score naturally improves, and it's almost certain that Shen Nanqing will once again take second place in the world. At this moment, Li Yi suddenly asked, "Do you have any sensors here?" Although Shen Nanqing had doubts, he immediately led him to the equipment. Li Yi placed his hand on the recognition area, and after successful recognition, he chose to display the badge part. 2 seconds later, a piece of equipment popped up on the screen. Adventure King badge. Quality, crown. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and magic power all increased by 10. Equipment effect, movement speed plus 15%, critical hit chance plus 2%. Level requirement 3. Note, you will find it easier to gain favor with friendly units in dungeons. Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani stared at the screen, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. This badge adds a total of 50 attribute points, making it stronger than level 10 purple equipment, yet it can be equipped at level 3. What shocked them even more was the quality. The crown was a completely new grade, above even the gold level. As for the last effect, which increases the favorability of allies, even high-level professionals would probably be envious. When the system asked whether to upload the database, Li did not make a choice immediately, but looked at Lin Mani instead. "Record it and post it to your official account." Lin Mani immediately took out her phone and only took pictures of Li Yi's hand and sensor to avoid revealing his identity. Then, Li Yi clicked upload. Upload successful. He withdrew his hand and, without waiting for the two to ask, said directly, "You guessed right, this is the reward badge for the gold 9 stars." The two were startled. Dark Poison Mine is a 5-player dungeon. The fact that Liu was able to obtain this equipment means that he is one of the 5 people who created the record of 9 gold stars. Therefore, Li is definitely not an ordinary member. His status in the Alien Girl battle group must be extremely high, and he may even be the mysterious team commander. The two men looked at him with increasing respect. Li didn't care about any of that. After saying goodbye to the two, he took Liu to the 5-player dungeon, Dark River Canyon. After Li left, Shenanxing suddenly received a message from her family elders. His elders advised him not to bind himself to the Alien Girl battle group too early, and to wait until the other party's level 10 advancement challenge was over before making a decision. Lin Mani sneered after hearing this. Just ignore what those old fogies in your family say. Opportunities don't come all the time. By the time you try to build connections after someone has advanced in their career, it'll be too late. You must remember, it is we who need to rely on the Alien Girl, not the other way around. If you choose to cooperate, you should be clear about your position. A person who is indecisive can't get anything done. She even bluntly stated that even if the Alien Girl battle group performs poorly in the future, at most they have just gambled on the wrong target. If Thunder doesn't succeed, they can simply go home and be used as tools for marriage alliances, rather than going to their deaths. Shenanxing was so angry from being scolded that he broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly explained that he was just worried about her being affected and wanted to test her feelings. Lin Mani snorted coldly, then brought up another matter. She just secretly used an identification talisman on Liu. Shenanxing asked curiously. What's her profession? What level is she? Lin Mani slowly shook her head. It's all question marks. Shenanxing's expression immediately changed. An appraisal only fails when the level difference is more than 30 levels. Could Liu be a 4th-tier professional? Lin Mani waved her hand. With the endorsement of state media and supervisory departments, she couldn't possibly be a violator. Shenanxing breathed a slight sigh of relief, but she was even more puzzled as to why Liu was able to bring along a 4th-tier professional, and that the person was actually his girlfriend. Lin Mani analyzed carefully. Liu was looking at Li the whole time, her eyes were full of affection, so it can't be wrong. The fact that she chose Li despite the differences in rank, age, and height clearly means that appearance is not important. Therefore, Li must have extremely strong personal charisma. I suspect that he is the team commander of the Alien Girl battle group, or even the leader. The more Shenanxing thought about it, the more sense it made. Lin Mani continued. The core of Alien Girl is not the individual members, but the team commander who can devise incredible strategies. Even if their results in the 2nd-tier advancement challenge are mediocre, the value of such prodigies is still immeasurable. What Quan Lei should do is to cooperate with them wholeheartedly. Whatever their needs are, we will do our best to meet them. We have 1 B-rank and 1 C-rank member. If we want to expand our battle group in the future, we will eventually need to bring in high-ranking professionals to take charge. But the Alien Girl has proven that low-ranking professionals can also carve out their own niche on their own. Cooperating with them is the best choice. Shenanxing nodded solemnly. Auntie, I know what to do. 10 minutes later, the official account of Thunderstorm Battle Group updated 2 videos in succession. The first headline is, Exclusive. The Golden 9-star reward is freshly released. The video demonstrates the process of recognizing and uploading the Adventure King badge. At first, netizens were skeptical, but they immediately went to the public database to check and found that the equipment information had indeed been updated. Seeing the terrifying stats of the Adventure King, the entire internet is green with envy. 50 points in total stats, plus movement speed and extremely rare critical hit attributes, it's practically comparable to top-tier purple gear. The release of the second video caused an uproar across the internet. That was an announcement. The Thunderstorm Battle Group has officially announced that it has reached a long-term cooperation agreement with the Alien Girl Battle Group. In the future, they will continue to update the dungeon tutorial videos. Chapter 28 Dark River Canyon, a new method discovered. The Alien Girl Battle Group is awesome. I hereby declare that I am now a die-hard fan of Alien Girls. What is Vision? This is Vision. Godfather above. Having experienced the backlash from the previous wave of public opinion, those who had initially questioned the issue no longer dared to speak out. No one wants to admit they were a hater. They deleted all the posts they could, and for those that couldn't be completely deleted, they simply deleted their accounts. Those who couldn't bear to lose their accounts had no choice but to stand at attention, post updates, and record videos to publicly apologize. The 2 tutorial videos released by the Thunderstorm team quickly climbed to the top of the trending charts, and even foreign media began to repost them. Someone reminded everyone not to just thank the Alien Girl battle group, because the strategy guide was actually created and leaked by the Thunderstorm battle group themselves after gathering materials and making tutorials. Netizens then realized that the Alien Girl battle group was a godlike team that needed to be looked up to. The Thunderstorm battle group represents the ceiling that ordinary professionals have the best chance of catching up to. Shin Nanxing finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the comments section and his fan value, which had surged again. Netizens are still somewhat conscientious. At least they recognize the efforts of the Thunderstorm team. He assembled his team according to the strategy provided by Li, and then entered the dark poison mine. On the other side, the sound of rushing water echoed in my ears. Li and Lai Yu appeared on the exposed riverbed of the Dark River Canyon. The Dark River Canyon runs through the entire dark forest, with unpolluted river water flowing at its bottom, where the dark-skinned fisherman tribe lives. The route here is not complicated, just walk along the riverbank to the end. The monsters on the riverbank are mainly gnolls who make a living by fishing, but the real trouble comes from the dark-skinned fishmen hiding in the river. According to online guides, 3 fishmen will occasionally emerge from the river to ambush the team as they travel. They are the Murloc Water Controller, Murloc Thunder Summoner, and Murloc Fisherman. The Murloc Thundercaller will gather thunderclouds above the target's head, and then continuously strike with lightning. The power isn't exaggerated, but you need to keep dodging it. If you're even slightly distracted, you'll get hit repeatedly. The water-controlling merman is even more troublesome. It can summon water currents to entangle its target, eventually condensing into a water mass that covers the head, causing the person to drown and suffocate. As for the most disgusting fisherman, he will simply throw fisherman excrement at his enemies. That stuff is both smelly and poisonous. Even if someone gets hit by it leaves the instance, the stench will linger for 10 days. Furthermore, the stench will attract more dark-skinned murlocs, making it easier for monsters to spot the party's location. This is a bit troublesome. Li frowned. He was most annoyed by these ranged harassment monsters. Lai Wei, do you know this place? The Dark Forest instance group contains 1 raid instance and 3 5-player instances, all located within the Dark Forest area. Lai Wei surveyed her surroundings, and after a moment of recollection said, I've been here before when I was wandering in the Dark Forest. The dark-skinned fishmen are annoying. They always emerge from the river to ambush you. Li immediately asked, Is there any way to avoid a sneak attack or to detect them in advance? Liu Yue's Sword in 10 Perception can certainly do that, but ordinary professionals don't have this kind of extraordinary ability. Lai Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. She walked a short distance and pointed to a huge rock on the riverbank. A Murloc sentinel is hiding in the crevice of that rock. As long as we fight the gnolls on the shore, it will be alerted and dive into the river to track and monitor us. After that, every time it travels a certain distance, it will notify the other fishmen to launch an attack. Li Yi's eyes lit up immediately. So, as long as we locate the Murloc sentinel, we can prevent Murloc attacks in advance? Lai Yu nodded. That's right. Li Yi quickly searched through the guides, but found no description of the Murloc sentinel. Clearly, this is yet another undiscovered detail about the copy. Lai Wei walked to the corner of the canyon and used his longsword to dig out 2 fist-sized, dark red plants that looked like sweet potatoes from the grass. This is blood taro, which goblins and orcs often use to make dye. Pound it into a paste and pour it into the cracks in the rocks. Once the fisherman sentinel is completely dyed, we can determine its location by the color in the river water. Li examined the blood taro closely and immediately realized the value of this method. The most difficult thing to deal with in the Dark River Canyon is the dark-skinned murlocs that appear from time to time. Once the location of the Murloc sentinels is revealed, ambushes are no longer a threat, and this instance might even be easier than the supposedly simplest, Evil Bone Camp. The team was moving upstream, so there was no need to worry about the dyed river water interfering with their judgment. Li immediately dug out the blood taro and started crushing it with stones. Lai Yu quickly stepped forward. Master, let me do it. Li smiled and raised his hand, which was wearing a suit glove. I have gloves, so I'm not afraid of getting stained. Your hands are so beautiful, it wouldn't be good if they got stained. Lai Yu blushed slightly, a hint of shyness appearing in her eyes, and could only softly agree. Okay then. She couldn't help but look down at her smooth, slender fingers, a sentence repeatedly nagging at her mind. The owner thinks her hands are beautiful? Liu's affection for you +10. Current favorability rating, like. Liu was slightly taken aback. My favorability rating has actually increased again. There wasn't this change last night when Liu was drinking heartily. Several pieces of taro were quickly mashed into a thick paste. Li took out a bag that contained dry rations, filled it with all the paint, and then went to the rocks and poured it all into the crevices. He felt the amount was still not enough, so he crushed 2 more bags of blood taro. In total, about 5 liters of dye paste were poured into the cracks in the rocks. Nearly an hour had passed by the time everything was finished. Li arrived in front of the first wave of monsters. 3 jackalmen squatted in front of the simple stone house, cutting up a fish that had been dead for a long time into pieces, and then throwing it into a stone pot along with some unknown vegetables. At least we're eating something from the living world. Li muttered a curse to himself, then looked at Liu. Liu, don't make a move, let me practice. This was his first time fighting alone, and facing 3 gnolls at the same time. Liu smiled and nodded. Okay. Li took a deep breath and first summoned 5 stone guards. Each stone golem consumes 10% of his mana, and after summoning 5, he still has 50% left. Each energy star bullet consumes 2% of mana, and theoretically, it can be fired 25 times in a row. In addition, mana regenerates by about 1% per second, so as long as you move and output damage, you don't have to worry about running out of mana. Once preparations were complete, Li gave the order to attack to the stone golem guards. The 5 clumsy guys staggered and charged towards the 3 gnolls. Chapter 29 Combat Practice. Hidden Boss Discovered. Intruders! The 3 gnolls spotted the enemy, grabbed their weapons, and charged at the stone golem. Halfway there, they saw Li, their eyes lit up, and they excitedly shouted, "Fresh meat!" They bypassed the stone man and pounced on Li. The monsters in low-level dungeons aren't very intelligent, but their combat instincts are quite good. They clearly realized that these stone guards were controlled by Li. Li watched as the 5 stone golems slowly raised their arms, but before their fists could even strike, the gnolls had already run far past them. When the fists missed their mark, the stone men lost their balance and fell into a heap, struggling for a long time before being unable to get up. Li's face turned green. No wonder summoners are called the worst profession. These stone golems are just too unreliable. He immediately began to move in an arc, and fired 3 energy star bullets. 2 of the shots grazed the gnoll, but the third hit it in the chest, sending it staggering backward. The base damage of the level 5 energy star bomb was considerable. The gnoll's chest fur was charred black, and blood was seeping out faintly. The pain drove it completely mad, howling as it charged forward at full speed. Li's heart skipped a beat, and he turned and ran. His 148.5% movement speed immediately took effect, and the gnolls couldn't catch up at all, only able to follow behind and eat his dust. After creating distance, Li continuously fired energy star bullets, and more than 20 star bullets blasted the 3 jackal men into a sorry state. Despite the impressive display of force, only 7 shots actually hit their mark. Li looked at Liu somewhat awkwardly. When casting spells statically, his accuracy could exceed 85%, but once he entered a high-speed combat situation, his hit rate was abysmal. Real combat tests not only skill damage, but also the timing, trajectory, prediction, positioning, and dodging abilities. Looks like I need to practice more in the future. Liu kept her eyes on him, and when she noticed Li's gaze, she simply smiled gently. Li touched his nose, inexplicably feeling like a kindergarten child being encouraged by their teacher. 3 gnolls scrambled to their feet, their eyes filled with terror, and turned to flee. This is a characteristic of gnoll minions. They will run for their lives if they are injured to a certain extent. Fierce Moon! With a thought from Li, Liu immediately gave chase and swiftly dispatched the 3 gnolls. Li gained 27 experience points. Master, look! Liu suddenly pointed to the river. A dark red humanoid monster quietly emerged from a crevice in the reef and was swimming upstream along the river. It was the fishman sentinel that had been dyed with paint. Li immediately understood why no one had ever discovered the merman sentinel before. It turned out it possessed the ability to stealth. Even when dyed a dark red, it retains a hazy transparency in water. Without the dye, it is almost completely invisible. Professionals lack anti-stealth skills in the early stages, so it's naturally difficult for them to detect its presence. This personal battle also made Li Yi realize his shortcomings. From then on, for each wave of monsters, he asked Lai Yu to save 2 for him to practice on. With the ability to cast skills instantly and without cooldown, Li Yi can unleash more skills in a few minutes than an average professional can do in an entire dungeon. With a constant accumulation of practical experience, his skill proficiency began to improve rapidly. "Master, the dark-skinned merman is here," Lai Yu warned. Li looked up and saw the merman sentinel standing in the water, waving its hands as if giving orders. A moment later, the water plants on the shore were parted, and 3 1-meter-tall, gray-skinned fishmen emerged. 2 of them waved their hands and muttered incantations. Immediately, a black cloud with a diameter of 30 centimeters appeared above Li Yi's head, with lightning flashing within it. At the same time, the water above Li Yu's head quickly gathered, forming a water shield that enveloped her. Li Yi fired 3 energy star bullets in quick succession, directly shattering the thunderclouds. Lai Yu's situation was even simpler. The water shield was blasted into mist by her protective sword energy before it even touched her skin. Another fisherman pulled 2 dark lumps from his waist pouch and threw them at Li Yi. Li Yi recognized what it was at a glance and quickly dodged away. He absolutely couldn't get his hands on that disgusting stuff. With his high movement speed, he kept moving around, and the Murloc water controller's water shield couldn't lock onto him at all. Li Yi became more and more excited as he fought, dodging skills while exchanging blows with the dark-skinned fishmen using energy star bullets. The 3 dark-skinned merfolk had no escape mechanism and were eventually killed by him with energy star bullets, contributing another 27 experience points. Men are all somewhat warlike at heart. After experiencing the benefits of real combat training, Li personally took to the field in all subsequent battles, while Lai Yu only provided support. The sheer volume of spells he cast and the continuous battles rapidly improved his combat skills. Lai Yu watched her master grow increasingly happier with each fight, her gaze filled with doting affection. More than 2 hours later, the 2 finally arrived at the cave of the Tail King Fishman Lord Balba. Balba is a mutated fishman. While ordinary fishmen are only 1 meter tall, it is a full 1.8 meters tall, about the same height as Li Yi. It has a ferocious face and holds a harpoon in its hand. "Lai Yu, let's begin!" Li Yi was filled with excitement, eager to try. Lai Yu nodded, took long strides, and rushed straight towards Polba. "Orcs? Polba likes to eat orcs too!" Polba excitedly swung his harpoon, and as Lai Yu got close, he thrust the harpoon into her abdomen. Lai Yu's gaze was icy. She reached out and grabbed the tip of the fork, pulling hard. Polba was immediately pulled forward, then kicked in the chest by Lai Yu, sending him flying backward. Lai Yu disdainfully threw the harpoon on the ground, while Li rubbed his hands together. Finally it was his turn to make a move. He started with a 5-shot burst of energy star bullets. Polba had just gotten up from the ground when he was bombarded and forced to retreat continuously. Although the damage of the energy star bullet isn't high, its base damage is still considerable due to its level. Having his weapon taken away and suffering repeated losses, Polba roared and lunged at Li. Li remained calm and immediately maneuvered around the beach, using this boss as a whetstone to improve his combat abilities. Fishmen aren't fast on land to begin with, and even though Polba is much faster than ordinary fishmen, he still can't catch up with Li and can only be led around in circles by him. Half an hour later, Polba finally screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, dying. "You have defeated Murloc Lord Balba and gained 150 experience points." Li sat on the ground, covered in sweat. Fighting the boss alone was indeed exhausting. The main problem was his insufficient single-target damage, which allowed Polba to continuously recover a significant amount of his protective magic shield value. At this moment, Li Yi's gaze fell on the river again. The paint on the merman sentinel had long been washed away by the river. He couldn't see it with the naked eye. All the monsters in the dungeon had been cleared, except for this one, and Li Yi's obsessive-compulsive disorder immediately kicked in. "Kill it!" Lai Wen nodded and picked up the harpoon from the ground. The merman sentinels had nowhere to hide under her sword intent perception. She took a few short running steps and then suddenly threw the harpoon into the river. "The insidious Dalba has been discovered. You have entered battle." Li was startled. "It has a name? This is actually a hidden boss?" Chapter 30. Blazing Moon Upgrades. Rating rewards, free attribute points. Li looked up and saw something treading on the grass by the river. He raised an eyebrow. It seemed this guy was indeed clever, After sneaking ashore, he even knew to dry his feet so as not to leave any footprints. However, Li had already thought of a way to deal with ordinary teams. He just needed to bring blood taro in advance, and lay it on Dorba's inevitable path. The blood taro's paint will stick to its feet, revealing the invisible creature's location. Then, splashing the paint on it will solve the problem of not being able to lock onto the target. 10 minutes later, Laiwa had figured out all of Dorba's skills. With a single horizontal slash, she decapitated the hidden boss. You have killed the treacherous Dalba, gaining 225 experience points. First kill reward, 225 experience points. Before the kill, Li's experience had reached 98.5%, and he had given almost all of his previous experience to Liu. With the hidden boss defeated, his own level progress reached level 3, 22.5%. Li said with a smile. Liu, it's time to improve your strength again. He immediately took out 30 experience points, and invested them into the experience progress of Blazing Moon. Liu, Kalogas has leveled up to level 3. What skills are you going to upgrade this time? Li asked Liu as usual. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu answered directly. I still recommend improving sword intent perception. Li completed the skill point allocation as she requested. He had already fully grasped the value of this skill back in the Dark Poison Mine. Thanks to their sword intent perception, they avoided many detours. This time, they were able to find the hidden boss entirely because they locked onto the anomaly. The upgraded attributes of the Blazing Moon also become apparent. Strength 320. Agility 1001. Constitution 290. Spirit 225. Legal strength 100. Sword intent perception, level 9. Perceive the surrounding environment with sword intent, dodge plus 25%. Liu's agility has officially surpassed 1000, with a total attribute of 1936. Although 1186 of those points came from equipment bonuses, even just looking at her base stats, she was still more than capable of dominating any normal dungeon. Especially the dodge attribute, which is provided by sword intent perception, 25%, and equipment, another 35%, totaling an astonishing 60%. Combined with Liu's own active evasion, it is almost impossible for enemy attacks to hit her. As expected of a king-level boss, his strength increases in a completely unreasonable way. After exiting the instance, the completion notification appeared on time. Dark River Canyon, normal, dungeon challenge completed, time taken 4 hours, 2 minutes and 42 seconds, currently ranked first in the world. You have earned the Murloc Plague, gold title, limited time ranking reward. The Calamity of the Murlocs title. Quality gold. Equipment effect, swimming speed plus 20%, damage dealt to Murlocs plus 10%. Immediately afterwards, the rating and reward information popped up. The Dark River Canyon, normal, dungeon challenge is complete, with an overall rating of gold 5 stars, currently ranked number 1 in the world. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Note, this reward can only be obtained once per dungeon. Still number 1 in the world? Li was somewhat surprised. He spent a lot of time practicing his skills in the Dark River Canyon, but unexpectedly, his completion time still surpassed that of the entire world. But what truly caught his eye were those 10 points of freedom. This is equivalent to leveling up directly, which is much better than those random badge rewards. Li stopped focusing on increasing his agility. Through the battle in the Dark River Canyon, he had determined that his current movement speed was sufficient. Therefore, all 10 points of free attribute were added to Constitution. The stronger one's physical abilities, the higher the margin for error, this fundamental attribute will never be wasted. Moreover, the fact that the top scorer on the leaderboard could receive attribute rewards immediately energized Li. After a short rest, he headed to the last dungeon in the Dark Forest, which was also the simplest 5-player dungeon, Evil Bone Camp. But as soon as he reached the entrance, Li was stunned by the scene before him. The entrance was packed with professionals, with at least tens of thousands queuing to enter, making it almost completely blocked. When will this queue end? Li shook his head helplessly, and decided to go back and continue grinding in the Dark River Canyon to level up. There's a hidden boss, the Murloc Sentinel, there. The experience gained is still quite substantial. He was just about to leave when someone blocked his way. Dude, you're still alive? The person who came was Yifeiyu, the assassin professional whom Li had met when he first arrived at the camp town. Yifeyu's gaze fell on Li, and he was completely stunned. What? The Jungle Seeker set? Wait, buddy, aren't you a summoner? Why are you wearing an agility set? Yifeyu was completely bewildered. He worked himself to the bone for 3 days, and only managed to get 2 pieces of green equipment. The rest of the equipment was either bought with money or had such mediocre stats that it was unbearable to look at. The Jungle Seeker set is the most suitable divine equipment for assassins in the early game. This set of equipment is not only expensive, costing at least 50,000, but it's also difficult to collect the entire set. Yifeyu was devastated to find that the outfit he had been longing for was being worn by a D-rank summoner. Upon hearing the words set and summoner, the professionals passing by all turned to look. The trial has only lasted 3 days, and someone has already collected a complete set of equipment. More importantly, how dare a summoner even sign up for the trial? Then, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Liu. Tall, stunningly beautiful, with a cool and aloof demeanor unlike that of an ordinary professional. After they came to their senses, many agile classes recognized the equipment on Li Yi's body, and their expressions immediately changed. It really is the Jungle Seeker set. This guy is actually a summoner? Li had long been used to being stared at these past 2 days, so upon hearing this, he simply raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can't summoners wear agility gear?" Yifeyu gritted his teeth and said, "Summoners are magic-based classes, so they should wear magic power equipment." Li nodded as if he suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. I don't really understand. My girlfriend bought the equipment for me. She said this set makes me run fast." Girlfriend? Yifeyu was stunned and subconsciously looked at Liu. It was precisely because the blazing moonlight was so dazzling that he noticed Li standing next to him. How could such a beautiful female swordsman possibly fall for a summoner? Liu reached out his hand, and Liu immediately moved closer, letting him put his arm around her waist. She then raised her hand and gently cupped Li's cheek. A collective gasp filled the air. Everyone was stunned. So this guy's hooked up with a rich woman? It's one thing to be a rich woman, but why can he eat so well? Yifeyu stared blankly for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out, "What level are you?" Li shrugged. "Not high, only level 3. Yifeyu's face twitched violently. "Reaching level 3 in 3 days, and you call that not high? In the main group, reaching level 2 is already considered extremely fast." Li took in everyone's reactions and suddenly felt that this feeling of being in the limelight wasn't so bad. "Excuse me, my girlfriend and I have other things to do." After saying this, Li led Liu away from the entrance to the Evil Bone Camp instance. Everyone, including Yifeyu, could only watch them leave with envy. Even if someone is a D-rank summoner, the fact that they can make a living from this job shows that they are indeed capable. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "The alien girl, battle group has broken the world record again. Dark River Canyon time limit 4 hours, 2 minutes and 42 seconds, gold 5-star rating, once again number 1 on both leaderboards." Chapter 31, The World's Top Battle Groups Gather. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately took out their phones and, sure enough, saw the news that the Alien Girl battle group had once again topped both leaderboards. Wow! This battle group is incredibly powerful! Are you really going to try and get the world's number 1 spot in every single instance? It would be best to break all those foreigners' records. Don't even dream about it. They definitely can't take down the Evil Bone Camp. Just the long queue of people is enough to give them a headache, ha ha! Everyone chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere, except for Yifeyu, whose face looked bitter. In this messed up world, there are geniuses and prodigies who are adored by thousands, and there are lowly pretty boys with D-level jobs who hook up with rich women and still live a life of ease. Why do other people always get all the good things? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, something terrible has happened!" Everyone immediately fell silent. The news showed that the new team of the Shinto Palace battle group, ranked 1st in Japan and 4th in the world, had officially started challenging the Collapsed Jungle at noon. 2 hours have passed now, and the results will be out soon. Shinto Palace is the strongest battle group in Japan, constantly recruiting high-ranking professionals. Its members are numerous, and its strength is terrifying. Why are they challenging our dungeons instead of farming their own country's dungeons? They must have been eyeing Alien Girl's performance. They came specifically to sabotage her. Alien Girl just released the Hidden Boss Strategy Guide, and they immediately came to challenge it. They have no shame at all! The crowd was cursing enthusiastically, but when they saw the composition of the Shinto Palace team, all the noise stopped. 1 rare profession, 5 S-rank professions, and 9 A-rank professions. This lineup took everyone's breath away. Even rare professions have been deployed. The record of the Alien Girl battle group is probably in serious jeopardy. Before everyone could even catch their breath, another message popped up. The Holy Kingdom of Pro also joined the challenge, deploying the world's 3rd-ranked Gladiator Order. Their setup is exactly the same as that of the Shinto Palace, 1 rare class, 5 S-class classes, and 9 A-class classes. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, completely unaware of what had happened. The Alien Girl battle group has only won a few world firsts. Is it really necessary to get so many top battle groups involved? Immediately afterwards, someone shouted at the top of their lungs. The United States is here too! Everyone hurriedly clicked on the news. This time, the world's #1 ranked battle group, Freedom, has arrived. The lineup is ridiculously exaggerated, with 1 unique class, 1 rare class, 6 S-class classes, and 7 A-class classes. Everyone was stunned when they saw the words, unique profession. This type of profession is unique in the world, possessing special mechanisms, terrifying stats, and amazing growth potential. Almost every unique professional is destined to reach the pinnacle of their profession. It's over, Alien Girl. S grades are definitely not going to stay this time. Chinese netizens lamented. We finally produced a powerful fighting group that keeps breaking world records. Are we going to be suppressed by the world's top powers so soon? However, Yen Kingdom did not disappoint everyone. The world's 2nd-ranked Star Guardian has announced its participation in the war, with 2 rare classes, 5 S-class classes, and 8 A-class classes in the team. The world's 12th-ranked battle group, Shanghai, also entered the fray, sending out 1 rare class, 3 S-class classes, and 11 A-class classes. In addition, the 5th-ranked Brahmin War Band of the world, the 6th-ranked British Gentleman War Band, and the 7th-ranked Gallic Gus War Band all sent out teams of new recruits. Almost all of the world's top 15 battle groups have gathered in the sunken jungle. This news was like an earthquake, instantly igniting a global online frenzy. The news that the Alien Girl battle group had just broken the world record was quickly overshadowed by this unprecedented challenge. State media called it a friendly competition and exchange, but everyone could see that the air was thick with tension. Bloggers posted updates, videos, and live streams overnight, with everyone discussing the same thing. Well-known domestic analyst Lai Lai De Wang also released an analysis video. Although his reputation was affected by the backlash from public opinion, his professional abilities are still recognized by many people. He got straight to the point right at the beginning of the video. This matter is indeed not as simple as it seems. The core reason why foreign warbands challenge the collapsed jungle is to obtain the Adventure King badge. In high-level dungeons, the interaction between professionals and NPCs is extremely crucial, even determining whether one can clear the dungeon or survive. Items that increase NPC affinity are always rare and expensive, each one worth a fortune. The Adventure King badge not only boasts strong attributes, but it can also be obtained with a 100% success rate as long as the conditions are met, making it extremely valuable for these top newcomers in the future. There are 2 reasons why the Sinkhole Jungle was chosen. First, this is a small raid of 15 people, with a larger team size and a higher margin for error. Once you achieve the maximum rating, you will receive 15 Adventure King badges. Secondly, and most importantly, is the Hidden Boss, Corrupted Priest, up. Hidden bosses can significantly improve dungeon ratings, and the Collapsed Jungle dungeon happens to have detailed guides available from the Alien Girls Warband. King Lai Lai bluntly stated that without this strategy, even if the luxurious rookie team from the United States went all out, their maximum score would never have exceeded 7 gold stars. It is precisely because of the tactics provided by the Alien Girl that the Collapsed Jungle has become the most suitable dungeon for achieving the maximum level rating. As for whether these warbands wanted to take advantage of the situation to sabotage the performance of the Alien Girl, the answer is perhaps yes, but it was definitely not their main objective. By the end, King Lai Lai's expression had become extremely serious. I hope that everyone can view the results rationally. Even if the Alien Girls warband is surpassed or even crushed by foreign warbands, don't forget that they are the first warband in Yen Kingdom to break the world record in nearly 12 years. They are also the first team in the world to achieve the highest rating. It is also the first warband to release high-quality strategy and tactics guides for free. None of them are ranked above A, but they have proven that mid to low-rank professionals can also achieve outstanding results. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Greatness needs to be remembered. Such a battle group needs our protection." After the video ended, countless netizens were thrilled. Only at this moment did everyone truly understand just how remarkable the Alien Girl battle group had been. Before the UPU strategy guide appeared, how many tutorials on the entire internet were of such high quality, and were also publicly available for free? Not a single one. Those haters who once questioned and ridiculed Alien Girl have finally realized how foolish they were. Many people, feeling ashamed, went from being haters to diehard fans. In the comments section, everyone expressed that no matter what the final ranking of the Alien Girls is, their contributions will not be forgotten. Subsequently, a large number of netizens flooded into the Quan Lei Jean Tuan homepage, following, liking, and forwarding, causing the number of fans to surge again. Meanwhile, Li had already brought Lai Yu to the entrance of the collapsed jungle instance. He originally didn't plan to explore this area again, and intended to continue to the Dark River Canyon. However, each instance has a one-day cooldown period, and Dark River Canyon is temporarily inaccessible. The Dark Poison Mine was too smelly, and he didn't want to go to the Evil Bone Camp because there were too many people queuing up. He also didn't want Laiwa to be surrounded by onlookers. After going around in circles, he eventually returned to the Sinkhole Jungle. As Li passed through the rankings area, he found himself surrounded by media reporters, both domestic and international. He was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the hype surrounding the Sinkhole Jungle have died down long ago? Why are these people still guarding this place? Li shook his head, too lazy to think about it anymore, and stepped directly into the teleportation portal with Lai Yu. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the familiar dungeon entrance. Last time, I wasted more than an hour on the way because of signing a contract with Laiwa. This time, he will take the shortcut directly, saving a lot of time. Chapter 32 The Master's Little Cake wants to eat it in one bite. 2.5 hours later, as the corrupted priest UPU fell, Li finally received a kill notification and gained 450 experience points. Finally done! He sat down on the ground, rubbing his aching stomach, feeling like his legs were about to fall off. The sunken jungle was, after all, a team dungeon with an incredibly large map. He followed Laiwa all the way and completed 2 dungeons in a row, which did take a toll on his stamina. Li had already planned that once he returned to the hotel, he would treat himself to a good meal. In contrast, Lai Yu remained calm, as if the battle and long journey had been nothing at all. "Master, let me give you a massage." She knelt down beside Li, extending her long, slender, fair fingers to gently grasp his calf. "Okay, thank you for your help." Lai Yu smiled slightly. Her master was as polite as ever. Her palms were warm, her fingertips soft, and her 10 fingers pressed his muscles with just the right amount of pressure. Before long, the soreness in Li Yi's calves subsided considerably. While enjoying the massage, he opened his attribute panel. As expected, raid experience is still higher. With the bonus of an extra 50% experience for solo runs, he gained a total of over 4,200 experience points, almost 6 times the yield of a 5-player dungeon. Li Yi and Lai Yu both leveled up. Li Yi is currently level 4, with 31.75% experience, 20 strength, 102 agility, 45 constitution, 20 spirit, 23 spell power, 2% critical strike rate, and 148.5% movement speed. The active skills remain the same, level 6 Energy Star Bullet and level 1 Summon Stone Guardian. Lai Yu then invested all 4 of her newly acquired skill points into Sword Intent Perception, directly raising the skill to an astonishing level 13. Just as Li Yu was checking the panel, Lai Yu's massage had already started moving up his calves and gradually reached his thighs. Li Yi's body froze instantly, and he shivered violently. That's enough, that's enough! He quickly stopped Laiwa and scrambled to his feet, saying, "I've rested enough, let's go out." After saying that, he walked towards the dungeon exit. Lai Yu followed quietly behind, but her gaze involuntarily fell on his earlobe. Then it moves down his neck, shoulders, back, and finally stops at his waist and hips. A faint flame seemed to flicker in Li Yu's eyes, and her cheeks gradually flushed. Her master was so adorable, like a soft, sweet little cake, making one want to take a bite. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was suddenly jolted awake. This is... Lieyue's breathing suddenly became rapid, and her heartbeat and blood flow accelerated. She suddenly realized that her reproductive period seemed to be approaching. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Is it because I've been spending too much time with my owner lately? The thought that she might lose control and pounce on her master when the breeding season actually arrived made Lieyue panic. Will the owner be angry? Will they resist her? She could clearly sense that her master liked her. But if her master liked her, why did he always restrain himself? They'd even slept together in each other's arms. Lieyue had considered being bolder and more proactive, but ultimately she suppressed the idea. She was never confident enough. Every time she was with her master, she could sense the surprised looks from the people around her. It seemed that not many people could understand the relationship between her and her master. Is it because she is now too tall? Or is it because she is 12 years older than her owner? Will the owner mind these things? That's why Lieyue never dared to show her feelings too obviously. She frowned in distress, even wishing she could be as petite as an ordinary human woman. Even if it's just to return to its pre-evolutionary height, that would be fine. Now she is too tall and seems to have no advantage other than being able to eat and drink more than her owner. Even more fatally, the difference in her extraordinary rank with her master was too great, making it impossible for them to have offspring. Unless the master also advances to the same extraordinary level as her. From this perspective, the continuous evolution of life levels is not entirely a good thing for her. But before the breeding season truly arrives, there is an even more pressing issue that must be addressed. That's because the master's body is too weak. On that day, if she didn't control her strength even slightly, her master might get injured. Lieyue watched Li's retreating figure, growing more and more worried. Owner! Li turned around. What's wrong? Lieyue walked to his side, looking somewhat shy, and whispered, Master, could you perhaps increase your physical strength a bit more? Li was stunned for a moment, thinking that Lieyue had disliked him because of his performance in the dungeon. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed embarrassing. Lieyue fought from beginning to end without getting his sword stained with blood, his clothes without getting dusty, his face without turning red or panting, and he was completely at ease throughout. He did almost nothing, just followed behind, but ended up exhausted. His physical condition is indeed a bit lacking. No problem, I'll add more to my physique later. Li agreed very readily. The next second, a system notification suddenly popped up. Lieyue's affection for you increases by 20. Current favorability rating, like. Li's eyes widened in surprise. How did his favorability increase by 20 points for no reason? He's increasingly confused about the pattern by which this favorability rating has increased. However, he quickly stopped worrying about it. Never mind, any promotion is a good thing. Meanwhile, at the exit of the Dark Poison Mine instance, members of the Thunderclap Legion emerged one by one from the portal. The system notification sounded, announcing the end of the Dark Poison Mine Normal Difficulty Challenge, with a time of 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 22 seconds, currently ranking second in the world. The group also received a limited-time ranking reward, the Gold Quality title, Mine Adventurer, which increases movement speed by 5% and vision by 20% when equipped. Immediately afterwards, the overall score for the dungeon was also released. Gold 3 stars, also ranked second in the world. Each person will receive 6 points of free attribute as a ranking reward. Upon seeing the notification, Shen Nanqing and his group of 5 cheered excitedly. The commander is awesome! Commander, I love you! Having secured second place in the world again and received a bonus of free attribute points, the 4 team members were absolutely ecstatic. They were all B-level professionals, and without Shen Nanqing leading the team, they probably would never have made it onto the world rankings in their lifetime. Shen Nanqing was equally excited, but what satisfied him most was not the ranking, but the strategy provided by Li. That guide can only be described in 2 words. Perfect. The most difficult part of the Dark Poison Mine is never the monsters, but the route. Each time you enter the instance, the team's starting position will change randomly, and the lighting in the mining area is extremely dim, making the route markers almost impossible to see. That's why there isn't a truly clear roadmap online yet. All teams that attempt to navigate the Dark Poison Mine waste a lot of time getting lost and searching for directions, ultimately relying on luck to guess the way. However, Li's strategy guide actually summarized a method for identifying routes. After trying it himself, Shen Nanqing could only admit that the method was surprisingly effective. Chapter 33 was resolved so easily? Following the identification method in the guide, Shen Nanqing made his way into the dark poison mine, and easily found the final boss of the dungeon. I didn't make a single mistake throughout the entire process. With this guide, even a team consisting entirely of C-rank professions can clear the game safely and efficiently. The difficulty of the dark poison mine has been greatly reduced. As long as you can endure the stench in the mine, it is even easier than the evil bone camp. It's easy to imagine that once the tutorial video is released, it will create a sensation, and at least half of those who were originally queuing up to challenge the evil bone camp will switch to the dark poison mine. Shen Nanqing sent the recorded material to Lin Mani and saw the messages she sent in succession. The world's top battle teams have all gone to challenge the collapsed jungle? His expression changed slightly, and Lin Mani also attached Lai Lai De Wang's analysis video. After reading it, Shen Nanqing agreed with the other party's judgment. Although this matter was not specifically aimed at the Alien Girl battle group, the foreign newcomers had already arrived outside the Dark Forest dungeon group. Since each dungeon can only be run once a day, they can't stay stuck in the sinking jungle forever, so they will inevitably have to go to other dungeons to level up. At that time, high-ranking professions will be able to overwhelm others with sheer combat power, and the completion time and rating records for the 4 dungeons will be raised to an extremely exaggerated level. The current performance of the Alien Girl battle group will soon be overtaken. Those top-tier battle groups that come to challenge are basically led by a rare professional, and accompanied by several S-level professionals. The formidable combat power of high-ranking professions, coupled with suitable equipment, unleashes a destructive force that ordinary teams simply cannot match. In the case of the collapsed jungle, alone, the Andalusian bullfighter band, ranked 15th in the world, is at least an hour and a half faster than the Alien Girl band. In other words, they are likely to reduce the clearance time to within 5 hours. As for the top-ranked Freedom battle group, which even has a unique class, Shen Nanqing couldn't predict what kind of incredible results they would ultimately achieve. Needless to say, as long as you can kill the fallen priest, the top 15 war bands in the world have a chance to get the maximum rating. However, what made Shen Nanqing somewhat relieved was that King Lai Lai had finally done something reliable this time. The other party's video topped the trending charts, and in the comments section, Chinese netizens were supporting the Alien Girl team, acknowledging their achievements and contributions. As a result, the Thunderstorm battle group gained a huge number of fans, with the number directly exceeding 8.6 million. Shen Nanqing opened his official account again, and the latest announcement video had over 1 million comments, almost all of which were messages of comfort and support for the Alien Girl battle group and the Thunderous battle group. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least most people could still distinguish right from wrong, so his hard work in making the instructional videos hadn't been in vain. Back at the base, Shen Nanqing handed over the footage to the post-production team, who quickly finished editing it and posted it on the official account. The title is particularly eye-catching. Dungeon Tutorial Part 1: Shorten your playtime by 2 hours. The highest quality Dark Poison Mine tutorial video ever is here. Netizens were anxiously awaiting the results of the challenge from the foreign battle groups, and upon seeing the update from the Thunderous battle group, they immediately flocked to it. Everyone wanted to see just how good the first complete dungeon tutorial, with strategy and tactics provided by the Alien Girl battle group and gameplay recordings by the Thunderous battle group, really was. Thank God, it's finally updated! Like first then read, make it a good habit. Not only ordinary netizens, but also dungeon analysts and high-level professionals clicked on the video, wanting to see what secrets it contained. At the beginning of the video, the Thunderstorm team spawns next to a collapsed elevator. The commentator's sweet voice then rang out. Today, the Thunderstorm battle team will bring you a detailed tutorial on the Dark Poison Mine. Remember to like, save, and share. Now, let's begin the tutorial, starting with the team configuration. On the screen, the professions of the 5-person team are clearly listed. B rank, Shield Warrior; B rank, Weapon Warrior; B rank, Evangelist; C rank, Enhancement Shaman; and C rank, Wind Whisperer. Netizens were immediately filled with questions. Both the Gospel Singer and the Wind Whisperer are support classes, belonging to the same Bard class family. With 2 support classes on the field together, wouldn't the damage output be insufficient? Even more outrageous is that there are actually 2 C-level professionals in the team. Enhancement Shaman is already at the bottom of the C-tier classes, making it difficult to find a team, and Wind Speaker is in no better shape. No one understood the significance of this lineup, but the enhancement shamans and Wind Speakers in front of the screen were so excited they almost cried. Who would have thought that my profession, which is often looked down upon, would appear in the tutorial videos of the Alien Girl battle group? At least in the Dark Poison Mine, they will finally have a chance to escape their unwanted situation. The camera switches to the perspective of the Wind Whisperer, where the other 4 teammates begin their pre-battle preparations. The Shield Warrior first unleashes Battle Roar, increasing the attack power of all allies. The petite girl with a ponytail sang softly. As the gospel singer, she first used Song of Spirit to increase her teammates' mana regeneration, and then used Song of Berserk to increase their attack speed. The Wind Speaker also unleashes the Gale Melody, granting the entire team increased movement speed. The 5 men began to venture deeper into the mine. After walking about 30 meters, they were suddenly surrounded by a large number of snakes, rats, and insects. The screen was almost completely covered with densely packed monsters, making viewers' scalps tingle. The gospel singer in the video was clearly frightened, while the other 3 remained calm. At this moment, the enhancement shaman takes the totem pole from behind and taps it lightly, activating the skill, Ice Totem. In an instant, the ground and cave walls were covered with frost, and snakes, rats and insects immediately turned and fled upon encountering the cold. Immediately afterwards, the Wind Whisperer activated wind summoning, rapidly dispersing the cold air inside the cave in all directions. In just a few breaths, the snakes, rats, and insects that had been crowding the passage were completely driven away. Netizens were stunned. The snake, rat, and insect swarm that had plagued countless people was solved so easily? Especially for newcomers who have just finished the Dark Poison Mine, seeing this almost breaks their defenses. They fought tooth and nail for half a day, wasting time and gaining little experience. It turns out that just 2 C-rank professions working together could easily solve the problem. Next, the video begins to process the recurring kobold-headed figures. Viewers quickly discovered that the combination of Ice Totem and Wind Summoning could still continue to function. The cold wind will blow out the candles in the kobolds' hands. After losing their light source, they will stand there in a panic for about 5 seconds, and will not fight back at all. Taking advantage of this time, the 5 of them rushed forward and took down the kobolds one by one. In this way, the most troublesome kobolds in the entire Dark Poison Mine have almost completely lost their threat. The only slightly troublesome monsters are the mole monsters that occasionally emerge from underground, but with the shield warriors in front, they can be easily killed. The 5-person team made steady progress, as if taking a stroll, and soon arrived at the final boss of the dungeon. It wasn't until this moment that netizens finally discovered the real problem. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. "How come you didn't get lost? What? I was so engrossed in watching that I only just realized they followed the same route the whole way. Didn't they say there were no fixed routes in the Dark Poison Mine? What's going on with their monster-killing routes?" The screen is filled with questions. In the video, the team quickly defeated the final boss, and the female commentator finally began to explain the core content of the Dark Poison Mine. How exactly do we identify the routes through the mine shafts? On the screen, the image is frozen at the moment when the team passes through the first tunnel fork in the road. Chapter 34. I just don't understand. How exactly did they find out? When the image was zoomed in, the edges of the arches at the 5 tunnel entrances became clearly visible to everyone. It was covered with palm-sized patterns, so densely packed that at first glance they looked almost identical. The narrator's soft voice rang out. The secret to the correct route lies hidden in these patterns. They may look different, but they are just the same pattern facing different directions. Netizens immediately paused the video, rotated their phones to observe it repeatedly, and indeed found that the patterns were essentially identical. But then a problem arises. What does changing the direction of the same pattern have to do with the correct route? The camera then focused on the 4th tunnel entrance, where one of the patterns was magnified separately. The young lady prompted. "Look closely, is this pattern any different from the others? The answer will be revealed in 5 seconds. Netizens stared until their eyes ached, but no matter how they looked at it, it seemed exactly the same. The countdown ended, and the answer was finally revealed. This is the real pattern, all the other patterns are its mirror images. As for why we can be sure it's a real pattern, rather than a mirror image of something else, everyone will understand later." The video first extracts this pattern, and then moves on to the second fork in the road. This time, 7 tunnels suddenly appeared ahead, instantly sending chills down the spines of netizens. 5 entrance designs are already torturous enough. 7 entrances would surely ruin your eyesight. As if guessing what everyone was thinking, the young woman added a playful tone. Did you think we'd have to find patterns again this time? Congratulations, you guessed right. The chat was immediately filled with groans, but this wasn't meant to be deliberately difficult. It was the real key to clearing the dark poison mine. In a restaurant in the dark forest, in the small town of Camp, a boy watching a video couldn't help but mutter to himself. Instead of spending this time looking for patterns, we might as well just pick any tunnel and rush through it. Anyway, we'll eventually meet the final boss. His teammate paused the video and turned to ask him. Didn't you notice that when the Thunderstorm team was advancing, they were missing something? The boy stood there stunned for a long time, still not understanding. What's missing? A teammate immediately pointed out. Poisonous giant frog. The boy then realized what was happening, and his expression became embarrassed. The biggest challenge in the dark poison mine is never the final boss, but the route that is so complex it can drive you to despair. The tunnel's silt is teeming with poisonous toads. They have a wide range of alertness and a strong desire to attack. A fight is almost certain to break out if anyone passes by. These monsters have thick skin and numerous venom glands on their bodies. When attacked, they spray corrosive venom in all directions, making them extremely dangerous. The more wrong paths you take, the more poisonous toads you'll encounter, not to mention the kobolds and mole monsters that will keep popping up along the way. Therefore, finding the right route is not about saving a few steps, but about directly avoiding a lot of meaningless waste of time. The video continued playing, with the young woman reassuring everyone. Although the second wave has 7 entrances, each arch has fewer patterns than the first wave. The same principle applies to each subsequent fork in the road. Just find the correct pattern, and you can fast forward to this part. In the scene, the Thunderstorm squad quickly passed through one intersection after another. Each time a genuine pattern is found, an extracted texture appears below the video. After navigating 12 forks in the road, the team finally reached the last 6-tunnel junction. Everyone held their breath, because this was the place where success or failure would truly be decided. If you choose correctly, you'll only encounter a few weak kobold laborers along the way, and then you can reach the final boss. But if you choose the wrong option, there will be at least 5 waves of monsters waiting ahead, which will take at least an extra hour. More importantly, the dungeon mechanics only give you one chance to choose, and going back to choose again won't help. No matter which path you take, you'll encounter the same monsters. The young woman said. The last fork in the road is different from the previous ones. Each pair of tunnels corresponds to a different pattern, and there are 3 patterns in total. We need to first find the true pattern among the 3 patterns, and then choose one of them. Soon, 3 real patterns appeared on the arches of the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th tunnels, respectively. So, which one is the correct route to the final boss? Now, it's time to witness a miracle. The next second, all the previously extracted patterns came to life. They rotate and piece together, eventually forming a huge, complete totem, like some kind of unknown ancient mark. However, a piece is missing from the very center of the totem. The young woman's voice was filled with excitement. Now everyone should be able to see that the missing piece is the route that leads directly to the final boss. The 3rd pattern corresponding to the 6th tunnel slowly moved to the center, seamlessly connecting with the surrounding patterns. Shin Nanqing's team ultimately chose the 6th tunnel. At this moment, the video comments exploded. If the comments hadn't been turned off, the entire screen would probably have been filled with text. Amazing! You even noticed such a detail? I'm impressed. As expected of a woman from another race, her eyesight alone surpasses everyone else's. They can see the sacrificial array in the sunken jungle, and they can also see the route here. How do they even think? Some people were full of admiration, while others felt that their intelligence had been subjected to a dimensional reduction attack. I just don't understand, how did they even find out? Everyone has a head on their shoulders, so how can they connect patterns and routes? But after the initial excitement, new questions arose. Each fork in the road requires time to find the pattern, and even if you fight fewer monsters, you may not save much time, which is far from the 2-hour reduction claimed in the video title. Just as netizens were questioning whether the Thunderstorm team was using clickbait, the young lady continued to speak. You don't need to worry about finding patterns anymore. We've found a more convenient and faster way. Netizens immediately perked up their ears. The method is very simple, just bring a wind whisperer in the team. Each correct pattern is enchanted with wind resistance. The Wind Whisperer can use Wind Spell to blow on the pattern and then use Sensing Wind to sense which pattern is resisting the wind, and then easily find the answer. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the Thunderstorm Brigade brought a Wind Whisperer along. It turns out that this week's C-Rank class can not only synergize with the Enhancement Shaman's skills, but also lock the correct route for the team. With the problems of snakes, rats, and insects solved, a solution has also been found for the most troublesome route. The Dark Poison Mine is even easier than the Evil Bone Camp, making it the perfect dungeon for leveling up. Outside the internet, countless new Wind Whisperers who watched the video were almost going crazy with excitement. Chapter 35 Turning the Tables. When forming a team, the Wind Whisperer is always looked down upon by other classes, who ridicule its weak combat power and lackluster support abilities. The extraordinary trial has been going on for 3 days, and at least 80% of the Wind Whisperers still do not have a fixed team. Their level is stuck at level 1, and they even have difficulty entering dungeons. But when the video of the Thunderstorm Battle Group was released, the group was so excited that they almost cried. They've turned things around. They've finally turned things around. Starting today, the Wind Whisperer has become the most sought-after person in the Dark Poison Mine. Instead of begging teams to take them in, teams are now waiting for them to choose them. For low-ranking, disadvantaged professions like these, the chances of getting into university are already very slim, so many people participate in the trials simply to level up as quickly as possible. There are 3 free teleports during the trial, and with a large number of new players, it's theoretically easier to find a team. Once you reach level 10, you can participate in the Abyss Challenge, and attempt to reach Tier 2. After successfully advancing, they can continue to gain experience. Once they reach level 11, they can enter the second tier dungeon, collect materials, and bring them out of the dungeon to sell. Alternatively, one could learn manufacturing-related side jobs such as pharmaceuticals, forging, or tailoring. Although one might be jokingly referred to as a bricklayer, the income could be several times higher than working in a factory. The strategy guide released by the Alien Girl Battle Group has essentially solved the employment problem for the entire Wind Whisperer class. Not only newcomers undergoing trials, but also those who will awaken as Wind Whisperers in the future will benefit from this. After the video was released, official media outlets in Jiahai and Chang'an provinces were the first to repost it, followed by official media from other provinces and national media. This isn't just an ordinary strategy guide. It directly changed the situation of an entire profession, so it certainly deserves to be heavily promoted. Ultimately, even the most authoritative newspaper, the National Daily, reposted the video, which can almost be regarded as the official stance. This shows that the authorities also attach great importance to the huge impact of this guide. In a cheap hotel in the small town of Camp, Zhao Chang's eyes were red and he was too excited to speak. These past few days, he's been getting a lot of dirty looks when forming teams. As soon as people hear the words, Wind Talker, their faces immediately show disdain. Polite people will politely decline, while rude people may even mock you to your face. Over the course of 3 days, the levels of the other participants continued to rise, and classmates on social media frequently shared their success stories of clearing the trials. Zhao Chang had never entered a dungeon, and his level was still only 1, which almost drove him to despair. He knew that the longer the time dragged on, the greater the gap in level between himself and other professionals would become, and the more difficult it would be to form a team in the future. When his mother called to inquire about the trial, he forced a smile and said that everything was going smoothly and that he had reached level 3. He didn't want to tell his mother about the hardships and difficulties he faced. She couldn't help, and would only lose sleep over it. But things are different now. He can finally join the team, gain experience, and truly start leveling up. Zhao Chang sniffed, let out a long breath, and his eyes were full of gratitude. This video was like a second life to him. Zhao Chang, who hadn't posted on WeChat Moments in a long time, excitedly shared a new update. My alien daughter, my eternal goddess. A message notification tone immediately sounded. Zhao Chang looked and saw that they were all his former classmates. Ever since he awakened the Wind Whisperer ability, these people seem to have forgotten his existence. Now the wind has changed, and they're all coming to our door. Zhao Chang, we have 2 B-rank professionals in our team. They can take you to farm the Dark Poison Mine. Want to come? Xiangzi, Dark Poison Mine Area 4=1, come quick. Chang, come help out at the Dark Poison Mine. I'll treat you to dinner later. Zhao Chang sneered, with only one thought in his mind. Shameless face. You guys don't even want to call me Brother Chang. He immediately turned on Do Not Disturb, took a deep breath, and walked out of the hotel with his head held high, heading towards the dark poison mine. Along the way, a large number of trial participants were heading in the same direction. Once the tutorial video was released, it became clear to everyone that the dark poison mine had become the easiest dungeon in the dark forest. As soon as Zhao Chang arrived outside the instance, he heard shouts and calls coming from all directions. Dark poison mine 4 = 1, 3 B-rank professions leading the team, average level 3, the team already has an enhancement shaman, quickly find a wind whisperer to carry us. Zhao Chang was immediately captivated. The team already had an enhancement shaman, and by joining, I would have completed the core setup shown in the video. He walked up to the 4 people and asked cautiously, I am a wind whisperer, but I am only level 1. Can I join the team? Unexpectedly, all 4 of them had their eyes light up. Brother, we've been waiting for you. The enhancement shaman in the team was a cute and delicate girl who immediately went up and hugged Zhao Chang's arm, as if afraid that he would turn around and run away. Zhao Chang froze. Having never even held a girl's hand before, he tensed up the moment he felt the touch on his arm, and almost all the hairs on his body stood on end. Where had he received such treatment just a few days ago? The team leader was overjoyed, thinking to himself that this girl was a worthwhile recruit, and that she was very capable. He immediately sent her a team invitation. Zhao Chang looked at the prompt with a determined gaze. Women will only slow down my leveling up. However, he decided to challenge his weakness. Agree. Meanwhile, a large number of people had already gathered in front of the leaderboard for the Sinking Jungle dungeon. There were domestic and foreign media reporters, online celebrities, and staff from the world's top battle teams, but most of them were netizens and newcomers who came from nearby areas. The Yan Kingdom's professionals were all tense, their palms sweating, hoping that the foreign team's completion time would be a little slower. Kimmig, the burly leader of the beautiful country's Freedom battle group, smiled and struck up a conversation with Carls, the beautiful leader of the Holy Pro Kingdom. Have you watched that tutorial video about the dark poison mine in Yan country? Carls was tall, blonde, and blue-eyed, with an elegant demeanor. She was reading a thick book with a very indifferent expression. Kimmig's gaze never left her. Let the little ones race in the dark poison mine tonight, and maybe break the Yan Kingdom's record. If my team wins, how about we grab a drink? Carls didn't even look up, her tone icy. My girls don't want their shoes to get dirty from the stinky tunnel. Furthermore, I am not something you can win at will. This is an impolite offense. Kimmig's smile remained unchanged, and he showed no embarrassment. He simply changed the game. I almost forgot, our team doesn't have an enhancement shaman or a wind whisperer, so we might not be able to break the alien girl's record. Then let's go to the Dark River Canyon for a speedrun and challenge the time limit of 4 hours, 2 minutes and 42 seconds and a gold 5-star rating. If my team wins, this sword is yours. As he spoke, he took out a heavy sword, with 2 sharp beast teeth inlaid on each side of the hilt. Kimmig is an S-class berserker, nicknamed Saber-Tooth Tiger. This top-tier purple weapon, which can be equipped at level 11, is the origin of his nickname. Carls was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to be willing to bet on such equipment, which clearly showed his great confidence in his newcomer. She gave a soft hum and also took out a purple-grade magic staff. Then I'll wager the flame staff. The margin for error is too high in 15-player raids. Her team may not be as good as the Freedom faction, but in 5-player raids, there may still be a chance. Kimmig smiled even more broadly, because the attributes of this flame staff were even better than his great sword. At this moment, Odin Tsuruko, the leader of the Shinto Palace battle group, also came over. I'll join in the fun too. As soon as she spoke, the warring factions of Britain, Gaul, and other countries joined in. Finally, even the Starry Sky of the Yan Kingdom, one of the world's top 10 battle groups, participated in this gamble. Teams ranked below 10th, knowing they weren't strong enough, didn't join in the fun. Kimoji looked around at everyone and said, How about a winner takes all? The other team leaders nodded slowly. A mere dozen or so level purple gear is nothing to these top-tier battle groups. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, They're out! Everyone immediately looked up at the dungeon exit. The 15 new professional warriors from the Freedom faction were seen walking out of the dungeon portal one by one. Chapter 36 Unique Profession, Holy Light Avenger. The crowd instantly stirred, with all the Yan Kingdom professionals craning their necks and staring intently at the dungeon portal. Online, they criticize foreign teams the most, but when they actually get there, everyone wants to see the quality of the newcomers in the legendary world's #1 team. The first person to step out was a burly man with a full beard, easily 2 meters tall. He had long, flowing hair, wore a white trench coat from the Freedom Legion, his bulging muscles almost bursting the uniform, and carried a huge battle axe on his shoulder. What's most eye-catching is the golden flame that dances in midair between his eyebrows, which, combined with his ferocious face and cold eyes, gives him an air of arrogance and domineering arrogance. The expressions of the Yan Kingdom people changed slightly, and they immediately recognized his identity. That's the unique class of the Freedom chapter, Holy Light Avenger? I heard that his 5 initial main attributes totaled a whopping 200 points, and he also gets 70 free attribute points for every level he gains. I heard he has 2 passive skills and 4 active skills at level 1. How can anyone play against that? The more they talked, the more silent they became, and the colder their hearts grew. Compared to the Summoner class, which is at the bottom of all classes, the total attribute value of this Holy Light Avenger at level 1 is almost equal to that of a level 19 Summoner. This is the terrifying aspect of a unique profession. In the Freedom chapter, besides his unique class, there is 1 rare class, 6 S-class classes, and 7 A-class classes. With such a lineup entering the collapsed jungle, no one dares to imagine how far they can push the record. As each member stepped out of the portal, the hearts of the onlookers sank. 12 people, 13 people, 14 people. When the 15th person appeared, everyone turned to look at the leaderboard. World record broken. Rank first. Clan name Freedom. Country of origin, America. Time limit record 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 48 seconds. The scene fell into a deathly silence, followed by gasps of shock. They actually managed to improve the Alien Girl battle group's score by a whopping 3 hours and 18 minutes. Looking at the ratings again, it's clear that it's a 7-star gold medal. This achievement sent shivers down many people's spines, but after the initial shock, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because they didn't get the maximum rating. In other words, the Freedom chapter did not achieve its objective this time. But as soon as the thought crossed their minds, everyone's hearts jumped again. If it doesn't work today, what about tomorrow? Or the day after? With their class setup, as long as they become more familiar with the dungeon mechanics, they'll eventually have a chance to reach the maximum level rating. At this moment, a new member of the Freedom chapter came before Kimig. Kimoji frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Current, what's going on? Why are your grades so bad? The Holy Light Avenger Kuranto shrugged. The hidden boss wasn't handled well enough, and several people got injured, which wasted time. Which specific stage are you stuck at? Kimoji pressed in a deep voice. Behind Kuranto, a tall, red-haired girl with glasses walked out. There were problems in both the first and second phases. The small zombies in the first stage will always be passed through by the energy death ray. They are too fast after they go berserk, making them difficult to eliminate in time. Therefore, in the first phase, the giant zombie mutated into the stitched-together zombie 8 times. She paused, then continued. In the second phase, the combination of the ghost energy blasts and evil bone binding was too troublesome. Some of us were injured, and our damage output was insufficient, causing the ghost to revive 3 times. In conclusion, she analyzed earnestly. I believe the Alien Girl battle group must have mastered special movement techniques and positioning skills. Or perhaps their understanding of the patterns in which boss skills are used is deeper than ours. But the video they released only recorded the process of killing the hidden boss, without explaining these key details. Kimoji was speechless after hearing this. That's absolutely right. They're not offering free training courses, so why would they reveal all the tactical details to others? However, he quickly smiled and reassured everyone. It's normal that your condition is affected by the long journey. Let's get some rest today, and go back into the dungeon in top form tomorrow. We'll definitely be able to take it down. Kids, you are the best. The newlyweds nodded and headed to the hotel under the guidance of the staff. Kimoji originally thought that he could easily get the highest score today and return home tomorrow. Who would have thought that we would suffer a loss against the hidden boss? It seems that the Alien Girl battle group from Yan Kingdom is indeed quite capable. But he didn't really take the other party seriously. In his view, that group of people were just a bunch of low-level professionals who might have strategic vision, tactical skills, and decent command abilities. However, the overall stats in lower-tier dungeons are relatively weak, and the power gap between classes has not yet widened significantly. Sometimes, a professional's physical fitness can compensate for some of the differences in their profession. Therefore, it's not surprising that lower-ranked teams occasionally put on a brilliant performance. Alien Girl is just a bit more outstanding. However, once you advance to the second tier, when facing dungeons of heroic and epic difficulty, absolute strength becomes the truly insurmountable barrier. Then they will know the despair that comes with insufficient fighting strength. Kimoji even considered poaching people. The person in charge of tactics and command in Alien Girl is worth training to become a behind-the-scenes analyst. As for the other members, their professional ceiling is what it is, and they will eventually become just ordinary people. But he also understood that such talent would inevitably be a focus of Yen State's attention, and it was impossible to poach him, so he had no choice but to give up. At this moment, Carls looked at him with a mocking gaze. Kimmig, I suggest you go to the Yen Kingdom's Thunderous Battle Group and buy a detailed guide to the hidden boss, and study it carefully. Seeing Kimoji get his comeuppance made her extremely happy. In her view, most American professionals only know how to build up combat power and underestimate the importance of tactical coordination and command. Kimmig simply smiled. The little ones are just tired. Kales, we don't need a strategy guide. We can get the badge tomorrow. They are the world's #1 battle group. How could they possibly lower themselves to buy strategy guides from low-ranking newbies? Even if you get the highest score, you'll only be laughed at behind your back. Once you're familiar with the boss's skill mechanics again, with the sheer power of a high-ranking class, you can easily sweep through it. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in uproar again. The two looked up, and Carl's eyes immediately lit up. The Gladiator chapter of the Holy Kingdom of Pro has returned. One by one, newcomers emerged from the portal. All of them were tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed young men with elegant demeanor and exquisite features. Coupled with their gorgeous aristocratic attire, in terms of appearance alone, they far surpassed the Freedom Warband. Their appearance immediately drew gasps of surprise from the people of Yen. Carl smiled as she looked at the leaderboard. What surprises will her girls and boys bring to their beloved Aunt Carls? Chapter 37, Another perfect score. Gained a huge amount of attribute points. The name of the Freedom chapter has been pushed down from the top of the leaderboard. A new world record has been set. Rank, first, clan name, Gladiators, Nation, Holy Kingdom of Pro, time limit, 3 hours 22 minutes 40 seconds. Carl smiled and nodded in satisfaction. An 8-second lead was quite an impressive result. Looking at the rating again, it was also a 7-star gold rating. After the team members returned, she inquired about the situation in the dungeon. The problems were similar to those of the Freedom faction, mainly that the hidden boss wasn't handled perfectly. After all, this is my first time taking on this challenge. Once I get back and summarize my experience, I should be able to aim for the highest score tomorrow. Carls deliberately gave Kimoji a provocative look, but Kimoji just smiled and didn't take it to heart. He was only temporarily in the lead. The real contest was yet to come. Next, the strongest battle groups from various countries who participated in the Collapsed Jungle challenge emerged one after another, and without exception, they were all more than 3 hours faster than the Alien Girl battle group. The online discussion exploded. Near the leaderboard, many people were live-streaming the changes on their phones, and every live stream was flooded with viewers. What everyone is most concerned about is the Yen Kingdom's Starry Sky and Mountain and Sea battle groups. What kind of results can Starry Sky and Mountains and Seas achieve? God help us, let's fight back and get our revenge for the Alien Girls Warband. Don't worry, Starry Sky has sent out 2 rare classes this time. Victory is assured. Starry Sky and Mountains and Seas entered the instance the latest, and now they are the only ones still without a result. The netizens in the live stream are unusually optimistic, especially considering that the Freedom Battle Group performed poorly and only got 2nd place. Everyone is even more convinced that Yen Kingdom will win this time. Finally, a commotion erupted at the dungeon exit, and the camera immediately turned to them. The first person to emerge from the portal was a petite girl with her hair in double buns. She had 2 daggers at her waist, clearly an assassin, which explained why she was the fastest. Upon realizing she was being watched by so many people, the girl blushed slightly. showed a shy expression, and quickly ran away. Why is it the Mountain and Sea battle group? Could it be that Starry Sky is the last to enter the instance? That's right, Star was the last one to go in. Once all 15 members of the Shanghai battle group have left the instance, the leaderboard will be refreshed. Rank, 4th, battle band name, Mountain and Sea, country, yen, time limit, 3 hours 23 minutes 9 seconds. The rating is also a golden 7 stars. At this stage, unless the difference is particularly exaggerated, the ratings will generally not differ too much. Upon seeing the 4th place finish, the live stream chat instantly erupted in excitement, with the comments section scrolling wildly. What? Shanghai actually made it into 4th place. This is it. Mountains and Seas is already 4th, won't Stars be number 1? That's what you call playing on home turf. Everyone pinned their hopes on Starry Sky, waiting for them to achieve even more amazing results. A few minutes later, the members of the Starry Sky battle group finally appeared inside the portal. Cheers erupted simultaneously at the scene and in the live stream, far more enthusiastic than when Mountain and Sea had appeared. The members of Starry Sky were clearly well prepared, each with a smile on their face, posing and waving to the surroundings, just like stars walking on a red carpet. But when everyone left the instance and eagerly looked at the leaderboard, their smiles instantly froze. Rank, 15, battle band name, stars, country, yen, time limit, 4 hours 05 minutes 55 seconds. 15th place? Did Starry Sky crash? Everyone's neck stiffened slightly before they looked at the rating leaderboard. Gold 6 stars. The top 14 were all gold 7 stars, but the world's second-ranked, Starry Sky, team only got gold 6 stars. The foreign teams that hadn't left yet were equally astonished. Clearly, none of them had expected Starry Sky's performance to be this bad. Meanwhile, the entire Starry Sky team received a notification on their class panel, their faces instantly turning pale. They had gone too far in the dungeon, and as a result, things had completely gone wrong. Even more devastating is that the Shanghai battle group, which had long been suppressed by them and was known as the perennial runner-up, has now surged to 4th place. Comparing the two groups' results, Xingqian has utterly lost face. The audience at the scene watched them in silence, their expressions complex. But the viewers in the live stream couldn't stand it. This is so embarrassing! Playing at home, with plenty of rest and energy, and still managing to produce this kind of result? This isn't a matter of ability, it's a matter of attitude. They're all war criminals, they absolutely deserve an apology. Netizens were outraged and hurled extremely harsh insults. It's no wonder they were so upset. The least favored, Shanghai, turned out to be the most promising, while Xingqian, carrying the most expectations and possessing the strongest potential, was the biggest disappointment. If they were only a few dozen seconds slower, it could be attributed to a mistake. But they were more than 40 minutes slower than the 14th place team, which cannot be explained by a simple poor performance. It was clearly arrogance and complacency. Not far away, the members of the Mountain and Sea battle group had distorted expressions and could barely hold back their laughter. They recalled how radiant and confident Star looked when it first emerged from the dungeon, and now, seeing its deathly pale face as if struck by frost, they felt incredibly smug. However, the members of Shanghai were very professional. No matter how funny it was, they didn't laugh on the surface. They'd been relegated to the background for too long, and it's a rare occasion for them to completely surpass Starry Sky in both achievements and reputation. They've finally gotten their revenge. The newcomers of the Starry Sky battle group blushed, too ashamed to look up, and slunk away from the dungeon entrance. Once they left, the supporters at the scene no longer held back and started hurling insults. They had come specifically to support them, only to lose face as a result. This anger wouldn't subside for at least 3 to 5 days. Soon, the news of the unexpected upset performance of the new team in the Starry Sky battle group became a trending topic. Strangely, no official media outlet reported on this matter. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood. Li Yi and Lai Yu finally stepped out of the dungeon portal, and prompts popped up one after another on their class panels. The Sunken Jungle, normal, dungeon challenge is complete, taking 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds. Currently ranked number 1 in the world. You have gained 20 free attribute points as a limited time ranking reward. This reward can only be obtained once per dungeon. The Sunken Jungle, normal, dungeon challenge is complete. Overall rating, gold 9 stars. currently ranked number 1 in the world. Your Adventure King badge stats have been increased. You can only obtain the reward once per dungeon. Li immediately checked the badge's attributes. Adventure King badge quality, crown. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and magic power all increase by 20 points. The equipment effect has also been upgraded to increase movement speed by 17% and critical hit chance by 3%. In addition, he will be more likely to gain the favor of friendly units in dungeons. Li Yi's eyes widened suddenly. The first place in the limited time event was awarded 20 attribute points, and the maximum rating was awarded another 50 points. This trip earned him a total of 70 points of free attribute, which is equivalent to leveling up 7 times in one go. Chapter 38. The Sword Saint Sister is enduring a lot of hardship. Li allocated all 20 points of his free attribute to Constitution. After successfully adding points, his physical fitness improved significantly, and he felt much more energetic. Hee, I can't hold you back anymore, right? Standing to the side, Lai Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Her sword intent perception always enveloped the surroundings, and the moment her master's physique became stronger, it naturally could not escape her perception. The Sword Saint's pretty face flushed slightly, and her heart beat a little faster, because she realized that her master had really listened to her opinion. Lai Yu's affection for you plus 10. Current favorability rating, like. Li glanced at the panel and saw that his favorability rating had actually increased again. He silently calculated that after reaching the like level, he had probably gained about 80% of the favorability. Did the next level require 100%, or even 200%? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. Li looked around and found that there was no one near the entrance to the sinking jungle dungeon, which was rather strange. After all, the time in the real world and the instance are not the same. The time in the instance is always fixed, and no matter when you enter, you will see the same scene. So even though it's night outside, professionals are constantly going in and out of the dungeon, and the town is open 24/7. On the way back to the hotel, Lai Wei suddenly looked at a couple on the street. The girl nestled shyly in the boy's arms, whispering secrets. The boy seemed to be teasing her on purpose, so the girl playfully pinched him. A hint of envy appeared in Liu Yue's eyes. She also wanted to become that petite and then snuggle in her master's arms as a matter of course. Li noticed that she had slowed her pace and turned around to ask, "What's wrong?" Lai Yu immediately averted her gaze, reverting to her cold and mature demeanor, and said guiltily, "No, nothing." Back at the hotel, the two ordered drinks and dishes as usual. Li noticed that Lai Yu had drunk very little tonight, less than a third of what she had drunk in the past few days, so he asked, "Why are you drinking so little today? Don't you have an appetite?" Lai Yu quickly explained, "Drinking alcohol dulls my senses, so I've decided to control my alcohol intake from now on." "I see." Li nodded, not thinking much of it. Lai Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, she wasn't telling the truth. The real reason is that her breeding season is approaching, and her emotions will become increasingly heightened. If she gets drunk again, who knows when she might lose control and push her owner down. With the master's current physical condition, he cannot withstand her insubordination. After eating and washing up, Li sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and used his phone to explain knowledge about the real world to Lai Yu. From humanities and technology to professional systems and the extraordinary world, Lai Yu listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion, but she carefully wrote down every word her master said. Li said, "My profession is a summoner. Summoners fight by summoning creatures, and you are my summoned creature. Together, we constitute the complete system of this profession." Lai Wei blinked and asked in surprise, "So my master and I are one?" Li smiled and nodded. "You could say that." These words instantly made Lai Wei happy. It turned out that she was such an important person to her master. Overjoyed, she couldn't help but sit down behind Li, wrap her arms around his waist, and gently hug him. Her body temperature was already higher than normal, and when he got close, her heat kept radiating from Li Yi's back. Li Yi's body stiffened slightly, his heartbeat quickened, and his peripheral vision even involuntarily swept towards Lai Yu's long legs pressed against his side. Liu Yue's skin was delicate and radiant, and her wheat-colored skin was almost flawless. Lai Yu's gaze, however, was fixed on the back of Li Yi's neck. Her body tensed slightly as she forcefully suppressed the urge to get closer, but her warm breath still landed on Li Yi's neck. Li sensed something was wrong and instinctively looked up and turned around. What's wrong? Lai Yu's gaze swept over his lips, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The Sword Saint's sister used all her willpower to prevent herself from doing anything even more out of control. She hurriedly let go of Li Yi, fell into the pillow, and pulled the blanket over her head. No, nothing, master, I'm going to sleep now. Her voice trembled slightly, but Li looked puzzled. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? But Liu Yue's physique is so strong, she shouldn't be sick. He opened Liu Yue's panel to check and didn't see any negative status such as sickness, so he was relieved. Afterwards, Li continued scrolling through his phone and clicked on the official account of the Thunderstorm Battle Group. The newly released tutorial video on the Dark Poison Mai has already surpassed 20 million views, thanks in no small part to its reposting and sharing by major official media outlets. Besides the comments praising and calling him Godfather, the top-liked comments were all from official university accounts. Jiahai University, Chang'an University, and National Mingzhu University have all publicly stated their willingness to specially recruit members of the Alien Girl Battle Group and promised to provide key resources for their training. The top comment came from Donghua University, which has been gaining popularity in recent years. They posted a GIF that first showed a mature and charming female teacher beckoning with her finger, then the scenes switched to a group of beautiful female college students singing and dancing. Li was amazed. No wonder it topped the hot comments. The official team was really stirring things up, and the final blow was indeed ruthless. He casually gave it a thumbs up. The funniest one is Tianming University. This historic school is located on the border, surrounded by wild forests, with a harsh climate and frequent disasters. In recent years, the number of students enrolling has been decreasing. Therefore, Tianming University is always the most active university in the country during the enrollment season. This time, they posted a string of angry emojis under the comments sections of all the university forums, along with the caption, "I was here first." Their reply to Donghua University was even more blunt, "Pa. Shameless." Li burst out laughing and gave Tianming University another thumbs up. He remembered clearly that Tianming University was indeed the first university to publicly announce that it would specially recruit members of the Alien Girl Battle Group. Li casually checked the information about Tianming University, but was stunned the next second. Huh! They actually have a summoner major? Only 3 universities in the country still retain the summoner major, and Tianming University is one of them. But when he continued to look at the professional information, he was speechless. This summoner class hasn't had any new students for 7 years. Not only that, there wasn't even a professional mentor. Chapter 39 The Sword Saint's Big Sister's Stolen Kisses. 4 years ago, Tianming University had a level 18 summoner mentor, but because he had no students to teach, he was assigned to watch the warehouse. In the end, the tutor complained that the salary was too low and simply went to work as a bricklayer, which was both laughable and pathetic. Fortunately, the school's summoner skill inheritance is relatively complete, with skills from level 11 to level 59 basically included. Among them is the level 19 skill, Energy Bomb, that Li has been eyeing for a long time, which is 3 times more powerful than Energy Star Bullet. Once a summoner reaches level 11, they can summon a second extraordinary creature, offering a variety of options. The control type ability is Summon Man-Eating Thorns, the defense type ability is Summon Stone Golem Shieldbearer, and the attack type ability is Summon Bone-Eating Demon Wolf. What Li valued most was the Man-Eating Thorn. Its attack power was weak, but its control ability was extremely useful. At midnight, Li put away his phone and lay down, only to find that Lai Yu seemed to have fallen asleep, with only faint breathing sounds remaining. He was a little puzzled. He shouldn't have offended Lai Wei today, so why wasn't she holding him while he slept? Without his older sister's warm embrace, he felt a little uneasy, and could only turn off the lights to sleep. Late at night, Lai Yu quietly opened her eyes, gently got up, and knelt down beside Li Yi. She confirmed through her sword-intent perception that Li was fast asleep, and then quietly gazed at her master's face. Long, slender fingers traced from his brow to the bridge of his nose, finally gently pressing against his lips. Feeling that warm breath, Lai Yu bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes welled up with tears. She took Li Yi's hand and placed it on her lap, then cupped his face and leaned down to kiss him. At dawn, outside the sunken jungle instance, a team of 15 was preparing to enter the instance. The girl in the team glanced at the leaderboard casually, then suddenly screamed, startling her teammates who immediately asked her what was wrong. But she just pointed at the leaderboard in horror, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Everyone looked up and froze instantly, then burst into gasps of surprise. The Alien Girl battle group has once again topped both leaderboards, achieving the first max-level rating in the sunken jungle with a time of 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds and a golden 9-star rating. They not only regained the top spot on the limited-time leaderboard, but also surpassed the rookie teams of top teams from various countries. The news was quickly filmed and uploaded to the internet, and the headline directly ignited the emotions of countless people. After experiencing the embarrassing performance of the Starry Sky battle group yesterday, netizens saw this news as soon as they woke up, and their sleepiness was instantly swept away. Some suspected the video was fake, while others rushed to the dark forest to verify it. The blogger declared on the spot that if it was fake, he would risk his life to become a snack for the demon bear. In addition, given that the Alien Girl had previously set several records and discovered the hidden boss, the corrupted priest Upu, everyone quickly came to believe it. Yesterday they were able to get 5 gold stars, and now reaching 9 gold stars doesn't seem so unacceptable anymore. The video was widely shared, and more people gathered outside the sinkhole jungle, with more footage of the incident spreading across the internet. The netizens, who were disgusted by the Starry Sky battle group, felt completely refreshed at this moment, as if eating ice cream on a hot day couldn't have been better. After the results were confirmed by the supervisory department, the authorities released the news immediately, which caused a sensation across the internet. The morning news of China Central Television officially reported that Protect the Best Alien Girl has regained the top spot on the World Limited Time ranking and achieved the first perfect score. Lu Zhongling, who was having breakfast with his wife and daughter in the capital, was stunned when he heard the news. He knew about the top foreign battle groups coming to challenge him, and he also knew that his father was so angry yesterday after learning about the Starry Sky battle group's results that he couldn't even eat. Lu Zhongling had previously looked down on the Alien Girls battle group, but now he was only shocked. He had personally experienced the extraordinary trials and knew how difficult it was to get a high score in a 15-player raid. His highest rating in the team dungeon back then was only Silver 6-star, which was worlds apart from Alien Girl. At that moment, he finally understood that his father had not misjudged him. The one who was terribly wrong was himself. Lu Zhongling immediately contacted the person in charge of admissions in Zhahai province to inquire about the progress of recruiting the Alien Girl battle group. The person in charge said that he was prioritizing contact with rare professions and S-class professionals, and had put the Alien Girl battle group later. Lu Zhongling was furious and told him to go read the news immediately, and think carefully about what to do. Today, Imperial University is facing challenges from emerging prestigious universities. No matter how deep its foundation is, it may not be able to hold on to its #1 position forever. The Alien Girl battle group represents a chance for Imperial University to take off again. It would be a disaster for Taito University if it were snatched away by other schools that were on the rise. Lu Zhongling became increasingly restless, and finally decided to go to Zhahai province in person. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, Kimmig led the new recruits of the Freedom chapter back to the sunken jungle. When he saw the 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds and the golden 9 stars on the list, his eyes widened in disbelief. The ordinary battle group composed of low-ranking professions actually cleared the level more than half an hour faster than them. Current frowned. He needed to compress the time to 3 hours, and each wave of monsters had to be dealt with within 20 seconds, without being able to rest along the way. How could a low-ranking profession possibly achieve such output efficiency? New teams from various countries arrived one after another, and were equally stunned by the results. Especially the members of the Starry Sky battle group, when they recalled the mockery they had shown to the Alien Girl yesterday, felt a burning pain on their faces. They initially thought the other was just a joke, only to discover in the end that they were the real clowns. Kimogo clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, telling them that if lower-ranking professions could do this, they could certainly do even better. The newcomers rallied, and Kuranto's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. The leaders of the various battle groups encouraged their team members, and then stepped into the dungeon with burning fighting spirit. When Liu woke up, he found that Liu was not lying in his arms as usual, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Liu was already dressed and standing by the bed, but her gaze darted away, not daring to look directly at Li. She was incredibly bold last night, and now, thinking back on it, she feels extremely ashamed. Li checked Lai Yu's status bar with suspicion, and only felt relieved after confirming that there was nothing wrong. After washing up and having breakfast, he took Lai Yu to the Dark River Canyon instance. I've already obtained the attribute rewards from Dark Poison Mine and Collapsed Jungle, and next I need to conquer Dark River Canyon and Evil Bone Camp. After leveling up 2 more times, he would obtain the Evolution Stone. Li was already looking forward to what Lai Yu would become in its next evolution. Chapter 40 Affection Level, Admiration. The Sword Saint Sister doesn't want to evolve. Li only hoped that the Sword Saint Sister's height could remain at the current 2.2 meters. What he wanted was this sense of fulfillment in every aspect. Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani sent him messages congratulating him on achieving the maximum score in the Sinking Jungle level. Li wasn't surprised to be trending on social media. Just last night he saw news about foreign teams vying for the Adventure King badge. The best performing team so far is Gladiator, who finished the game in 3 hours, 22 minutes and 40 seconds, and only achieved a gold 7-star rating. Li shook his head. Unless he obtained his detailed strategy guide, the Freedom battle group would only have a very small chance of reaching the gold 8-star level. As for other battle groups, the golden 7 stars are basically the limit. While a standard 15-person team offers more room for error, the more people there are, the easier it is to make mistakes. To get the maximum score in the Collapsed Jungle, you must not trigger any extra mechanics during each stage of the hidden boss fight, and you must not make any mistakes in the process. In the first phase, zombies must not be allowed to eat the Energy Death Ray to gain a buff, nor should the giant zombie be allowed to mutate. The second phase's ground control and air attack skills must also be perfectly dodged. No one can afford to make even a single mistake throughout the entire process. This is the true standard for achieving a perfect score in the Sinking Jungle. Li was able to write a perfect strategy because Lai Yu's sword chi protection was too outrageous. Even if Lai Yu stood still and let the fallen priest Yu attack at will, he couldn't break through her defense at all. His trial and error had no cost, so he could record the boss's mechanics, skill points, and timeline as if testing a toy. First, get the final result, then work backward to deduce the tactics. This makes perfect sense to create a strategy guide that's so detailed it's almost obsessive. Normal dungeon teams simply cannot do this. Even for a unique class, daring to tank a boss's skills is suicidal. Li replied to Shen Nanqing's message. If they still can't get the badge today, you can release the detailed strategy guide. Shen Nanqing was stunned after reading it, then turned to Lin Mani and asked, Auntie, if we do as Brother Li says, won't we offend too many people? If those warbands only got their badges after reading guides, given the current level of popularity, Chinese netizens would definitely assume they relied entirely on the guides from Alien Girl. Shen Nanqing didn't care about the attitude of foreign battle groups, but Starry Sky and Mountain and Sea were, after all, domestic battle groups. The higher-ups might not mind, but among the new recruits at the same time, there's no guarantee that there won't be some petty people, and we'll still have to deal with them in the future. Lin Mani raised an eyebrow and said, What's there to be afraid of? Those battle groups will record videos themselves. If they really didn't use our strategy, they'll naturally release videos to prove it. Shen Nanqing nodded. Okay, I'll have the post-production team finish making the video right now. Afterwards, Li took Lai Yu to the Dark River Canyon, where they cleared the level in 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 27 seconds, achieving a perfect score. He gained 10 points of free attribute and a total attribute boost of 25 points from the Adventure King badge. The two then entered the Evil Bone Camp. Since most of the trial participants had been diverted to the Dark Poison Mine, there was basically no need to queue here. Li cleared the level in 1 hour, 22 minutes and 54 seconds, achieving a perfect score once again and earning a new title and 25 badges in total attribute. Finally, he rewatched The Jungle of the Sunken Land one more time. The experience gained from the 3 dungeons allowed Li to level up twice, and Lai Yu also leveled up once. Name Li. Age 18. Class Summoner. Level 6, 11.25%. Strength 40, Agility 132, Constitution 105, Spirit 40. Ability Power 53, Critical Strike Chance 4%, Movement Speed 152.5%. Active Skills Energy Star Bullet, Level 8, Summon Stone Guards, Level 1. Passive Skill, The Charioteer's Inspiration, Level 1. Looking at his panel, Li was in a very good mood. An ordinary summoner who reaches level 6 will have a maximum of 80 points in total attributes, and even with equipment, it won't exceed 100. His total attributes have now reached 350 points, which is basically equivalent to those of an A-level professional. With his skills being instant cast and having no cooldown, along with a terrifying movement speed bonus, Li was confident that he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage even against S-rank or rare classes. Back at the hotel that evening, after dinner and washing up, Li couldn't wait to take out the evolutionary holy stone. Liu Yue's eyes widened. "Master, is this the thing that can make me evolve?" Li laughed and said, "That's right, are you ready to evolve again?" To his surprise, Liu took 2 steps back and whispered, "Can I not evolve?" The Sword Saint's sister looked utterly resistant, leaving Li stunned. Weren't the orcs the most devoted to strength? Why wouldn't they want to evolve and become stronger? Liu lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. "I don't want to get any taller. Master doesn't actually like my height, does he?" Li was both amused and exasperated. What was Liu thinking? How could he possibly dislike a tall, older woman? He reassured her. "Evolution will make you stronger and more perfect, and of course I like it." But Liu Yue's expression remained downcast, clearly indicating her disbelief. "I think Master still prefers humans." Li was even more puzzled. He had never shown any liking for humans, and he would simply swipe away from any female streamers who flirted with him. The platform had even stopped recommending female streamers to him. He took Liu Yue's soft hand and made her sit down next to him, then took out his phone and searched for a large number of girls without makeup. "This is the typical appearance and figure of a human woman. Your face, even among human women, is top tier, as is your figure." Next, Li found some exquisite anime character illustrations. "These pictures represent the perfect physique in the minds of human men. So perfect that it is rare in reality and can only exist in imagination and in pictures." Liu carefully compared the character illustration with the real person and found that the woman in the picture was indeed more beautiful and her figure was closest to her own. Li stood up and stood in front of her, placing his hands on her shoulders and looking directly into her stunningly beautiful face. "Do you understand now? You are the perfect woman in my eyes, how could I not like you? As for your height, I love how tall you are now. Please keep it up." Li spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Liu Yue's heart surged with emotion, a blush quickly rising to her cheeks, and she murmured dreamily, "Master." Her master's words struck her heart like a meteorite, stirring up a turbulent storm. "So, in my master's heart, I am so good. Were all my previous worries unnecessary?" Overwhelmed with joy, Liu felt her breath quicken, her blood rush, and her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. In contrast, Li Yu's thoughts were actually quite simple. Liu was his contracted creature, and the two were originally one, so he spoke his truest thoughts without any reservations. But he had no idea how much of an impact these words had on the Sword Saint's sister. Liu Yu's favorability towards you plus 50. Current affection level, admiration. Chapter 41 Master, are you going to do something bad? Wow! Liu was genuinely startled when he saw the pop-up notification on the panel. Those words just now actually increased Liu Yu's favorability by so much? "Liu, are you willing to evolve now?" Li asked, looking at her. Liu was still conflicted, as she resisted growing taller again. Seeing the eager look in her master's eyes, she finally nodded gently. "Then let's evolve." Having confirmed her master's intentions, her biggest concern had disappeared. Li immediately took out the evolutionary stone and placed it on Liu Yu's forehead. Pure white light emanated from the sacred stone and slowly merged into her forehead. Liu Yu closed her eyes and sat quietly cross-legged on the bed, a fluorescent glow gradually emanating from her fair skin. Radiant Moon Kalogas is evolving. A prompt appeared on the career panel, and Li waited patiently beside it. 2 minutes passed, but the light cocoon that had enveloped the whole body did not appear as before. Li was somewhat surprised. Could it be that this evolution would not result in a significant change in appearance? Time continued to pass, and 10 minutes later, the notification finally reappeared. Liu Kalogas has successfully evolved. Li immediately checked Liu Yu's panel. She is currently a monarch, a sword saint, level 5, with a strength of 470, agility of 1211, and constitution of 590. With 295 spirit and 170 magic power, the total attributes have increased by a full 500 points compared to before. More importantly, she also gained 2 new skills. Berserker Sword Technique, Slash, Level 1. Berserker Sword Technique, Sever, Level 1. Lai Yu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze calm and profound, exuding an aura of transcendent mastery. But when she met Li Yi's gaze, that air of authority vanished completely, leaving only shyness and joy in her eyes. Master, I have grasped the profound meaning. What made her happiest was not the sudden increase in her strength, but that her body had not changed at all. Li Yi was happy for her, and took the opportunity to ask what the profound meaning was. Lai Wei earnestly explained a lot of swordsmanship knowledge, but Li Yi was completely confused. But he still figured it out. The so-called ultimate technique, simply put, is an even stronger ultimate move. Even at level 1, its power far surpasses that of a fully leveled berserker sword technique. But Liu Yu's joy didn't last long before her expression turned melancholy again. Because she discovered that her physical condition had also improved. It was already far superior to its master, and now the gap between them has widened even further. The sword's saint sister was immediately unhappy, feeling that it was all the master's fault for insisting on her evolution. She rarely acted out like this, so she ignored Li Yi and turned over to lie down on the pillow. The alluring silhouette was right in front of him, but Li Yi was completely bewildered. He had no idea why Lai Wei had suddenly become angry. Late at night, Li Yi had lost count of how many times he had secretly glanced at Lai Yu's back. The level of affection from the admirer should be fine, right? After enduring so many days, he felt he was nearing his limit. Even though his affection level had increased, why didn't Lai Wei hold him while he slept? What's there to be afraid of? Li clenched his fists, trying to bolster his courage. Finally, he mustered his courage and quietly climbed to Liu Yu's side. Lai Wei, are you asleep? His heart was pounding, and his voice became hoarse involuntarily. Lai Yu did not answer, but under the ambient lighting, her shoulders were clearly trembling slightly. She didn't sleep at all. Li Yi checked the status bar and found that Lai Yu was indeed not in a sleep state. Moreover, her sword intent perception is at least level 17. I've spied on her so many times tonight, how could I possibly hide it from this sword saint? Thinking of this, Li Yi's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Is Lai Wei pretending to be asleep because she's shy? He gritted his teeth and reached out to put his hand on Liu Yu's shoulder. Before she could exert any force, Lai Wei turned around and faced him from behind. Their eyes met. The sword saint's sister was indeed pretending to be asleep. Li leaned forward, placing his hands on either side of Lai Yu's shoulders, looking down at her blushing, beautiful face. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Lai Yu's eyes were like silk, misty and hazy, and even her breathing was somewhat tense. She parted her red lips slightly and asked in a trembling voice, Master, are you going to do something bad? Li blushed. How was he supposed to answer that? He hesitated for a long time before finally stammering out. Is that all right? Lai Yu bit her lip lightly and softly hummed in agreement. Li felt a surge of heat and was about to make a move when she reached out and pressed her hand against his chest. But not now! Li froze, his initial enthusiasm instantly turning cold. Why not now? Lai Yu avoided eye contact and whispered, Because it will be very dangerous. Li Yi's first thought was that her reproductive period was about to begin. Lai Wei quickly realized that her master had misunderstood and hurriedly explained the real reason. Her reproductive period is indeed approaching, and she is currently suppressing it by herself. If the two of them do that now, she will enter her reproductive period earlier than expected. At that time, she might lose control and even hurt Li Yi. Li Yi was still somewhat unwilling to give up. Lai Yu, are you really going to lose your mind? Lai Yu nodded apologetically. I didn't completely lose my mind, but I really had a hard time controlling myself. Seeing her master's disappointed face, she quickly added. As long as the master's physical strength can reach 70% of mine, and I try my best to control it during the process, there will be no problem. Li Yi immediately looked at her attributes. With a physique of 590 points, Lai Wei has a 70% chance of having at least 400 points of physique. So, it's not entirely hopeless. All the attributes gained from leveling up can be added to Constitution. Attributes are also awarded for timed dungeon runs and max level scores. A high score is crucial in the Abyss Challenge during the level 10 to Tier 2 advancement. Not only will it directly reward attributes, it will also increase the attribute cap for future upgrades. In addition, the equipment provides a significant boost to attributes, making it not too difficult to meet the requirements. Even if Lai Wei continues to upgrade, her physique will also increase, and the overall pressure will still be manageable. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after evolving, Lai Wei adopts a swordsman's system that focuses on agility. If it were a tank system that focuses on constitution, it would be really troublesome. Master, I'm sorry, Lai Yu said, her eyes filled with apology. You were thinking of me too, it's okay. Li calmed down and gently comforted her. After those words, their relationship was now completely clear. When they looked at each other again, the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Lai Wei was so ashamed that she didn't dare to look at him, and simply covered her head with the blanket. Lai Yu's favorability towards you plus 50. Current affection level, admiration. Li stared blankly at the prompt for a moment. My favorability rating isn't maxed out yet, but it seems there's not much difference between it and maxed out now. Chapter 42 Top Universities Compete for Students. So, is Li Yi out of singlehood? Under the dim ambient lighting, Lai Yu's near-perfect height and physique still had a strong impact on him. Thinking about their interaction just now, Li Yi's heart burned, and his emotions swelled in his chest. Fierce moon. He gently pulled back the thin blanket covering the sword saint's sister, revealing her heroic and radiant face. Master, Lai Yu called softly, her expression somewhat nervous, her eyes filled with shyness. Li quickly explained. Don't worry, I'll just take a look, I won't do anything. Lai Yu nodded shyly. Li lay on his side on the pillow, looking at her so boldly and directly for the first time. He used to have little experience interacting with women and always pretended to be reserved. Now that the door has been opened, he's naturally become bolder. Lai Yu has striking features and a handsome, radiant appearance. After comprehending the profound mysteries, she exudes the majesty of a grandmaster, possessing unparalleled charm. Li Yu was completely mesmerized and couldn't help but exclaim from the bottom of his heart. It's so beautiful! In his past life, when he worked on a construction site, he had also fantasized about what his future girlfriend would look like. But he never expected that the first woman he would truly get close to would be the stunningly beautiful alien swordswoman, Lai Wei. Li was so happy he almost wanted to jump up and shout, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Unable to bear his burning gaze, Lai Yu hurriedly pulled the blanket back, turned her head away, and even turned off her sword-intent perception. Li chuckled, looking like a fool, and closed his eyes contentedly. Meanwhile, the internet has become incredibly lively, with everyone discussing the foreign team's challenge results today. The world's #1, Freedom, battle group took second place with a time of 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 24 seconds. The Fusun Kingdom's Shinto Palace battle group ranked third, while the Starry Sky battle group, which suffered a setback yesterday, rallied and secured fourth place with a time of 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 3 seconds. The Gladiator chapter, which was originally in second place, has fallen all the way to 8th. Apart from Starry Sky, all other guilds saw their performance decline. The reason is simple. As some members of the team leveled up, the dungeon stats increased, putting more pressure on teammates who hadn't leveled up. Netizens were immediately amused and flooded the comments sections of various battle reports and videos with comments. The world's #1 is all they've got? How come their performance is getting worse and worse? You don't really think that if the Alien Girls battle group can do it, you can too, do you? They are the first in history to reach the maximum level rating. A low rank does not mean weak strength. The reason why everyone is so disgusted is mainly because these top battle teams' previous statement videos were too arrogant. They were all arrogant and smug, as if the Adventure King badge was within their grasp, and that challenging the hidden boss was just giving face to the Alien Girl warband. In particular, a female member of the Freedom chapter was asked in an interview how many times she had achieved a maximum rating. She said nonchalantly that she hadn't thought about the issue at all, and just wanted to go home tomorrow to eat her mother's apple pie. Now that the challenge results are out, that interview has immediately resurfaced, and apple pie has become a popular meme. Wanla, I can't have mom's apple pie anymore. How can I reach the maximum rating? Alien Girl, because I don't eat apple pie. Fun fact, the hidden boss drops a legendary cooking recipe, mom's apple pie. Netizens were merciless in their criticism. In their view, these people were clearly there to enjoy the hidden boss rewards, but they kept putting on airs and didn't even mention the Alien Girl battle group. Isn't this blatant contempt? In real life, people might call you a big shot, but online, So what if you're number one in the world or a unique professional team leader? If your performance is inferior to the Alien Girl battle group and you can't get the maximum rating, then you're bad. If you're bad, practice more. Just then, someone suddenly posted a link. Thunderbolt Warband has updated a video. It's a detailed guide to Corrupted Priest Up. Everyone hurriedly clicked in and saw that the boss battle arena was filled with square coordinates, with each key point clearly marked. Next comes the precise positioning plan down to the second, and the response to each skill. Netizens were horrified. This guide is outrageous. It practically exposes everything about the hidden boss. The Alien Girl battle group not only deciphers the mechanics, but also anticipates all changes in advance. Players only need to follow the steps to complete the battle. Rather than saying that people are following a strategy to fight the boss, it's more accurate to say that the boss is being manipulated like a puppet by the Alien Girl, as if every step is being performed according to their script. Everyone was completely stunned. What kind of monsters are in the Alien Girl battle group? What kind of brains do they need to create such a strategy? More importantly, with this guide, any well-coordinated B-level newbie team has a chance to defeat the hidden boss, guaranteeing at least a silver 5-star rating, far exceeding the admission score for the extraordinary university. Netizens were finally completely convinced, and the comments section was filled with praise. Major official media outlets also reposted the video as usual, and official accounts of universities collectively joined in. Imperial Capital University, our university is willing to specially recruit members of the Alien Girl battle group. Please contact us. National Defense University, Special Recruitment +1, contact us. Northern Union University, come to the north. Here you'll find the most valiant men, the most passionate women, and the most magnificent scenery. Nanshan University, no empty promises, top-notch benefits after enrollment. Everyone is trained like a rare profession. Netizens were practically drooling over it. Beijing University, National Defense University, and Nanshan University are all top-tier universities in China and even the world. In the past, it was always the upstarts in the industry who begged for admission to prestigious universities. Who has ever seen these universities personally poach students? Someone asked with a wicked grin. Why has Tianming University gone silent? Someone immediately replied. Even Donghua University doesn't dare to say a word, yet Shao Tianming dares to jump? However, everyone clearly underestimated the fighting strength of Tianming University. The official account of Tianming University directly released an animated video showing a muscular man wearing the Tianming University emblem slapping top universities, including Beijing University, one by one. At the end of the video, the muscular man roars, "Nobody knows more about low-level professions than me." Netizens burst into laughter. No wonder it's Tianming University. It's truly outrageous. Of course, some people added insult to injury. Indeed, no one knows better than you, because you simply can't recruit people for high-level professions. Inside the hotel, Kimoji, the leader of the Freedom Chapter, paced back and forth in his room, his face terribly grim. For a mere low-tier warband to release a strategy guide at this critical juncture is practically a mockery of them. But after reading the strategy guide for the Alien Girl warband, he couldn't find a single flaw, even with the perspective of a 5th-tier professional. This is a perfect guide. As long as they follow the instructions, with the strength of those newcomers in the Freedom Battle Group, achieving the maximum rating is almost a certainty. But how can the world's #1 battle group use the strategies of a rookie battle group? After a moment's thought, Kimoji contacted other chapter leaders to gauge their opinions. Chapter 43. Some people are very stubborn. Soon, Kimoji received replies from the leaders of the 14 chapters, all of whom vowed that they would never adopt the strategy of the Alien Girl chapter. Kimoji pondered for a moment. Since everyone said that he had to rely on his own strength to win the Adventure King badge, as the world's #1 Freedom band, he couldn't afford to lose face. However, he still had a backup plan and immediately contacted headquarters to request 2 additional rare professional rookies to provide support. The next morning, Kimoji led the newcomers back to the sinking jungle, preparing to run the dungeon one more time before reinforcements arrived. The top battle groups entered the dungeon one by one, and no one said anything more. 3 hours later, the portal to the dungeon entrance suddenly lit up, and the first person to emerge was a newcomer from the Gladiators Guild. Kimoji was somewhat surprised. Once everyone came out, the leaderboard was immediately refreshed. Second in the world record, Gladiator team, time limit of 3 hours and 7 seconds. Upon seeing this result, Kimoji was stunned. Yesterday, they were 27 minutes behind, but today they had caught up to this level in an instant. He immediately had a bad feeling and hurriedly checked the ratings. 9-star gold, max level rating. Kimoji's pupils contracted sharply, and he instantly realized he had been tricked. Gladiator said he didn't need a strategy guide, but then he took the strategy guide for Alien Girl and used it, and even got a perfect score badge. A group of people spoke so grandly, but when they ate alone, they didn't even invite him. Kimoji was so angry that his facial muscles twitched, but he was speechless. On the other side, the new members of the Gladiator chapter excitedly danced a celebratory dance after receiving their badges. The badge they received is called Brave Adventurer, of gold quality, adding 5 points to each of the 5 basic attributes, and also increasing movement speed and critical hit rate. The badge's special effect is that it is less likely to arouse the resentment of friendly targets in dungeons. Carls was very satisfied with the attributes, but she was a little puzzled. The badge they received was not the Alien Girl type, and the attributes were only half of what they were given. Even the favorability bonus was much weaker. She speculated that perhaps there could only be one king. But that was enough. Kales turned to look at Kimoji, whose face was gloomy, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Forget about saving face and empty fame. What matters most is tangible benefits. Why not use a perfectly ready-made strategy? She smiled and waved at Kimig. I hope you get your badge soon, bye-bye. After saying that, Carls led the newcomer away. Immediately afterwards, the new team from the Starry Sky battle group also exited the dungeon, completing it in 3 hours and 19 seconds, also achieving a perfect score of 9 gold stars. Subsequently, the remaining battle groups cleared the level one after another. All the teams ranked 2nd through 15th in the world successfully obtained their badges. Everyone wore smiles, congratulated each other, and the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. Only Kimogo stood in the crowd, his face contorted as if he wanted to devour someone. These guys clearly use strategies, yet he's left to rely solely on his supposed ability. After receiving their badges, the various chapters left the collapsed jungle without lingering. Minutes later, their pre-recorded announcement videos appeared online. In the video, the various warbands publicly thanked the Alien Girl warband for providing the strategy guide, acknowledged the other party's ability, and expressed their willingness to cooperate in the future. Netizens immediately understood. The fact that top-tier teams are willing to lower their standards shows that achieving a perfect score is indeed not easy. More importantly, the strategy guide for Alien Girl isn't just for show, it genuinely helps players clear the game and get a perfect score. Soon, it was discovered that the world's #1, Freedom, chapter had not shown up. The so-called war correspondents immediately released their results, 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 33 seconds to complete the game, 7 gold stars. Not only did it not improve, it was even 2 minutes slower than yesterday. The comment section instantly erupted in laughter. There's actually one stubborn one here. Even the world's #1 has pride, please understand. 2 consecutive days of the golden 7 stars, and the duration is getting longer and longer, yet we still haven't figured out that this is their limit. Netizens were increasingly moved as they watched, saying that Foreign Girl was not just providing free education, but practically serving food to everyone. Other factions develop strategies, but they all keep them secret. If you want to learn them, you have to pay first. The guide for Alien Girl is not only top-notch in quality, but also completely free. The Cookman Ilbo posted 3 consecutive updates praising the Alien Girl battle group. Other official media outlets also commended the group, deeming this pure and noble approach extremely rare. Universities and colleges were in a panic and began to mobilize their networks to search for clues about the Alien Girl warband. Several of the country's top universities even sent people directly to the Dark Forest. At the Thunderstorm Battle Group base, Lin Mani collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted, after seeing off a group of university teachers. She smiled wryly and said, I hope Mr. Lee won't cause any bigger trouble later. It's really too much to handle so many big shots questioning him. Shin Nanqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling lingering fear. Dean Liu Zhangling has come in person. The pressure from an 8th-level expert is terrifying. Lin Mani couldn't help but shrink back. That was the dean of the law school at Imperial University, a top-tier expert in the country. The two looked at each other and saw relief in each other's eyes. It is truly an incredible stroke of luck for the Thunderstorm battle group to be able to establish a relationship with the alien girl. Meanwhile, inside the collapsed jungle, Kimoji suppressed his anger, maintained a smile on his face, and continued to encourage the newcomers. Kids, relax. You are all geniuses blessed by God and you will definitely get a perfect score. A chubby boy with brown hair and freckles cautiously spoke up. Mr. Kimoji, I suggest we use the strategy guide from the alien girl battle group tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 team members immediately expressed their support, and the other newcomers were also clearly interested. Kimoji cursed inwardly. If these people had used the same strategy as the other chapters from the beginning, of course there wouldn't have been a problem. But now, all 14 other chapters have achieved perfect scores through strategy guides, while only the Freedom chapter has publicly stated that it will rely on its own abilities to climb the rankings. They've already made their position clear. If they were to use a strategy guide now, all the ridicule from the outside world would be directed at Freedom. Kimoji had no choice but to bite the bullet and go down this path to the bitter end. He looked at the newcomer named John and said in a deep voice, Headquarters will send 2 rare professionals to support us. We will definitely get the maximum rating. At that time, we will publish our clearance route. Freedom is the world's #1 battle group, and it doesn't need to rely on other people's strategies. Seeing the newlyweds cheer up, Kimoji raised his voice again. The Dark Forest also has a 5-player dungeon called Dark River Canyon. The map has a linear structure, which is perfect for farming ratings. You can split into 3 teams of 5 and go challenge for the maximum rating. He continued to encourage everyone, saying that 5-player dungeons don't require as much teamwork, but rather test the individual skill of the players. The new members of the Freedom battle group are individually stronger than the members of the Alien Girl group, so there is no reason why they should be inferior to them. The newlyweds were immediately filled with high spirits. Mr. Kimoji is right, our individual strength is far superior to theirs. They can get the highest rating, and so can we, and we can even surpass them. Soon, the 15 newcomers split into 3 teams and entered the Dark River Canyon with great momentum. The strongest team is led by the unique class, Holy Light Avenger, and also includes 2 S-class classes and 2 A-class classes. Chapter 44 Doubting Life. As soon as the Freedom Warband took action, they were spotted by the Yen Kingdom's war correspondents, who were guarding outside the collapsed jungle instance, and the group followed them all the way there. Kimoji frowned, his face full of disgust. In America, professionals at level A and above enjoy extremely broad exemptions. He would have already kicked them out long ago. But this is Yen country, and even if he is being watched like an animal, he can only suppress his anger. 2 hours later, the strongest squad in the Freedom chapter finally emerged from the dungeon, and Kimoji immediately went to greet them, ready to inquire about their results. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in gasps of surprise. Kimoji was overjoyed. Had they achieved the maximum score? He hurriedly looked at the leaderboard, but the smile on his face instantly froze. On the world record list, the Freedom Warband ranked second with a completion time of 2 hours, 45 minutes and 31 seconds. This result was a full hour slower than the Alien Girl battle group, and the rating was only 3 gold stars. How is this possible? Why is there such a big difference? Kimoji's expression went out of control, but when he saw Current and the others approaching, he forcibly suppressed his emotions. What's going on with your grades? Wait, why are you all so terrible? Stop! Kimoji covered his nose and took several steps back. The smell was like a mixture of filth and rotting corpses, making it almost impossible to breathe. All 5 team members had long faces, and one of the S-level female professionals had swollen eyes from crying and was still frantically spraying perfume on herself. Her companion, unable to bear it any longer, said, Serena, stop spraying. Mixing perfumes together will only make it smell worse. Serena didn't answer until the entire bottle of perfume was emptied, and realizing it had no effect, she finally cried out in despair. As the strongest and only class in the team, the Holy Light Avenger Current was completely dazed, losing all his previous domineering and arrogant demeanor. The vast gap between him and the Alien Girls battle group made him question his life for the first time. Is it that the Alien Girl battle group is too strong, or is it that I am not as strong as I thought? Kimoji called out several times before he snapped out of his daze. After a full 3 minutes of silence, Kuranto finally spoke in a low voice. You're right, the Dark River Canyon map is very simple, and the mechanics of the monsters and the boss are not strong. But every time we advance a bit, we are attacked by 3 ranged murlocs, who often strike while we are fighting the gnolls. The skill damage isn't high, but the frequency is extremely fast. The stench on us is from the murloc excrement we get on us when we can't dodge it. 3 murloc fishermen were not enough to stop them, so the 5 of them judged that the excrement the other side carried was limited, so they blocked the attack distance and prepared to gather 2 waves of murlocs before cleaning them up. At first, things did go as they expected. The fishermen's pockets of excrement quickly ran out. But no one expected that when the merfolk reached under their companions' buttocks, they actually found new spellcasting materials. The 5 were stunned. It was this mistake that caused them all to fall into the trap. The stench attracted even more merfolk, greatly increasing the range at which they could be spotted by the monsters. They then fell into a vicious cycle where the more they stinked, the more they were attacked, and the more they were attacked, the harder it was for them to escape. Kuranto looked embarrassed and annoyed, finally understanding why the Yen Kingdom professionals in the Dark Forest Dungeon group preferred to queue up in the Evil Bone Camp, rather than touch the Dark River Canyon. This dungeon isn't particularly difficult, but its mechanics are so awful they're infuriating. Kimoji frowned and asked, "Even so, the rating shouldn't be this low. Were all the monsters killed?" "They're all dead." Kuranto's voice was full of dejection. He couldn't understand how the Alien Girl battle group managed to clear the game in 1 hour and 42 minutes. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood how difficult it was to achieve a perfect score, and finally understood why no one in history had ever achieved a perfect score. Kuranto had encountered many professionals below rank A and was well aware of their combat strength. It's no exaggeration to say that he was practically a mini-boss in front of rank B and C professionals. This was also the reason why he initially underestimated the Alien Girl warband. But now it seems that the strength of the Alien Girls battle group is terrifyingly powerful. Kimoji sighed inwardly and didn't press the matter further. He worried that Kuranto's blow was too severe and would affect his future mindset. After all, Kuranto is a future leader of the Freedom Chapter, and it can't just collapse like this. The remaining 2 teams quickly exited the instance, with the team led by the Rare class ranking 3rd with 2 hours and 50 minutes. The team consisting of 2 S-Class and 3 A-Class members finished in 2 hours and 53 minutes, ranking 4th. Both teams looked grim, not only because of their results, but also because everyone was covered in murloc excrement. The 3 teams reunited, and everyone looked at each other, listless and stinking. The war correspondents from Yen country couldn't stop laughing when they saw this, and immediately filmed it and posted it online. Netizens almost burst out laughing when they saw it. Clearly, the Freedom faction thought it would be easier to get a max-level rating in a 5-player dungeon, so they deliberately split up their teams to challenge it. The result was that after clearing the 5-player dungeon, the score was actually lower than that of the raid dungeon. The Holy Light Avengers are probably going to have a mental breakdown this time. Big Beauty, just accept your fate. The outside world is full of adventure kings. The best is yet to come. I heard that the Freedom headquarters has sent 2 more rare professionals. They're going all in. If I still can't get the maximum rating, that would be even more embarrassing. In just 2 days, the once legendary world's #1 battle team has become nothing more than electronic pets in the eyes of Chinese netizens. It's not that people look down on the world's #1, they're just gloating. Who made Yen Kingdom have such a monstrous existence as the Alien Girl battle group? Inside the hotel, Li watched with admiration as Lai Yu dressed and equipped herself. A few days ago he wanted to watch it but was too embarrassed to, but now he can watch it openly and honestly. It really is good. Owner. The Sword Saint's sister couldn't withstand his gaze and stomped her foot in embarrassment. On her mature and charming face, a shyness like that of a young girl was revealed. The combination of intellectual charm and youthful innocence was particularly moving. Li had almost no resistance. He jumped off the bed, walked to Lai Yu, and held her soft hands. Laiwa, this is the real you! Li exclaimed. Chapter 45 Dual Invitation. Perhaps because of the contract, although Lai Yu was no different from a real person, Li always felt that she lacked a bit of human liveliness. It wasn't until he saw the Sword Saint's shy and timid appearance that he truly felt that she, like himself, was a living, breathing person. Lai Yu let him hold her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed, and whispered a reminder. Master, remember, you can only touch hands. Li Yi's face flushed instantly, and he looked somewhat embarrassed. After their frank conversation, he had impulsively made a bold request to Liu upon waking up that morning. He thought that as long as he didn't cross that final line, everything would be fine, but the shy Liu refused. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself, but in the end, she couldn't resist Li Yi's persistent pleading and only agreed to let him touch her hand. After washing up and having breakfast, Li Yi was full of energy, and his desire to level up and become stronger was greater than ever before. Having already obtained the rewards from several dungeons in the Dark Forest, he decided to try a different place and went online to search for new dungeon groups. At this moment, an official video from Yunlin Culture and Tourism caught his attention. In the video, a dozen kindergarten children waved flags printed with "Foreign Girls" and invited the older brothers and sisters in the battle group to go to Yunlin City to break the local dungeon record. Li clicked into the account and found more than 20 similar videos, averaging 7 or 8 per day. The videos feature not only children, but also working people from all walks of life, kind elderly people, and energetic teenagers. After searching for information about Yunlin City, he realized that this tourist city located on the southwestern plateau of Yen Kingdom possessed a rare Tier 1 raid dungeon group called Sunshielding Highlands. There are 2 15-man small raids and 1 30-man medium raid, but number 5-man raids. New players mostly rely on 5-man raids for leveling and gearing up, so few people come here specifically. Sunshielding Heights information is scarce, and there are no well-developed strategies. Normally, only the Disaster Fire Brigade regularly clears the area to minimize the risk of disasters. However, in recent years, Yunlin City has lacked Tier 1 firefighters, causing the dungeon's alert level to rise continuously, severely impacting the tourism industry. Locals are gripped by fear and are even moving away. The government is offering generous terms to recruit first-tier firefighters, but they simply can't find enough people. After all, this type of talent is even scarcer than higher-ranking professionals, and local fire brigades are already short-staffed. Unable to contact the Alien Girl battle group, Yunlin City could only send out videos seeking help. They hoped the battle group could provide guides and tutorial videos to attract trial participants and resolve this catastrophic crisis. Li understood their difficulties, but he wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to reveal his identity. Going to challenge a raid alone would be too conspicuous. But just then, a related article caught his eye. It stated that the medium-sized dungeon, Shadow Tribe, in Sunshielded Highlands, might yield magic skill points. Li Yi's interest was instantly piqued. Skill points were extremely precious. Regardless of whether a class was high-tier or low-tier, each level up typically only yielded 1 point. Dungeons were a crucial way to improve skill levels. This message comes from 26 years ago, a record of a foreign rookie team challenging the Shadow Tribe. After clearing the dungeon, one of their mages gained a skill point. Now Li had no choice but to go. If he could gain skill points at the first tier, he would have a head start that would put him far ahead of other professionals. With Liu carrying him, he wasn't worried about clearing the level at all. He immediately decided to head to Yunlin City. Before setting off, after obtaining Liu's consent, Li put her into his summoning space, which would both avoid attracting attention on the road and save on the teleportation cost for one person. He then sent Shin notching a detailed walkthrough of the Dark River Canyon. As for the Evil Bone Camp, he and Liu had only focused on speedrunning at that time and hadn't studied it in detail, but that dungeon was simple and had already been thoroughly researched by the trial participants. After checking out, Li purchased wilderness supplies in the camp town. There were no campsites around Sunshielding Heights, so he would have to camp outdoors, and naturally, he needed to prepare his equipment in advance. After making all the preparations, he spent 100,000 to buy a temporary teleportation token at the Teleportation Point's business hall. However, when he walked outside the teleportation array, he was so shocked by what he saw that he stopped in his tracks. Many new professionals lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Not far away, Zhou Shui and Wang Tianming were being blocked in their path by a 2-meter-tall, burly black man. Wang Tianming's face was grim, and he said in a deep voice, "As a rare professional of the Freedom Battle Group, isn't it a bit too much to bully the weak by specifically challenging professionals below S rank?" It turns out that this black man had been challenging people to duels for no reason along the way, and when refused, he insulted them. The young men of the Tianxue Battle Group couldn't take the provocation and agreed to the challenge, which led to their current miserable state. The black man sneered. "So you admit you're weak? The weak deserve to be crushed by the strong." He stared at Wang Tianming and deliberately mocked him loudly. "Why don't you dare to accept the duel? You men of Yen, Don't you dare to fight in front of your own women? Wang Tianming's face turned ashen. Forced into this situation, he finally gritted his teeth and accepted the duel invitation. The black man's eyes lit up. He glanced at the man's profession and shook his head, saying, A-level profession, magic warrior. The profession is not bad, but it's a pity that you don't have a trace of a warrior's courage. Enough talk, let's fight! Wang Tianming went all out, drew his sword and charged out. Charge. Warriors need to accumulate rage through combat and taking damage, and charge itself can also generate rage, so warriors usually try to take the initiative. But the black man just smiled dismissively and assumed a boxing stance. The power of the tiger god. A tiger's roar seemed to echo in everyone's ears, and a black tiger's phantom swept across the black man's head. Wang Tianming had just rushed in front of him, and before he could even draw his sword, he was punched in the chest and sent flying backward. The onlookers all paled. The difference in attributes and skill strength between the two sides was too great, and Wang Tianming didn't even have a chance to react. He fell to the ground, his face flushed, his body curled up in a ball, coughing repeatedly. Tianming! Zhou Shui rushed over to support him. Li looked slightly surprised. Wang Tianming was an A-level professional, yet he was so easily defeated. He was about to step into the teleportation array. Wait! The black man blocked Li's path, his gaze defiant. Hughes Lincoln Beast Walker has extended a duel challenge to you. Do you accept? Chapter 46 Agree to a duel. Li stopped and looked at Hughes. After hearing the words, Beast Spirit Walker, he did not rush to refuse. He even calmly took out his phone and looked up information about the profession in front of Hughes. His relaxed demeanor was surprisingly natural. It turns out that the Beast Spirit Walker is a rare class within the Shaman class system, possessing the blessing of the ancient wild god. This class starts with 4 skills that combine passive enhancement and active release, making them extremely powerful in both combat and defense, earning them the title of the king of one-on-one combat below the 3rd tier. After reviewing the information, Li put away his phone and said with interest, Your profession seems pretty impressive. Hughes raised his head proudly and sneered. What, scared? Li almost laughed out loud. Rare professions are indeed powerful, but with his current stats, he's already close to an A-level professional, so the gap between them isn't as big as he'd imagined. Moreover, he had been practicing Energy Star Bullet repeatedly in the dungeons during this period, releasing it thousands of times in each dungeon, and his proficiency was already at its maximum. With his high movement speed and positioning ability, he can easily kite melee bosses in 5-player dungeons, so why would he be afraid of a novice player? Since Hughes initiated the duel, Li also wanted to see just how much he was lacking compared to those with rare professions. On the other side, after checking on Wang Tianming, Zhou Shui found that he only felt tightness in his chest and was not actually injured. It seemed that Hughes was somewhat mindful of the fact that this was within Yan Kingdom's territory, and he held back in his actions, which relieved Zhou Shui. But when she looked up, she froze. The person Hughes had stopped was none other than Li, whom she had been searching for these past few days. Wang Tianming was equally surprised. He had thought Li was long dead in the dungeon, but he hadn't expected that not only was this kid alive, but his equipment also looked pretty good. Did Li get lucky and join a dungeon raid team? Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, Li made a thought and directly agreed to the duel. The opposing summoner has accepted your duel challenge. Red Team, Spirit Walker, Level 5. Blue Team, Summoner, Level 6. Battle is about to begin, countdown 59 seconds. Upon seeing the prompt on the career panel, Hughes was stunned, thinking he had misread it. He checked several times and found that Li was indeed a summoner. His expression immediately turned absurd. In the United States, summoners are considered a weak class, and nobody takes them seriously. If Li is a summoner, why is he wearing agility-based leather armor? Doesn't he even know how to match equipment? Hughes suddenly felt utterly ridiculous. A rare profession like his had actually challenged a D-rank summoner to a duel. He looked at Li with disdain. Just because I taught a lesson to a professional from Yen country doesn't mean that everyone deserves my attention. Summoner, I forgive your rudeness in agreeing to the duel. Now, concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui and Wang Tianming were both stunned. Li actually agreed to duel a rare professional? A D-rank summoner dares to challenge a beast spirit walker? Is he insane? Those around them were also taken aback, and some couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "You just said summoner? Did I hear that right?" "You must have misheard. The leather armor he's wearing looks like the Jungle Seeker's set. How could a summoner wear that?" Li completely ignored everyone's doubts and immediately stepped back after the countdown began. Summoners are ranged classes, so this is the most normal combat preparation. After walking 20 meters, Li stopped and looked directly at Hughes. Hughes's gaze gradually turned cold as he saw that Hughes refused to admit defeat. How dare someone with such a lowly, worthless profession ignore him? He laughed in anger, his voice growing increasingly sinister. "It's really impressive that the alien girls battle group can overpower newcomers from the world's top battle groups with a low-ranking lineup. But if you Yen people are so arrogant as to think that a D-rank professional can fight me, I will show you how foolish that idea is." Li frowned slightly, feeling that this guy was talking too much nonsense, so he simply waited quietly for the countdown to end. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose in the distance. "What's that smell? It's so stinky! Who put something in their pants?" Following the scent, everyone looked over and discovered that Kimoji was leading the Freedom War Band over. Today, only the Freedom War Band had challenged the Dark River Canyon, and everyone immediately realized that the stench on them mostly came from the excrement of the dark-skinned fishmen. The Dark River Canyon itself is not very difficult. As long as ordinary teams are careful to avoid it, they will not get involved with this kind of thing at all. The Freedom War Band ended up in such a mess because they were too greedy for efficiency, trying to clear out several waves of monsters at once, but ended up failing miserably. Everyone covered their noses, secretly laughing to themselves. Upon seeing the groaning Yen Kingdom rookie professional on the ground, Kimoji immediately guessed what had happened. In a normal duel between professionals, it's perfectly acceptable for someone to be beaten if they're less skilled. Even if the Yen Kingdom comes, they can't find fault with it. He remained calm, unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, and took a sip. The newcomers in the Freedom War Band couldn't understand Li Yi's equipment, and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Kimoji, can you tell what class Hughes's opponent is?" "Agile leather armor, shield, and dagger. This combination is utterly incongruous and makes it impossible to discern any specific class direction." Kimoji scoffed. "Just a fool." In his view, there are always people who think they can find a niche path, but in reality they are just foolish and ignorant of their own limitations. The countdown reached 0 the next second, and the duel officially began. Hughes roared and immediately activated his skill. The power of the wild leopard. Leopard print appeared on his face, his body tensed instantly, his leg muscles bulged, and then he pounced on Li like a cheetah. As Hughes activated his skill, Li lightly snapped his fingers. A summoning array lit up on the ground beside him, and a stone golem, only 1 meter tall, slowly emerged from the array. Kimoji, who was off the field, had just taken a sip of water when he saw this scene and immediately spat it out. He was both shocked and furious, staring intently at the stone figure in the arena. "Summoner? Damn it, Hughes! That idiot is actually dueling a D-rank summoner. It's one thing to bully lower-rank newbies, but for a rare class to face a summoner, what will become of the Freedom Legion's reputation?" Kimmig immediately focused his attention, ready to act at any moment. If Hughes went too far, he would save the Yen Kingdom professional. When the onlookers saw the stone man appear, they all froze in place. No way, Li is actually a summoner? Chapter 47. Defeating rare classes is easier than kiting the boss. The fact that a rare class would actively challenge a summoner was absurd to all the onlookers. In their view, Hughes was already arrogant enough to make the application, and Li actually dared to agree, which was clearly asking for a beating. The stone golem, as soon as it was summoned, trudged heavily and staggered toward Hughes. Li moved around the stone man, always precisely controlling the distance between himself and Hughes. He observed for a moment, and judged that Hughes' movement speed after activating his skill was only about 130% of his own, which was slower than his own. After being honed through repeated dungeon runs, Li Yi's combat experience was far beyond what it used to be. As long as Hughes can't catch him, this so-called duel is just like hitting a moving target with a wooden stake. There's no suspense whatsoever. The onlookers, including Kimoji, were all surprised. They discovered that this summoner was even faster than Hughes, who was empowered by the power of the Wild Panther. But Hughes had already rushed up to the stone man, and was completely unaware of the problem. He immediately unleashed the Beast Spirit Walker's strongest attack skill to date, Tiger God's Power. The blessing of the ancient god of the wilderness descended, and Hughes's arm muscles bulged, his claws slamming down and instantly tearing the stone golem to shreds. Lee raised an eyebrow. As a summoner, the attacks his summoned beasts received would be reflected back to him. As expected of a rare class known as the king of one-on-one combat below Tier 3, this attack's single-target damage is indeed very high. Hughes's strength is roughly equivalent to half of the normal attack power of a level 1 sword saint. Lee acknowledges his abilities. "You're next!" Hughes grinned maliciously as he lunged at Lee. The onlookers all had the same thought: it's over. In the early game, a summoner's summoning skills have a cooldown of up to 10 minutes. Without summoned creatures, a summoner is basically no different from an ordinary person. "You're so noisy." Lee, however, casually raised his hand and fired an energy star bullet, which flew towards Hughes at a tricky angle. Hughes had just swiftly defeated the stone golem, and was enjoying the astonished looks of the crowd, even wanting to take the opportunity to demonstrate the power of the Beast Walker. Faced with the incoming energy projectiles, he neither dodged nor avoided them, but directly switched to the power of the demon bear. He grew another 10 centimeters taller, his physique became more robust, and his defense and strength improved significantly. "I thought you had some skills, but this little bit of attack isn't even enough to tickle me." Hughes grinned maliciously as he charged headlong into the energy missile, intending to use his physical body to shatter the skill. But the next second, with a muffled bang, the energy missile didn't explode. Instead, it slammed into his abdomen. Hughes rushed too fast, and the combined impact caused him to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. Kimoji's expression finally changed. The summoner's skill was surprisingly powerful. Lee almost laughed out loud. He currently possessed 53 points of magic power and was still releasing an 8th level energy star bullet. The skill's base damage might not be top tier, but its level and spell power are undeniable, making it impossible for a level 5 professional to withstand. Not to mention the Jungle Seeker set, which also offers 5% magic penetration and 5% armor penetration. Hughes certainly had the courage to take this attack head-on. Lee didn't hold back either, raising his hand and launching another energy star bullet. Hughes had just shaken the dirt out of his mouth and propped himself up when he was hit on the shoulder by a bullet and slammed back to the ground. "Ah!" Hughes roared, unable to accept that he had been knocked down twice in public. Despite his anger, his combat awareness was not bad, and he quickly realized that Li Yi's spellcasting was extremely fast and his accuracy was ridiculously high. He immediately activated the power of the Mad Leopard, transforming his body into a nimble and agile leopard god form, rolling continuously on the ground to instantly create distance. "Let's see how you hit me this time." Just as he braced himself with his hands on the ground, preparing to jump, the third energy star projectile came right at his face and hit his thigh precisely. Hughes was blasted around in midair and crashed to the ground again, lying on his back. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, even Kimoji was momentarily speechless. This summoner not only deals high damage, has extremely fast skill trajectories, and precise hits, but also releases skills at the perfect timing. This is no longer a simple level advantage, but an extremely terrifying level of skill proficiency and combat judgment. Kimoji's heart sank, a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. The onlookers finally came to their senses and took out their phones to film. The sight of a summoner dominating a rare class is truly rare and is sure to go viral online. Not far away, Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui were even more stunned, as if they had seen a ghost, their minds barely able to process what had happened. Is this person really Li? What has he been through these past few days, and why has he become so strong? Wang Tianming, in particular, had just been instantly killed by the Beast Spirit Walker and knew best just how outrageous Hughes's combat power was. But Li manipulated Hughes like a dog on a leash, having him completely under his thumb. Hughes, who was on the ground, was furious. After getting up, he was precisely knocked down by an energy star bomb. After enduring 4 consecutive star bullets, even with his rare profession, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Hughes felt dizzy and in excruciating pain all over his body, making it difficult for him to even stand. "Stop! We surrender!" Kimoji stepped between the two, his face grim. If this continues, Hughes will only be unilaterally and brutally defeated by Li. The crowd erupted in uproar. No one had expected that the rare professional would be the one to ultimately concede defeat. A D-rank summoner defeating a rare class is simply unbelievable. "I didn't lose. I can still fight," How could I possibly lose to a summoner? Hughes roared in frustration. Kimoji frowned, and the passive skill of the S-class berserker, frenzied battle intent, instantly erupted. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure, as if they were being watched by a ferocious beast, and they immediately stopped breathing. Hughes shuddered, knowing that the team leader was really angry, and could only lower his head and shut up. A notification popped up on the panel. The duel had been interrupted by a higher-ranking class, and the duel was terminated. Kimoji stared at Li and asked in a deep voice, "What's your name?" Looking at the prompt, Li felt a little annoyed. He was about to win, but this guy had to interfere. He clearly couldn't accept defeat. He silently compared the two in his mind and realized that defeating a rare class was actually easier than kiting a boss. And this is without him transforming into a magic turret. Melee classes are indeed easy to bully. Li smiled, completely ignoring Kimoji, and turned to walk onto the teleportation array, activating the teleportation token. 10 seconds later, he had arrived at a lush green forest. This teleportation array stands alone in the forest. Although it is clear that someone is maintaining it, the surrounding area is deserted and there is not even a teleportation service hall. Li summoned Liwa, smiled, and held the Sword Saint's soft hand. Then he took out his phone and headed towards the Sun-Shielding Highlands dungeon group. The road was covered with fallen leaves, and there were no traces of any living creatures around. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance to the medium-sized dungeon, Shadow Tribe. A medium-sized dungeon with 30 players is already the largest type of first-tier dungeon. As for large-scale dungeons with 45 players and super large-scale dungeons with 60 or more players, they will only appear after Tier 2. Li stepped through the instance portal, and 2 seconds later, he and Liu appeared on the starting platform in a desolate mountain range. Unlike the Dark Forest, the Shadow Tribe doesn't have towering trees that block out the sky. Instead, clusters of settlements are clearly visible in the distance. At the edge of the line of sight, tiny creatures, no bigger than sesame seeds, kept moving around. They were clearly monsters from the dungeon. According to limited information online, the main monsters here are lizard men, followed by primitive hard-shelled scorpions, and a small number of mountain trolls. Deep within the dungeon, a slumbering earth dragon lies dormant. Dragon? Li stroked his chin. There was very little information about this dragon, perhaps because it was a special boss and the players who cleared the game did not leave behind any detailed information. Chapter 48, Skill Book Drops, Discipline and Whipping. Let's clear the dungeon first. Li observed the route ahead. This dungeon didn't even have a simple walkthrough. They had to explore everything on their own. Fortunately, the Liwa possesses the Sword Intent Perception ability, allowing them to act freely without worrying about being trapped or ambushed. 10 minutes later, Li roughly determined the route and then led Liu into the evil Shadow Tribe to begin advancing into the dungeon. The Sword Saint elder sister drew her long sword and walked in front. Her level 17 Sword Intent Perception covered a radius of 1,000 meters, and no movement could escape her notice. Not long after, the two encountered the first wave of ambushing monsters at a narrow cliff edge. 8 mountain lizardmen were hiding in the grass, 2 mages, 2 archers, and 4 melee lizardmen. When Li first formed a contract with Liu, he was most wary of lineups with clusters of ranged monsters. But now, with his increased agility and movement speed, plus the protection of his shield, the threat has diminished considerably. Without pausing, Liu charged directly into the horde of monsters. She was usually shy and quiet in front of Li, but once in battle, she was like a completely different person. Her swordplay was sharp and ruthless. She attacked without the slightest hesitation, and in less than 10 seconds, all 8 lizardmen fell. With experience prompts appearing one after another, Li and Liu continued to advance deeper into the tribe. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a mountain pass. A row of simple shacks, like livestock pens, stood by the roadside, housing a dozen or so black wild boars. In the center of the hut, a giant lizard man, 3 meters tall, was feeding a wild boar. Livestock Officer Grega has been spotted. Li immediately deduced that this must be the first boss of the dungeon. After clearing out any remaining mobs in the vicinity, Liu returned to his side. Li looked at Liu and suddenly said, "Could you show me the ultimate move you learned yesterday?" He was very curious about just how powerful Liu's newly acquired skill was. Liu nodded and strode towards Huiga. Huiga, noticing the intruder, grabbed a pitchfork and charged out, roaring that he would kill the pig thief and feed him to the pigs. Just as the two sides were about to approach each other, Liu slightly bent down and took a step forward. The next moment, a blade of light suddenly flashed before Li's eyes. Liu seemed to transform into a phantom, instantly traversing a distance of 20 meters and appearing behind Jie. Berserker Sword Technique, Slash. You have defeated the livestock officer, Grega, and gained 225 experience points. Li was completely stunned. The boss died just like that. It couldn't even maintain its protective magic shield. Previously, when Liu used her ultimate move to kill a boss, it usually took 2 strikes, one to break the shield and the other to kill the boss. But this time, she took him down with a single strike. Awesome! Li gave a thumbs up. This indicates that the damage from Berserker Sword Technique, Slash, has far exceeded Grega's tolerance limit. Liu smiled as she sheathed her sword, and then with a bang, Grega's corpse was split in 2 and crashed heavily to the ground. Li then realized that it wasn't that the boss had no wounds, but rather that it had been completely cut open by this sword, although the flesh and blood were still stuck together just now. 2 orbs of light fell out from beside Grega's corpse, one blue and one milky white. Li's eyes lit up when he saw the milky white orb. The milky white color indicated a special item had fallen, and he immediately reached out and grabbed it. As the light faded, a skill book the size of a palm appeared in his hand. Discipline and Whipping, Active Skill. Class Summoner. Level 5. Description: wield a magic whip to strike summoned creatures, reducing their defense by 10% and increasing their damage, attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 10% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Li was overjoyed. He had actually obtained a summoner skill book, and it was even an active skill that could enhance summoned creatures. Without hesitation, he learned the skill on the spot, and then summoned a stone guard to test its effect. After activating the skill, a blue magic whip about 1.5 meters long immediately materialized in his hand. Although it didn't look long, its actual casting range was a full 5 meters. With a snap, the long whip struck the stone guard. Li checked the status bar and indeed saw 2 status indicators on the stone golem, one a buff and the other a debuff. The debuff reduces defense by 10%, while the buff increases attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 10%. Li casually lashed out with his whip twice more, then lost interest. The stone guards were too stupid. Even with buffs, their combat performance wouldn't change much. But then, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Will this skill also work on Liu? His gaze unconsciously fell on the Sword Saint elder sister. Liu had been maintaining her sword intent perception, so she naturally noticed the change in the stone golem's state, and instantly understood her master's thoughts. Would you like to try me, master? Li's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to explain, Liu turned around and bent down slightly. Is it okay? Li asked, his words somewhat incoherent. Liu responded softly. Okay. Li swallowed hard, swung his magic whip, and lashed it across Liu. Looking at the moonlit panel again, sure enough, it also showed both buffs and debuffs. Efficient. The problem is that the effect only lasted for 2 seconds, much shorter than the 10 seconds stated in the skill description. Liu blinked, finding it all quite amazing. Being whipped by her master actually made her stronger. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. She looked at Li and whispered, Master, please do it a few more times. Inside the dark forest, Hughes, after receiving auxiliary professional healing, woke up fully recovered. He remained sitting sullenly in the corner, not uttering a word, clearly still unable to accept the fact that he had lost to a D-rank summoner. The other newcomers in the battle group were equally dejected. They had always been the pride of the nation in America, but had suffered setbacks after arriving in Yen. At that moment, a short-haired female team member suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Kimoji, the Thunderstorm team has cleared Dark River Canyon. In 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 23 seconds they're third in the world on the time leaderboard. Kimoji merely frowned. Being third in the world wasn't anything to make a fuss about. The female team member then added, They even surpassed us with a 5-star gold rating, ranking second in the world. Kimoji's expression changed drastically, and Kuranto and the other 4 also exclaimed at the same time, Impossible! Furthermore, they also released tutorial videos for the Dark River Canyon. Kimogul and Kuranto were silent for a moment, then simultaneously took out their phones to look at them. After watching the video, Kuranto let out a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat better. It turned out the problem wasn't a lack of skill, but rather a flaw in their tactics. At the same time, he was completely convinced by the Alien Girl battle group. The opposing team was able to discover the hidden boss, the Murloc Sentinel, and even devise countermeasures. In this respect, the Freedom chapter was far inferior to them. Their only advantage might be their higher-ranking profession, but this gap doesn't seem insurmountable in the face of the Alien Girl battle group. Mr. Kimoji, let's use the strategy from the Alien Girl battle group. Yen country is truly a place where hidden talents abound, Kuranto said with a wry smile. Kimigo's expression was blank. After a long silence, he finally nodded. Chapter 49, Attribute Source Crystals, and Skill Source Crystals. Within the Thunderstorm Legion base, the tutorial video for the Dark River Canyon dungeon went viral, sparking unprecedented discussion. Netizens were shocked to discover that the hidden boss, the Fishman Sentinel, was so well hidden, and the Alien Girls warband not only found it but also came up with a perfect solution. Using plant-based dyes, the hidden fishmen have nowhere to hide. Who came up with this idea? It's so ingenious, you can't help but admire it. Many people remark that these geniuses' thinking was simply not that of normal people. It wouldn't be surprising if the Alien Girls battle group pulled off some other outrageous moves in the future. Compared to the previous guide on the Dark Poison Mine, this video has had an even greater impact. Because the Dark River Canyon map is simple, and the mechanics of the monsters and bosses do not depend on any specific class, almost any class can attempt to challenge it. With the most troublesome problem of dark-skinned Murloc ambushes resolved, Dark River Canyon directly replaced Evil Bone Camp as the recognized easiest dungeon. After watching the video, various analysts have concluded that this is likely the easiest dungeon to ever receive a high score. After reading the report, Lin Mani pondered for a long time before finally speaking. It's time to develop monetization strategies. Shen Nanqing's eyes lit up instantly. He had been waiting for this moment, managing the battle group and creating tutorial videos for new recruits. He originally thought it would take at least another year before the Thunderstorm battle group could officially venture into the supernatural industry. Unexpectedly, after meeting the Alien Girl battle group, this process was greatly accelerated. The Thunderstorm Legion has already amassed considerable popularity, and with the added prestige of the Alien Girl Legion, this is practically a dream start. Shen Nanqing tentatively asked, Auntie, how much of a share would be appropriate for Brother Li's battle group? Lin Mani didn't answer immediately, but simply handed him her phone. The screen was showing Li dueling with the rare class Beast Spirit Walker from the Freedom faction. After reading it, Shen Nanqing's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Brother Li is actually a summoner? He had never asked Li about his profession, but he always assumed that Li was at least a B rank. He never imagined that Li was actually a D rank summoner, a profession generally considered weak. Even with Li's advantage of ranged combat against melee, it's still absurd enough that a D rank profession defeats a rare profession. Rare professions have physical attributes and skill values that far surpass those of ordinary D-rank professions. The two should not even be on the same level. Shen Nanqing watched the video over and over again, becoming more and more astonished. Lower-level professions are not entirely without competition, but there are very few people who can achieve this level. Take his own B-rank profession as an example. Without equipment advantage, he can't beat A-rank professions most of the time, let alone S-rank and rare professions. As expected of a member of the Alien Girl battle group, Brother Li's combat talent is too formidable. He was genuinely impressed, unaware that he had misunderstood Li. Any professional who could cast skills instantly without cooldown like Li, releasing thousands of skills in each dungeon, would also see their combat level improve rapidly. The more you use a skill, the more proficient you become, to the point of almost instinct. There's no other way than practice makes perfect. Shen Nanqing carefully considered for a moment, his gaze gradually hardening. 40-60, we get 40%, they get 60%. This time, we're betting big. With his status as a third-generation heir of a wealthy family as a safety net, even if his business fails, the worst outcome is simply returning home to inherit the family business. But if he succeeds in betting on the Alien Girl battle group, his future achievements may surpass the entire Shen family, and he may even become the most dazzling among the wealthy scions in the country. On the other side, Yunlin City, South Korea. Mayor Ma frowned upon receiving the news. The Thunderstorm Legion had already replied that they could not interfere with any arrangements made by the Alien Girl Legion. His fingers tapped incessantly on the table, then he seemed to finally make up his mind. Go and ask the Thunderstorm Legion to help spread the word. If the Alien Girl Legion is willing to create a strategy guide for the 3 team dungeons of Sun-Shielding Highlands, we are willing to provide 13 attribute source crystals, plus 4 skill source crystals. The subordinate was stunned on the spot, his voice even becoming hoarse. Mayor, those are the most valuable items in the war reserve. You want to give them all away? Both attribute source crystals and skill source crystals have no level restrictions and are extremely precious. The former can directly improve a professional's basic attributes, while the latter can grant a professional skill points. No matter where they are placed, they are treasures that are sure to attract competition. Mayor Ma glared at him. No matter how precious it is, can it be more precious than the lives of ordinary people? Props can be found again, but can a dead person be brought back to life? He was forced into this situation. Currently, Tier 1 disaster firefighters are extremely scarce across the country and even the world. The extraordinary career training system is becoming increasingly sophisticated, and C-rank professions, which previously couldn't advance to Tier 2, now have the opportunity to reach higher levels. Most of the C-rank professionals with decent combat capabilities will choose to continue advancing. The position of disaster firefighter can only be filled by D-rank professionals who cannot advance to the 2nd tier. Finding someone with the ability to clear a team dungeon among D-rank professionals is like finding a needle in a haystack. Yunlin City's Disaster Relief Firefighter Reserve Team now has only 4 members, not even enough to form a 5-person squad. If they were actually allowed into a raid instance, even the mobs would probably chase them down and kill them. It would be no different from suicide. The subordinate looked at him with admiration and nodded solemnly. I will go and contact the Thunderstorm Battle Group right away. At this moment, inside the sunblocked highlands, Li grabbed the blue orb and pulled out a ring from it. Wild Boar Tusk Ring. Quality blue. Constitution +5. Strength +5. Agility +5. Level requirement 6. Equipment effect, attack speed +10%, magic resistance +5%. The attributes were quite good. Li immediately replaced the ring he was wearing, which only added 6 points of agility, and continued to advance deeper into the dungeon. Shadow Tribe is a medium-sized raid instance for 30 players, with a total of 5 bosses. The Sword Saint, Sister Laiwe, swept through the enemy ranks with ease, and in just 3 hours she led Li to the final boss, Chieftain of Evil Shadows, Jizadeg. The 2nd to 4th bosses dropped several pieces of equipment with decent stats, but it wasn't enough for Li to give up the Jungle Seeker set effect. The biggest gain from this dungeon run was still experience. The number of monsters in the 30-player raid far exceeds that of the small raid. Li gave most of the experience to Liu, allowing her to level up twice, and he also leveled up once. The two are now at the same level, level 7. After completing its 2nd evolution, Liu gains an astonishing 200 points in total attributes for each level it gains. This made Li's desire to improve his own attributes even stronger. The Tailed King, Gistager, was an old lizard man, thin and hunched over, standing only a little over 2 meters tall. Beside it stood 3 lizard man mage monsters and 3 lizard man warrior monsters, clearly its personal guards. Li's gaze finally settled on Jizadeg's hand. It was a black staff about 1.5 meters long, which it was using as a cane to lean on the ground. The drops from dungeon monsters are mostly items they carry. In other words, there is a good chance that the staff in Jizadeg's hand will drop. Chapter 50 King of the Mountains. Li's movement and positioning have improved significantly, and coupled with his high speed, he can easily dodge most ranged attacks. Therefore, the shield of Mokaza's back has become significantly less effective for him. While it offers decent defense, its weight of 10 pounds constantly hinders his agility and speed. Moreover, Liu's Berserk Sword Technique, Slash, can launch a long-range instant attack. With this Sword Saint Sister providing all-around protection, almost no monsters in low-difficulty dungeons can threaten him. Instead of continuing to carry a shield that's practically useless, it would be better to switch to a staff that could enhance his damage output. However, Li didn't immediately change his equipment. He remembered that there was a sleeping earth dragon hidden in the dungeon, but after fighting his way here, he still hadn't seen the shadow of that hidden boss. Li asked Liu if she had discovered anything, and Liu shook her head and said that she hadn't yet. However, in the distance, Chieftain Jizadeg of the Evil Shadow was discussing with his subordinates of being called the King of the Mountains. Li was taken aback, not expecting that Liu could understand the lizardman's language. Lai Yu explained that they spoke a dialect of Orcish language, and although he couldn't understand everything, he could grasp the general meaning. She listened carefully for a while and heard that the lizardman chieftain was instructing his subordinates to protect the offerings to the king of the mountains. If anything goes wrong with the offering, the entire tribe will suffer a disaster. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's eyes lit up. The key to hiding the boss most likely lies in this offering. Just then, a lizardman mage beside Gistager led a lizardman warrior away from the camp and headed up the mountain path. Li Yi silently memorized the route, then without hesitation, he immediately ordered Lai Yu to make her move. The Sword Saint elder sister drew her long sword and unleashed her ultimate attack right from the start. Berserker Sword Technique, Slash. Before the 4 lizardman monsters could even react, Chieftain Gistager was cleaved in 2 by a single sword strike. However, the kill notification did not pop up immediately. It wasn't until Lai Yu had dealt with the other 4 large monsters that Li Yi's panel displayed the information. You have defeated the Shadow Chieftain Gistager, and gained 300 experience points. 2 orbs of light immediately appeared beside the boss's corpse, one milky white and the other blue. Li Yi perked up when he saw the milky white orb. He reached out and grabbed the ball of light, and a system notification sounded. You have obtained a skill source crystal. Li Yi immediately chose to use it, successfully gaining 1 skill point, and then added it to Energy Star Bullet, without hesitation, upgrading the skill to level 10. As for the blue orb, it was a magic staff. The Shadow Chieftain's staff wand. Quality blue. Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Magic power plus 20. Equipment effect, Magic penetration plus 10%. With a spell penetration of 10%, Li was quite satisfied with this attribute. He immediately equipped the staff, replacing Moka's shell and his offhand dagger. With the 10-pound shield removed, he felt much lighter. After dealing with the spoils, he took Lai Yu and chased after the 2 lizardman monsters along the route they had taken. Lai Yu finished the battle too quickly. The 2 monsters hadn't gone far. The 2 maintained their distance, following behind at a leisurely pace. 10 minutes later, the 2 lizardmen finally led them to the mountaintop. A huge platform appeared before them, and a strong, pungent stench assaulted their nostrils. Li immediately activated the Jungle Seeker mask, blocking most of the stench. The platform in front of him had already been transformed into an astonishingly large altar. On the altar lay hundreds of dead wild boars and a large number of bird carcasses. 20 lizardman priests knelt in a circle around the offerings, waving their hands wildly, shaking their heads, and chanting something incessantly. This was clearly a sacrificial ceremony. Li frowned, guessing that these offerings were prepared for the Earth Dragon. He originally wanted Lai Yu to kill all the lizardmen, but he was worried that interrupting the ritual would prevent the hidden boss from being triggered, so he could only continue to wait. 5 minutes later, the 20 lizardman priests suddenly let out a shrill scream, their bodies writhing wildly as if electrocuted. Immediately afterwards, they all drew their daggers from their waists and plunged them into their own chests before collapsing onto the altar, blood flowing continuously. The lizardman mage walked to the stone platform in the center and raised his hands to cast a spell. A bead of red blood, the size of a thumb, slowly condensed above his head. The blood beads spun rapidly, and thick blood mist surged from all the boar, bird, and lizardman corpses on the altar, frantically converging towards the blood bead. In just 1 minute the blood from the corpses on the ground was drained, leaving only desiccated bodies. The blood droplets in the air swelled into spheres the size of footballs, shimmering with an eerie crimson light. The lizardman mage manipulated the blood orb, slowly placing it on the central stone platform, and then retreated to the edge of the platform. Lai Yu suddenly spoke up. "Master, the Earth Dragon is here!" Her sword intent perception detected the hidden boss earlier than Li. Soon, Li also heard the sound of flying rubble, and the noise was getting closer and closer. With a deafening roar, a gigantic creature 10 meters long climbed onto the platform. It looks like a monitor lizard, with sharp teeth, covered in yellowish-brown scales, and 3 rows of bony spurs extending from its back to its tail. Li was speechless. This thing could actually be called a dragon? It looked more like a 4-legged lizard magnified countless times. The Earth Dragon's eyes were bloodshot, and its aura was incredibly ferocious. After climbing onto the altar, it immediately rushed towards the stone platform and swallowed the blood orb whole. After swallowing the blood sphere, the Earth Dragon made a clear swallowing sound, and its originally frenzied aura quickly calmed down. It licked its lips with lingering satisfaction, then collapsed to the ground and fell fast asleep right there on the altar. Just as Li was about to have Liu seize the opportunity to make a move, an unexpected change occurred. The earth-yellow body of the earth dragon slowly began to turn blood-red. Its size continued to expand, growing to twice its original size before stopping. At the same time, the two giant lizard men who had retreated to the edge of the platform were kneeling on the ground, desperately kowtowing. Li didn't understand what was happening, so he immediately asked Liu what they were shouting. Liu listened for a moment and replied in a deep voice. King of the Mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, Li suddenly felt darkness above his head. He looked up and his eyes widened in shock. A black raven, nearly 4 meters long and with a wingspan of over 10 meters, was descending from the sky with a large flock of ravens. The giant raven landed on the earth dragon, tearing its skin open with its sharp claws to reveal the crimson flesh beneath. Countless smaller ravens immediately swarmed forward, frantically fighting for the blood and flesh. Discovered the King of Mountains, Dark Feather. Li then realized that this giant raven was the true King of the Mountains. He finally understood why this area was called the Sun-Shielding Heights. Chapter 51 Master, I think I can control it a little more now. Chapter 51 Master, I think I can control it a little more. There are at least tens of thousands of these ravens. Wherever they go, they will darken the sky. Let's go! Now that the main character had appeared, Li decisively issued an attack command to the Sword Saint. Liu drew her longsword. With long strides it charged into the platform as fast as a female leopard. You've been discovered by Dark Feather. You have entered battle. Croak! Dark Feather emitted a piercing shriek. With its wings flapping, it soared through the wind and swooped down toward the blazing moon. Berserker Sword Technique, Slash. Sword Light and Gale swept past. Dark Feather's massive body split in two. You have defeated the Mountain King, Dark Feather, and gained 450 experience points. First kill reward, 450 experience points. The hidden boss can also be killed in one hit? Li gave the Sword Saint's sister a thumbs up. Liu smiled slightly. Then he turned to look at the Earth Dragon. The ravens had torn a large hole in the creature's body, and countless baby ravens crawled inside to peck at its internal organs. It had died in its sleep. The little raven was so engrossed in eating that it didn't even notice that Dark Feather was dead. Liu raised an eyebrow slightly. Still want to eat? A terrifying roar. Waves of sound radiated outwards. Hundreds and thousands of ravens exploded, creating a spectacular scene. Those a little further away also fell to the ground, staggering and swaying. Li clicked his tongue and shook his head, looking regretful. Like the snakes, rats, and insects in the dark poison mine, the little raven is inexperienced. Otherwise, even if each animal only gave him 1 point of experience, he would have made a fortune. The King of the Mountains dropped 3 orbs of light. 1 blue, 1 purple, 1 white. Li's eyes lit up. This is the 3rd special item dropped by the Shadow Tribe. He quickly ran to the boss's body and grabbed the milky white orb of light. Gale Feather Materials. Quality Epic. Trait, Wind Attribute Damage plus 3%. Li was somewhat disappointed. It's neither a skill book nor skill points. However, epic level materials are quite expensive, so it's worth keeping them. After upgrading to the 2nd tier, it can also be used to craft equipment. The 2nd purple orb. Dark Feather Cloak Cape. Quality Epic Purple. Constitution plus 16. Agility plus 16. Spirit plus 16. Level requirement 6. Equipment effects 1. Movement speed plus 8% 2. Magic resistance plus 8% 3. Cooldown reduction plus 5%. Class specific, gain 1 skill point, range classes only. Li was pleasantly surprised. Increase movement speed, magic resistance, and skill points. Everything he needed. He immediately changed out of the blue cloak that gave him 8 points of agility. Let's look at the panel again. Level 7, 31.25%. Movement speed, 160.5%. Active skill, Energy Star Bullet, level 11. Li Yi's face was beaming with joy. The additional 60.5% movement speed bonus is probably among the top tier for all classes below level 20. Unfortunately, the 3rd blue item conflicted with the set bonus, so he threw it into his inventory. As a medium-sized raid instance for 30 players, Shadow Tribe is too large. It took Li and Liu more than an hour to get out. The Shadow Tribe, normal, dungeon challenge has ended, taking 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 34 seconds. Currently ranked number 1 in the world. You have earned the gold title of Feather Calamity Destroyer, limited time ranking reward. The Destroyer of Feather Plague title. Quality Gold. Equipment effects, 1. Movement speed plus 7%. 2. Damage dealt to flying creatures plus 15%. The Shadow Tribe, normal, dungeon challenge has ended, with an overall rating of gold 9 stars, currently ranked number 1 in the world. Your Adventure King badge stats have been increased. Li replaced the title, Goblin Slayer, with Feather Calamity Destroyer, which only provided a 5% movement speed bonus. Looking at the Adventure King badge's stats panel, it increased total attributes by 75 points. Set up camp, cook and rest. The next day, Li cleared the other two 15-player dungeons. His level reached 79% of level 9. Each instance grants the Adventure King badge 50 total attribute points. Li originally planned to clear one more dungeon to reach level 10 and then participate in the Abyss challenge to advance to the second tier. But at this time, he received a message from Shin Nanqing. 13 attribute source crystals and 4 skill source crystals. Can I exchange them for a walkthrough of the 3 dungeons in Sunburst Highlands? Li was overjoyed. Each attribute source crystal increases attribute points by 5. With 65 attribute points added to the 191 constitution points already on the panel, the total constitution will reach 256 points. Furthermore, the 3 Sunshielding Heights dungeons, even without the ability to repeatedly obtain the title, each offer a reward of 20 attribute points once. 10 free attribute points upon reaching level 10. If you add all of it to constitution, that's 326 points. Liuyue's current total constitution is 710 points. After deducting the 160 points provided by equipment, her constitution is 550 points. Wouldn't that mean my physique would be 59% of Liuyue's? Almost there. Another 11% and you'll have 70% of the Fiery Moon physique. Roar! Li jumped up and down happily. The Sword Saint older sister looked curious. Why is Master so happy today? Li met her gaze and looked at her stunningly beautiful face, as lovely as a peach blossom. I can't wait to take a few good sips of the aroma. Just bear with it a little longer. Liu suddenly looked a little shy and said, Master, I have good news to tell you. Li asked in confusion. What good news? I think I have more control now. The Sword Saint's face flushed. Li's eyes widened, and his tongue twitched. How much is a little more? Liu bit her lip, a hint of affection flickering in her eyes. About 0.5%. Li was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly asked. How come you can suddenly control more? Liu thought for a moment and said, It must be the improvement in the path of the Sword Saint that allowed me to suppress some of my reproductive instincts with the will of the sword. Upon hearing this, Li looked at Liu's control panel. Name Liue, Kalogas. Level 9. Strength 590. Agility 1611. Constitution 710. Spirit 325. Legal strength 200. Talents: Way of the Sword Saint, Level 9, Sword Intent Perception, Level 25, Light Sword Mastery, Level 1. The Way of the Sword Saint, Level 9 Damage plus 25%. After Liuyue's Sword Intent Perception reached level 25, she requested that her skill points be added to Sword Saint's Path. Therefore, all 8 skill points from levels 8 and 9 were added to the Way of the Sword Saint. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus. Li's eyes gleamed. Does that mean that if we add more Sword Saint's Way, later, Liuyue's control will be even stronger? Good days are coming. Yunlin City. Mayor, the alien girl, Warband has agreed to our request. The assistant cheered and ran into Mayor Ma's office. Mayor Ma's face turned bright red with excitement. The Thunderclap Legion will clear the dungeon in 3 days following the strategy of the alien girl, Legion, and will release a tutorial video to the entire internet in 5 days. But they have one condition: they want us to pay them first, you see. The assistant inquired. Mayor Ma waved his hand and said boldly, "Agree to their request." Chapter 52, You could try some kissing and hugging. Chapter 52, You can try kissing and hugging the next day. Li has cleared the Evil Shadow Tribe level. Unfortunately, I wasn't very lucky and didn't get any skill points. The third day. Cleared 2 15-player dungeons. From then on, I've collected all the attribute rewards from the 3 dungeons, and I've also developed a strategy guide. Once you reach level 10, you can no longer gain experience, and need to advance the level up again. Therefore, after clearing all 3 dungeons, Li and Lai Yu's levels remained at level 10. Li had originally thought that since he couldn't continue to gain experience, he might as well collect all the attribute rewards from all the Tier 1 dungeons. Unfortunately, I only found out after checking the information. After leveling up to level 10, you can only enter dungeons that you have previously cleared. After reaching level 11, all Tier 1 dungeons become inaccessible. Night. Li Yi met with Shen Nanqing, who had come to Yunlin City. These are the attribute source crystals and skill source crystals promised by the Yunlin City government. Shen Nanqing handed the props to Li Yi. He also informed Li Yi about the plan to develop extraordinary industries. A 50-50th split? Li Yi was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. All I need to do is consistently provide the Thunderstorm Legion with strategy and tactics, and I can get a 50% stake? Li Yi's expression was somewhat strange. Shen Nanqing's share was given to the entire Alien Girl battle group. But in reality, he was all alone. I wonder how Shen Nanqing will react if he finds out the truth. After pondering for a moment, Li Yi said, "I'm sorry, we can't guarantee a stable output of strategy guides and tactics, but we can definitely provide strategy guides and tactics for a few popular dungeons at each tier. It's impossible for him to complete every dungeon, nor is it possible for him to create a walkthrough for every dungeon. A few guides are enough to maintain a good reputation. Otherwise, if you go through every dungeon that can produce materials, what's the difference between that and just working? He can solo dungeons and enjoy all the loot, making enough money by selling materials and equipment. It doesn't need to depend on anyone." After learning of Li Yi's idea, Shen Nanqing had no choice but to settle for second best. The two eventually agreed to provide 2 raid strategy guides for each tier, with each providing 20% of the rewards. After sending the strategy guide to Shen Nanqing, Li Yi and Lai Yu returned to the hotel. It used 13 attribute source crystals and 4 skill source crystals. You will gain a total of 65 free attribute points and 4 skill points. All attributes are added to Constitution. All skill points should be allocated to Energy Star Bullet. Name Li. Age 18. Class Summoner. Level 10 0%. Strength 80. Agility 168. Constitution 326. Spirit 101. Legal Strength 108. Critical Hit Chance 8%. Movement Speed 169.5%. Active Skill Energy Star Bullet, Level 18. Looking at his own panel, Li felt a surge of pride. With a total attribute of 783 points, it's comparable to the stats of an S-rank profession. Who would have thought this was actually the panel of a D-rank summoner? It would scare people to death if they told anyone. Even more terrifying is that the Energy Star Bullet is level 18. Once I successfully advance to level 19 and learn the Energy Bomb skill, I can't even imagine how terrifying it will be when combined with the ability to cast it instantly without cooldown. Of course, it still can't compare to Laiwa. The Sword Saint's total attribute value has reached 3,616 points. Let alone S-rank professions, even hidden or unique professions wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from the Blazing Moon's sword at the same level. Invincible. Late at night. After washing up, looking at the alluring figure and stunning beauty of the Sword Saint, Li couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Cough cough. Lai, where your Sword Saint's way has leveled up by 4 again. How's the effect? The Sword Saint's face immediately turned red. The owner's ulterior motives were obvious. The Grandmaster's dignity that he had maintained was completely gone. My judgment wasn't particularly accurate, but you can try that. Her voice grew softer and softer. Li instinctively pressed. Which one should we try? Laiwa covered her face with her hands. After a long pause, she whispered, "Kiss, hug." Hearing the Sword Saint's sister say those two words herself, Li Yi's heart pounded like a drum, and his chest swelled as if something was about to burst out. He took a deep breath. I slowly crawled over. The Sword Saint's sister sensed her master's approach and her breathing became rapid. Li reached out his hand. Grabbing Liu Yue's wrist, he successfully made her reveal her face again. "Owner!" The Sword Saint murmured softly, her gaze unfocused. Like a fledgling bird yearning for the protection of its wings. Li took a deep breath. I went up. Early days. Li still held the initiative. But soon, he was completely defeated by the Sword Saint's counterattack. Li felt like a little kitten. Laiwa is the split-personality owner who is obsessed with cats. The positions have been completely reversed. Master, I'm sorry! The Sword Saint's sister released Li Yi and quickly got up and retreated to the bedside. She was slightly out of control. It almost broke its owner's arm. Li Yi was panting heavily. It took him a long time to prop himself up. He finally experienced firsthand the terrifying power of the boss. No wonder the Sword Saint's sister refused before. No wonder he's trying to improve his physical condition. He almost died from eating something that was on his tongue. Certainly. None of these matters. The important thing is, how come you're so skilled? Li looked suspicious. Logically speaking, the Sword Saint's sister shouldn't know anything either. Laiwa blushed. I practiced with my master. Li Yi was dumbfounded. Practice? Use me? When? The Sword Saint's sister stammered. But she still revealed that she had stolen a kiss from her master before. Li Yi was furious. Hurrah! They mistook me, their master, for their sleeping husband? Why didn't you wake me up? No more sneaking around! Li Yi reprimanded him. The Sword Saint's sister nodded obediently. Besides that, did you do anything else secretly? Li Yi asked casually. To everyone's surprise, the Sword Saint's face immediately turned as red as blood. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, this. Good heavens! Did they do other things to me? Confess now! Li Yi roared angrily. The Sword Saint elder sister succumbed to her master's tyranny. He had no choice but to confess what he had done secretly that night. Master, I was really wrong. I was just curious. The Sword Saint looked pitifully at her master. Li Yi was furious. This is absolutely outrageous. You can't be that curious. Of course, what angered him most was why he had slept so soundly back then. Punishment is necessary. The punishment must be severe. Cough, cough. What you secretly did to your master that night, I order you to do it again. The Sword Saint's sister immediately shook her head. No, master, after trying, I found I still can't quite control myself. Li Yi recalled the fear of being controlled just now. I am filled with grief and indignation. Starting tomorrow, I must drastically improve my physical fitness. The next day, in the morning, Li Yi watched with admiration as the Sword Saint older sister dressed and washed up. In the morning, unable to resist his persistent pleading, Laiwa agreed to try again. This time, Li Yi was smarter. Sensing that the Sword Saint's sister was showing signs of losing control and taking over, he immediately put her into his summoning space. Release her after she has calmed down. Li Yi smacked his lips, still wanting more. Then he began to look up the advanced Abyss dungeon. Advancement of extraordinary professionals requires advancement source crystals, which are items that can only be obtained from Abyss, Strange Realm, and Netherworld. After use, it can give the professional's body a pure energy cleanse. This process is called advancement. Only advanced professionals can continue to gain experience and level up. Generally, a D-rank profession requires 1 promotion source crystal to advance. C-level and B-level professions require 2 pieces, A-level requires 3 pieces, and S-level and above require 4 pieces or more. Of course, lower-ranking professions can also use more pieces to increase their potential. This way, after successfully advancing, you will gain more attribute points with each level up. The base damage of the skill will also be higher. There aren't many Abyss dungeons that can be used for advancing Tier 1 professionals. Li quickly identified one. The massive Abyss dungeon located in Quang Ngai Province, Tides of Flames. Chapter 53 Halfling Lowly Blacksmith Philo. Chapter 53 Halfling Lowly Blacksmith Philo, Tides of Flame, is a battle-style Abyss dungeon, which originated from the third-tier dungeon, Cathedral of Flame, 70 years ago. 2 cities were destroyed as a result, and a large number of people lost their lives. This disaster was known as the Flame Wave Disaster. It took Yen Kingdom 10 years to completely deal with the disaster area. In order to prevent the Tide of Flames from erupting again, they built an extraordinary base next to it. In fact, almost every Abyss dungeon has a similar process. And there will be extraordinary bases guarding the area. Tides of Flame consists of 1 main Abyss dungeon and 7 branch dungeons. The main dungeon has no level or team restrictions, making it a popular choice for many players from Tier 1 to Tier 5 when advancing their classes. According to information available online, professionals need to help the Radiant Alliance faction fight against the evil scourge in the Tides of Flame. Once the dungeon progress bar is full, the dungeon is considered complete. Tides of Flame is the first instance in which many professionals interact with friendly targets within a dungeon. These friendly otherworldly beings in the dungeon are referred to as NPCs by the players. Li and Lai Yu finished their breakfast. We used the teleportation array in Yulin City to arrive at the Flame Wave base next to the Flame Wave Tide instance. Once outside the teleportation array, you'll see a bustling, vibrant street. The Flame Wave base has a permanent population of over 200,000. It is not a large base, but its supernatural industries are quite well developed. Walking on the road, Lai Yu's impressive height and Grand Master-like demeanor immediately attracted a lot of attention. This includes many high-ranking and high-level professionals. But when they subconsciously used their identification technique on Lai Wei, they found it was all question marks. He immediately looked away in alarm, afraid of displeasing the big boss. Li looked around. I found the expressions of the passers-by quite amusing. This included a show-off rich guy who was decked out in shiny gear, who was arrogant and cocky like a rooster just a second ago. Upon seeing the blazing moon, he was so frightened that his face trembled, and he immediately hid the glow of all his equipment. The oppressive force brought by a full set of question marks is indeed terrifying. The 2 arrived at the entrance to the Tide of Flames instance. The Abyss Challenge is 47 short of participants, hurry up! To ensure the highest possible success rate, security inspectors will only allow players to enter Abyss dungeons once the dungeon has reached its maximum capacity. The maximum capacity of Flame Waves is 1,000 people. Each challenge can only be performed individually. You can only challenge again after the previous person who went in has come out. The Abyss, the Ghost Realm, and the Netherworld all share this characteristic. After waiting for more than half an hour, Li and Lai Yu finally gathered enough people, and the security personnel opened the fence at the entrance to the instance. 1,000 people entered the instance portal one by one. A tidal wave of flames, a glorious fortress. When Li opened his eyes, he found himself in a huge city. The architectural style is somewhat similar to that of medieval Europe in the past. Looking up, you can see the outer city wall, which is at least 20 meters high. The streets are paved with solid bluestone. Welcome, human adventurers from another world, to Glorious Fortress! Li was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the person who had spoken. It was a kind-looking old man with a white beard standing next to the portal. This was the first time he had ever heard human language in a dungeon. This is your identification token. You can't enter Glorious Fortress without it. The old man chuckled and handed over a plaque made of a material resembling crystal. Li Gong took it. A prompt appeared on the panel. The Battle of the Flaming Tide has officially begun. Current Phase 1, Resource Gathering. Current Progress 0%. Personal Progress 0%. At this moment, the old man pointed to the donation center in the distance. Commander Makalo is collecting supplies and hopes you can contribute to the fight against the scourge. Li nodded. I will. He was on his way to the donation office. The old man spoke again. He said with a smile. Adventurer, your servant is a powerful warrior. I believe that with your presence, our strength to resist the scourge will be even greater. When the Sword Saint sister saw someone praising her, she nodded aloofly. Li Yi's eyes widened slightly. somewhat surprised. This line doesn't seem to be in the walkthrough. Could it be the effect of the Adventure King badge? Or was it an event that was triggered by chance? Adventurer, you are very lucky. The legendary blacksmith, Lord Philo, has arrived at Radiant Fortress today. If you need any equipment, you can seek Lord Philo's help in the craftsman's quarter. The old man said it again. This is also not included in the Tides of Flames strategy guide. Lee waited a few more minutes, and seeing that the old man didn't say anything more, he followed the old man's instructions and went to the donation area first. This place is already packed with professionals. Supplies can include food, materials, weapons, and so on. Lee thought about it. He donated all the equipment he had acquired in the sun-shielding heights that he no longer needed. This stage is known among professionals as the junk-throwing stage. Everyone would dump all the useless materials and equipment they had on them to the NPCs. Resources will only be collected from the wilderness at the fortress if the progress is not full after the backpack is cleared. Generally, it involves killing wild animals to collect meat, or collecting herbs and ores. Current Phase 1, Resource Collection, completed. Current progress, 78%. Personal progress, 100%. Rating, perfect. After finishing his own task, Lee went to the craftsman's area to find Philo, whom the old man had mentioned. The foundry. Following the sound of blacksmithing, Lee arrived at several weapon shops. After consulting with the craftsmen inside, everyone said they had heard of Lord Philo's name, but had never seen him or knew where he was. Master, I have sensed a halfling. I wonder if he is the blacksmith you are looking for. Liwa suddenly said. Li Yi's expression brightened with joy. The Sword Saint's sword intent perception is still the most reliable. Liwa led Li Yi to a small park next to the craftsman's area. We walked through bushes and several large trees. The two saw a little girl sleeping soundly, floating in the canopy of a large, leafy tree. He is 1.4 meters tall and looks to be around 13 years old. The girl had fair skin, long eyelashes, and a delicate, cute face. The tips of the ears are similar to those of elf ears, but not as prominent as those of elves. She was wearing a white shirt and a short skirt, with her bare, delicate little feet. The 5 round little toes have slightly raised fleshy pads on their toe pads. There are also some small, less noticeable pads on other parts of the soles of the feet. What's most striking is her hair, which is a staggering 1.5 meters long, longer than her height. Master, it's a halfling, and of a very high rank, Liwa said in a low voice. You have discovered Philo's workshop. A prompt appears on the panel. Workshop? Li Yi was surprised. So the little girl is Philo? Legendary blacksmith? He looked around and found that there wasn't even a furnace around, so how could it be called a workshop? Human wretch, your expression displeases Lady Philo greatly. At this moment, the girl in the tree canopy woke up. She floated down with her arms crossed, legs crossed, and an old-fashioned expression. Chapter 54 Little Loli can build big equipment. Chapter 54 Little girl can build great equipment. Are you questioning my abilities? As they were talking, the halfling Loli's gaze fell on Liu beside her. Her deep blue eyes widened instantly, her expression one of horror. It's huge. Especially the chest area. The little girl immediately became unhappy, her expression and eyes filled with intense jealousy. He said fiercely. Female orc, Lady Philo dislikes your appearance. You are not allowed to look at me or speak to me. Li was stunned. Aren't halflings a warm and friendly race? Why does this little bastard in front of me look like a little devil? The Sword Saint elder sister keenly sensed the little girl's jealousy. He couldn't help but smile, then turned his body away from her. However, the little girl became even more unhappy after seeing her waist and hips. She turned around angrily. All Li had to do was walk up to Philo. Lord Philo, I've heard you can create powerful equipment? Li tentatively asked. Philo glanced at Li. Thanks to the Adventure King badge, she actually found Li quite agreeable. The little girl stretched out her tiny hand and snapped her fingers. The next moment, a foundry workshop, fully equipped but smaller than usual, appeared out of nowhere in front of Li. It crashed to the ground with a thud. Philo casually tossed the picture book to Li, her expression arrogant. Find what you want yourself. I can forge any of the equipment mentioned above, as long as I have the materials. Lee opened the picture book, and his eyes immediately lit up. All of these are top-tier equipment. The lowest grade items inside are all epic equipment, purple equipment. The further you flip through the pages. Legendary equipment gold. Mythical equipment pink. I haven't mastered the art of immortal level equipment yet, but as long as I have the blueprints, I can learn it myself. I am the only psychic forger. The little girl proudly raised her head. But the next moment, she gritted her teeth and muttered to herself again. Muzolikani, you old hag! How dare you abandon your lovely apprentice for some awful woman? Lee flipped through them one by one. His gaze fell upon a staff. The Novice Summoner's Nightmare Staff. Quality, Myth, pink. Constitution plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Spell power plus 200. Level requirement, 16. Equipment effects, 1. Magic penetration plus 20% 2. Cooldown reduction plus 20% 3. Casting speed plus 20%. Class-specific item 1, skill points plus 5, summoner only. Class-specific skill 2, Summon Nightmare, active skill. Summon Nightmare, consumes 50% of mana to summon a nightmare into the battlefield, inflicting a nightmare curse on enemies within a 20-meter radius, reducing their movement speed and hit rate by 30% and magic resistance by 15% for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 hours. Required materials, Night Demon's Eye X2, Darkwood Core X1, Tier 2 Epic, Dark Gold Ingot X10, Tier 2 Epic, Energy Source Crystal, Tier 2, X100. Lee looked at the attributes and his mouth was practically watering. Let's look at the materials again. Apart from the Night Demon's Eye, almost all materials can be purchased directly. The only thing I don't know is where to collect the Night Demon's Eye. Lee's heart stirred. Lord Philo, do you know where to collect Night Demon Eyes? The little girl dangled her fair little feet in the air. Why should Lord Philo tell you information, you mere human rabble? As the toes swayed, Lee could see the pinkish skin and small pads on the soles of her feet. The flesh pads are a racial characteristic of halflings. They are extremely sensitive and can sense ley lines and water currents. Even wind and energy. That's why people with only half a body like to walk barefoot. The feet of a typical halfling are wide, and the pads of the flesh are also larger and thicker. Due to prolonged walking and labor, layers of keratin have grown on the pads of the skin. Although it reduces sensory perception, it can reduce damage to the soles of the feet. Philo remained floating in the air, clearly never touching the ground, and therefore did not produce any keratin. Lee even doubted whether she could still walk. The little girl looked disdainful. I'm not some fool among my kind who can be bought off with a few candies. He hadn't finished speaking. Her eyes widened. Because Lee took out a very large jar of candy. These are items I casually tossed into my shopping cart when I bought supplies earlier. They haven't been opened yet. Human, what are you holding in your hand? The little girl feigned composure and said reservedly. Lee observed her reaction. He was secretly pleased that he had guessed correctly. Halflings are a race that loves food, especially sweets, to the point of almost being addicted. Even though Philo's rank is higher than that of an ordinary halfling, he cannot completely eliminate his racial instincts. It's similar to the breeding season of the blazing moon. Lord Philo, these are candies made using human craftsmanship. How about exchanging them for your information? The little girl was immediately tempted, but still tried her best to appear reluctant. All right, since you're somewhat agreeable to me, Lady Philo will tell you. The Eye of the Night Demon comes from the Borman tribe that occupies Mount Token. They resurrected an ancient night demon using evil necromancy and are trying to control it. If you can kill it, you can obtain the Eye of the Night Demon. The words were spoken. Lee felt a force coming from his hand. It turned out that Philo had used telekinesis to take the candy jar. This ability is quite convenient. Telekinesis is a very rare profession, and its role is semi-support. Philo opened the jar, curiously unwrapped a candy, and tasted it. My eyes lit up instantly. Then they started crunching on them one after another. This way of eating candy would probably be suppressed by parents if it were a human child. After noting down the information, Lee continued reading. I also saw a few nice mythical longswords. We could try making a mythical longsword and selling it to Shinnanshin to make some money. Although he accounted for 20% of the Extraordinary Industries profits in the Thunderstorm battle group, the industrial layout was a rather lengthy process. He's short of money now, so he has to earn it himself. Selling equipment is a good method. Equipment provides an immediate boost to a profession and is a necessity for all professions. He did some filtering. I found a light sword with all the materials I could buy and pretty good stats. Lee originally wanted to make one for Liu, but in the end he found that she could improve it more by using equipment from the manufacturing industry. After all, her agility main attribute is a terrifying 1711 points, and the boost from wearing equipment with limited attributes is incredibly powerful. Huh! Lee stopped flipping through the pages. A piece of equipment caught his attention. Windrunner's Blessing Belt. Quality Epic Purple. Agility plus 30. Constitution plus 30. Spirit plus 30. Ability Power plus 30. Level Requirement, 11. Equipment Effect, Movement Speed plus 20%. Class Exclusive, Range Projectile Speed plus 15%, Range Classes only. Materials needed, 2 Feathers of Gale, 10 Magic Pattern Silks, 3 Strengthening Muscles. Wings of the Gale? Lee was pleasantly surprised. I already have 2 Whirlwind Feathers, dropped by Dark Feather, the hidden boss of the Shadow Tribe. Chapter 55 A little trick to keep the lowly. Chapter 55 A clever trick to keep the lowly. As for the other materials, they can be bought directly. Most importantly, you only need to be level 11 to equip it. With an additional 20% movement speed, my movement speed will reach a whopping 190%, making me run faster than a dog. There's also the one that increases projectile speed, which is a rare attribute that directly and efficiently boosts his combat power. His Energy Star Ball is level 18, and its base damage is quite considerable compared to other classes' skills at the same level. Therefore, attributes like Spell Power, that directly increase skill damage are no longer a necessity. Secondary attributes like Spell Penetration, Magic Resistance, and Projectile Speed are the most helpful to him. Suddenly, Lee realized a very important problem. He remembered what the old man at the entrance had said to him when he first entered the Abyss instance. Among them are the words, very lucky, and today. The information conveyed by NPCs in dungeons generally has little reference value, except for basic units. Units at higher order generally contain important information. The old man at the portal entrance was clearly not an ordinary unit. Lord Philo, how long will you stay at Radiant Fortress? Lee asked. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and mumbled a reply. Lord Philo is going to travel the world, he might leave tomorrow, or the day after? Lee frowned slightly. Only for such a short time? Who will make my equipment if you leave? Lord Philo, how does this candy taste? Lee gave what he considered a warm smile. The little girl nodded, about to praise the taste. Her gaze fell on Lee's face, and she couldn't help but frown. Human, your smile is disgusting. Are you plotting something against Lord Philo? Little Bai Guy is so smart. Lee inwardly complained, but outwardly explained. Lord Philo, you misunderstand. I wish to have equipment crafted here, but I need time to prepare the materials, so I hope you can stay at Radiant Fortress for a few more days. The little girl shook her head like a rattledrum. This place is full of natural disaster creatures, I don't like it, and I won't stay for long. Lee said slowly. Lord Philo, in fact, this sugar is only considered to be of a very ordinary level in human craftsmanship. The little girl straightened her back upon hearing this. The rounded toes curled a few times. Her eyes held a hint of disbelief. This is just average? Lee nodded with a smile. If we're classifying it by stars, this candy is only 3 stars. Above that are 4 stars, 5 stars, and the highest is 9 stars. Lee wasn't exaggerating. Human beings' exploration of food is endless. The candy he bought on a whim was just ordinary processed food. There are many more exquisite candies, desserts, and pastries than this. Beyond this, humans have also used extraordinary materials in food, creating all sorts of unexpected and incredibly delicious extraordinary foods. Lee gave several examples of things he randomly saw while browsing the web. Chocolate, tiramisu, ice cream, cream puffs, pudding, all kinds of filled cookies and pies. There are also extraordinary foods. Li Yi's voice was full of allure. Using cheese, biscuits, egg yolks, granulated sugar, cream, cocoa powder. Add granulated sugar to the egg yolks and whisk until pale in color, increased in volume, and thickened. Pour the whipped cream into the cheese and egg yolk mixture, gently fold until combined, and you have made the tiramisu paste. Refrigerate for 5 hours to let it solidify, and then sift a layer of cocoa powder on the surface after that time, and it's done. Lee finished speaking. Then look at the little girl, she's swallowing hard. His deep blue eyes were practically glowing like light bulbs. Lee seized the opportunity to say, "As long as Lady Philo stays at Radiant Fortress, I will send you some delicious desserts and pastries no later than 3 days." The little girl, breathing rapidly, asked excitedly, "Humans? Are they real?" Her fair little feet spread their toes open in excitement. His 10 fingers were fidgeting anxiously, like a cat spreading its little paws while purring and kneading. Even the soft, pink pads on the soles of her feet swelled and throbbed gently, visibly soft and bouncy. Lee nodded and said, "Really, I can bring all the delicacies of the human world to Lady Philo." The little girl excitedly leaped down and landed in front of Lee, reaching out her delicate white hand to grab Li Yi's shoulder and clothes, as if afraid he would run away. A sweet fragrance wafted from her. The aroma is quite unique, with a milky scent reminiscent of pine nuts and a hint of the wheat aroma of a hot-baked cake. "It smells wonderful," Philo said with a very serious expression. "Human, it's settled then. You bring me good food, and you stay here to forge equipment. If you don't come back for more than 3 days, Lord Philo will be leaving." Lee nodded and reached an agreement with Philo. The little girl excitedly flipped and tumbled in the air. "Even the candy in my hand doesn't taste good anymore." As a high-ranking halfling of the long-lived species, her lifespan is extremely long. Don't let her human-like appearance fool you. In fact, she is over 300 years old. 3 days was nothing more than a nap for her. Phase 1, resource gathering complete. Phase 2 begins. Phase 2, capturing the spies. Note, please assist the Radiant Knight in finding the shadow spy lurking within the city. Current progress 0%. Personal progress 0%. All the professionals in Glorious Fortress wailed in unison. Even high-ranking professionals felt extremely unlucky. What bad luck! Why is the second phase this time about finding spies? It's over. We won't get through this second phase in less than 4 or 5 days. I'm going to get yelled at by the NPCs again. The main Abyss dungeon of Flame Tide does not have the refresh mechanism of a normal dungeon. Each NPC in the game is unique. After someone dies, a constant stream of new NPCs will replenish their ranks, including hero leaders and high-ranking personnel. The core of Tides of Flame is to fight against the Scourge, but the methods of fighting may differ for each wave of professionals. The donated supplies in the first phase were mostly reserved items. However, this is no longer fixed starting from the second stage. Some assist in manufacturing production, some help train new recruits, and some even need to help deal with internal civilian riots, etc. The most difficult task was capturing spies. This requires the professional to rely entirely on their own eyesight and intelligence to investigate. Even high-ranking, high-level professionals are completely baffled and at a loss when it comes to finding spies. Many people were imprisoned for a few days by the fortress military for harassment and offense due to their inappropriate behavior in the fortress. When Li bid farewell to Philo and returned to the center of the fortress with the Sword Saint, 500 professionals have formed various investigation teams to work together to deal with espionage issues. "Adventurer, I need your help to find the spies lurking in the city. Please come with me." A female knight, clad in bright silver metallic armor and fully armed, approached Li. Chapter 56 The Holy Hammer Descends from the Sky. Chapter 56 The Holy Hammer Descends from the Sky. "I am Catherine Lothar, you can call me Catherine." Li glanced at Catherine a few times. The people from that other world are really tall. Catherine is over 1.8 meters tall, taller than me. Of course, she is far inferior to the Sword Saint. For Liwe. Catherine glanced at it curiously for a couple of seconds before looking away. Li told Liu the details of the second phase. The Sword Saint's sister spread out her sword in 10 perception. Catherine seemed to sense something. She explained. "Adventurers, under the suppression of the defensive magic array in Radiant Fortress, the range and effect of using perception skills will be limited, regardless of whether it is friend or foe. Moreover, shadow ghosts are naturally immune to many detection methods. After sensing for a moment, Laiwa said, Master, my perception range has indeed been limited to only 1/3 of what it used to be, but the effectiveness of my perception has not been affected. Li Yi's expression brightened with joy. It has to be the Sword Saint. The high-ranking Sword Saint is really amazing. If no one was around, he would definitely reward his older sister handsomely. Have you found anything? Laiwa pointed to a tavern not far away. We've discovered quite a few issues, but the most secretive thing about this tavern owner is his infiltration methods. He might have a very powerful shadow ghost on him. Laiwa can understand human languages, but Catherine clearly cannot understand the ancient orc language. She looked surprised. What does it mean when the female swordsman points to the tavern? Could it be that they actually found the spy through their senses? What kind of perception skill is so powerful? Li explained to her. My partner said the owner of that tavern has a lot of problems. Catherine was surprised. She looked at Laiwa with great surprise. The hotel is over 400 meters away, yet this female swordsman can sense that far. However, she did not directly question the Yi's words. Catching spies is a matter of great importance. No suspicious activity can be overlooked. Let's go check. Catherine went first and entered the tavern. Welcome to the Fireplace Tavern, esteemed knight. What would you like to drink? The tavern owner was very hospitable. Catherine's gaze was cold as she drew her long sword and pointed it at the tavern owner. Please understand that this is a critical period for apprehending spies. She clenched her left fist and placed it between her eyebrows, chanting a spell. In the name of the holy light, imprison them! The long sword was immediately tinged with a pale golden light. Holy light shone upon the tavern owner, and a ring appeared at his feet, followed by a cylindrical light screen that trapped him inside. The tavern owner was both shocked and furious. Knight, this is slander against me. I will report you to the Lord for defamation. Holy light! Radiance! Catherine gave a low shout. The top of the screen shone brightly, like a small sun shining down. The tavern owner, emboldened, sneered, Knight, just wait to be punished by the Lord. The holy light shone on the tavern owner for a full minute, but nothing unusual was observed. Under normal circumstances, shadow specters cannot survive in holy light for more than 30 seconds. Catherine's expression was grave, and she was filled with doubt. Did we look for the wrong person? Among adventurers, there are many reckless individuals who often choose the wrong target. The fortress residents often complained about their reckless behavior. Catherine has gotten used to it over the years. She remained calm. They were not affected by the tavern owner's reprimand. I was just about to remove the restraints and offer a token apology to the boss. Etc. Li Yi and Lai Yu walked in. Upon seeing Li Yi and his companion, the tavern owner said with a mocking expression, Knight, I am very disappointed that you trust adventurers from another world instead of the fortress residents who are devout to the holy light. Li Yi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. The trust that NPCs have in professionals is built up over many years of cooperation. For them, some professionals may not be very reliable, but their level of attention to their commission and their dedication are unparalleled. Li Yi signaled to Lai Yu to make a move. The Sword Saint nodded. The next moment, the sharp sword intent enveloped the tavern owner. Damn human adventurer, what did you do to me? Imprisoned by holy light. The tavern owner's face contorted into a ferocious expression, and his voice gradually changed from normal to extremely hoarse and angry, becoming very grating. Just hearing the sound made Li Yi feel his blood and she surge. Catherine's expression changed slightly, this feeling. Oh no, it's a high-level shadow demon. Her entire body radiated holy light, and golden holy power wings shone from her back, instantly putting her into battle mode. Hee hee! Now that you've discovered us, let's all perish together! Suddenly, a jet-black shadow emerged from the tavern owner's house, coalescing into a terrifying humanoid monster 3 meters tall with 2 horns on its head and sharp spikes on its back. Ah! The tavern patron screamed, and chaos ensued. The Sword Saint elder sister drew her long sword and stood in front of Li Yi, her expression unusually solemn. Die! The shadow ghost roared madly. His body suddenly swelled up. Sword intent perception is triggering a frantic alarm. Lai Yu's expression changed drastically. She suddenly scooped Li Yi up and held him in her arms, unleashing her full power of sword chi protection to completely envelop herself and Li. Especially Li. Almost 80% of the sword energy enveloped him. The sword saint was about to use Gale's Step to escape. Just then. Clang! A loud bang. A massive golden holy hammer descended from the sky, smashing through the tavern roof and shattering the shadow demon's body into countless fragments. As these black fragments scattered, they were purified into wisps of blue smoke by the holy light emanating from the holy hammer. At the same time, everyone in the tavern, including the unconscious tavern owner, was bathed in holy light, and their bodies were surrounded by a shimmering golden shield. The sheer intensity of the golden light emanating from the shield speaks volumes about its terrifyingly high defensive capabilities. The High Priest has made his move! Catherine looked up at the sky with excitement. Priest? Li also looked up. Is this the same judge priest mentioned in the Tides of Flame guide who is constantly in the energy field high in the sky, confronting the Scourge Lord? Unexpectedly, such a powerful figure would personally take action to kill Shadow Demon. It seems that this Shadow Ghost is of a high rank. Phase 2, Capturing the Spies. Current progress 30%. Personal progress 100%. Rating, perfect. You have unlocked the Knights of Glory reputation. Current reputation VIP. Li stared blankly at the message notification. Is that all? In other words, he can now lie down and relax. All you need to do is patiently wait until the total progress reaches its maximum value. And it even unlocked reputation. This thing is amazing. When a player has high reputation with a faction, they will receive special treatment, and even assistance in dungeons where NPCs from that faction are present. In short, there are many benefits. Catherine watched with devout eyes as the holy light dissipated. Then her expression became excited. Respected adventurer, this high-ranking shadow demon has been lurking in the fortress for an unknown period of time. Thank you for your help, which allowed us to eliminate it. After speaking, she straightened up and gave Li a solemn knightly salute. Respected adventurer, on behalf of the Knights of Light, I earnestly request that you help us find the other Shadow Ghost spies. Li's eyes lit up. When an NPC in a dungeon offers help, there are usually significant benefits to be gained. Moreover, even without any direct practical benefits, he's willing to do it just to gain reputation. The Knights of Glory are present in many dungeons, and their reputation is extremely difficult to unlock and raise. This is a rare opportunity. Li immediately agreed. Glorious Fortress, Central Plaza. All the professionals who saw the progress went crazy. 30% progress? Who was the big shot who did it? Keep in mind that finding each shadow spy only increases the progress by 2%. This sudden 30% surge has stirred up trouble, hasn't it? Chapter 57 VIP Treatment. Chapter 57 VIP Treatment. They had originally prepared to spend at least 4 or 5 days completing the second phase. This stage is extremely difficult, with no shortcuts or tricks. It primarily tests investigative abilities. But how many people have this thing? So this stage is basically a matter of patiently grinding through the sheer number of people. Who would have thought? Less than half an hour into the second phase, the progress had already increased by a third. Everyone got excited. They speculated that the person who made the move was either incredibly intelligent, or a seasoned veteran. Regardless of which one it is, they've all found a strong ally in the second phase. Excitedly, the crowd strolled around the fortress, eager to see which powerful figure it was and catch a glimpse of his prowess. Those advanced 5th-tier professionals wanted to get to know each other, hoping to have a chance to team up in the future. Outside the tavern, Catherine asked Li and Liu to wait a moment while she went to the Lord to request support. 10 minutes later, Catherine arrived before Li with 8 fully armed and imposing knights. Your Excellency Adventurer, I am Kashijman, the Vice-Commander of the Knights of Glory. We will cooperate with you to eliminate all spies in the fortress and protect your safety in the process. The tall, middle-aged man leading the group spoke humbly. The 7 people behind him also bowed to express their respect. Li Yi's gaze fell on the armor with red flame patterns on the 8 people, and he couldn't help but hold his breath slightly, feeling shocked. These people. They were all Holy Flame Knights. The core force of Radiant Fortress is the Radiant Knights. Among them is a high-level combat force called the Holy Flame Knights. The Holy Flame Knights are the elite of the elite, high-ranking units selected from among thousands. 8 people actually came this time. Kashuchman, the vice commander of the Radiant Knights, who is specifically responsible for commanding the Holy Flame Knights, actually took action himself. This demonstrates the importance that glorious fortress attaches to this matter. Li returned the greeting. It is my honor to be able to provide assistance to the knights. He carefully observed the 8 people. Kashuchman's class is Lightforged Paladin, a hero-level unit. The other 7 can be identified by their armor, 1 Holy Knight, 1 Grace Knight, 1 Guardian Knight, and 2 Punishment Knights. The last 2 are not knights. One of them was bald, with golden runes flashing on his head. He was actually a rare, cursed seal monk. Finally, there was a slender, tall elf girl wearing only a tube top and shorts. She had a beautiful face with delicate green facial markings and wore a moonstone necklace. If Li Yi's guess is correct, he should be a druid. I just don't know which branch of the druid class it is. Kashuchman said. Let's begin. The words were spoken. The elven girl let out a low growl. Then, to Li Yi's astonishment, it transformed into a giant white leopard with green markings, a shoulder height of 2 meters, and a body length of 5 meters. The girl turned out to be a wilderness transformer. Respected adventurer, please and your companions climb onto my back. The white leopard lay on the ground and spoke. Vines spread and grew from the green patterns on its body, weaving 2 saddles on its back. Li was stunned for a moment, then became excited. And they even gave him such a cool mount? Is the treatment for VIPs really that good? Moreover, the mount is actually an elf girl in disguise. Li was eager to try it out, and couldn't wait to sit on the white leopard's back. The sword Saint Sister sat behind Li Yi. She reached out and put her arm around Li Yi's waist, pulling him close to her chest. Li Yi rubbed against him contentedly. My gaze shifted downwards. Looking at the soft fur on the white leopard's back, he subconsciously wanted to reach out and feel it. Just as it was about to touch, he suddenly came to his senses. This is a young lady in disguise. Touching her hair is like touching her back. He immediately and regretfully withdrew his hand. The white leopard growled as it rose and strode forward. The remaining 8, including Catherine, protected the white leopard. The Guardian Knight and a Cursed Seal Monk also applied various curses and holy seals to Li Yi and Lai Yu. His safety was protected to the extreme. Next, Li Yi then began his inspection of the fortress. The Sword Saint's sword intent perception spread out. That old man who's sleeping! Li pointed to an old man sleeping in the sun on the balcony of a house. Kashuchman paused, taken aback. He knew the old man. Old John, the Night's Watchman of the fortress, had worked diligently there for 40 years before retiring 2 years ago. Unexpectedly, he also couldn't resist the allure of the Shadow Ghost. It's unclear when he fell into corruption and how much intelligence he betrayed to the Scourge. On the balcony, Old John seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes and looked down at the crowd passing by. Finally, their gaze fell on Kashuchman. Good morning, Your Majesty Kashuchman. He greeted us with a kind smile, and asked seemingly casually, Are you preparing to go to war? Kashuchman's expression was indifferent. There was no reply as usual. He pointed at Old John, and 3 golden holy spears materialized out of thin air. Old John was immediately terrified and fell to the ground in fright. He cried out, Your Majesty Kashuchman, what are you doing? Swish, swish, swish. 3 spears of holy light shot out and pierced through Old John's body. The immense impact slammed his thin, aged body against the wall. Hiss! Ah! A piercing wail emanated from Old John's body. The black shadow ghost revealed its form, desperately trying to escape from the body. Unfortunately, it was firmly impaled by the spear of holy light, and was completely purified after struggling for less than 3 seconds. You've really hidden it well! Kashuchman looked grave. They found another one, and Catherine and the others were very excited. This means that this adventurer is indeed capable of accurately locating the shadow ghost. The elven lady beneath Li Yi, oh no, the white leopard, also roared with joy. Everyone was very excited. With this adventurer, they could completely wipe out all the shadow ghosts in the fortress today. Eliminate the threat of espionage in the short term. Li looked up at Old John. He nudged Laiwa with his shoulder. The Sword Saint Sister understood and whispered, Master, he is dead! Li felt a slight chill. Holy Flame Knights are killing gods who crawled out of piles of corpses on the battlefield. They are not as merciful as the Judgment Priests, who only kill shadow ghosts but spare the lives of their hosts. Phase 2. Capturing the spies. Current progress 32%. Next. Under the protection of the Holy Flame Knights, Li toured the entire fortress like a lord. With a single finger from the King of Hell, whoever he points to dies. On the street. Many professionals spotted Li on the back of the White Leopard, in the arms of the Sword Saint. His eyes widened in disbelief. A professional? After recognizing the armor of the Holy Flame Knights, they were horrified to discover that two professionals were actually being protected by the Holy Flame Knights. Holy Flame Knight protects the professional? I've never seen anything like this before. Who are these two people? That's a Holy Flame Knight, after all. The highest-ranking entity in the entire fortress. What shocked them the most was that Kashujman, the vice-commander of the Radiant Knights, was among them. It should be noted that apart from the Judge Priest and the High Lord who guard this place, this vice-commander has the most power. Even the commander of the Radiant Knights is not as powerful as him. He is definitely the third in command. Such a person is walking ahead like a groom to clear the way. What a great deal of importance this shows. Moreover, the two professionals were not riding ordinary mounts, but giant leopards transformed by the wilderness shapeshifter. Using a druid as a mount? Everyone felt their heads buzzing. Could he be the big shot who found the spy? Chapter 58 Something's wrong with someone in the fortress. Chapter 58 Someone in the fortress is something's wrong. The professionals were shocked, and their curiosity exploded. Among them was a fourth-tier professional who used an identification spell on the two people on the White Leopard's back. Just started. The Holy Flame Knights guarding Li immediately sensed the probe. Almost simultaneously, all the Holy Flame Knights looked at the fourth-tier professional. A fierce glint appeared in the knight's eyes, and the oppressive aura of the powerful surged forth. This professional felt as if he were being targeted by 7 or 8 bosses at the same time, and he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The identification process was quickly interrupted. Provoking the Holy Flame Knights in Radiant Fortress is simply asking for trouble. Others who were planning to use the identification technique were also frightened and gave up their plans. I could only suppress my curiosity and watch the group leave. The process of apprehending the spy lasted a full 3 hours. Li, protected by the Holy Flame Knights, traversed every corner of the fortress. All the Shadow Ghost spies have been found by the Sword Saint. Then he was killed by Kashujman. Phase 2, the capture of the spy is complete. Phase 3 begins. Phase 3, defend the outpost. Note, protect the frontline outpost from the Scourge's attacks. Current progress 0%. Personal progress 0%. Starting from the third stage. All professionals will be assigned to different war zones according to their level. The missions they received also varied, and the level of danger began to rise sharply. The mission Li received to protect the outpost was not particularly difficult, but it was quite dangerous. The group stopped in front of the glorious fortress, the core of the fortress. The White Leopard crouched down. Li and Liu understood each other and got off her. The White Leopard transformed back into an elf girl. Respected adventurer, thank you for helping the fortress eliminate the threat of espionage. I will reward you accordingly, Kashujman said solemnly. Li's spirits lifted. Is the reward coming? I hereby confer upon you the title of honorary citizen. Kashujman took out a gold medal inlaid with a ruby and handed it to Li. Li was speechless and a little disgusted. That's it. However, he didn't show it on his face. He accepted the medal nonetheless. The moment his finger touched the medal, a message popped up on the panel. Radiant Knight's reputation plus 50%. Current reputation VIP. Li immediately beamed with joy. This is what I should do. I'm willing to do anything to fight the Scourge, he said with a smile. Looking at the medal in his hand again, he discovered that it had an additional function. Glorious Fortress Honorary Citizen Medal, decorative. Quality, none. Effect of wearing it, you will be respected in Radiant Fortress and always get the best discounts when shopping. The decorations don't take up equipment slots, so this effect is better than nothing. The medal looked quite nice, and Li put it on. Kashujman then took out 2 palm-sized circular runes. This is the Holy Light Weapon enchantment rune, which can enhance your weapon. Please accept it. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This is really good stuff. Why do so many Tier 4 and Tier 5 professionals come to the Flame-Tide Abyss dungeon? Isn't it all for obtaining the enchanting materials for Holy Light weapons? They worked themselves to the bone several times and still couldn't make a single enchanted rune, but now they've obtained 2 directly. Li Yi accepted it with great joy. The NPCs in this other world are really honest. Those who make contributions will certainly receive commensurate rewards. The only slight disappointment is that both runes have random enchantment effects. Even so, it's still very powerful. Even the weakest of the Holy Light Weapon enchantments is still very powerful. Li Yi put away the runes, preparing to add enchantments after crafting the mythical equipment. Enchanting a current staff with something so powerful is a complete waste. After giving out the rewards, Kashujman and the 7 Holy Flame Knights bowed to Li Yi and his companion in farewell, then headed towards the Radiant Fortress. Catherine returned to the military camp. Just then, Lai Wei suddenly whispered, "Master, I sense something is wrong with someone inside the fortress." Li Yi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The Glorious Fortress is where all the high-ranking units of the Glorious Keep reside. This included the Judge Priest and the fortress's High Lord. With so many powerful figures surrounding them, no one noticed anything unusual, yet Lai Yi did. Is the Sword Saint's sword intent perception really that powerful? Li Yi was excited. What reward would I get if I pulled out this nail? Lord Kashujman, please wait! Li Yi suddenly shouted. Kashujman turned around, looking puzzled. Adventurer, is there anything else? Li Yi went straight to the point, uttering a startling statement. There are spies in the fortress. Everyone, including Kashujman, had their pupils shrink upon hearing this. Has a spy infiltrated the upper echelons? This news sent chills down everyone's spine. Kashujman's face turned extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and said, Adventurer, could you please help us find it again? We will definitely protect your safety. Li smiled and said, It's my pleasure. Kashujman's gaze swept over his subordinates. Everyone, protect the adventurer at all costs. Everyone. Yes. Into the fortress. Li Yi was protected by 7 Holy Flame Knights in the center as he entered the Radiant Fortress, a place never before visited by any professional. The group first arrived at the council hall. Grand Lord Mutarani is discussing the war with his advisors. Kashujman led an adventurer into the important council chamber. He had doubts, but did not ask them. Kashujman, how's the spy matter going? Mutarani's gaze fell on Li Yi. He was somewhat curious as to why the Holy Flame Knights were forming a circle as if facing a formidable enemy, solely to protect this adventurer within. Is there some danger inside the fortress? Kashujman slowly said. All the Shadow Ghost spies outside the fortress have been eliminated. Mutarani looked delighted upon hearing this. They've all been cleared out. That's really great news. Etc. He keenly sensed the unusual tone in Kashujman's words and was suddenly startled. His expression immediately turned serious. The area outside the fortress has been cleared, so what about the area inside? Are there spies in Radiant Fortress? He looked into Kashujman's eyes, and the latter nodded. Mutarani's face twitched violently a few times. He was clearly shocked. But he quickly regained his composure. Tell me, who is it? After carefully sensing for a long time, Lai Yi told Li Yi the confirmed result. Li Yi said, 6th floor of the accommodation area, the second room from the right. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Because that's the room of Odino, the Grand Master of the Knights of Light. Kashujman's eyes were filled with undisguised shock and disbelief. The faithful follower of the Holy Light who fought alongside him against the Scourge for 130 years, rising from an ordinary chaplain to a commander, had actually become a spy for the Scourge. This was like a meteorite falling from the sky and crashing into everyone's hearts. But after all, they were iron-blooded soldiers who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Everyone quickly calmed down. Mutarani said to his assistant, Immediately notify everyone in the fortress to assemble at the fortress square. The assistant accepted the order and left. The powerful individuals who were cultivating inside the fortress soon received the notification. Although they were puzzled by the order without a specific reason, they did not question it, but instead chose to accept the order and quickly left the fortress to assemble in the fortress square. Li also quickly left under the protection of the Holy Flame Knights. In less than 3 minutes, only 3 people remained in the entire Radiant Fortress. Grand Lord Mutarani and Kashujman stood outside the gates of Odino. Chapter 59. A distinguished figure, friend of the Holy Light. Chapter 59. A recluse, friend of the Holy Light. The false Holy Light. They will eventually be completely annihilated in the darkness. An angry roar echoed throughout the fortress. All the professionals looked in surprise toward the direction of the Radiant Fortress from which the sound came. Above the fortress, the entire sky was shrouded in darkness. 3 beams of light, 1 black and 2 gold, shot straight into the sky. 3 figures rapidly ascended within the pillar of light. The professionals stared wide-eyed at the familiar figure. Sky. What did they see? The Grand Lord, the Grand Master of the Radiant Knights, and the Vice Grand Master have actually started fighting. That black energy beam. Has a leader fallen into corruption? The professionals all took out their phones and started recording. The Knights of Light are an important faction that appears in many dungeons. There was a traitor among their high-ranking officials. This is big news. Odino, you have betrayed the Holy Light and your family. Today you must face the judgment of the Holy Light. Kashujman's angry voice rang out. The professionals were shocked. The traitor turned out to be the leader of the Knights of Glory. Especially the 4th and 5th tier professionals, they simply couldn't believe their ears. Because Odino is a hero unit they are very familiar with. He was frequently seen in many battles. In their minds, Odino was a devout believer in the Holy Light, possessing captivating leadership qualities and formidable strength. Everyone was puzzled. He had already become the leader of the Knights of Light, so why would he betray them? It wasn't me who betrayed them, but the false Holy Light. It failed my faith. Odino's voice rang out again. Grand Lord Mutarani sighed sadly. Odino, when will you understand that endless demands are the beginning of disaster? Boom, boom, boom. In the air. An epic battle between 3 high-ranking hero units has begun. Everyone's eyes widened. They were afraid of missing the battle. Kashujman's entire body shone with golden light as he transformed into a light-forged form, his size swelling to 5 meters tall, wielding a massive 10-meter-long holy hammer. High Lord Mutarani sprouted enormous, milky white wings of holy light from his back, and wielding a holy bow, fired arrows of holy light. Meanwhile, Odino brandished his staff, unleashing a deluge of shadow arrows and destructive beams. The power of shadow and death surrounded him, conjuring countless shadow portals out of thin air. Countless enormous tentacles emerged from the portal and slammed towards Mutarani and Kashujman. The 3 fought from the air to the ground, and then from the ground back to the air. The Radiant Fortress was affected by the battle, with large sections of buildings collapsing and being destroyed, leaving it almost in ruins. Not only that. 2 dark altars rose from the ruins of Radiant Fortress, and the phantom of a terrifying being gradually solidified above the altars. And in the aerial battlefield, the corrupt Odino fought 2 opponents single-handedly and held his own. They even seemed to be dominating Mutarani and Kashyar. The professional was dumbfounded. Are you serious? Everyone realized the danger, and, no longer caring about watching the spectacle, turned and fled towards the outside of Glorious Fortress. With the Holy Flame Knights protecting him, Li didn't need to run away. He gazed in amazement at the sky. Is this what a battle scene looks like between high-ranking, high-level powerhouses? That's incredible. Just then, a sacred sound resounded in the sky. A young girl dressed in a pure white robe, holding a scripture in her hand, descended upon the fortress from the energy realm. At the same time, a dense rain of holy hammers fell from the sky, shattering tentacles and portals. The girl's intervention greatly relieved the pressure on Mutarani and Kashujman. I never expected Odino to be so powerful after his fall from grace. Master Priest! The residents of the fortress recognized the girl. They all bowed respectfully. The professionals breathed a sigh of relief and stopped running away when they saw the judge appear. The phantom above the altar gradually solidified. It is already clear that it is a giant of natural disaster, standing 30 meters tall and with a bulky body. Professionals felt a chill run down their spines. They had seen this thing on the Abyss battlefield before. Its destructive power was terrifying. It was practically a war machine. The young priestess pointed her finger towards the sky. Holy light gathered above the giant's head, condensing into a massive holy sword 30 meters long. The girl pressed down with her finger, and the giant sword fell, its holy light illuminating half the sky. The phantom of the cataclysmic giant was cleaved in two, and the altar's summoning was halted. Odino, come back! A thunderous sound suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. On the horizon beyond Glorious Fortress, endless dark clouds rolled in. The dark clouds coalesced into a gigantic, menacing head that was thousands of meters wide. Lord of Calamity! The priest's expression changed slightly, and his body radiated holy light, transforming into a golden rainbow that carried the holy light canopy towards the dark clouds. Light and darkness collided and remained locked in a stalemate. It then ascended into the energy realm again. Mirani, Kashujman, the next time we meet, I will personally take your lives. Adino's voice echoed throughout the fortress. The dark aura above the radiant fortress dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. If the Scourge Lords and the Inquisitors were to fight inside Radiant Keep, they would all be doomed. Boom! Kashujeman fell from the sky and crashed into Li, creating a large crater. His light cast form slowly faded, gradually returning to his normal size. Kashujeman immediately came to Li Yi's side and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Respected adventurer, thank you for eliminating the greatest threat to the Knights of Light. The Holy Flame Knights who were responsible for protecting Li looked at him with gratitude and respect. If it weren't for this adventurer, the fallen Odino would have continued to lurk among the Radiant Knights. It's unimaginable how much harm he will cause to the Knights in the future. It's my honor to be able to offer help. Li smiled slightly. Please be sure to tell us your name. The Knights of Light will forever remember your kindness. Kashujman looked excited. My name is Li. The surrounding Holy Flame Knights, upon hearing this, silently recited the name and memorized it. Kashujman said sincerely, Lord Li, from today onwards, our Radiant Knights will be your loyal allies. May the Holy Light bear witness to our oath. The other Holy Flame Knights echoed their prayers. May the Holy Light bear witness to our oath. Amid the prayers of the crowd, a beam of holy light descended from the sky and landed on Li. You have earned the respect of the Knights of Light. Radiant Knights reputation plus 50%. Current reputation, Legend Max. You have received the title, Friend of the Holy Light. Friend of the Holy Light title. Quality, Crown. Equipment effects, 1. Movement speed plus 20% 2. Damage dealt to evil creatures plus 30% 3. Holy buffs increased by 30%. Class specific, Holy Light Blessing, Summoner. Holy Light Blessing, Summoners all skill levels plus 2, initial summoned creatures receive Holy Light Enhancement. Note, as a friend of the Holy Light and an ally of justice, you gain reputation with the Order faction more easily and at twice the speed. Chapter 60 Lightforged Guardians. Chapter 60 Lightforged Guardian Li gasped in shock after reading the effects of the title, Friend of the Holy Light. Powerful! That's incredible! All skill levels plus 2, does that mean he'll start at level 3 for any summoner spell he learns in the future? Of course, the most outrageous part is the plus 30% damage dealt to evil creatures. It's important to know that there are many monsters in the dungeon that are defined as evil creatures, so the enhancement provided by this effect is enormous. Finally, there's the improved reputation acquisition efficiency. Gaining reputation with each faction within the instance is extremely difficult, but the benefits of increasing reputation are numerous. For example, the Holy Light Weapon enchantment needed by high-level professionals. You need to reach the friendly reputation level with the Knights of Glory before you can provide materials for the NPC to craft. To learn the secondary profession skill of Holy Light Weapon enchanting, professionals need to reach the VIP reputation level to purchase the blueprint. How to increase reputation is one of the most troublesome problems for all high-level professionals. Li couldn't wait to replace Feather Calamity Destroyer with Friend of Holy Light. Then look at the panel. Movement speed, 182.5%. Active skills, Energy Starball, level 20, Summon Lightforged Guardian, level 3, Disciplinary Whip, level 3. Passive skill, Charioteer's Inspiration, level 3. Light-forged guardians? To Li Yi's surprise, the summoned stone golem guard skill was transformed into Light-forged guard. Just hearing the name makes this skill sound amazing. The rewards aren't over yet. Kashuchman handed Li Yi an arcane warning beacon shaped like a ring. Lord Li Yi, once you put on this beacon, if you encounter a powerful enemy, the nearest Holy Flame Knight will teleport to your side via the beacon to protect your safety. Li Yi's eyes lit up. Holy Flame Knights are all high-ranking units with formidable combat power. Aside from massive abyss dungeons like Tides of Flame, in other dungeons, as long as the Holy Flame Knight is present, one's life will not be in danger. This is a life-saving item, it's extremely important. Li Yi took the ring and put it on his hand. After Kashuchman and the Holy Flame Knights expressed their sincere gratitude, they gathered their troops and departed. Lord Li Yi! Catherine came to Li Yi. Unlike the previous indifference, Catherine now looks at Li Yi with utmost respect. The frontline outpost is calling for support, but we are short-handed. We would appreciate your assistance. Li Yi nodded and said, No problem. Catherine looked delighted and quickly said, There's no time to lose, please come with me. Li Yi followed. The third phase has begun. Professionals of all ranks received the tasks they needed to complete. Li Yi is currently a Tier 1 professional, so the tasks he receives are relatively simple. All you need to do is work with the NPCs to protect the outpost. Li Yi, accompanied by Lai Yu, followed Catherine out of the glorious fortress and headed to the front lines. After a half-hour journey, the three arrived at a small outpost. 3 exhausted-looking radiant knights were stationed here. Upon seeing Catherine, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Holy light above, the reinforcements have finally arrived. Karen handed the supplies to the 3 radiant knights and told them to rest for the time being, while she would take over the defensive duties. Lord Li Yi, the Scourge's evil creatures attack the outposts periodically. We need to repel them. If you discover any evil creatures, do not fight them. Lure them to me, and I will destroy them. The two divided the work, with each person responsible for a specific area. Master, an evil creature is approaching. The Sword Saint's sister gave a reminder. Soon. Catherine also discovered the evil creature. Lord Li Yi, prepare for battle. Be careful not to engage it head-on. A monstrous evil hound appeared in each of their assigned areas. The evil hound is 1 meter tall at the shoulder and nearly 2 meters long, as strong as a tiger. Although it can only be considered a minor monster in the Abyss dungeon, its combat strength is not low. It is comparable to the boss in a normal 5-player dungeon. Don't make a move yet, let me try! Li looked excited, ready to try out his new skill. Summon Light-forged guardians. He released it twice in a row. Within the 2 summoning arrays, a colossal stone figure, standing 2 meters tall and radiating holy light, appeared, its entire body composed of white and yellow crystals. Li was pleasantly surprised. So big? In terms of volume, the Light-forged Guardian is more than 10 times the size of the Stone Guardian. The materials they are made of look quite sturdy. Their defensive capabilities far surpass those of the Stone Guards. They've upgraded from slingshots to cannons. Li beamed with joy. Immediately issue an order to Light-forged Guardian to attack the Wraith Hound. Rumble, rumble, clack, clack. The 2 stone figures began to move, steadily walking towards the evil hound. The movements were somewhat clumsy, but much more agile than the original stone guards. The evil hound is an undead creature, possessing only the instincts of attack and bloodlust. Upon seeing a moving target approaching, it mindlessly pounced on it, frantically biting and tearing at the Light-forged Guardian's body with its teeth and claws. Sizzle! The hound's mouth and claws were scalded by the holy light energy emanating from the Light-forged Guardians, causing them to smoke. In its pain, it bit even more frantically. Splash! Stone chips flew everywhere from the Light-forged Guardian's body, but he stood firmly. They raised their stone fists and slammed them down. Bang! The fist slammed into the back of the evil dog. Under immense force. It was hit so hard it stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Enraged, he launched a furious counterattack, not caring even when his teeth were knocked out. 1 minute later. The dark energy fluctuations on the evil hound were greatly weakened, and its attacks gradually became less effective. The 2 Light-forged Guardians, having endured too many attacks and with their energy depleted, were already teetering on the brink of collapse. Li looked delighted. He was quite satisfied with the Lightforged Guardian's defense and attack power. Being able to last for 1 minute was already quite good. Finally, the light on the Lightforged Guardian dimmed, and it shattered into a pile of rubble. At the same time, the evil hound also collapsed to the ground. Lightforged Guardians possess a divine attribute that counters it. Furthermore, with Li Yi's Friend of Holy Light buff, it deals an additional 30% damage. With the combined effect of both, this monster, which was a mini-boss level in a normal dungeon for 5 players, was actually worn down and killed by Li Yi using 2 summon beasts. Individual progress 4%. Li glanced at the progress. Killing 1 increases progress by 4%, meaning you need to kill 25 to reach full progress. Lai Wei, you should take the initiative! Li was too lazy to wait for them one by one, so he simply sent Lai Yu out. He has high movement speed, Lightforged Guardian for protection, and Arcane Beacon of Warning. There's absolutely no need to worry about safety. The Sword Saint nodded, drew her long sword, and used the Gale Step to clear out all the evil creatures she encountered, centered on the outposts, within the limits of her sword intent perception. In just half an hour, the evil creatures covering an area the size of 600 or 700 football fields were completely wiped out by Lai Wei. Not only the outpost Li was in charge of, but also the natural disaster creatures around the other 3 outposts were killed. Current progress 30%. Personal progress 100%. Rating perfect. Since he was the only Tier 1 professional in this Abyss challenge. So now we need to wait for the other NPCs to gradually increase the progress. Li was too lazy to wait. He took Lai Wei and left the outpost he was in charge of, clearing out each outpost one by one. 1 hour later. Progress is full. Phase 3, Outpost Defense complete. Phase 4 begins. Phase 4, Support Blackrock Valley. Note: the new recruits in Blackrock Valley have been surrounded by the Scourge forces. Please lend a hand, disrupt Mars the Gutbreaker's Scourge forces, and help the recruits escape. Catherine came to Li Yi's side again. Under her leadership, Li Yi and Lai Yu soon arrived at Blackstone Valley. In the middle of the valley, dozens of young boys and girls with innocent faces are stubbornly resisting the attacks of the natural disaster creatures, clinging to a pile of rubble. Li Yi's gaze passed over the recruits and landed on a ghost knight riding a skeletal horse and wielding 2 scythes on a distant mound. Tier 1 professionals face the boss, Marth the Heartbreaker, in the 4th phase of the Tide of Flames. Chapter 61 2 Purple Gear. Chapter 61 2 Purple Tier Equipment Pieces. It's actually this boss. Li frowned slightly. In the strategy guide, the reputation of the Gutrending Man is infamous. Mars is an agile assassin boss, cunning by nature, with mechanics and skills that remain a mystery. Moreover, they were extremely cruel, preferring to use a sickle to disembowel their enemies and then eat their hearts. It is one of the few bosses that does not suffer from aggro, which makes even the largest battle groups dare not provoke it. Every professional who has witnessed Mars's battle will be traumatized. It can be said to be the nightmare of all Tier 1 professionals, an existence that will explode if you look at it even once. Lord Li Yi, we will launch a harassment attack from the right flank shortly. Under no circumstances should we enter Mars's attack range. Mars is a cruel executioner who enjoys torture and killing for pleasure. He revels in the process of hunting down his prey. The more terrified the prey is, the more excited he becomes. People who are targeted by him rarely survive to the next day. It was transformed into a calamity monster 20 years ago. In its previous life, it was a notorious thief, so it still possesses many of the thief's stealth skills, making it extremely dangerous. To date, hundreds of Radiant Knights have died at Mars's hands, and he has escaped from all our attempts to encircle and annihilate him. Catherine's expression was very serious. This boss is pretty fierce. Li turned to look at Lai Yu. How's the quality? After examining her with her sword intent perception, the Sword Saint's sister calmly said, a bit stronger than before. Li Yi was relieved. Besides Mars the Heartbreaker, are there any other powerful beings from the Cataclysm? What I mean is, if we can kill Mars, can we rescue all the recruits? Catherine was taken aback by Li Yi's question. After she came to her senses, she hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Lord Li Yi, although your partner is strong, Marth the Heartbreaker is a genuine calamity general with formidable combat power. We must not provoke him. Li Yi was somewhat surprised. Mars was still a general level rank. If this were placed in a regular dungeon, it would be equivalent to the final boss of a heroic difficulty dungeon, only 3 ranks lower than the Sword Saint. Does that mean that killing the enemy guarantees at least 1 epic item? There is no experience in the Abyss dungeon, but it will produce valuable materials, items, props and equipment. After Catherine tried to dissuade him, out of respect for Li, she continued to patiently explain. Mars is the direct commander of this ghoul harvester unit. If we can kill him, the ghouls will fall into chaos after losing their leader, and the recruit's crisis will naturally be resolved. Li understood. He said to Laiwe, "Go and kill it." The Sword Saint sister rose, her hand on her sword, and headed towards Mars. Catherine paused, then said urgently, "Your Excellency, Mars is in great danger." Li patted her shoulder and smiled. "Have you already forgotten so quickly who discovered the biggest traitor in the Knights of Light?" Catherine was immediately startled. That's when it dawned on me. The female swordsman in front of him, who was taller than him, could even see through Odino's disguise. How could a being with such powerful perception be weak in combat? She immediately became excited. Mars the Heartbreaker has caused considerable trouble for the Knights of Light for many years. If we can kill it, it will be equivalent to saving the lives of many comrades. Laiwa was very fast. Along the way, she also casually killed more than a dozen ghouls that tried to attack her. On the mound, Mars noticed Liu's approach. Its lifeless, pale eyes rolled a few times, and a hint of fanaticism appeared on its pale, hard face. "My prey excites me. The taste in your heart must be incredibly delicious." Mars grinned as he leaped from his horse into the air, his body gradually becoming transparent and dissipating. "Not good. It has stealthily moved." Catherine gasped in surprise. But then he realized that the female swordsman possessed such powerful perception that detecting stealth should be a piece of cake for her. She scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. Liu remained calm. Although Mars is not visible to the naked eye. However, the opponent could not escape her sword intent perception. At this time, Mars squatted on a boulder, looking at Liu with a mocking expression. "Foolish swordsman! Feel the fear of the unknown!" Suddenly, its expression froze, because the swordsman turned his head to look in its direction. The female swordsman's gaze was different from the blank, searching gazes of the others. Her gaze was as if she were looking at her prey. "That is the prey. Have I been discovered?" Mars was startled. After he was transformed into a monster of natural disasters, his abilities were greatly enhanced. This is the first time it has felt discovered. Mars was preparing to create some distance. Berserker sword technique, slash. Liu's figure vanished from the spot, and the sword light pierced through Mars's body. "How is this possible?" Mars looked horrified. "I actually got discovered." What terrified him most was his protective magic shield was shattered with a single strike. Mars was scared. He has already died once. If I die this time, there will be no way to bring me back to life. It immediately transformed into a monster of natural disaster and learned the skill, Flesh and Blood Shield. Using the flesh and blood of living beings as the material for casting spells, a highly defensive shield is formed around the body. Shadow Step. Mars's body disappeared on the spot. The next second, it appeared on the skeletal warhorse, urging the horse to run faster. Liu's gaze was cold, but her expression remained calm. Berserker sword technique, slash has 3 stages of movement. Her body vanished from the spot once more, the sword light piercing through the warhorse. Berserker sword technique, sever. Mars's flesh shield failed to protect it from the attack. Its body, along with its warhorse, was split in 2. "You have killed Mars the Heartbreaker." "Done!" Li smiled. Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief. She had expected the female swordsman and Mars to engage in a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, the opponent killed Mars with just 2 strikes. "Mars is dead!" Several of the new recruits of the Radiant Knights at the bottom of Blackrock Valley witnessed Mars's death and immediately shouted excitedly. The new recruits, their morale soaring, roared and launched a counterattack. The ghouls fell into chaos after losing their leader, and their attacks became completely disorganized. They were easily killed by the Knights' rookies. Catherine excitedly joined in the extermination of the ghouls. Phase 4, Support for Blackrock Valley completed. Current progress, 100%. Personal progress, 100%. Rating, perfect. Lee arrived at Mars's body. 2 purple orbs of light came into view. 2 of them came out. Lee was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't wait to grab one of the orbs of light. After the light disappeared, a necklace appeared in his hand. Chapter 62 The Little Girl is Angry. Chapter 62 The Little Girl is Angry, Kaga's Token of Love, Necklace. Quality Purple Epic. Spirit plus 40. Spell Power plus 60. Level Requirement, 10. Equipment Effects, 1. Magic Penetration plus 5% 2. Magic Resistance plus 7% 3. Cooldown Reduction plus 5%. Note: Love enables you to overcome fear. Stained with blood. The necklace had good stats, so Lee replaced the necklace that added 5 points to agility. Next is the second sphere of light. Lee felt a slight weight in his hand. The light faded. A heavy, slender metal staff landed in his palm. The heirloom staff of the Lorraine Mentor. Quality Purple Epic. Constitution plus 30. Spirit plus 40. Spell Power plus 60. Level Requirement, 10. Equipment Effects, 1. Magic Penetration plus 10% 2. Cooldown Reduction plus 8% 3. Casting Speed plus 10%. Class Exclusive. Projectile spells deal an additional 10% splash damage upon hit. Magic-based classes only. Note: the Lorraine family will surely annihilate the Scourge. Stained with blood. Lee replaced the Shadow Chieftain's cane. The 2 purple-grade items significantly boosted his attributes. His physique reached 356 points, and his total attributes reached 1008 points. He then took out another, Holy Light weapon, Enchantment Rune, preparing to enchant the staff. Enchanting purple gear isn't a waste of enchantment runes. Moreover, his reputation with the Knights of Glory is now maxed out, so if he wants to enchant runes, he can make them anytime he needs to prepare the materials. Lee brought the enchantment rune close to the staff. The runes and the staff immediately resonated with each other. Should I enchant the Lorraine Mentor's family heirloom staff with Holy Light weapon magic? Yes! Wisps of golden holy light energy from the runes began to seep into the staff. 5 seconds later. Enchanting successful. Lee checked the staff's attributes again and found that it now had an enchantment effect. Holy Radiance, enchantment effect. When casting a skill, there is a 25% chance to trigger the Radiance effect, increasing your spell power by 100% for 6 seconds. Such a powerful effect! Lee's eyes widened. No wonder those high-level professionals go to great lengths to collect materials in the Tides of Flame, to craft holy light weapons, enchantments. He currently has 228 spell power, which increases the damage of Energy Star Ball by 22.8%. Once triggered, the damage is increased by an additional 22.8%, which is roughly equivalent to the base damage of the Energy Star Bullet skill level increasing by 2 levels. Lee was quite satisfied with his gains this time. Black Rock Valley Battlefield. Led by Catherine, the Knight recruits quickly wiped out all the ghouls. Lord Lee, thank you for your help to the Knights of Light. Catherine led the new recruits in saluting and thanking Lee. The boys and girls also recognized Lee as an adventurer from another world. They all showed expressions of curiosity. Liu stood behind Lee like a guard, attracting the most attention. The recruits who witnessed her killing Mars were filled with admiration. That's incredible. He killed that monster in just 2 moves. Catherine said. Lord Lee, let's return to the fortress first. Lee nodded. There was no notification on the career panel indicating that the 5th stage had appeared. This means that he needs to wait for other players to complete the 4th stage before he can continue progressing through the dungeon. The group began their return journey. On the road, Catherine recounted Lee and Liu's actions in the fortress to the new recruits. The new recruits were shocked. Their beloved commander was actually a traitor. It turned out that these 2 adventurers from another world were the ones who discovered Adino's true identity. The recruits looked on with gratitude, firmly memorizing Li's name and the 2 men's appearances. More than an hour later, as night fell, the group returned to Radiant Fortress. Lord Li, we have arranged accommodations for you. When Li arrived at the location with the quartermaster, he was stunned. The Knights of Glory actually found a druid subclass called Nature Envoy, and personally built him a standalone treehouse in the fortress. He promised that the treehouse would belong to him forever. I never imagined that while I'm still renting a cheap apartment in the real world, I'd already have a place to live in this game. Li found it interesting. The treehouse's exterior and interior design both suited his aesthetic preferences. The druids truly are children of Mother Nature. Their understanding of beauty is exceptional. The only thing that Li regretted was that the fortress didn't know about his relationship with Laiwei. They actually made 2 bedrooms. His room was decorated quite lavishly, but unfortunately the bed was too small. Dinner, then washing up. Good night, master. The Sword Saint's sister closed the door to the room. How could Li possibly sleep peacefully in his own room? He chuckled after seeing Laiwei turn off the lights. She tiptoed to the door of Liyue's room and gently pushed it open. Good sister, it really wasn't closed. Li followed the location of the bed from his memory and went there. The Sword Saint must have sensed all his movements. She's probably blushing as she looks at him now. I touched the edge of the bed. Li Yi's knees had just hit the mattress. Then, her long, strong legs hooked around her waist, and she was pulled away without any resistance, falling into the arms of the Sword Saint. Master is so mean. The Sword Saint's voice was charming and shy. Master, you can't go too far. The warm breath landed on Li Yi's face and neck, making him feel ticklish. Li chuckled and said, Don't worry, I'll put you into my summoning space in time. He reached out and cupped the Sword Saint's burning cheeks. He was about to lower his head. The room suddenly lit up. What are you doing? A familiar voice came from above. Li was startled. Look up. They discovered that the halfling Loli had appeared in the room at some point, holding a magic crystal lamp in her hand, her delicate little face full of anger. Li hurriedly climbed out of the arms of the Sword Saint. The two hurriedly put on their clothes. Liu blushed deeply. I had just turned off Sword Intent Perception, and in my confusion, I didn't even notice Philo's arrival. What brings you here, Lady Philo? After getting dressed, Li quickly calmed down. The little girl raised her eyebrows and said angrily, Human, you have such a fine house, why don't you invite Lady Philo to live here? Do you intend for Lady Philo to have her hair wet with dew every morning? She was very angry. Despicable humans, leaving themselves in the fortress while neglecting their own lives. Li reacted quickly. He immediately replied, Lord Philo, you've misunderstood. The treehouse has 2 rooms. The other one was actually prepared for you, and I was just about to come find you. The little girl's expression softened, and she asked suspiciously, Really? Li nodded hurriedly. Real. Since you've come all this way, Lady Philo, I'll take you to your room now. Then he led the little girl to his original room. Please stay here tonight. You can stay as long as you like in the future. Li smiled. The room is nice, I like it very much. The little girl looked around the room and looked satisfied. Then I won't disturb Lady Philo's rest any longer. After Li finished speaking, he was about to leave the room. Etc. The little girl suddenly stepped in front of Li. Chapter 63 The Little Girl's Warning. Chapter 63 The Little Loli's Warning. She leaned closer to Li, her round nose twitching slightly. Its nostrils flared, like a curious kitten, as it sniffed incessantly around Li Yi's upper body. They didn't even spare Li Yi's neck. Because they were too close. The scent of pine nuts and milk, along with a faint aroma of wheat, wafted from her. Li was still able to see the halfling Loli's body at such close range. Her long, glossy black hair floated in the air with her body, naturally fluffy, smooth, and thick. Despite her slender and petite figure, she possesses a graceful and curvaceous figure. Her face was delicate and petite, her sapphire-like eyes were clear and bright, and her skin was moist, smooth, and fair, like a porcelain doll. It makes you want to pinch it a few times. It must feel very soft, bouncy and smooth. So cute. In comparison, Li inexplicably felt a surge of pride, realizing just how tall and mighty he was. Speaking of which, Laiwei is 40 centimeters taller than him. I happen to be 40 centimeters taller than Philo. So, does the Sword Saint sister also see herself from this perspective? He muttered to himself. But the thought only flashed through my mind. The Sword Saint older sister dotes on him, indulging him in everything, so this little detail is nothing to worry about. Humph. I'm on the offensive. Human, what do you smell like? The little girl frowned. Odor? Lee was stunned. Philo interrupted their intimate moment. There was no saliva left on her body, so what kind of smell could she have? Holy light! It smells like holy light! The little girl suddenly raised her voice, her expression becoming serious. Human, you have become too deeply connected with the holy light. Lee asked curiously. Lord Philo, is there a problem? The little girl floated in the air, hands on her hips, and said seriously. Humans, the followers of the holy light, are too crazy. Extreme fanaticism and alienation are no different in a sense. Both are extremely terrible things. Lee suddenly realized. It was probably the effect of the title, Friend of the Holy Light, that made Philo mistakenly believe that she had embraced the holy light. The little girl seems to have some prejudice against holy light. After a brief encounter with Philo, Lee gained a general understanding of her personality. She's a little arrogant, but actually kind and easily fooled. Oh no, kind and naive. Therefore, Lee nodded in response to the little girl's kind reminder. Lord Philo is absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. I'll remember it. The little girl nodded in satisfaction, revealing an expression that showed she was a promising student. She reached out her small hand and patted Li Yi's shoulder, saying earnestly, Humans, remember this, justice is faith, while holy light is merely power. Li pondered for a moment, and found that what Xiao Baiga said made a lot of sense. He nodded in agreement. Lord Philo is right, I've got it. The little girl floated onto the bed, dispelled her mental energy, and let her body fall onto the soft quilt. She rolled around contentedly a few times, giggling happily, clearly very satisfied with the bed. Li Yewiner. Lord Philo, I won't disturb your rest any longer. The little girl suddenly asked. Wait, human, what's your name? Li. After muttering it a few times, she waved her hand and said, Lord Philo has noted it down. You may now leave. Li smiled and closed the door. After Li left, a blush appeared on the little girl's face. She had just passed by the treehouse and discovered that the owner was the human who had asked her to stay at the fortress. I rushed in a fit of anger, but now that I've calmed down, I can't help but feel a little ashamed. Although she looks like a human little girl, she is also very innocent. But her more than 300 years of life were enough for her to understand many things. Why do they all like big women? Even masters like that. The little girl was indignant. She recalled how absent-mindedly he had seemed when he spoke to her earlier, and inexplicably felt angry. Liu Yue's room. Li closed the door. After confirming that the door bolt was in place, I took off my clothes and crawled into bed. Late at night, Li released the Sword Saint's sister from the summoning space. You've controlled things quite well today. He praised it. The Sword Saint's face flushed red, and she gave a soft a languid voice. You're getting better at it. Li Yi's hands sank into Lai Yu's fluffy, soft hair, gently stroking it. Liu Yue's hair feels wonderful, very smooth. The two locked eyes. The Sword Saint's dreamy red eyes quickly filled with affection. The atmosphere heated up. Li Yi prepared to kiss him. The Sword Saint's sister turned her head away, and gently covered her red lips with her hand. Master, no. Li Yi gently removed her hand and said, It's all right. The next day, Li Yi was still sleeping soundly in the arms of the Sword Saint. After all, I went to bed quite late last night. A series of loud banging on the door woke him up. Human, how long are you going to sleep? Get up! Philo's angry voice came from outside the door. Li Yi looked irritable, his morning grumpiness returning. Fortunately, the Sword Saint's good morning kiss completely dispelled all my emotions. Get dressed, open the door. Philo floated in midair, with two iron hammers, one large and one small, floating to his left and right. She was knocking on the door with a small hammer. If Li lingered in bed any longer, the sledgehammer might fall. Human, the Knights of Light have been waiting for you outside for a long time. She glared at Laiwa with displeasure. The meaning is self-evident. Just spoil him. The Sword Saint older sister winked mischievously at the little girl. Actually, she heard the knocking in the morning, but she used her sword intent to block it so as not to disturb her master's sleep. In the living room, Catherine looked surprised when she saw Li Yi and Lai Yu walk out of the room at the same time. So this is what Lord Li Yi and the female swordsman's relationship is like. She gave a knightly salute, her expression solemn, and said, Lord Li Yi, the Scourge has launched a full-scale offensive against our front lines. The Holy Flame Knights have all been mobilized to support the northern, western, and southern fronts. The battle at the front is fierce, but a major problem has arisen at this critical juncture. She took a deep breath. All the Dark and Murloc tribes in the lake have been corrupted by the Scourge. They have wiped out the villages along the shore and are heading towards the fortress. The new recruits have built a temporary defensive line, but we are severely undermanned. We request your assistance. Li looked surprised. Lake Seine is located to the east and behind Glorious Fortress, far from the front lines of natural disasters, so it should be quite safe. Unexpectedly, the Scourge bypassed the Radiant Fortress and corrupted the rear. The stomach acid of the Darkfin Murlocs is extremely corrosive. After being corrupted by the Scourge, it can even pollute and wear down the Holy Light Barrier. If they break through to the fortress, even the thickest walls will be corroded. Catherine was very anxious. Li looked at the career panel. The last line of defense. Note, the Darkfin Murlocs, corrupted by the Scourge, are approaching the fortress. Please work with the new recruits of the Knights of Light to hold them off and prevent them from damaging the fortress before reinforcements arrive at the front. The 5th phase has finally begun. Li nodded and said, No problem, let's go. Before departure, he looked at the little girl and tentatively asked, Lady Philo, can you come and help? The little girl pouted. Although I don't want to get involved with the Knights of Glory. But she was still willing to do her part in fighting the Scourge. Lord Philo is being merciful today and will lend you a hand. Breakfast was eaten on the way. The group left the fortress and headed towards Lake Seine. Half an hour later, Li heard a very noisy, strange scream. We walked a little further ahead. He then saw vast swarms of dark-skinned fishmen, stretching as far as the eye could see, frantically charging at the makeshift defensive line. Chapter 64 Battlefield. Chapter 64 Battlefield. The new recruits of the Radiant Knights set up roadblocks at the lake mouth gorge and the mountains surrounding the lake. This is the only pass between Lake Seine and the Glorious Fortress. At least 400 chariots were supported by a massive holy light shield with a diameter of 5 meters, forming a defensive line that stretched for more than 2 kilometers. Using the tank shields for cover, the new recruits launched a counterattack against the Darkfin Fishmen. But there are just too many Darkfin Fishmen. At least 30 Murlocs blocked the front of each chariot, with a dense swarm of Murlocs swarming from behind. These fishmen are about 1.5 meters tall, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, a ferocious face, and an aura of darkness emanating from them. They are much larger than the Murlocs in regular dungeons. Each of them has a combat power level that surpasses that of a mini-boss in a normal 5-player dungeon. They pounced on the holy light shield, frantically biting and tearing at it, spewing out jet-black stomach acid that sizzled as it corroded the shield. The recruits looked nervous and were covered in sweat, but they managed to maintain coordination in an orderly manner during the operation. After each wave of Murlocs was killed, they would move their chariots back a few meters to prevent subsequent Murlocs from stepping over the corpses to cross the light shield. Li Yi's expression changed slightly, and his breathing became slightly labored. Aside from movies, this was the first time he had ever seen such a large-scale war scene. There are at least 30,000 to 40,000 Darkfin fishmen who have come ashore in Hookah Gorge. Behind them, a continuous stream of fishmen crawled out of the lake, a dark mass that sent chills down one's spine. In a normal Abyss Ascension challenge, this stage involves level 10 to 1 professionals forming a team to assist the Radiant Knight in combat. Moreover, before participating in the promotion, Tier 1 professionals need to undergo a long period of special training before they dare to enter the Abyss dungeon. In almost every country around the world, new professionals typically receive promotions within 6 months of entering university. There are almost no people like Li Yi who come in alone to participate in the promotion, because it's too dangerous to do it alone. Unlike regular dungeons, Abyss dungeons do not have dynamic adjustments based on level. Even if Li Yi were alone, he would still need to face the challenges of each stage completely. The scale of the war will not be weakened by the fact that he is the only professional. Lord Li Yi, we need to provide immediate support to the new recruits. Catherine looked anxious. Good. Lee nodded. Follow Catherine to the back of the chariot. For the holy light! Catherine roared, her whole body shimmering with golden light, and golden wings of holy power appeared on her back. She leaped onto the top of the chariot and slashed a merman who was trying to climb over with her sword. The merman was attacked and fell to the ground, but it roared and got back up. A gaping wound was cut into its chest, from which black blood oozed out. But the merman seemed oblivious to the pain and continued charging forward. Lee cast, Summon Light Forged Guardian, repeatedly, displaying the summoning circle among the murlocs. To ensure he had enough mana to cast Energy Shot, he only summoned 7 Light Forged Guardians. However, the Light Forged Guardian had barely shown itself when it was overwhelmed by the frenzied murlocs and bitten into pieces. Lee was helpless. They had no choice but to abandon summoning the Light Forged Guardians and instead attack with energy stars. In the instance, and there is only one other player of that class around. Without any hesitation, Lee transformed into a magical turret. The level 20 energy star bullet was quite effective, forcing the murlocs to retreat repeatedly. Although a single energy star bomb cannot cause fatal damage, its sheer number makes it impossible to kill. He also has 15% spell penetration. Friend of the Light grants an additional 30% damage. Basically, a dozen or so shots are enough to kill a murloc. Keep in mind that this is a monster equivalent to a 5-player mini-dungeon boss, yet it could only withstand a dozen or so of his energy star bullets. If you're lucky enough to trigger both a critical strike and the Holy Radiance enchantment effect at the same time, you can even instantly kill the murloc in 2 or 3 hits. Fierce Moon! Lee sipped lightly. The Sword Saint nodded and drew her long sword. Use Gale Step to jump over the chariot and crash into the swarm of fish. The sword flashed. The blazing moon was like a tiger among rabbits, leaving limbs flying wherever it went. Each murloc can only block one of her sword strikes. You have killed the Darkfin Murloc Diver. You have killed the Darkfin Murloc Wavebreaker. You have killed the Darkfin Murloc Scavenger. Less than 10 seconds. A clearing had been cleared in front of Li Yi's chariot. In the air, Philo also made a move. She flew above the fishmen and summoned 3 square iron hammers, each half a meter on each side, which then circled around her. Bang, bang, bang. The little girl crossed her arms and looked completely at ease. One by one, the mermen were struck by her iron hammer, their bones shattered, their bodies deformed, and they were sent flying backward, dead beyond any hope of survival. Its efficiency was even higher than that of Laiwe. This made Li Yi glance at him sideways. Is this what a telekinetic master is like? That little girl is pretty fierce. Commander Catherine, we're almost out of holy energy stones. A new recruit of the Radiant Knights, looking panicked, shouted at Catherine. Catherine's expression changed drastically. How come it's used up so quickly? The only reason we can hold off the murlocs is thanks to the holy light shield of the war chariot. If the shield fails, the murloc army will instantly overwhelm everyone and storm the fortress. The murloc stomach acid is too corrosive, increasing the shield's consumption rate several times over. The recruit looked flustered. The remaining holy energy stones can only last for another half hour at most. The other recruits also showed fear upon hearing this. Everyone knows the answer. Once this line of defense is breached, this is the fate that everyone will face. Catherine slashed a merman away. Look at the female swordsman and the halfling who are wreaking havoc among the fish. Although the two were invincible, there were simply too many merfolk, and they would eventually run out of strength. The two of them alone could not turn the tide of the battle. What to do? Catherine gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute. The fortress must not be lost. Even at the cost of their lives, they would persevere until their comrades on the front lines returned to provide support. She was prepared to make a sacrifice. Commander Catherine! A murloc spellcaster has appeared! Catherine's expression changed drastically, and she looked up. 50 meters away, a group of murloc mages appeared, each wielding a staff. It's over! Catherine felt a chill run down her spine. Holy Light Shield can withstand Darkfin Murloc melee attacks, but it's useless against ranged mages. The opponent's ranged spells can bypass the shields and damage the recruits. Once casualties begin, the front lines will collapse even faster. Laiwe and Philo also noticed this. The two of them shouted in unison and charged towards the merman mage. The first wave of more than 10 mages were all killed by the two. But when I looked up, more mages, mixed in with the Murloc army, charged toward the front lines from afar. The two felt a chill in their hearts, and could only try to kill as many Murloc mages as possible. The number of Merman mages was growing rapidly, reaching 400 or 500. Without hesitation, Liwa turned and retreated. Protecting her owner's safety is her most important task now. My mana is empty again. Li breathed slightly, waiting for his mana to recover. He also noticed the changes in the battlefield situation. He couldn't help but frown, feeling worried. Will I fail in the 5th stage of my Abyss challenge? Just then, two pleasant voices rang in his ears. Chapter 65, Mass Production of Troops. Chapter 65, Mass Production of Troops. Two buff statuses subsequently appeared on the class panel. One is the Song of the Spirit, by a wandering poet. The other is the Holy Hymns, class under the Chanter profession category within the Priest's profession class. Both buff skills can increase the speed at which mana regenerates. Moreover, the buff effect is clearly more powerful than the buffs provided by professionals. Li Yi's mana value immediately and rapidly increased in a way that was visible to the naked eye. His eyes suddenly lit up. A bold idea popped into my head. Are there any natural healers? Li stood up and shouted. Natural healer is a healing profession under the druid class. I am. An elven boy raised his hand. Give me natural vitality. Without hesitation, the elf man raised his hand and released the green energy that landed on Li. Li immediately felt as if he had eaten dozens of mints at the same time. His whole body felt cool and comfortable, and his pores opened up. Natural vitality can enhance bodily functions, thereby strengthening the restorative effects of Song of the Spirit and Divine Hymn. Do you have a blessed night? And another dawn blessing? The words were spoken. A blessed knight opened the scripture, his hand hovering in midair above it. With his prayer, a ring of blessing flew to the top of Li Yi's head. The effect of Dawn's blessing is to increase the effectiveness of all buffs by 20%. The Knight Recruit's blessing effect is stronger, increasing the effect by 35%. With the addition of Natural Vitality and Dawn Blessing. In addition, Li Yi's base mana recovery speed, which is already as high as 181 points, increases several times over on top of the two buffs. 50% of your mana is instantly replenished. You four, keep the buffs on me flowing. I have a way to stop the Murlocs. Li gave instructions. The four new recruits nodded in unison. Li Yi's eyes gleamed as he took a deep breath. Then, start unleashing the Summon Lightforged Guardians skill like crazy. On the ground beside him, countless summoning arrays lit up, and 2-meter-tall Lightcast Guardians appeared. Less than a minute, more than 500 Lightforged Guardians appeared all around. Li looked extremely excited. As long as he has enough mana, he can produce an unlimited number of troops. The four new recruits stared wide-eyed. I stared in disbelief at the scene before me. Wow, so many summoned creatures. On the chariot, Catherine heard a gasp behind her. She turned around, paused for a moment, and then burst into joy. She had personally witnessed Li Yi's summoned creatures fighting when she and Li Yi were guarding the outpost. Both its defense and attack power are quite good. I never expected that Lord Li Yi would be able to conduct such a large-scale summoning. She always thought the strong one was the female swordsman. Only now did she realize that Lord Li Yi was also so powerful. No wonder such a powerful female swordsman would fall for him. Could there be more? Catherine looked at Li Yi hopefully. If we could have 10,000 of these summoned creatures, we could definitely hold out until reinforcements arrived at the front lines. Soon. Other recruits along the front lines also noticed the rapidly increasing number of Lightforged Guardians. Their morale was immediately boosted. Owner! The sword's Saint Sister landed next to Li Yi. Philo also flew back. The little girl looked shocked. Is Li a summoner? So many summoned creatures. Does he possess the ability to summon infinitely? Human, you're pretty good. The little girl took a deep breath and, unusually, offered a compliment. She saw that there was no place for the Lightforged Guardians to stand around Li Yi. He immediately used his telekinetic power to lift Li Yi and the four new recruits into the air, and place them in an open area. Time passed second by second. The chariot's holy shield was already teetering on the brink of collapse under the Murloc mage's spell bombardment. Many new recruits were injured and rendered unable to fight. Behind the front lines, thousands upon thousands of light-forged guardians illuminated the land, a stark contrast to the dark, swarming Darkfin Murlocs on the other side of the battle line. 20 minutes later, more than 10,000 light-forged guardians were summoned by Li. Each light-forged guardian receives an order to kill the Murlocs upon being summoned. "Catherine, retreat!" Li shouted. Catherine immediately directed the recruits to retreat in an orderly manner. An opening was left during the retreat. All the light-forged guardians stepped forward and charged towards the Murloc army. Boom, boom, boom. Even the earth began to tremble. Two large armies, one black and one white, collided. The Darkfin Murloc crumbled almost instantly under the powerful impact of the light-forged guardian, leaving a gash in its body. The light-forged guardian is less powerful and faster than the Murloc. However, it is not inferior in size, strength, and defense. The two sides fought fiercely, resulting in a stalemate. The fishmen keep coming in. Li was also continuously providing support at a rate of 500 light-forged guardians per minute. In a short time, the Murloc's offensive was firmly blocked by the light-forged guardians. Catherine was overwhelmed with emotion, her face flushed with excitement. The crisis has not only been resolved, but we can even launch a counterattack. Knights! Catherine raised her long sword. More than 2,000 new recruits turned their attention to this scene, their morale soaring. Attack! Catherine took the lead and charged ahead. The new recruits behind them followed with fierce fighting spirit. They were like a sharp knife cutting into the battlefield. The Murloc army was immediately slaughtered. The battle lines had begun to slowly retreat. Northern Front. A team of 30 professionals is assisting two Holy Flame Knights in besieging a cataclysmic mammoth, which is 6 meters tall and 10 meters long. Suddenly, a Scourge Mage appeared above the mammoth. Zoltan, the plans behind Glorious Fortress have encountered a setback, and we need your support. The monk began casting a spell as he spoke. A massive black portal appeared behind the cataclysmic mammoth. Roar! Zoltan roared and swung his spear, forcing back two Holy Flame Knights, then turned and charged toward the teleportation array. Stop him! The Holy Flame Knight roared and unleashed its strongest attack. Unfortunately, it was too late. The attack passed through the dissipating portal, blasting two large craters in the ground. Find his location! The Holy Flame Knight immediately sent a message to the command post observing the battlefield from the rear. The command post, aware of the seriousness of the situation, immediately dispatched personnel to search for and locate the Mammoth Men, the natural disaster. What? The boss is missing? Mission not completed! What about our progress in Phase 5? The professionals were dumbfounded. The quest prompts you to defeat Zoltan, the Frost Spear. Zoltan has run away, but there's no notification that the mission is complete. So they fought for nothing all day. The biggest problem is that we're stuck here now. You won't get the reward if you don't complete the task. After nearly 2 days of exhausting work, it all came to nothing. Everyone was heartbroken and completely drained. Not just their team. All teams in the Tides of Flame, Abyss Dungeon have had their bosses vanish from the battlefield via portals. Lake Sane. The Darkfin Murloc army suffered repeated defeats. Catherine was about to press her advantage. Sudden. The bodies of the Murloc mages on the shore exploded without warning. One by one, black teleportation markers floated in the air. Chapter 66 The Chosen of Holy Light. Chapter 66 The Chosen One of Holy Light. Immediately following, teleportation portals appeared out of thin air next to the beacon. Catherine and all the new recruits stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide with horror. Teleportation beacons were actually placed inside the bodies of those Murloc mages. Retreat immediately! Catherine roared. Awoo! A long, melodious whistle rang out. A terrifyingly large creature was the first to rush out of the portal. Catherine recognized the monster. His face turned deathly pale instantly. Natural disaster, Mammoth Man. A Tier 5 calamity monster. Only the Holy Flame Knights can contend with beings of this rank. But now all the Holy Flame Knights are on the front lines. Then, cataclysmic corpse demon, death speaker mage, horrible giant, stitched fell beast. 13 terrifying monstrous creatures emerged from the portal. Catherine's eyes were filled with despair. A single scourge mammoth could wipe out all the new recruits and sweep all the way to the fortress. But now there are 13. The Death Speaker's skull looked at the recruit, and the soul of fire in its eye sockets flickered. Human insect trying to escape? It sneered and stretched out its skeletal hand, waving it lightly. A towering ice wall, 5 zhang high and several hundred meters long, suddenly rose behind Li Yi, blocking everyone's retreat. Immediately afterwards, the temperature around us plummeted. In the sky, thousands upon thousands of ice cones coalesced and took shape. The sharp tip is facing down. The Death Whisperer laughs wildly. Everyone must die! Even the holy light can't save you! The calamity-inducing mammoth then launched its charge. Wherever they went, both the Murlocs and the Light-Forged guards were crushed to pieces by its terrifying power. Humans, we can't stay here! I'm leading you to escape! Philo looked tense as she flew above Li Yi and took out a huge metal shield, placing it on her head. Need not! Li Yi remained calm. Based on those 2 spells from the Death Speaker alone, he knew he couldn't escape. The difference in rank and grade is too great. The little girl immediately panicked. 13 high-ranking natural disaster monsters! If we don't run now, our lives are in danger! Li then took out the arcane warning beacon that Kashujman had given him. The little girl's gaze fell on the road sign. His expression was one of surprise. Activate road beacon? Yes. The arcane warning beacon lit up. The other party. After a brief period of despair, Catherine's eyes rekindled with the fury of battle. Cheer up, everyone! We are children of the holy light, and we must fight to the last moment. Her body shone with holy light once more. Inspired by her, the other recruits also picked up their weapons. Charge! Catherine roared. He led the new recruits and resolutely charged towards the calamity of the mammoths. The 2 sides are getting closer and closer. And the giant ice cone in the sky has completely taken shape. Just then, one after another, blue-purple arcane portals appeared out of thin air. Roar! The roars of ferocious beasts echoed across the battlefield. A giant white leopard leaped out of the portal and pounced on the calamity mammoth. It is the druid class, wilderness shapeshifter. The 2 giant beasts immediately engaged in fierce combat. At the same time, a 3-meter-tall minotaur wearing a feathered cloak jumped out of the portal. It raised its hands high and chanted a spell. In an instant, a fierce wind arose and swept into the sky. All the icicles were cut into pieces by the wind. The druid class, Windcaller. The 2 druids who appeared first resolved the crisis for everyone. Immediately, one by one, holy flame knights rushed out of the portal. A full 20. Upon seeing the ground littered with murloc corpses and stone fragments, as well as tens of thousands of light-forged guardians, everyone immediately guessed what had happened. All the holy flame knights were enraged. That despicable monster is trying to launch a sneak attack from within. Fortunately, Lord Li intervened and resolved the crisis. Otherwise, Glorious Fortress will suffer an unprecedented disaster. That's impossible! How did they locate us so quickly? The Death Speaker Mage's soul fire flickered wildly, revealing its inner turmoil. No one answered it. Because the Holy Flame Knights have already launched their attack. Escape! With the offensive and defensive positions reversed and the monsters positioned behind enemy lines, they lost their will to fight and turned to flee. They came in full force, but slunk away in disgrace. The Holy Flame Knights were enraged, and 16 of them gave chase. The remaining 4 surrounded and ganged up on the mammoth. 1 minute later, the scourged mammoths were ganged up on and killed by the Holy Flame Knights. A notification also appeared on Li Yi's career panel. Phase 5, the last line of defense. Completed. Rating, perfect. Lord Li Yi! In the sky, Grand Lord Mutilini and Kasajaman arrived together. Lord Li Yi, thank you for saving Glory Fortress. I don't know how to repay such a great favor. Kashujaman was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He already knew the whole story. Unexpectedly, the scourge bypassed the Radiant Keep and corrupted the Murlocs of Lake Sing. If it weren't for Lord Li using his summoned beasts to resist the corrupted Murlocs, Radiant Fortress would have already fallen. He couldn't imagine the devastating blow the Knights of Light would suffer if this had actually happened. Li smiled and said, "Commander Kashujman, it is my honor to be able to help the Knights of Light." That's what they say. But he felt a strange unease in his heart. The Tide of Flames, Abyss dungeon is completely different from the regular dungeons he had cleared before. Although the friendly creatures here are defined as NPCs by the professionals, they are too real. Li didn't feel like he was dealing with a tool at all. What made him most uneasy was the arcane beacon that Kashujman had given him. This item changed the entire battle and altered the final outcome of his trial. According to his understanding, the key moments for clearing such a massive dungeon are unlikely to be determined by a single item used by a professional player. Moreover, the difficulty of the 5th stage is clearly far beyond what a level 1 professional can handle. I thought about it for a moment but couldn't figure it out. Li stopped thinking about it. This promotion trial is finally complete. After the trial rewards are settled upon exiting the dungeon, and you obtain the advancement source crystal to advance to the 2nd tier, you can continue to level up. Lord Li, in order to repay your kindness, we are prepared to pray for the Holy Light to bless you. Please accept this gift from the Holy Light, Kashujman said with a devout gaze. Li nodded and said, "Okay." Upon hearing this, Philo opened her mouth, but after glancing at Mutarani and Kashujman, she could only shut her mouth in frustration. The two leaders of the Radiant Knights began to pray. A moment later, a pure holy light descended from the sky and landed on Li's body. Your friend of the light has been replaced by the chosen one of the light. Chosen one of the holy light title. Quality, crown. Equipment effects 1. Movement speed plus 30%. 2. Damage dealt to evil creatures plus 50%. 3. Holy buffs increased by 50%. Class specific, Holy Light Blessing, Summoner. Blessing of Holy Light. All summoner skills level plus 5. Initial summoned creature gains light forged. Note: you have gained the favor of the Holy Light, and your reputation is widespread within the Order faction. Chapter 67A Great Harvest. Chapter 67A Great Harvest. So impressive. Li Yi's breathing became slightly sluggish. Regardless of whether the Holy Light is good or bad, they are really generous with their rewards. The initial summoned creatures gain light forged, which is clearly another buff to light forged guardians. He looked at his career panel. Movement speed, 192.5%. Active skills, Energy Starball, level 23, Summon Lightforged Warrior, level 6, Disciplinary Whip, level 6. Passive skill, The Charioteer's Inspiration, level 6. Really? The skill name has changed again. The Lightforged Guardian has been transformed into the Lightforged Warrior. As can be seen from its name, the Stone Golem has seen a leap in combat power. He currently has 3 active skills and 1 passive skill. A plus 5 to all skill levels equals 20 skill points. Excluding the possibility of gaining extra skill points, you would need to level up 20 times to get this amount. Li pondered. If the Holy Light can keep giving him eggs, it seems like there's nothing wrong with following faith. Lord Li, I would like to confer upon you the title of Honorary Lord of the Senate Territory, and I hope you will accept it. Grand Lord Mutarani's eyes were filled with hope. Senate Territory is the front line in the western border of the Kingdom of Lorne against the Scourge. It is also the headquarters of the Knights of Light. Li chuckled and said, I accept. Who would complain about having too many rewards? The title of Honorary Lord sounds much more sophisticated than Honorary Citizen. Mutarani handed Li a gleaming gold medal bearing the insignia of the Senate collar. Honorary Lord of Sane, decorative item. Quality, none. Effective wearing, the people of Senna, we hear your voice. Note, may the light of glory always shine upon me. Medals are classified as decorative items, so there is no limit to the number you can equip them. Li put the medal on his body. High Lord Mutarani and Kashujman sincerely said, Lord Li, may the Holy Light forever protect you! The two knew that these adventurers from another world would soon be returning to their original world. They've gotten used to it over the decades. Li returned the gift. After the two left, Philo looked at Li with a complicated expression. The little girl sighed softly. Human, your connection with the Holy Light is growing ever stronger. Lee asked curiously. Does Lord Philo dislike holy light? The little girl slowly shook her head. It's not that I dislike it, it's mainly that our philosophies don't align. Perhaps the nature of the holy light is good, but the major churches that believe in the holy light have too many rules, even to the point of being rigid, which inevitably leads to rejection by races that admire nature and freedom. After thinking for a moment, Lee removed the title of Chosen One of the Holy Light, and smiled. Lord Philo, does the scent of holy light still linger? The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief. The aura of holy light emanating from Lee inexplicably vanished. She curiously leaned closer to Lee and took a sniff. As expected, it disappeared. Human, what have you done? Lee chuckled and said. From now on, I will hide the aura of holy light in front of Lord Philo. The little girl became happy, her jewel-like eyes sparkling. She floated to Lee's side, patted his head with her small hand, and let out a silvery laugh. Human, you're quite perceptive. Lord Philo senses your goodwill. From now on, if you ask Lord Philo to forge equipment, I'll give you a 50% discount. Lee's eyes brightened slightly. Then thank you, Lady Philo. The little girl crafting equipment isn't free, she needs to pay with gold coins or energy source crystals. Energy source crystals are a crafting material produced in Tier 2 dungeons and can also be used to restore mana or repair equipment durability. Energy crystals with special attributes can also be used to enhance skill effects when casting spells. Energy source crystals are also an important equivalent for high-level professionals in transactions. Having completed his advancement trial, Lee was ready to leave the Tide of Flames. Before leaving, he gave all the snacks in the package to Philo. While the little girl was happy, she felt reluctant to part with Lee when she heard that he was leaving. This human approached her to craft equipment. But that's all there is to it. After a brief period of getting to know each other, she could sense that the other person had no prejudice against halflings. It did not possess the cunning intentions of other humans. During her travels, she was often tricked into working for free. Human, you must keep your promise and return in 3 days. Philo followed behind Lee, repeatedly giving him instructions. Don't worry, I'll be back on time. Lee smiled and reassured her, then walked into the dungeon portal with the Sword Saint. I opened my eyes again. We are already living in the present world. The Flame Tide, Abyss Dungeon Challenge is complete. You have obtained 20 promotion source crystals. You have gained 5 skill points. You have obtained 100 Holy Light runestones. Your level has increased to 11. You have unlocked the second badge slot. You have unlocked the second title slot. You have obtained the Abyss Warrior badge. You have earned the title of Lord of War. Upon seeing the notification, Lee's pupils constricted slightly. The second badge slot and title slot are only unlocked with a small probability after reaching Tier 6. I unlocked it ahead of time? Sure enough, a second badge and title slot appeared on the job panel. He then looked at the effects of the newly acquired title. Lord of War title. Quality, Crown. Equipment effects, 1. Critical strike chance plus 20% 2. Vision plus 100% 3. All buffs increased by 20%. Aura effects, 1. All allies plus 5% critical hit chance. 2. All allies plus 10% resistance. 3. All allies plus 10% tenacity. Class specific, Battlefield Domination, Summoner. Battlefield Domination, summons gain the Berserk buff upon entering combat, increasing attack power, attack speed, defense, and movement speed by 25%. Note, the victory in this war will be written by you. We can see the results. Lee's blood flow accelerated instantly. That's incredibly powerful. This title even has an extremely rare halo effect. The equipment provides a 20% critical strike chance bonus, and also grants a 5% aura bonus. This is an incredibly valuable critical strike attribute. I actually gained 25% of it all at once. Lee was so happy he almost fainted. There are also profession-specific effects, and even the Blazing Moon class can enjoy the bonus. Now look at the badge. Abyss Warrior badge. Quality, Crown. Physical defense plus 10%. Magic defense plus 10%. Ballistic velocity plus 10%. Movement speed plus 10%. Spell penetration plus 10%. Range plus 10%. Toughness plus 10%. Dodge plus 10%. Note: the abyss cannot stop your advance. Li gasped. I was almost blinded by the effect of the Abyss Warrior badge. This added almost every single secondary attribute. Li equipped the badge and title. Looking at the various stats on my panel, they were simply outrageously impressive. It's unbelievable that this is just the stats of a level 11 summoner. This trip to the Abyss trial was incredibly rewarding. Once obtained, the Ascension Source Crystal will automatically integrate into the body. Li discovered that he gained 20 free attribute points after leveling up to level 11. From now on, he will also receive 20 points per level, double the previous amount. Li added all his attribute points to his constitution. At the same time, the second evolutionary stone lay quietly in the package. Chapter 68 Sword Saint Sister, please maintain your Grandmaster dignity. Chapter 68 Sword Saint Sister, please maintain your Grandmaster dignity. Master, I think I've gotten stronger again. Laiwa blinked curiously. Li understood that this was because Lai Yu had sensed the buffs brought by the King of War aura effect. You can become even stronger in no time. He grabbed the smooth hand of the Sword Saint older sister and eagerly went to the hotel, where they booked the best room. Get ready to evolve again. Li took out the evolution stone. This time, Laiwa no longer resists evolution. They even look forward to the arrival of evolution. Because of the rank increase brought about by evolution, she has a stronger ability to suppress her reproductive instincts. The Sword Saint immediately closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Li placed the evolutionary stone on her forehead. The sacred stone emitted a pure white light, which merged into the forehead of the blazing moon. Radiant Moon Kalogas is evolving. 10 minutes later, a familiar message popped up on the panel. Laiwa Kalogas has successfully evolved. Li looked at Lai Yu's panel. The main changes are in the skills. This time, 2 more skills have been added. They are Berserker Sword Technique, Break, and Berserker Sword Technique, Calamity. The Sword Saint is already strong enough. Therefore, Li didn't care about the 2 new skills. What he cares about most is... Laiwa slowly opened her eyes. Li looked at her expectantly. How are you feeling? The Sword Saint elder sister's eyes dimmed, and she slowly shook her head. It's alright, my constitution stats will rise quickly, and I can get back to level 16. Li suppressed the slight disappointment in his heart, and offered words of comfort. But to everyone's surprise, the Sword Saint's eyes suddenly flashed with a cunning look. Before Li could react, he was pulled into a warm embrace by long legs. What followed was the Sword Saint sister's incredibly passionate outpouring of emotion. An hour later, Li ruffled the Sword Saint's fluffy hair, pinched her cheek, and pretended to be angry, saying, Well, how dare you tease your master? Laiwa nuzzled her head against his cheek, then nestled her face against his neck, taking a deep breath, her voice languid and alluring. I won't do it again next time. Li looked pleased. After this evolution, Laiwa no longer needs to be stored in the summoning space. Unfortunately, he still couldn't break through the defense. Fortunately, the Sword Saint older sister spoils him so much that she perfectly fulfills any request he makes. Master, I want to evolve again. Laiwa gently bit Li's lip. Li gently ruffled her hair and smiled reassuringly. Almost there, almost there. The Sword Saint's breathing quickened, and her body temperature rose. Li sat up and helped her up. It's my turn! The Sword Saint sister's face was flushed. Nod slightly. Li Yi's eyes lit up when he thought of Lai Yu's extremely sharp and imposing Grandmaster aura when the evolution was successful. In the past, whenever Lai Yu was moved by emotion and felt shy, her grandmasterly demeanor would disappear. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he tentatively asked, Can you maintain the dignity of a grandmaster at all times? Lai Yu was somewhat puzzled. Li had no choice but to explain it to her in detail. The Sword Saint's sister blushed deeply. The owner is so mean. But she would unconditionally fulfill all of her master's requests, so she naturally agreed. The Sword Saint's sister is indeed clever. She had even put on her battle uniform. Lai Yu stood there, sword in hand, his expression cold and aloof, exuding the unmistakable majesty of a grandmaster. Even he, the master, was stunned. Li clapped his hands in surprise. Yes, that's it, hold on. The Sword Saint elder sister glared at her coldly. the long sword thrust forward, pointing at Li Yi's nose. She slightly raised her head, her eyes sharp as blades, her expression arrogant. "Who dares to offend the Sword Saint's might?" Li Yi's expression was solemn. He reached out and pinched the sword tip between two fingers, then sneered. "Sword Saint Laiwe, I've heard of your unparalleled swordsmanship. I am but a humble swordsman, and I have created my own fencing technique. I have come here specifically to learn from you." Then, the female swordswoman's long sword was easily knocked away, and she was completely defeated by the junior. "Your acting is really good." Li pinched the cheek of the Sword Saint older sister in his arms. "I want to play too." Lai Yu's eyes sparkled, and her tone became unusually sweet and innocent. Li was stunned. "What are you playing?" The Sword Saint sister broke free from her master's embrace and stood up. She stretched out her incredibly long legs and stepped on Li Yi's chest. "The story of a brave female swordswoman defeating her evil master. Severely increase your physique." Night. Looking at Laiwa sleeping soundly in his arms, Li gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Unexpectedly, the Sword Saint's sister only needed to make a slight move to defeat him completely. "Once my physique improves, I will definitely avenge this humiliation and uphold my master's dignity." The next day, he arrived at the Extraordinary Professions Trading Center of the Flame Wave Base. Find and purchase the crafting materials for Windrunner's Blessing, Belt, and Newbie Summoner's Nightmare, Staff. The materials for Tier 2 and Tier 3 equipment can generally be purchased directly. But the prices are not cheap. He didn't act immediately, but instead chose to first understand the prices of all the materials. Finally, he discovered that he only had enough money to buy the materials for the Windrunner's Blessing Belt. So expensive! Li felt a pang of regret. No wonder the Windrunner's Blessing has such powerful attributes. It uses only extremely rare materials. For example, the magic pattern silk is not a material produced from dungeons. Instead, it is made from the silk spun by the extraordinary creature, Magic Horned Silkworm, which undergoes a complex process to become magic silk, and is then manufactured by the textile sub-professional. One unit can only be produced every 10 days, and it is priced at 150,000. The Blessing of the Windrunner requires a total of 10 copies. Of course, the reason why magic silk is so expensive is that it is a material with no level requirement, and high-level equipment also needs to use it. Li was very fortunate that he obtained the core material for his equipment, Wings of Gale, directly from the dungeon. This thing actually sells for 100,000 yuan apiece. Other items, such as those for strengthening muscles, are also not cheap. After purchasing all the materials, the total cost was 1.7 million. He estimated the cost of the Nightmare of the Novice Summoner, Staff, and excluding the core material, Eye of the Nightmare, the cost of the other materials was around 12 million. While learning about the manufacturing materials, Li also discovered a phenomenon. That is, epic quality materials before level 40 are ridiculously expensive. On the contrary, the price is even cheaper after level 40. Make money! Make money! Li sent Shinnanshin the attributes of a mythical, light sword that he had seen at Philo's place. Goblin Slayer, light sword. Quality, myth, pink. Strength plus 200. Constitution plus 70. Agility plus 30. Level requirement, 11. Equipment effects, 1. Armor penetration plus 17% 2. Cooldown reduction plus 12% 3. Attack speed plus 10%. Class-specific item 1, skill points plus 5, limited to warrior, knight, and swordsman classes. Class-specific skill 2, Goblin Slayer's Fury, passive skill. Goblin Slayer's Fury. For each goblin killed, weapons total attributes increase by 10%, stacking up to 10 times, lasting for 10 hours, with a 10-hour cooldown. Note: find them, kill them all. The Dark Forest. Thunderstorm Legion Base. Shinnanshin's team members have successfully cleared all 3 instances of Sun-Shielding Heights. After the instructional videos were released, they successfully attracted a large number of trainees to Yunlin City. Shinnanshin held the Chongfeng sword, feeling a surge of emotion. This sword gave him combat power comparable to an S-class professional, which enabled him to successfully clear each dungeon and achieve outstanding results. It can be said that the foundation of the entire Thunderclap Legion was forged by this sword. Shen Nanqing exclaimed. This sword could definitely be passed down as a family heirloom. Even when weapon skills are used at higher levels, the percentage bonus effect will decrease. However, it can play a significant role at least before advancing to the third tier at level 20. Suddenly, Shen Nanqing's personal cell phone rang. Upon looking at the letter, it was from Li Yi. He hurriedly opened the message, afraid of being too slow. What? Shen Nanqing jumped up from the sofa. He stared at his phone screen, his eyes wide open, his expression extremely exaggerated. Chapter 69 Investment and Shareholding. Chapter 69 Investing in God mythology. Shen Nanqing's voice trembled as he spoke. Lin Mani's expression changed, and she quickly walked to Shen Nanqing's side. Upon seeing the message from Li Yi, she was visibly shaken. Mythical level? Mythical weapons that can be equipped at level 11? How is that possible? Auntie, I remember, there haven't been any tier 2 mythic equipment in history, right? Shen Nanqing swallowed hard. Lin Mani took a deep breath and shook her head stiffly. Never happened before. Mythical equipment is obtained from the Abyss, the Ghost Realm, and the Netherworld after level 60. The difficulty of obtaining it is hellish. Mythical is the highest known equipment tier. Of all the mythical equipment items in the world, a total of 199 have had their information disclosed. Among them, there are 32 weapon parts. The last time a mythical item appeared was 3 years ago, when the military of the Kingdom of Kasang in the Mayan continent obtained a level 62 ring after eliminating a strange domain. It was even featured on CCTV news in China at the time. As the first mythical equipment in the history of the Kingdom of Kasang, they even designated the day they obtained the equipment as a public holiday, called the Day of Divine Blessing, symbolizing the blessing of the gods and bringing hope for the rise of the Kingdom of Kasang. This demonstrates just how precious mythical equipment is. Auntie, we have to get this equipment no matter what. A fanatical light appeared in Shen Nanqing's eyes. He is a B-rank class, weapon warrior. Passive skills can provide additional buffs from weapons and equipment. The higher the weapon's grade, the greater the bonus. The legendary weapon allows him to possess combat power comparable to that of an S-class profession. The benefits provided by mythical equipment are absolutely comparable to those of rare or even hidden classes. The reason he left to run his own battle group and start his own business was because his professional rank was too low, and he was expelled from the course circle by his family. Although the Thunderstorm battle group has gained considerable influence and attracted some attention from the family, it is still a significant factor in their success. However, it is still considered to be just a fleeting phenomenon with little future potential. The family's focus of training remains on his half-brother, who has awakened an S-rank profession, and several other high-ranking cousins. There were no resources allocated to him. In fact, all the funding for his current Thunderstorm battle group comes from the support of his mother and uncle. The father did not approve of him, and even disliked his youngest son. From the moment he was predicted at the age of 15 to be unable to awaken a profession beyond B rank, he has never experienced fatherly love. With this mythical equipment, he will surely be able to surpass all his peers in the family. No. It includes all peers except for the members of the Alien Girl battle group. He wanted to show the Shen family that he could achieve great things without relying on them. Even surpass the Shen family. Don't let anyone know this except you and me, including your mother and uncle, Shen Nanqing said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Mani raised an eyebrow slightly. My older sister is soft-hearted and lacks assertiveness. The older brother is too impulsive, and both of them lack cunning, so there is a possibility that information could be leaked. Once the news of the mythical equipment is leaked, she and Shen Nanqing will not be able to keep it. Shen Nanqing has a cousin who is an S-rank professional, swift swordsman, and can also use a sword. Expecting Shen Tianwei to protect Shen Nanqing? Given my brother-in-law's consistent prioritization of family interests, he'll probably be the first to jump out and snatch it. Lin Mani looked pleased. My nephew's ambitions are growing bigger and bigger, that's a good thing. She smiled and said, Okay, I'm going to find my brother and old Deng to farm gold coins right now. I never expected that the members of the Alien Girl battle group would advance in rank so quietly. Lin Mani's eyes flickered. To obtain level 11 mythic equipment, you naturally need to be at the corresponding level. I just don't know which abyss dungeon the Alien Girl battle group advanced through. However, judging from the results, the advancement effect of the alien girl battle group is quite good. They didn't bet on the wrong horse. Shenanxing was not surprised that Li was able to advance. He had great confidence in the alien girl battle group. Hey, Brotherly sent a lot of crafting materials. Upon hearing this, Lin Mani's expression changed drastically. The two looked at each other at the same time. They both saw the horror in each other's eyes. Materials needed. Could this mythical weapon have been crafted? Can mythical equipment be crafted? Shenanxing tried hard to suppress her wildly beating heart. He asked with trembling hands. Brotherly, are these materials used to create mythical weapons? Flame wave base. Li saw Shenanxing's reply. His eyes flickered. After a moment's thought, he replied, Can mythical equipment be crafted? He had thoroughly researched the information. It is a common understanding in the modern world that mythical equipment cannot be crafted. It's even rumored that certain equipment can only be crafted through the manufacturing industry after reaching level 60. Moreover, the vast majority of these cases fall into the awkward situation of having only blueprints, but being unable to manufacture them. Either the materials are difficult to collect, or the crafter's secondary profession level is not high enough. Li was naturally not foolish enough to expose Philo's existence. Shenanxing and Lin Mani breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Li Yi's reply. The two chuckled and shook their heads. He realized he was overthinking things. Shenanxing. Brotherly, what are these materials? Li Yi simply replied with the word mission. Shenanxing suddenly realized. It turned out to be a quest item. There are indeed many quests in the dungeon that require various materials. It seems Brotherly has triggered a very impressive quest, as he has actually been able to obtain a mythical equipment reward. Lin Mani immediately calculated the material costs, totaling 14 million. Shenanxing asked, Brotherly, I will provide the materials for the weapon, but will one set of materials be enough? Even though he had great confidence in the alien girl battle group. However, the quests that reward mythical equipment are likely to be very difficult, and no one can guarantee success on their first try. This reminded Li Yi. He hadn't really considered the success rate of creating Lord Philo. So he replied, Prepare 3 portions. Shenanxing replied, Okay. Now comes the important part. The price of mythical equipment. The two were troubled. Mythical equipment is all non-saleable, and there are no reference items at all. If the legendary weapon, Heavy Edge, can be passed down as a family heirloom. Therefore, the mythical weapon, Goblin Slayer, can already serve as a clan-protecting artifact. After much deliberation, the two decided to tell Li the truth. Brotherly, it's not that we're unwilling to bid, but we simply have no reference points, since all the mythical equipment is not for sale. The highest price we can offer right now is 1 billion. Shenanxing dialed Li Yi's number. His attitude was very sincere. Brotherly, we know this price is insufficient to acquire the mythical weapon, so we are willing to offer an additional 30% stake in the Thunderstorm Legion and all its subsidiaries. Consider this mythical weapon Brotherly's investment in us. I, Shenanxing, hereby swear that Brotherly's investment will be well worth it in the future. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Li was speechless. Mythical equipment is indeed valuable. Shenanxing and Lin Mani watched the call duration increase second by second, their hearts filled with anxiety. Then please collect 3 more sets of materials for me. I'll send you the list later. Li Yi's voice rang out. Shenanxing and Lin Mani were overjoyed at the same time. The two cheered. The 20% stake given to Li last time came with conditions. It was considered a transaction. This time, however, the other party directly invested and acquired shares. They and the alien girl battle group have truly become a partnership and a community of shared interests. With the Thunderous Battle Group, how could it not rise to prominence? It's safe. A few hours later, Li received a notification that 1 billion had been deposited into his account, along with 6 documents transmitted via a teleportation array. It's true that having many people makes things easier. Collecting materials through the Thunderstorm Squad is so convenient. The main reason for agreeing to Shenanxing's offer was that the shares were offered without any strings attached. Direct investment is also a good option. Then, he bought a large quantity of delicious candies, desserts, and pastries, and re-entered the Tide of Flames with Laiwe. Chapter 52, concerning the issue of shares, has been revised due to excessive criticism from readers. Chapter 70 Lord Philo, you smell so good. Chapter 70 Lord Philo, you smell so good. Your Majesty, welcome back to Radiant Fortress. Beside the dungeon portal, a kind-faced old man bowed respectfully. Li has successfully advanced. Therefore, the portal through which he appeared this time was the area for second-tier professionals. Aren't we required to use identification tags anymore? Li asked. The old man smiled. Everyone in Glorious Fortress knows your heroic deeds, so there's no need for an identity token. May the holy light be with you. Li nodded and walked towards his residence. Along the way, the radiant knights he encountered all bowed respectfully to him. The civilians along the way all bent down and made way for them. Is it that cool? Li was surprised. Is this the legendary privilege? It seems pretty good. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of other professionals. They were all shocked by the NPC's reaction to Li. These people have never given them a kind look, so why are they being so respectful to a professional? What exactly did that person do? A young man became curious. Unable to resist, she secretly used her discernment technique on Li. How dare you! A furious shout exploded in his ears. Then two radiant knights rushed out and pinned him to the ground. Out-of-world intruder, how dare you! Disrespect to His Majesty is forbidden! The young man was forcibly dragged up again. Kneel down! One of the knights stepped on the back of his knees, forcing him to kneel. Holy shit! The young man felt extremely frustrated. But they could only kneel obediently. These radiant knights are not new recruits, but regular soldiers at the 4th tier, which is level 40. Although he is also level 40, his rank is equivalent to an elite 5-player dungeon boss. Any one of them could beat him into running away with his head in his hands. The young man's experience frightened the other professionals who were about to use their identification skills, causing them to abruptly stop their spells. Until Li Yi's figure disappeared from sight. The two radiant knights snorted coldly and released the youth. The young man's face flushed red, and he left in anger. Sir Knight, may I ask who that, sir, is? Some professionals tried to get close to the radiant knight. That was a hero who made a tremendous contribution to Glorious Fortress. May the holy light be with the Lord. The knight's face showed utmost respect. Lord? The professionals were deeply disturbed. Someone actually obtained a title in Radiant Fortress? Who is this person, and what exactly did they do? She decided that after this abyss challenge, she would go out and investigate thoroughly. Li returned to the treehouse. The Sword Saint's sister went to her room to meditate. Philo's room door was open. Li walked to the door. Seeing the little girl lying on the bed, fast asleep without any regard for her image. Her thick, glossy black hair, exceeding her body length, bloomed beneath her like a vibrant black flower. And Philo is the stamen of that flower. Sunlight filtered through the protective array of the Radiant Fortress, casting a golden glow that shone on Philo's fair skin, giving it a shimmering, fluorescent sheen. Her skin thus had a subtle pinkish tint amidst its fair complexion. Li Yi's pupils contracted slightly, and he couldn't take his eyes off him. What an adorable little girl! He exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. I walked to the bedside. Philo didn't react at all. It seems the house and room made her feel safe, so she was completely unsuspecting. Li smiled slightly. Take out a piece of sweet cake and gently bring it to Philo's face. Mentally count 1, 2, 3, 4. Then, Philo gently sniffed with her small, round, and adorable nose. A moment later, a miraculous scene unfolded. Philo was unconsciously floating in her sleep. Ah! The little girl opened her tiny mouth and lunged forward to bite. He successfully bit into the cake, puffed out his cheeks, and savored it with a satisfied expression on his face. Until this point, her eyes were still closed. Gurgle. Philo swallowed the cake. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing jewel-like blue pupils. After seeing the person in front of me clearly, her eyes widened immediately, and she exclaimed with delight. Human, you're back? But the next moment, she seemed to realize that she had been a little too enthusiastic. She composed herself, trying to maintain her composure, and said, Are you back? How many days has it been? But their eyes were unconsciously drawn to the cake. Li was stunned. Goodness. It seems you have absolutely no sense of time. However, the thought that Philo was an immortal being made him feel better. Despite looking like a human little girl, Philo is probably hundreds of years old. His perception of time is different from Philo's. Of course. Regardless of age, the halfling race remains kind and innocent. It's the second day. Li pushed the cake forward and smiled, saying, Lord Philo, have a taste of the cake. The little girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she quickly reached out to take it. Her small hand stroked the back of Li's hand, feeling an extremely soft and smooth sensation. Philo picked up the spoon from the cake. After a few more bites, her eyes gradually lit up. Li asked with a smile, Is it delicious? The little girl puffed out her cheeks and nodded repeatedly. Li then took out all the pastries he had brought and placed them on the table in Philo's room. A whole table full of food. Human, you're very honest. You didn't lie to Lady Philo after all. The pastries you brought are delicious. Philo floated happily in the air, showering Li with praise. You are a very good human being. Don't worry, Lord Philo will definitely forge the best equipment for you. Despite her small size, Philo has a big appetite. He ate almost 3 times the amount of pastries and desserts that Li ate in one go. Then, still feeling unsatisfied, she patted her belly and flew to the living room. Li had already placed the materials for Goblin Slayer, sword, and Windwalker's Blessing, belt, as well as the reward for Philo, on the table. Human, how did you prepare so many materials? Do you not trust Lord Philo's forging skills? Philo discovered that 3 sets of materials had been prepared for each piece of equipment. She pursed her lips, feeling dissatisfied. I am the apprentice of the legendary barbarian blacksmith, Mezokani. Not only did she inherit her mantle, but she also surpassed her, creating her own unique forging techniques based on her profession as a psychic. Li reacted quite quickly and smiled. Lord Philo, you misunderstand. The extra materials are your reward. In our world, blacksmiths charge an extra amount for materials when crafting equipment. As a legendary blacksmith, Lord Philo, I have prepared an extra amount as a sign of respect. Philo's expression softened. Waving his hand, he said, Halflings are not as greedy as humans. We only accept reasonable compensation. You can take these materials back. Li nodded and took back the materials as instructed. Let's begin. Philo gestured. The foundry appeared out of thin air and gently landed in the living room. Under her telekinetic control, the energy source crystal began to power the various devices in the workshop. The furnace is started. All the materials flew into the workshop. Philo gently waved her hand. A dessert flew out of the bedroom and landed in her hand. Then she slowly began to savor it. Li admired him. He truly deserves to be called a legendary blacksmith. That's amazing. You can do more than one thing at a time. The belt will take half an hour, and the long sword will take 2 hours. Just wait patiently. Philo floated to Li's side. While waiting, besides the aroma of pastries and desserts, there was also the smell of pastries and desserts around me. There's also Philona's unique body fragrance. The aroma of pine nuts and milk, along with a subtle wheat scent, lingered around Li's nose. Li couldn't help but feel curious. Lord Philo, you smell so good. Is this the body scent of all halflings? Philo's eyes widened immediately. She didn't even bother eating the pastries. She floated to Li, grabbed his cheek with her small hand, stared into his eyes, and said with immense surprise, Human, you really can smell Philo's scent? Chapter 71 The Proud Lord Philo. Chapter 71 The Proud Lady Philo. Philo's 2 little hands were exceptionally soft, smooth and delicate like newly sprouted leaves. Li nodded. I can smell it. Philo blinked, a smile playing on her lips, revealing her cute little white teeth. Her eyes were expectant as she gently rubbed Li's face with her hand, as if she were playing with a favorite toy. Human, smell it again and tell Lord Philo what it smells like. Philo puffed out her chest, leaned closer, and looked delighted. Li was a little confused by her. His gaze slid downwards. Although Philo is petite, she does not appear immature. Compared to the sword saint's plump figure, her physique possessed a delicate and graceful quality. Li hesitated briefly, then twitched his nose and took a gentle sniff. He organized his thoughts. It has a sweet, creamy aroma like pine nut cake, and the weedy aroma of baked bread. Philo excitedly shook Li Yi's head. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? Li thought about it carefully. There seems to be a hint of grass. No, it should be the scent of some kind of floral fragrance mixed with grass. It smells wonderful. Lord Philo, am I describing it correctly? The little girl let go of Li Yi's cheek, flew to the top of Li Yi's head, and happily spun around. Li Yi subconsciously looked up. What I saw was Philo's ruffled, puffy pajama bottoms under her short skirt, and the slightly protruding pink pads on the soles of her feet. He quickly lowered his head. Fortunately, Philo was so engrossed in her happiness that she didn't notice. A few minutes later, the delighted Philo floated down in front of Li Yi, gently patted his head with her little hand, and said with a smile, You really are a very good human being. Seeing the question in Li Yi's eyes, the little girl explained with a proud expression. Lord Philo is blessed by the goddess of harvest, Eritonia, and the goddess of nature, Aphrodite. What you smell is the scent of divine blessing, just as I can smell the scent of holy light blessing on you. Only those who possess the qualities of hard work and diligence, who genuinely love the earth, cherish food, and respect laborers, can perceive the blessing of Eritonia. And the blessing of Aphrodite can only be felt by those who love and revere nature, love and respect life, and recognize the equality of life and the concept of harmonious coexistence of all things. Li Yi suddenly realized. So that's how it is. His expression was slightly strange. For him, yes. These were the most basic concepts taught in elementary school textbooks in my previous life. However, for the people of this world today, occupational ranks divide people into different classes, and there is no concept of equality. As for loving nature, that's even more out of the question. People in the modern world only feel that natural resources haven't been developed enough. The people in the abyss world of flame waves are still living in the era of feudal empires, where laborers are the lowest class and are only despised. Philo patted his chest happily and said, Li Yi, we share similar ideals. From now on, you'll be Philo's best friend. She rarely addressed Li Yi by his name. After finishing speaking, he added with a serious expression, You're Philo's first human friend. Li Yi was infected by her cheerful mood and smiled. It's an honor to become friends with Lady Philo. You are also my first friend in this world. Philo's sapphire blue eyes lit up, and she said happily, Is that so? We are so destined to meet. In Li Yu's room, the Sword Saint's sister opened her eyes. Life is equal, she murmured to herself, deeply agreeing. Although she was her master's contracted summoned beast, her master treated her as an equal and never acted superior to her. The owner was even happy to be trampled under her feet. And he might even beg for mercy from himself. Thinking of this, the Sword Saint's face flushed red. Naughty owner. While waiting for the equipment to be successfully forged, the little girl ruffled Li Yi's hair and chatted away, telling him many stories about herself. Philo is an orphan. More than 300 years ago, the legendary barbarian blacksmith, Mezokani, found her as the only survivor in a halfling village ravaged by demons. Musakani named her Philo, which means happy, in the barbarian language. She raised Philo and passed on her casting skills to her. Philo spent over 200 happy years with her master, Musakani. 50 years ago, Musakani fell in love with a human female mage to the point of obsession. She abandoned Philo without a word and ran off with the sorceress, leaving Philo with only a portable foundry custom-made for her. Philo then began her solo journey. Initially, her goal was to find her master. But after traveling for many years, perhaps because of his extensive experience, or perhaps because of the optimistic and cheerful nature of half-humans, his desire to find his master gradually faded. Now I only feel a brief sense of indignation when I think back on it occasionally. Over the decades, Philo has joined adventure teams, participated in the Demon King Extermination Army, the Natural Disaster Resistance Army, and even served as the court's official blacksmith. During this period, he was deceived, betrayed, framed, and even murdered. If it weren't for the halflings' inherently kind and innocent nature, they probably would have turned evil long ago. Among them, those who are harmed by humans are the most numerous. This is why Philo had a bad attitude towards Li when they first met. Of course, this sense of malice is limited to the perception of halflings. In Li's opinion, it didn't even qualify as a bad attitude. After all, why would he hold a grudge against such a cute little girl? Moreover, this was done when they needed something from the other party. Of course, Philo's experience was not all darkness. For example, the blessing of the harvest goddess Eretenia was obtained by her over many years of creating tools for laborers to help with production and protect the harvest. The blessing of the nature goddess, Aphrodite, is obtained by helping elves and druids heal the wounds of nature. These were all very pleasant experiences. Through Philo's narration, Li gained a general understanding of the background of the other world. It was a fantastical world with many extraordinary races and forces, and humans were just one of them. Your belt is ready! Philo used her telekinesis to hand a light green belt with brown vines wrapped around it to Li. He reached out and took it. I was stunned when I checked the attributes. Windrunner's Blessing Belt. Quality, Legendary Gold. Agility plus 40. Constitution plus 40. Spirit plus 40. Ability Power plus 40. Level Requirement, 11. Equipment Effect, Movement Speed plus 25%. Class Specific 1, Range Projectile Speed plus 20%, Range Classes only. Class Specific Skill 2, Whisper of the Wind, Passive Skill. Whispers of the Wind, important news brought by the wind spirits, your danger perception has been enhanced. Li was pleasantly surprised. Lord Philo, this is legendary equipment? The little girl put her hands on her hips and proudly raised her head. Lord Philo is a legendary blacksmith. How could he be limited by a formula? Chapter 72 Combat Power. Chapter 72 An Unexpected Surprise in Combat Power. Unexpectedly, I obtained my first legendary equipment. Li sincerely praised. Lady Philo is amazing! You are the most skilled blacksmith I have ever met! Philo was pleased with Li's praise and said proudly. I promise to build you the best equipment. Li praised the little girl again before putting the belt on. His movement speed reached a terrifying 227.5%. With an extra 127.5% movement speed, who can catch up with you? The projectile speed is increased by 35% with the Abyss Warrior badge effect. With such fast skill speed, it would be impossible for other professionals of the same level to dodge her ranged attacks without using certain special skills. Li was excited. They brought the Sword Saint Sister to the open space outside the Radiant Fortress. I tested the movement speed. He truly is a man who transforms into the wind. The Energy Star Bullet skill was unleashed, and the projectile speed was extremely fast, making it feel fantastic to handle. Summon the Light-Forged Warriors. Li summoned the stone golem after it was forged with light. Within the summoning circle, a massive, 3-meter-tall, bright silver object was revealed. His eyes immediately lit up. So handsome! The Light-Forged Warrior wields a thick stone shield, 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, in his left hand. He holds a giant stone sword in his right hand, which is 20 centimeters wide and 1.5 meters long. The shield and sword are connected to the stone golem's body, forming a seamless whole. Furthermore, the shield and great sword are brighter than the body, indicating that they are far harder than the body. Liwa, let's fight it! Li issued an attack command to the Light-Forged Warrior. The colossal creature, 3 meters tall, raised its sword and shield and charged towards the blazing moon. So lively! Li was overjoyed. The Light-Forged Warriors are very agile, and their movements are very methodical. Moreover, they are very perceptive of the enemy. It locked onto Liwa the entire time, and even when Liwa didn't use Gale's Step, it managed not to lose sight of the target. Close combat. Light-Forged Warrior wields a great sword. His attacks are swift and powerful, each strike aimed at the vital points of the blazing moon. If we disregard its appearance, its attack movements are already quite agile, almost like those of a normal human. Wow, that's impressive! Li Yi's eyes gleamed. He made a rough estimate. The Light-Forged Warrior's strength should be comparable to the elite-level mini-bosses in a normal 5-player dungeon. In addition, considering the aura effect of the King of War title and the 25% attribute bonus from Battlefield Domination, its strength is even greater than the final boss of a normal 5-player dungeon. That's not all. Li also has a level 6 passive skill, the Charioteer's Inspiration, which increases the stats of summoned creatures by 15%. And admonitions and whippings. The level 6 Disciplinary Whip spell has a casting range of 10 meters, and all stat bonuses have increased by 15%. All these calculations show that Li's passive and active skills can further increase the various stats of the Lightforged Warrior by 55%, making him strong enough to crush the final boss of a normal 5-man dungeon. Of course, even with the Lightforged Warrior's immense power, he still couldn't withstand the Blade Master's sword strike. After trying out the skills, Li had a general understanding of his own abilities. He then returned to the treehouse, said goodbye to Philo, and prepared to leave the Tide of Flames. Leveling up in the Abyss is too inefficient. The settlement process at the end of the campaign takes too long and is too dangerous. Li planned to buy the level 11 skill book, Summon Man-Eating Thorns, and equipment for the two of them before going to level up. A summoner can learn 3 skills at level 11. The other 2 are Summon Stone Golem Shieldbearer and Summon Bone-Eating Demon Wolf. Of the 3 skills, only the control-oriented Man-Eating Thorns is worth learning. Both the Stone Shield Guard and the Bone-Eating Wolf require 20% of your mana to function, yet they are far less powerful than the Lightforged Guard. He only needs to consume 10% of his mana to summon a Lightforged Warrior, so there's no need for him to learn those 2 skills. Li, are you leaving again? Philo looked reluctant to part. Li was the first friend she was willing to actively get close to. Halflings do not actually hold a high status among the various extraordinary races, because this race is too small in number and lacks strong individuals. In addition, she is so different in appearance from ordinary halflings that even kind elves keep their distance from her. The kindness and respect shown to her by all races stemmed from her status as a blacksmith. Li is different. She could sense that this human male's attitude towards her was genuinely sincere and equal. It wasn't entirely because of his identity as a foundry. Li is a very good human being. He kept his promise and did not lie to her. The pastries and desserts he brought were just as delicious as he said. Can I go to your world? Philo handed the Goblin Slayer to Li, asking with an expectant expression. Li shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Lord Philo, you cannot come to our world. Oh. The little girl looked disappointed. Li mustered his courage, reached out and patted Philo's little head, comforting her. Don't worry, Lady Philo, I will come to see you again. Perhaps you will fall asleep and I will reappear. The immortal beings perceive time differently from him. According to Philo herself, she sleeps for about 6 days at a time under normal circumstances. Even the shortest duration is 3 or 4 days. So, according to the time Li and she agreed on, Li had to wake her up in advance every time he came in. Philo understood this and immediately became happy. Halflings are just that optimistic and cheerful. She didn't mind Li touching her. Instead, she nuzzled Li's palm with her little head. Okay, but don't be late. Leave the Abyss instance. Li arrived at the Flamewave base and searched almost the entire base before finally finding a small shop that sold Summoner skill books. Moreover, the other party had to rummage through the warehouse for a long time before finding the skill book for Summon Man-Eating Thorns. The boss was very generous and gave it to him for free. After successfully learning the skill, Li looked at its effects. Summon Man-Eating Thorns active skill. Level 6. Description: consumes 5% of mana to summon a cluster of carnivorous thorns that will actively entangle enemies within a 1 meter radius. If the control range is a bit small, then the release point and the level of prediction will be put to the test. However, Li, who has instant casts with no cooldown, doesn't need to worry about this issue. He can simply increase his proficiency through sheer volume. Before the upgrade begins, Li has one last thing to do. That is to buy a complete set of equipment for myself and Laiwe. Based on the Sword Saint's current agility value of 2011, if she wears equipment with attribute restrictions rather than level restrictions, she can wear equipment up to Tier 5, which is level 50. This is also the highest stat equipment that can be bought with money. Trading equipment above level 50 requires energy source crystals of the corresponding grade. Li arrived at the weapon shop. Let Laiwe choose her favorite equipment. She immediately took a liking to an extra-long light sword with a blade that was 1.3 meters long. Chapter 73 Heartbreaker. Chapter 73. The blade length of a common light sword is generally no more than 1 meter, making the length of this sword quite rare. But for Lai Wei, who is 2.2 meters tall, the length of this sword is actually a good fit. Li Yi checked the light sword's attributes. Wind Chaser Warrior's Longsword, Light Sword. Durability, 100%. Quality, Epic Purple. Agility plus 500. Equipment effect. 1. Armor penetration plus 20%. 2. Accuracy plus 15%. 3. Attack speed plus 25%. Equipment requirements. Agility greater than or equal to 1,200. How much does this sword cost? The shop assistant, a slightly plump woman in her 30s, smiled and said, "This is the best quality sword among the attribute restriction weapons in our store. It's equivalent to a fully upgraded level 5 purple weapon, and the price isn't high either, only 1.5 million. Li Yi bargained. Can you make it cheaper? Although he is now worth $1 billion, things that cost millions are not cheap. The shop assistant said with a regretful expression. This is the lowest price. As you can probably tell, the blade of this sword is too long, making it unsuitable for many professions. That's why it's been difficult to sell since it was made. The material cost alone is over $1 million. 1.5 million is really the cost price. Li Yi's heart stirred slightly. The shop assistant's words reminded him. I can buy it for 1.5 million, but I have one condition. I want the blueprints for this sword. The shop assistant was overjoyed and quickly agreed. No problem, I'll go get the blueprints for you right away. This sword was made by the blacksmith in the workshop on a whim, purely to test the craftsmanship shown in the blueprints. After it was manufactured, the blueprints were relegated to the warehouse to gather dust. This is a good opportunity to get rid of it. Li Yi paid the money. The shop assistant handed him the long sword and blueprints. He bought the blueprints with the intention of having Philo forge a legendary longsword for the Sword Saint. Philo's equipment catalog contains only equipment with a level restriction. Even with the added skill bonuses, the stats of a level 10 plus mythic grade equipment are still too low for Lai Wei. He handed the longsword to Lai Wei. The Sword Saint sister's eyes lit up with joy, clearly showing that she really liked the design and appearance of the longsword. The blueprints for the equipment don't seem to be very expensive. Li Yi's mind was suddenly opened. Next, he began searching for various equipment blueprints at the Flame Wave base. I spent 2 days finding a set of purple equipment blueprints for both Lai Wei and myself. Li Yi was lucky enough to find a summoner's set. I got the whole set of blueprints for only 5,000 yuan. Mystic Spirit Summoner set. Areas, shoulder pads, clothing, pants, boots, gloves, face mask. Quality purple. Spell power plus 500. Spirit plus 150. Constitution plus 80. Level requirement, 11. Secondary attribute bonuses. 1. Skill points plus 3. 2. Magic resistance plus 30%. 3. Spell penetration plus 20%. 4. Casting speed plus 25%. 5. Skill cooldown plus 20%. 2-piece set bonus. Summon attack speed plus 10%, energy star damage plus 10%. 4-piece set bonus. Increases the attack and defense of summoned creatures by 20%. 6-piece set bonus. For every 2 summoned creatures, the third summoned creature's size increases by 30%, and all attributes increase by 30%. Li Yi was quite satisfied with the effect of the outfit, especially with the added benefits of the 4-piece and 6-piece sets. The third Lightforged warrior will be empowered to an extremely terrifying degree. This is only the effect of the purple set. Once the blacksmith Philo upgrades the purple equipment to legendary equipment, the effect will definitely be enhanced even further. Li Guan was incredibly excited just thinking about it. All the manufacturing materials needed for the blueprints could be purchased directly, and the total cost was only 8 million, which was very cost-effective. The 3 days agreed upon with Philo were fast approaching. This time, Li not only purchased a large amount of food, but also bought Philo many beautiful clothes, various decorations, dolls, and so on. Unsure of Philo's taste, he simply bought everything he thought looked decent. Of course. And of course, the Sword Saint sister is also indispensable. Enter the Tide of Flames again. Philo was already perched on the treehouse window, watching the direction of the portal. Upon seeing Li appear, she excitedly waved her little hand. Enter the treehouse. Li Yi's purchases have almost filled Philo's room. There are too many. Are these all for Philo? The little girl happily picked up the doll. She was dazzled by all the beautiful clothes. Li smiled and said, These are all for Lady Philo. Do you like them? He noticed that Philo seemed to only have one set of plain-colored clothes, so he thought of buying her some. I love it. Philo nodded repeatedly. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. Li, you're so good to Philo. She could tell that the clothes and dolls Li bought for her were quite valuable, as they were all made of extraordinary materials. This was the first time in her life that someone had given her so many gifts, and all of them were things she liked. Philo was very touched. Li smiled and said, I'm glad you like them, Lady Philo. I bought these because I thought they looked good. I was worried that you and I might have different tastes. Philo's eyes lit up. Li, wait a minute. She used her telekinesis to push Li out of the room and then closed the door. 2 minutes later, Philo opened the room. She appeared before Li wearing a pink dress. With an expectant look, she asked, Is it pretty? Li gave a thumbs up. Beautiful, very cute. The little girl was stunned, her expression freezing. Li, do you mean the clothes are cute? Seeing this, Li thought that he hadn't praised the right thing. He reacted quickly. He immediately added, Lady Philo is the cutest. She's even cuter in this outfit. She stammered, do you think I'm cute? Li said with a firm expression. Lady Philo is the cutest girl I've ever seen. The little girl's rosy cheeks immediately turned red. Although she was raised by barbarians. However, some of them had received education as halflings. In the halfling race, praising a female halfling as cute is equivalent to confessing one's love. In other words, the human male in front of me confessed his feelings? Philo's heart immediately panicked. Throughout her life, many people have praised her casting skills. But Li was the first to compliment her on being cute. No matter how optimistic and cheerful she was, she couldn't suppress the pounding in her heart at that moment. You already have a female beast man. Do you still think Philo is cute? Philo asked somewhat uncertainly. Li assumed that the little girl had started comparing herself to the Sword Saint. He immediately said, This is different. Liwa is mature and beautiful, like a fiery red flower. Lady Philo is lively and lovely, like a sweet cake. You two have different styles. Philo's face was as beautiful as the sunset. She thought of the cake Li had given her. That was indeed quite sweet and delicious. She murmured, I see. You really are a womanizer. Chapter 74 The Foot-Kissing Ceremony. Chapter 74 The Foot-Kissing Ceremony? Li was stunned. What does this have to do with being a womanizer? Philo said shyly. However, you're a very good human being. You're very kind to Philo, and Philo likes you a lot, so she's willing to accept your little flaws. Li looked stunned. Why can't I understand what Lady Philo is saying? He felt it was necessary to explain. But then Philo flew up to him. Peek out your round, dainty little feet. Then let us establish our partnership through the halfling's foot-kissing ritual. Philo suppressed her embarrassment. Li was dumbfounded. Lord Philo, what kind of ceremony is this? He had a vague feeling that Philo might have misunderstood something. Partnership? Are we friends? But they seemed to be even closer. The halfling covenant ceremony, you're unwilling? Philo's toes trembled slightly, and her expression stiffened slightly. Seeing this, Li quickly said, Yes. Regardless of their relationship, I'll agree to it first. We can't afford to offend Philo, that legendary blacksmith. I have so much equipment in my bag waiting to be forged. Besides, it's just kissing feet. Philo, such a fragrant, soft, and adorable little girl, always floated in the air, and her feet were never dirty. He even got his head stepped on by the Sword Saint. And what he just said is the absolute truth. Philo was indeed the cutest girl he had ever met. It's worth it. You can begin. Philo's voice was barely audible. Li reached out and supported the delicate little foot that was so small it could barely be held in one hand. It feels different from the powerful and energetic feel of the Sword Saint's sister. Philo's feet were very soft, like the fine down of a swan. The small pads on the soles of the feet don't have any bumps. Instead, they are very soft and bouncy, and feel great to the touch. Lee couldn't help but pinch it. The pads on the soles of the feet are the most sensitive areas for half-humans. Philo trembled slightly. He stomped his foot in annoyance. Hurry up. She urged him on, embarrassed and anxious. How many times? Lee asked softly. It'll be over in a second. Philo's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Lee then lowered his head and gently kissed the back of his foot. Then I felt my hands go empty. It turned out that Philo had used her telekinesis to wrap her head in her hair, then flew back to her room and closed the door. Lee was a little confused. But it wasn't appropriate to go after them and ask why. He had no choice but to return to the Sword Saint's room and take out some clothes for her to change into. However, because Philo was in the treehouse, it wasn't appropriate to go too far. We could only feast our eyes on her. Until 2 hours later. Philo then came out of the room. She changed into another black, fitted dress. Lee exclaimed, Beautiful! Very cute! Philo blushed and dared not meet Lee's gaze. But the joy in his eyes was undeniable. He clearly enjoyed Lee's praise. She could tell that Lee's praise was genuine. He genuinely thought it looked good and truly felt he was cute. Lord Philo, I need your help to forge some equipment this time, and there may be quite a lot of it. Lee handed the blueprints to Philo. This equipment is interesting. After taking the blueprints, Philo's attention was drawn to the weapons and armor whose equipment was restricted to attributes. Can you make it? Lee asked tentatively. If the Sword Saint's equipment is matched to the level, it is equivalent to equipment between level 45 and 50. Philo nodded confidently. Too easy for Lord Philo. However, it will take a while. It will take 3 days to complete all 14 pieces of equipment. Lee nodded and said, Then I'll leave it to you, Lord Philo. May I come back to collect it in 3 days? Philo was taken aback by what she heard. She anxiously hugged Lee's neck and looked up at him. We've just started our relationship, and you're already leaving? Can't you spend a few more days with Philo? Lee's behavior. To the halflings, it was no different from a newlywed husband about to go on a long trip. Lee was somewhat bewildered by Philo's sudden intimate gesture. Her body was petite and soft, carrying the sweet fragrance of divine blessings. She looked at him with a reluctant expression. The two were less than 5 centimeters apart at the tip of their noses, and they could feel each other's breath. Lee's heart skipped a beat. He ruffled Philo's hair and explained, I need to improve my strength. In my world I'm still just a newbie. I need to become powerful. But 3 days should pass quickly for Lord Philo, right? Philo tilted her head and thought for a moment. That's right. 3 days passed quickly for her. She then released Lee's neck, patted his head, and instructed, Don't go over time. Lee nodded in agreement. Then he and Liwa left the Tide of Flames. Back at the hotel, Lee began to research where to upgrade next. His first task was to study the 7 branch instances of Tides of Flame. It includes a medium-sized raid dungeon for 30 players called Mount Orkin, which is the raid that produces the special material for mythic staffs called Eye of the Night Demon. In addition, there are 2 15-player small raid instances and 4 5-player small instances. Lee first checked the information on to Jinshin. The dungeon difficulty is the most difficult of the 7 dungeons, heroic. Can't solo it? Lee was somewhat surprised. The main monsters in the Mount Togen dungeon are boarmen, who are divided into 3 groups, each guarding a Necronomicon. The final boss, the Ancient Night Demon, was summoned using 3 Necronomicons. Once professionals activate the Necromancer's ritual, it has a 10-minute casting time. If another Necromancer ritual is activated during this period, it will share the casting progress with the already activated ritual. If the 3 ritual texts are not successfully activated within 10 minutes, the dungeon challenge will fail, and the player will have to leave the dungeon. In other words, I will need to form a team at that time. The mythical staff can only be equipped at level 16, so there's no need to rush. Lee skipped over Mount Togen and checked out another adventure, level 15-player raid dungeon, Church of Radiance. This instance is a church occupied by the Scourge. The monsters inside are all minions of the Scourge. Lee's eyes lit up. This dungeon is great for leveling up. The map is relatively small, and his Chosen One badge also allows him to deal an additional 50% damage to scourge monsters. You're the one! After quickly tidying up, Li Yi and the Sword Saint's sister arrived at the entrance to the Radiant Church instance. It's quite desolate. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single person in front of the glorious church. However, Li didn't find it strange. This dungeon doesn't produce valuable materials, and the monsters and bosses are extremely difficult, so naturally no one who farms for gold comes here. Just as Li was about to enter the book, I suddenly received a message from Shenanjing. The president of Tianming University has come in person? Li was a little surprised. He had a deep impression of Tianming University. The official media editors were very good at creating buzz, constantly trying to flirt with the alien girl battle group online. I never expected their principal to come in person. If he remembers correctly, the president of Tianming University is a fully fledged 8th level expert, which is a level 80 powerhouse. The fact that such a person came in person shows how much importance they attach to the alien girl battle group. Li thought for a moment and replied, "Please politely decline for me." After sending the message, he added, "Please also issue a statement saying that we have successfully advanced to the 2nd level and will not be attending any university in the future." Chapter 75 Statement. Chapter 75 Statement. Shenanjing was stunned after seeing the reply. Auntie, Brotherly asked us to issue a notice saying that the alien girl warband will not be attending university. What? Lin Mani looked surprised. Why did Mr. Li and his team make this decision? If I don't go to university, how do I acquire skills up to level 42? It's not that professional skills can only be acquired through university. Instead, the university possesses the most complete and systematic skill set for all professions up to level 42. This led to the development of numerous schools of thought in various professions, which were the most complete, proven, and scientifically sound, and the corresponding tactics and strategies. There are also configuration strategies for attributes, skills, and equipment. After level 10, which is the 2nd tier of dungeons, the importance of a professional's systematic combat tactics increases as the difficulty gradually increases. Even within the same profession, different fighting styles can result in vastly different combat capabilities. She understood the pride of the alien girls battle group, their desire to forge their own unique and extraordinary path. Why waste time and energy making things more difficult for yourself when you can directly learn the skill set and combat style that suits you? The alien girl battle group is very strong. If you can quickly build up stronger combat power in the early stages, challenge more difficult dungeons, and obtain more valuable rewards such as attributes, skill points, and talent specializations, your future achievements will be limitless. However, if a lot of time is spent on unnecessary exploration in the early stages, it will be extremely detrimental to the future growth and development of the professional. This problem is not obvious at first, but at higher levels, the defect will be magnified infinitely. It's important to know that, excluding additional acquisitions, a professional only gets 1 skill point per level. Once used, it cannot be reset. Each skill requires the use of the most crucial skill. Should we issue a statement or not? Shenanjing inquired. Lin Mani pondered for a moment. Let's politely decline Principal Zhuang's offer first. As for the statement, I'll try to persuade Mr. Li about it. To demonstrate the importance that Tianming University's President Zhuang Hetong attaches to the alien girl battle group, he has made a very high-profile appearance in the media. He brought along staff from many authoritative media outlets. Many netizens are also discussing whether alien girl will agree to Tianming University's special admission. A significant number of people believe that the alien girl battle group will agree. After all, the principal himself took charge. Tianming University may not be ranked highly in the country, but it has a strong academic foundation. Moreover, Tianming University has an advantage over other extraordinary universities. That is, they are indeed very good at training low-level professionals. Every year, in various professional leagues, professional rankings, and battle group rankings, the professional players from Tianming University may not have outstanding results, but their overall level is very stable, and they are generally among the top in their respective professions. Good. Shenanjing nodded in agreement. He felt that Brother Li's decision was indeed somewhat hasty. If you don't learn skills through the skill constellation at the extraordinary university, you can only learn them by collecting and purchasing skill books yourself. Although some skill books may make skills more powerful. However, it still lags behind the systematic skills groups offered by universities. Collecting skill books is difficult, but creating a complete skill set is even more difficult. 2 or 3 members are fine. If the entire group relies on themselves to collect resources, there might be a mismatch between their skill sets and levels. The lack of a complete skill set system will lead to a lack of hard combat power, which in turn will affect the challenge of dungeons. This is extremely dangerous. He couldn't imagine how difficult it would be for the Thunderclap Legion to collect skills on their own instead of learning them through the university's skill constellation. The entire battle group will likely be wiped out. Shenanxing, representing the Alien Girl battle group, politely declined the news that Zhuang Hetong, the president of Tianming University, would personally come to recruit her, and this was quickly published by the media. Netizens remained calm and were not surprised. After all, Tianming University's ranking is indeed not high. It's understandable that the Alien Girl battle group would choose top-tier universities. Li soon received a message from Lin Mani advising him. He used a whole set of clever phrases, and his points made a lot of sense. It was highlighted that Tianming University is one of only 3 universities in the country with a complete set of summoner skill constellations. He can learn all summoner spells up to level 42. Li was even somewhat convinced. Unfortunately, Li was the only person in the entire Alien Girl battle group. Moreover, his profession is summoner. There is no such thing as a battle strategy or style for summoners. Or rather, there is only one school of thought. That's the amplification flow. Even the rarer classes under the summoner category, such as the Shadow Summoner and the Mysterious Summoner, all revolve around one or a few powerful summoners who are relentlessly amplified. After all, a summoner's core strength always comes from their summoned beasts. As for the skill set, any skill that can boost the summoned beast is acceptable. Li could buy it directly. Moreover, he has now completely departed from the traditional concept of a summoner. Another thing is that there are too many people and distractions at school, which is not as enjoyable as being free and unrestrained. We can't keep the Sword Saint Sister in the summoning space forever. Final. Li persisted in his opinion and had the Thunderstorm battle group issue a statement. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Lin Mani had no choice but to comply. Don't worry, Brother Li and the others are not reckless people. They must have their reasons for doing this. Shenanxing, on the other hand, was quite optimistic. Soon. The statement video has been released. The new professionals undergoing the extraordinary trials have become accustomed to following the videos of the Thunderstorm battle team. I clicked on the video as soon as it came out. I initially thought it was another walkthrough or tutorial for some dungeon. The result was a statement. After reading the content, everyone's head was buzzing. First of all, I was shocked by the leveling speed of the Alien Girl battle group. They reached level 10 in less than half a month of trials. And they actually advanced to the 2nd tier. This means that the members of the Alien Girl battle group cleared an abyss dungeon without undergoing special training. This is incredible. The most shocking thing is that the Alien Girl battle group actually chose not to go to university. This was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. In the eyes of most people, how can you learn skills without going to university? How can I improve my professional combat strength? The most confused are still the students from the prestigious universities. They have held meetings more than once to discuss how to specially recruit the Alien Girl battle group, and how to cultivate them in a targeted manner if they are successfully recruited. And then what happened? They actually publicly stated that they wouldn't go to university. Then all those flirtatious glances they've been throwing in the comments section of the Thunderstorm battle group's official account these past few days have been seen by blind people. Could it be that the Alien Girl battle group has become arrogant because of their excellent performance? Everyone who saw the statement had the same thought. Criticism and regret also arose online. Chapter 76, Adventure Level Difficulty, The Cathedral of Glory. Chapter 76, Adventure Level Difficulty, The Cathedral of Glory. Many level 10 to 2 professionals shared their experiences. Brothers, it's not that we're trying to be discouraging, but there's a world of difference between Tier 2 dungeons and beginner dungeons. Even the normal difficulty dungeons are more challenging than the adventure difficulty dungeons we faced in Tier 1. You have no idea how terrifying the bosses in the second-tier dungeons are. The combat mechanics have at least 3 phases, and the margin for error is extremely low. If you're not careful, you can get injured or even die. If you don't believe me, you can check the leaderboard for 5-player dungeons. Is there any dungeon with a completion time of less than 10 hours? For our average team, with the most common configuration of 2 B-grade and 3 C-grade dungeons, it usually takes more than 20 hours to clear a normal 5-player dungeon. It's common for us to spend several days in raids. So the alien girl battle group was indeed too arrogant, and this decision was very hasty. They're young and impetuous, we understand. They'll behave themselves once they experience the difficulty of the second-tier dungeon firsthand. Fortunately, there is still a long time before the trial ends, and they have not been exposed to the public, so there is still a way back. Fans of the alien girl battle group instinctively want to refute similar comments. But when they saw that it was second-tier professionals giving their accounts, they immediately fell silent. After all, they've experienced it firsthand, so they have more authority to speak on the matter. The capital city. Arrogant! Lu Zhanling chuckled and then told his father, Lu Yuanlong, the news. Some time ago, he personally went to the Dark Forest and visited the Thunderstorm Legion's base multiple times to express his desire to specially recruit the Alien Girl Legion, but he was rejected every time. He is an 8th level expert. The fact that he condescended to go in person is enough to give the Alien Girl battle group face. Unexpectedly, they didn't even see a shadow of the other party. Even a clay figure has a temper, and he was inevitably unhappy. After reading it, Lu Yuanlong roared angrily. Reckless and absurd. This is utter nonsense. Why are young people these days so arrogant and spoiled? To ignore the valuable knowledge and experience accumulated by countless predecessors and sages, and instead act recklessly according to one's own whims, is utterly ignorant of one's own limitations. Lu Zhanling said coldly. Their trial results are indeed unmatched, but their temperament is far too arrogant. Even if they are admitted to the academy, they will likely be an extremely unstable factor. Since they want to develop on their own, let them be. A student with a low rank but a big ambition, I respectfully decline to accept such a student. Lu Yuanlong looked regretful. What a pity! What a promising talent! Why is he so arrogant? He said somewhat unwillingly. Zhanling, there are so many people in the battle group, I'm sure not everyone thinks the same way. Why don't we try to contact them again? We might be able to recruit some members. Lu Zhanling slowly shook his head, his gaze filled with disgust. Father, the people who can make such a decision must be the core members of the battle group. Without them, the others would have no value in being trained. If members are dissatisfied with this decision, they will naturally choose to leave. Those who wish to choose Imperial University will submit their grades themselves. Lu Yuanlong sighed repeatedly, and didn't say much more about it. As for official media, aside from a few local media outlets reporting on this news, provincial and national media outlets chose to remain silent, fearing that the statement's content might have a negative impact. During a live broadcast, renowned analyst Lai Lai De Wang was asked by many netizens for his opinion on this issue. As a master of manipulating traffic, King Lai Lai evaded the question, occasionally mentioning the Alien Girl battle group, but remained silent about the statement. Once the number of viewers in the live stream reached a certain peak, and after a series of carnival rockets rained down, he knew his time had come. Family members, the fact that the official media hasn't reported on this already speaks volumes. I didn't originally want to talk about this topic, but seeing how much my family is interested, I'll share my thoughts. Speaking of which, King Lai began tactically drinking water, getting ready, and checking his live streaming equipment. And then he pretended to reply to a few messages. After the gifts had been flying all over the screen for a while, he then slowly said, Let me ask my family a question first. Do you think the members of the Alien Girl battle group are stupid? Regardless of what others think, I don't think they are stupid. We all know the drawbacks of not going to university, and they couldn't possibly be unaware of them. The fact that they still made this choice despite knowing the drawbacks shows that they must have discovered or developed a more advantageous alternative. Personally, I believe that the Alien Girl wouldn't make baseless accusations. However, starting from the second tier, the difficulty of the dungeons increases dramatically. Without the support of a mature and systematic set of skills and tactics, they will inevitably encounter many difficulties. It is hard to judge what the future holds. I think we should wait and see. Lai De Wang learned from his previous experience, capturing both the traffic and leaving himself a way out. Gifts started appearing in the live stream room again. That being said, in fact, King Lai did not think highly of the Alien Girl battle group's choice. The dungeons after Tier 2 are vastly different from the beginner dungeons. The Alien Girls battle group proved its strength and potential through the Tier 1 dungeon. However, it would be somewhat arrogant to think that they can continue to replicate the success of the first tier because of this. Li was unaware of the online controversy. After replying to Lin Mani, he took the Sword Saint's sister into the dungeon. You have entered the Cathedral of Glory, adventure level. Li looked up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself outside a dilapidated city ruin. The Radiant Cathedral is not simply a church, but a city with a magnificent cathedral in the center. The sky here is gray, and corpses are everywhere. Flames that had not yet burned out still lingered in various parts of the city ruins. Black ash floated in the air, mixed with the acrid smell of burning and the stench of the monstrous creatures. Li snapped his fingers. 5 summoning circles lit up ahead. 5 3-meter-tall light-forged warriors appeared. Li made one of them squat down. He then climbed onto the arm connecting the stone shield and the light-forged warrior and sat down. Simply lower your head, and you can hide your entire body behind the shield, making you quite safe. It's a bit uncomfortable on the butt, you should bring a cushion. Li muttered to himself. Taking advantage of the view from above, I looked around excitedly. In a sense, I can say that I now have a mount. Laiwa, let's begin! Li issued the order. The Sword Saint nodded, drew her long sword, and entered the city ruins. Li followed, escorted by 4 other light-forged warriors. We just entered the ruins. The 2 were immediately discovered by a pack of evil spirit dogs. Wah! The monstrous hound roared and charged toward the 2 of them. Chapter 77 Dare to kill the person I saved? Chapter 77 Dare to kill the person I saved? Berserker Sword Technique, Calamity. The Sword Saint's sister had a cold expression. He leaped high into the air, his long sword hovering in midair. The silvery sword energy transformed into a massive blade of light 10 meters long. The 8 evil spirit hounds, with no way to escape, were shredded into a bloody mist by the sword energy. The light blade continued forward for nearly 50 meters before slowly dissipating. The wreckage, ruins, and withered vegetation along the way were all swept away. Even the air around us seemed cleaner. You have killed the Calamity Hound, level 11, and gained 18 experience points. You have killed the Calamity Hound, level 11, and gained 18 experience points. The Sword Saint Elder Sister's graceful figure landed lightly. With toes touching the ground, it stands proudly. The Grand Master's demeanor was transcendent and otherworldly, as profound and majestic as a mountain. Li's eyes lit up. My heart is pounding. So cool. Keep your composure and don't move! Li shouted. Sword Saint's sister? He piloted the light-forged warrior to the side of Blazing Moon. Li leaped up and landed steadily on top of her. He wrapped his arms around the neck of the Sword Saint's sister, clinging to her like an octopus. Laiwa quickly used her other hand to support her master. Sister, give me a kiss! Li moved closer. Master, in the middle of a battle. The Sword Saint's sister blushed and turned her head away. I don't care. Li was shameless and persistent. Where haven't we kissed? The Sword Saint had no choice but to turn around. The owner is getting more and more outrageous. The 8 monsters provided 144 experience points. Second-tier professionals need 5,000 experience points per level, which is 2.5 times that of first-tier professionals. However, the experience points from the monsters only increased by 20%, making leveling up much more difficult. Fortunately, there are a lot of monsters in the second-tier dungeon. With the Sword Saints mowing down speed and the 50% extra experience bonus for solo play, the experience gain is very fast. When they arrived in front of the King of the End, Laiwa has successfully leveled up to level 11. His experience points have reached 80%. Your face is too dark. Li was quite depressed. Adventure-level dungeons have a chance to drop purple equipment. As a result, none of the first 4 bosses dropped a single piece of purple gear. He hugged the Sword Saint's waist, which made him feel a little better. The final boss is located in the main hall of the Radiant Church. A gigantic humanoid monster, 5 meters tall, wielding a massive battle sword, was bound by chains of holy light from 2 young female priests. The monster's body was pieced together from pieces of black keratin. Besides the gaping maw with its jagged teeth, the face was covered with countless pale eyes. A ball of holy light floated above the monster's head, continuously shooting out holy light arrows. "You think you can kill me?" The monster struggled frantically. The 2 young female priests looked terrified and gritted their teeth as they struggled to keep the chains in place. "You have discovered the blood demon Thurant." Li Yi's gaze sharpened slightly. In the walkthrough for the Glorious Church, when a professional enters within 30 meters of blood demon Torrent, a battle will be triggered. It broke free of its chains, beheaded the 2 priests, and drank their blood. Li Yi frowned slightly. He didn't want to witness such a cruel scene. "You'll have to save those 2 priests later." The Sword Saint nodded. As she was about to enter the 30-meter range of Blood Demon Torrent, she used Wind Step to quickly enter the range. Battle triggered. "I am the end of the world! Everyone must die!" Blood Demon Torrent broke free of his chains, laughing wildly as he raised his battle sword to strike the terrified priest. The Sword Saint sister's figure vanished on the spot. Berserker Sword Technique, Slash. In the first displacement, she arrived in front of Torrent. Then he reached out and grabbed the priest to dodge the slash. Berserker Sword Technique, Sever. The Sword Saintess held her sword in one hand, and a dazzling sword light flashed across the screen. Torrent's massive body was split in 2. "You have slain the blood demon Thurant, gaining 360 experience points." "Thank you, warrior! You vanquished the monster and saved us." The 2 girls were moved to tears. Li approached the boss. 2 orbs of light, 1 purple and 1 white, floated in the air. "A special item has dropped." Li was pleasantly surprised. "First, capture the white sphere of light. You have obtained 1 attribute source crystal." "Not bad, not bad." Li looked satisfied. The attribute bonuses are permanent, making them far more valuable than initial equipment. Now look at the purple orb. It is a necklace. Boutique item number 729 necklace. Quality epic purple. Strength plus 100. Level requirement 11. Equipment effect 1-1. Attack speed plus 20% 2. Accuracy plus 20%. Equipment effect 2. Your identity has aroused suspicion from the blood demon. Finally, a purple item dropped. Strength attribute isn't actually unacceptable. The accuracy attribute is quite good, and overall it's better than the Kaga's love token necklace on the character. He immediately changed it. With an extra 100 points of strength, I feel much more energetic. 2 young female priests, their expressions sorrowful, began to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades in the main hall. Their slender bodies struggled to drag the corpse. "Publish it!" Li and Lai Yu had just left the main hall of the Glorious Church. The Sword Saint's expression changed slightly. "Master, they're dead!" Li immediately understood that Lai Yu was referring to the 2 young female priests. "Hidden boss?" His eyes flashed with a cold light as he said in a deep voice. "Let's go back." The 2 returned to the main hall. The 2 once vibrant young girls now lay lifeless on the ground. They had no wounds on their bodies, as if their souls had been directly taken away by some force. "Master, they're on the upstairs terrace." Liu Yue's sword intent perception detected the target. The 2 went up the stairs behind the main hall to the 2nd floor. Beneath the enormous rose window, a female lich was controlling dozens of white-blue souls that floated around her. Each soul had a shrill expression, its mouth agape in silent, agonizing screams. 2 of the souls, white with a hint of blood, were being held in the lich's hands. The souls resembled the 2 young female priests from before. "You have discovered the soul collector, Nilakhertz." "Kill it!" Li said angrily. "You dared to kill the person I saved?" The Sword Saint sister drew her sword in response, stepping into the attack range of the soul collector, Nilakhertz. "Ha ha ha ha! No one can leave this city alive! Holy Light's protection is not." Before she could finish speaking, the female lich's head had already flown off. But she is not dead yet. A gray-black soul emerged from the lich's body. It flew high into the sky, swallowed all the souls into its mouth, and its size swelled from 2 meters to 3 meters. I am the prized disciple of Kel'Thuzad, the Lich King, and none of you can kill me completely. Humans and orcs, I will tear out your souls and make you suffer eternal torment. You lowly ant bear my wrath. Chapter 78 Level Soaring. Chapter 78 Level Soars. Sword Saint Big Sister hummed softly. He moved to a corner and swung his sword down. There was a clang. In the flashes of light from the clashing metal, a black metal box came into view. Nillikert's voice became flustered. Impossible! How could you have discovered my life box? The sword flashed again. The life box was split in two. You have defeated Soul Collector Nillikerts, gaining 540 experience points. First kill reward, 540 experience points. Your level has increased to 12. The female lich let out a mournful howl, and her soul began to dissipate. One by one, souls broke free from her control, emerging from her body with expressions of liberation. Their bodies began to dissipate, and in their final moments, they looked gratefully at Li Yi and the other person. What are you babbling about? Just drop your gear. Li Yi kicked away the fragments of the life box and grabbed one of the milky white orbs of light. You have obtained a skill book X1. Soul communication, passive skill. Occupation none. Level none. Note, you can hear the whispers of the soul. This skill book covers general skills. Li learned it without even thinking about it. A throbbing sensation came from the soul. He raised his head. Immediately, I heard the soul's gratitude. Warrior, thank you for saving us. May the holy light be with you. Your good deeds will be blessed by the gods. As for the soul of the female lich, it is filled with venomous curses. The other purple orb produced the ring. The finger bone, ring, of the ninth lover. Quality epic purple. Ability power plus 100. Spirit plus 20. Level requirement, 11. Equipment effect, magic penetration plus 15%. Additional skill, malicious whispers active skill. Vicious whispers, emits a piercing curse, causing male spirits within a 20-meter radius to flee in terror. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 minute. Li Yi's eyes brightened slightly. The ring's properties perfectly match his current needs. Moreover, it's a purple-grade item with a special skill, which is quite rare. The skill is quite interesting. However, since it's a purple-grade skill, you can't expect it to be that powerful. Just treat it as something fun. Gained over 10,000 experience points from the 15-player adventure-level dungeon. Li was fairly satisfied with the upgrade speed. It took 20 minutes to exit the instance. A familiar panel prompt appears. The Radiant Cathedral, Adventure, Dungeon Challenge has ended, taking 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 34 seconds. Currently ranked number 1 in the world. The Radiant Cathedral, Adventure, Dungeon Challenge is complete, with an overall rating of gold 9 stars, currently ranked number 1 in the world. The Adventure King badge increases total attributes by 100 points, and movement speed and critical hit rate by 2% each. Over the next 2 days and a half, Li cleared all 5 of the 7 branch dungeons in the Tides of Flames dungeon group, excluding Mount Tojin, and the already cleared Church of Radiance. I ran the 5-player dungeon on heroic difficulty twice more, and received a limited time reward of 30 attribute points. He and Lai Wei both reached level 15, but his experience remained at 6% of level 15. During this period, the Adventurer King gained a total of 225 attribute points, with each main attribute increasing by 45 points. Movement speed and critical strike chance are each increased by 4.5%. The skill level for Energy Star Bullet is already maxed out. Therefore, Li Yi added all 3 skill points to Lightforged Warrior. Liu Yue's skill level, Sword Intent Perception, has been raised to the maximum level of 40. This skill is so useful. Hotel Bathtub. Li Yi lay comfortably in the arms of the Sword Saint. The skin felt incredibly smooth against the water. After these few days of intense dungeon runs, I'm feeling a bit tired. After tonight, go to Philo tomorrow morning to get the set and equipment, upgrade yourself, and then go to the 30-man heroic difficulty dungeon, Mount Origin, to get the Eye of the Night Demon, needed for the mythic staff. Li Yung was using his phone to check what delicious food to buy for Philo. However, The Sword Saint older sister was quite mischievous behind him. Li raised an eyebrow. Liu Yue's total attributes are now as high as 6,366 points, of which 1,250 points are in Constitution. Although his physique was as high as 596 points, Liu Yue's growth potential was too high, and the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, after evolving again at level 16, the Sword Saint will be able to completely resolve the issue of her reproductive instincts. Thinking about the important moment in his life that was about to arrive, Li Yi's heart began to race. Lai Wei sensed its master's reaction. She became bolder. "I'll fight you to the death!" Li gritted his teeth and turned around. The Sword Saint's sister laughed, showing no fear whatsoever. Less than half an hour later, the chicken owner begged for mercy. And when Li challenged the Sword Saint's sister, on the internet all over the world, major official media outlets and platforms, the screen was flooded with the name of the Alien Girl Battle Group. 15-player Normal Raid, Abomination Slaughterhouse, 15-player Adventure Raid, Radiant Cathedral. Both were ranked number 1 in the world and achieved the highest rating on both leaderboards by the Alien Girl Battle Group. In addition, there's one 5-player Heroic Dungeon, one 5-player Adventure Dungeon, and 2 5-player Normal Dungeons. The 7 branch dungeons of the Flame Tide Abyss Dungeon, except for the 30-player Heroic Raid Dungeon, Mount Togold, are all ranked number 1 on both leaderboards and have the highest rating. Netizens are absolutely going crazy. Good heavens! This is a Tier 2 dungeon. It's one thing to get a full star rating in the Tier 1 beginner dungeon of the Alien Girl Warband, but why can I also get a full star rating in the Tier 2 dungeon, which is several levels more difficult? Even with S rank or rare classes leading other factions, it still takes more than 30 hours to clear the Church of Radiance. The Alien Girl Battle Group only took 5 hours. A terrible record. A terrifying record that sent shivers down the spines of the world. What does this mean? Even clearing a level 2 5-player normal dungeon takes more than 5 hours. How did they manage to do that? What kind of monsters are these? The live stream of renowned analyst Lai De Wong. Family members, what did I say before? The Alien Girl wouldn't speak without reason. Didn't I tell you? If someone chooses not to go to university, they must have a better option. You all thought that the Alien Girl Warband would encounter difficulties after the second-tier dungeon became more difficult, but you all overlooked a very important point, which is that the strength of their warband members is also increasing. It's true that they are all low-tier professions, but the attribute gap can be bridged with equipment, and the lack of combat power can be made up for with tactics. Skill books are not easy to collect, but early-stage skills are not entirely unavailable for purchase. Don't forget that the Alien Girl Warband and the Thunder Warband have a partnership. This is just on the surface. Who knows how much power they actually have behind them? The live stream chat was flooded with comments. The gifts just kept coming. King Lai, on the other hand, appeared to have expected this all along. In reality, his legs under the table were trembling incessantly. My palms were sweating profusely. Luckily, I'm experienced enough not to stir up trouble or join the bandwagon of criticism. While feeling fortunate, King Lai was also starting to question the meaning of life. He is a dungeon analyst with extensive knowledge of all classes and dungeons. He simply couldn't figure out what tactics were needed to achieve such results in the 6 branch instances of Tides of Flame. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? Thunderstorm Legion Base. Xingtian said in an unquestionable tone. Nanxing, contact the Alien Girl Warband for me. I need to see their leader. Chapter 79 Setting Up One's Own Business. Chapter 79 Setting Up One's Own Business. Nanxing lowered her eyelids slightly, concealing the fleeting hint of mockery. This is his father. They ignored me after I was born. When I was a child. He had an argument with his half-brother. The only person he could ever confide his grievances and act spoiled in his father's arms was his half-brother. He once asked his mother why his father didn't want to hug him. His straightforward, even somewhat naive, mother comforted him, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Your father did hold you when you were born." Nanxing burst into tears. From that moment on, he fully understood that he was not loved by his father. He wasn't loved because he was naughty. In fact, Nanxing was always the quietest, most well-behaved, and sensible child since she was a child. Unfortunately, in wealthy families, especially top-tier ones, being dutiful and sensible are the least noticeable virtues. It doesn't even qualify as an advantage. Wealthy families value the upper limit of one's professional status. As long as one's rank is high, all flaws can be concealed. Shin Nanqing's predicted professional rank was too low, which was the main reason why his father, Shin Tianwei, disliked him since childhood. With the development of the extraordinary system, humanity has now begun to master methods for predicting career ranks in advance. Although it can only determine the high rank and not the specific profession, it is enough for a wealthy family. Those descendants destined for high positions will receive special attention and resources. From a young age, they can enjoy various potions and special items that enhance their physique. After awakening, the attribute points gained at each level will be correspondingly greater, and you can basically get the full attribute amount for each level of this rank. I wonder what business father has with the alien women warband? Shin Nanqing was courteous, but his manners were distant. Shin Tianwei frowned slightly. He disliked his subordinates' questioning and counter-questions. However, the person in front of him was his son, not his subordinate. Over the years, he has shown little concern for this son. It's understandable that Shin Nanqing would harbor some resentment. But as long as he can outwardly maintain his recognition and respect for him as his father and family elder, he doesn't care what the other person thinks. No matter how great the complaints, they are destined to bow down in the face of the family's vast resources and power. Then they actively integrate into the family to gain protection and accept the leadership of the family system. You're the one supporting the alien girl warband, aren't you? Shin Tianyue's brows relaxed, but he did not directly answer Shin Nanqing's question. Why would father ask such a question? Shin Nanqing's expression remained calm. Before I came here, I investigated the younger generation of professionals in various families in Jianghai province, and they were all ruled out as possible members of the alien girl battle group. Therefore, the origins of the members of the alien girl battle group can basically be determined as ordinary civilians. They most likely do not have the support of a powerful family behind them. As Shin Tianwei finished speaking, a rare look of approval appeared in his gaze as he looked at Shin Nanqing. You have a good eye. You've discovered a very promising warband. Shin Nanqing suddenly realized. It turns out that the father thought he had discovered the alien girl battle group and provided it with resources, which led to its remarkable achievements. He was about to explain. But then he heard his father continue. With your current financial situation, aren't you nearing your limit? Shin Tianwei glanced at his sister-in-law, Lin Mani, standing beside him. Even with some support from the Lin family, it would be difficult for the entire alien girl battle group to maintain a high level of performance. Therefore, I hope the family will take over from here on out. As for the two of you, the family will provide generous compensation and rewards, and arrange suitable positions for you. After listening, Shin Nanqing and Lin Mani exchanged a glance, both seeing absurdity and speechlessness in each other's eyes. The Shin family actually wanted to take advantage of the situation. And it's a complete sweep, aiming to kick both of them out of the game. Shin Nanqing found it laughable. His father remained indifferent when he founded the Thunderstorm battle group. After achieving some success, he started to criticize and interfere in various ways. Now that they've seen the potential of the alien girl battle group, they're actually trying to steal it directly. They're not even going to act anymore. Shin Nanqing's gaze darkened slightly, and he said directly. Father has misunderstood. All the achievements and records of the alien girls battle group are due to their own hard-earned strength, not our support. The two war bands are equal partners. The alien girl war band is not my subordinate. In fact, the Thunderstorm Legion's current modest achievements are entirely due to their support. Shin Tianyue's expression turned cold, and he said in a deep voice. Don't act like a child. You may be able to hold on for now, but as you level up, only the family can maintain their strength and unlock their full potential. The alien girls have been confirmed to be composed of low-ranking classes in their battle groups.